Chapter 1. Obtaining the property deed. The bride price is no less than $688,000. The house must be registered in my name. Also, buy my younger brother a car. He's starting to date, and he can't do that without a car. A sharp pain surged through Lin Yi's mind as a familiar voice echoed in his ears. This is the Black Forest Western Restaurant. How'd I end up here? Wait, what about the apocalypse? He gazed incredulously outside. The streets were bustling with pedestrians. Could it be that I have been reborn? He quickly pulled out his phone. It was now October 27th, 2050. A month before the apocalypse. He stared in shock at the woman speaking before him. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. It was indeed Lu Ruming. In his previous life, on November 27th, the temperature plummeted and snow began to fall unexpectedly. The snow fell heavily and continued for an entire month. The fifth floor and below were essentially sealed by the snow. As this heavy snowfall descended, the entire city descended into paralysis. People endured hunger and freezing temperatures, and after a month, due to food shortages, humanity began to turn on one another. He met a tragic end at the hands of Lu Ruming, who dismembered his body with an axe, piece by piece. Then, Lu Ruming and her family devoured his remains right before his eyes. He loathed this woman with every fiber of his being. Now, given a chance at rebirth, he would not allow the tragedies of his past life to unfold anew. Did you hear that? Lu Ruming, noticing Lin Yi's silence, grew impatient. Lin Yi suppressed the killing intent in his gaze with a month until the apocalypse. It would not be wise to kill her now. Moreover, to simply slay her would be far too merciful. He intended to make Lu Ruming and her family wish for death. With a flicker of thought, a wave of spatial energy emerged. A wicked smile curved his lips. His spatial ability had actually traversed with him. In his previous life, a month after the apocalypse began, some human survivors began to awaken their abilities. He was one of those fortunate few. This ability allowed him to store everything except living beings within a space. In this space, time stood still. Food would not decay, and regardless of how long it was stored, it would remain as fresh as the moment it was placed inside, with temperature unchanged, a perfect storage solution. Now, armed with this ability in his rebirth, the catastrophes of his past life were destined not to repeat. As an ability user, he also enjoyed the benefit of having a physique twice as strong as before. In this life, he would fully leverage everything at his disposal, ensuring that all those who had wronged him in his previous life would be crushed beneath his feet. Lin Yi's parents had tragically passed away when he was very young, and he was subsequently adopted by distant relatives as uncle and aunt. Along with him, they inherited a villa worth $50 million and a cash sum of $100 million. These were the only possessions his parents had left him. However, his uncle and aunt had adopted him solely to seize his inheritance. Fortunately, the property deed was in Lin Yi's name, which they could not alter. Moreover, the $100 million was held by a trust company, allowing them to withdraw only $100,000 each month. In their quest to claim his assets, they had devised numerous schemes, and the woman before him, Lu Ruming, was the prospective partner they had arranged for him. Lu Ruming was the niece of his aunt. The reason they sought her was to secure the villa valued at $50 million. Under the pretense of marriage, they aimed to transfer the property into Lu Ruming's name. His funds would then be fully accessible to his uncle and aunt. According to his parents' will, as long as his uncle and aunt cared for him until he reached adulthood and married, they would be entitled to half of the assets. His parents had meticulously planned everything, unaware of the depths of human greed. And he would spare none of those who had harmed him. At present, he had yet to obtain the property deed and could not afford to confront Lu Ruming just yet. With that thought, Lin Yi calmly inquired, "Are there any other demands?" "Of course. My parents hope for us to marry soon, preferably in 2 days, and the property must be transferred into my name before the wedding." Hearing Lu Ruming regurgitate the same words as in his previous life, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh internally. She was certainly anxious, who knew how long she had been carrying another man's child, and it had already been 2 months. She truly believed herself to be the victim. In his previous life, he had succumbed to his aunt's pressure and, unaware of Lu Ruming's sinister nature, had agreed to marry her. Lin Yi's thoughts raced as he quickly devised a plan for revenge. "All right, I agree." For the moment, He needed to maintain a fod of compliance with Lu Ruming until he secured the property deed. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Lu Ruming's smile brightened significantly. She rose and nestled closer to Lin Yi, wrapping her arms around his. Lin Yi, I knew you would be the best to me. Don't worry, once we're married, they'll make sure to take care of you every day. Gazing at her seductive demeanor made Lin Yi feel nauseated. He couldn't fathom how many men she had charmed with such tactics. However, he did not push Lu Ruming away, allowing her alluring figure to brush against him. Though her heart was dark, her physique and appearance were commendable. He would rate her an 85 out of 100. Putting aside his thoughts, Lin Yi began contemplating his next move. His aunt had hidden the property deed, and in his previous life, she had only produced it after he agreed to marry Lu Ruming. Fortunately, he had witnessed the moment she retrieved the deed, allowing him to ascertain its hiding place. This made the task significantly easier. Though he felt reluctant to part with the house his parents had left him, he knew that after the apocalypse, his villa would be buried beneath the snow. It was far more sensible to liquidate it. He also needed to extract the funds from the trust company to stockpile essential supplies for the impending apocalypse. However, with his aunt at home, he needed to devise a plan to send her away to create an opportunity for himself. Lu Ruming beamed with delight upon hearing his agreement. Great, she exclaimed, pressing her body even closer. They both stood up, settled the bill, and exited the restaurant. Hailing a taxi, they made their way to the residential complex. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruming clung to Lin Yi like a second skin. Had they not been in a taxi, her actions would likely have been far bolder. Of course, he would not pass up such an opportunity without taking advantage. Before long, they arrived at the Jingxuan complex, heading straight for the villa area. Once they alighted, they entered the villa. His aunt was in the living room, engrossed in a mind-numbing drama. How did your date go? Lin Yi took the initiative to grasp Lu Ruming's hand and gestured toward his aunt. Aunt, we've decided to get married. That's wonderful. His aunt's eyes sparkled, her smile widening. Seeing her expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh internally. By the way, Aunt, we plan to marry the day after tomorrow. Could you accompany her to buy some jewelry? Oh, absolutely. As long as you two are getting married, I'm happy to do anything. With that, his aunt approached, taking Lu Ruming's hand, and the two of them left chattering amiably. Seeing his plan succeed, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement and hurried toward his aunt's bedroom. Just then, his cousin emerged from a room. This was his aunt's son, Wang Liye. Lin Yi hadn't expected him to be home at this hour. Wang Liye had always been arrogant in front of him, as if this were his home and Lin Yi were merely a lodger. In his previous life, he had bullied Lin Yi without restraint. Dressed in designer clothes, Wang Liye flaunted his wealth, while Lin Yi wore nothing but bargain bin clothing. If he dared to provoke Lin Yi today, Lin Yi would not show mercy. Lin Yi ascended the stairs, and as he passed Wang Liye, he was called to a halt. Stop! Lin Yi halted, his tone icy. What do you want? Wang Liye smirked wickedly. Oh, nothing much. It's my birthday today, and my mom gifted me an Audi. He brandished the car keys in front of Lin Yi, his boastful expression utterly loathsome. Lin Yi's expression darkened instantly. Every penny they had spent over the years belonged to him. How dare he flaunt his wealth before Lin Yi? But finding the property deed took precedence, suppressing his anger. He chose to ignore Wang Liye. Having achieved his goal, Wang Liye hummed a tune as he descended the stairs. Soon, Lin Yi entered his aunt's room and began rummaging through her belongings, finally uncovering the property deed. A wave of joy washed over him as he prepared to tuck the deed into his clothing. Well, how dare you steal my mother's things? At that moment, Wang Liye unexpectedly appeared at the doorway. He rushed forward, attempting to snatch the property deed from Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi's fury ignited, and he retaliated with a swift kick. The kick landed squarely on Wang Li's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. He lay there, howling in agony. Lin Yi approached him, bellowing, "Every single item in this house belongs to me. How dare you claim it belongs to your mother?" Wang Liye trembled, his gaze towards Lin Yi filled with a palpable fear that made his body quiver involuntarily. He had never encountered such a terrifying Lin Yi. His eyes were as sharp as daggers. I will tell my mother." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. Over the years, whenever he did something that displeased Wang Liye, he would call upon his aunt. And every time, his aunt would give Lin Yi a beating. However, that tactic no longer held any power over him. Do as you wish. With that nonchalant remark, Lin Yi stepped over him. Chapter 2. Deceiving even his own niece? Wang Liye was bewildered. Why did Lin Yi seem like a different person today? He sat down heavily on the ground. After a few seconds of dazed silence, tears streamed down his face. He hastily pulled out his phone, preparing to call his mother. Lin Yi's aunt was named Lu Xiaowei. Approaching 50, she had long been using Lin Yi's living expenses to purchase luxurious skincare products for herself. Each day, she indulged in lavish food and drink. Her skin appeared remarkably youthful, devoid of visible wrinkles. Moreover, she always donned elegant and high-end attire, which accentuated her demeanor, making her seem as if she were in her 30s. Lu Xiaowei grasped Lu Ruming's hand as they hopped into a taxi. The two soon arrived at the largest jewelry mall in the city. "Oh, my dear niece, I never expected you to capture that little rascal Lin Yi so quickly. It seems my efforts in raising you were not in vain," Lu Xiaowei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she held Lu Ruming's hand tightly. "He looks like a pathetic pauper. With just a little trickery, I could easily enthrall him," Lu Ruming scoffed disdainfully. She glanced at Lu Xiaowei and continued, "Aunt, is it true that Lin Yi has $1 billion? Indeed. His mother explicitly stated so before she passed, and I receive 100,000 each month from the trust fund. There's no doubt about it. Hurry and marry him, and once you secure his villa, you can cast him aside with ease," Lu Xiaowei whispered conspiratorially. "Aunt, he has already promised to transfer the property deed to my name tomorrow," Lu Ruming said, her face aglow with excitement. "Really? That is splendid news. Truly, you are my niece," Lu Xiaowei responded, equally exhilarated. "Aunt, we should expedite the wedding plans. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Lin Yi has agreed to marry me the day after tomorrow. The time is tight, so please put in the effort. Rest assured, it's just a wedding. Besides, he has no relatives to invite, so he'll organize a simple ceremony for you. Soon, the house and money will all be ours. Aunt, have you hidden the property deed well? Make sure he doesn't find it. As long as the transfer isn't completed, I won't feel at ease for a moment." "Fear not. He won't find it," Lu Xiaowei assured confidently. "I want money, money, money from all directions." At that moment, Lu Xiaowei's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was her son calling. "What's the matter, son?" She answered. "Mom, Lin Yi hit me." "Wah." Lu Xiaowei furrowed her brow. She knew her son all too well, and though she usually wouldn't intervene, the situation was different now. "Listen here, you better behave for the next few days. Lin Yi is about to get married, and don't you dare cause me any trouble." "Mom." Lin Yi took the property deed. "What?" Lu Xiaowei gasped. All eyes around her turned toward her. Her heart raced as she quickly hung up, dialing Lin Yi without hesitation. But the call rang a few times before being cut off. Panic surged within her as she tried several times, only to be met with disconnection. That little rascal. How could he find the property deed? Lu Ruming beside her wore a look of shock. She had just mentioned the deed, and now it had truly happened. "Aunt, don't panic. Do you think it's possible he took the deed to transfer it to me?" Lu Ruming, though somewhat flustered, knew she had to remain calm. Yes, quickly call him." Lu Ruming promptly dialed Lin Yi. Not long after leaving, Lin Yi's phone rang again. Initially, he thought it was his aunt calling again and was about to hang up, but saw it was Lu Ruming. A slight smile crept onto his lips. He knew his aunt and Lu Ruming were together. This call was certainly to confront him. Now was the moment for Lin Yi's revenge to commence. His plan was simple. Lu Ruming had conspired with his aunt to swindle his property, so he would employ a counter-scheme. He would sow discord between the aunt and niece. With this thought, Lin Yi answered the call. "Hello, Lin Yi, where are you now?" Lu Ruming's anxious voice came through the line. Lin Yi lowered his voice. "Sure, I know you and my aunt are together, and I also know she wants to trick you into taking my property." Lu Ruming's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief washing over her as she absorbed his words. After a moment of silence, she whispered in a panic, "What do you want? I genuinely like you and am willing to give you the property, but I do not wish for you to be used by others. Think about it. If we were together, my $1 billion would be yours as well. $500 million. Plus, all my properties would belong to you." Lu Ruming's eyes widened in astonishment. $500 million. Adding in the property, that amounted to $1 billion. Her aunt had only given her $1 million. The disparity was staggering. Faced with such a significant psychological shift, Lu Ruming's heart began to transform. Indeed, if she married Lin Yi, everything he owned would rightfully become hers. What did Lu Xiaoyi have to do with it? How could Lu Xiaoyi, whom she had called aunt, be deceiving not only Lin Yi but her own niece as well? From then on, it would all be her money. The more she thought about it, the angrier Lu Ruming became. She moved away slightly before saying, "Now that my aunt isn't here, are you scheming something?" At her words, Linny smiled. Subtly, the bait had been taken. "It's simple. Lu Xiaoyi wants to swindle our money, so let's turn the tables. You tell her that after everything is settled, you don't want her money, just 5 million in cash, and that you need it today. They'll send you an account shortly. Once it's done, you can transfer the money to me." Linny knew that Lu Xiaoyi's family likely had no more than 5 million, most of which came from his living expenses, with the rest being their savings. He intended to make them repay every penny they had previously spent on him. "How can I trust you? What if you back out?" Lin Yi frowned slightly. Lu Ruming seemed to have some wits about her and a bit of fraud awareness. Continuing, he said, "You're with my aunt, so you should know I've already taken the property deed for you. If we were to try this plan under her watch, do you think it would work?" Lu Ruming gasped, warmth flooding her heart. He had secretly taken the deed for her sake. What was there to doubt? "All right, I agree. I'll wait for your good news." With that, Lu Ruming hung up. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. Having navigated the treacheries of his past life, he knew Lu Ruming was easily manipulable. Now, all that was left was to await her good news. Chapter 3. Blocking and deleting. Lu Ruming's gaze flickered slightly, her eyes evasive as she spoke. "Everything is going smoothly. He obtained the property certificate solely to transfer the house into my name. He didn't inform you because he feared you would object." Upon hearing this, a heavy stone in Lu Xiaoyi's heart finally settled. "That's splendid. It seems he truly has feelings for you, even keeping me in the dark," she remarked, her tone laced with reproach towards Lu Ruming. A fleeting glimmer of sharpness crossed Lu Ruming's eyes as resentment welled within her. "Humph. If it weren't for Lin Yi's reminder, I might have fallen into your trap. Such a heartless scheme. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty as your niece." Lu Ruming quickly concealed her animosity, donning a smile as she said, "Aunt, please do not be upset. Fortunately, we still have matters under control. That is true, but I must remind you, you are not truly married. Once the matter is settled, you must transfer the property into my son's name, and I will ensure the promised 10 million is transferred to you. Rest assured, Aunt, we are family. It is impossible for me to betray my own kin." Lu Xiaoyi grasped Lu Ruming's hand, a cheerful smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, if you weren't my niece, I wouldn't even consider you for such a fortunate opportunity." Lu Ruming forced a smile, her eyes harboring an increasing bitterness. How dare she claim not to exploit her own family? A villa worth 50 million, and she offers me only 10 million. How am I to marry again? Being a divorced woman? With such thoughts, Lu Ruming's sense of guilt evaporated entirely. "What, you want it right now?" "Yes, I cannot find peace until the money is in my hands. Besides, after the deal is done, I will suffer a loss of reputation, making it almost impossible to find a suitable partner in the future. With this 5 million, I would feel considerably more at ease." Hearing Lu Ruming's words, Lu Xiaoyi began to ponder rapidly. After all, she was just a poor girl from the countryside, unable to handle such matters, fearing that I might not give her the money. She has clearly never encountered wealth. 5 million is barely a sum. Once I receive the funds from the trust company, even if she were to beg me, I would ignore her. But should I truly give her this 5 million now? After all these years, I have saved only 5 million. If it weren't for Lin Yi's mother insisting that the trust company could only release 100,000 a month, would I be so troubled? Alas, Lu Ruming is timid and fearful of trouble. If I leave her to her own devices, she might ruin everything. Then, I would have nowhere to lament my misfortune. Better to give it to her. Once they are married, the trust company will release all the funds." Lu Xiaoyi smiled and looked at Lu Ruming, saying, "All right, since you are so eager, I will give you the money first, but you must remember, it is only 5 million." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruming's heart leaped with joy as she quickly responded, "Aunt, rest assured, I only need this 5 million. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoyi transferred 5 million to Lu Ruming's account. Lu Ruming then promptly transferred the 5 million to Lin Yi. After completing the transfer, Lu Ruming sent Lin Yi a cute smiley emoji. When Lin Yi's phone chimed, he glanced at the notification of 5 million received. a slight smirk gracing his lips. The real show was about to begin. He immediately blocked Lu Ruming's WeChat and phone number. After completing these tasks, he headed straight to a real estate agency. The villa must be sold, and quickly. Rather than being buried under ice and snow in the apocalypse, it is better to liquidate it for life-saving resources. Linny soon arrived at the largest real estate agency in the city. As he entered, a female receptionist approached him. "Sir, may I ask if you are buying or selling a property?" Linny glanced at the name tag on her chest, which read Li Fongfeng. "I wish to sell a standalone villa in Jinqiu Garden." As he spoke, he handed the property certificate to Li Fongfeng. Initially perceiving Lin Yi as a mere pauper due to his appearance, Li Fongfeng was taken aback by his offer of a villa in Jinqiu Garden. This revelation left her pleasantly surprised, and she became increasingly respectful, silently grateful that her previous actions had not been disrespectful. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me to the VIP area to wait." Lin Yi followed Li Fongfeng to a private room, where she quickly brought in a fruit platter and placed it on the table. "Sir, please wait here for a moment. I will call our top salesperson to assist you." Lin Yi had no time to waste. These salespeople were cunning, often inflating property prices to extract profits. If that were the case, he would have no idea when the villa would sell. What he needed was speed. Thus, he said to Li Fongfeng, "No need. You can handle the sale yourself. I've encountered some business issues and need to sell this villa promptly. This property is worth 50 million. You may list it at 45 million, but I will only accept buyers who can pay in full within a day." Li Fongfeng's pupils contracted slightly. She was astonished that he had chosen her to sell the property. Yet, she was merely a receptionist. Typically, clients requested to sell at a higher price, so why was this gentleman asking for a lower one? She had heard rumors of some clients with peculiar preferences, seeking attractive young women for rendezvous, leading them to impose strange conditions. Could it be that this gentleman was interested in her? Li Fongfeng felt a rush of excitement. If this gentleman truly favored her, who would need to work anymore? With this thought, she became even more eager to please. "Of course, boss, I can sell." Linny was oblivious to her internal musings. His sole focus was to expedite the sale of the property. After pondering, he added, "Once this villa is sold, I will give you 100,000. If you manage to sell it within 3 days, I will give you 200,000. Li Fongfeng was momentarily stunned. Could happiness come so unexpectedly? A villa listed at 45 million would attract fierce competition. Wait, was this gentleman indirectly proposing to support her? With that thought, her smile widened. Li Fongfeng slowly approached Lin Yi. Sitting beside him, crossing her legs delicately, her black stockings accentuating her beautiful legs, in a voice as sweet as honey, she assured, "Rest assured, boss, I will do my utmost to sell it quickly for you." Lin Yi was taken aback, a shiver coursing through him at her tone. Did she misunderstand something? He scrutinized her features. Her appearance and figure paled in comparison to Lu Ruming's. Instantly disinterested, he provided her with his contact information and prepared to leave. Li Fongfeng noted down his contact and dashed out ahead of him, blowing him a kiss as she exited. Lin Yi shivered involuntarily and hurriedly left the premises. Just as he stepped out of the agency, he spotted Wang Liya pulling up in his new Audi at the entrance. Lin Yi felt puzzled. What business did he have here? He concealed himself to observe. Before long, he saw Li Fongfeng, who was meant to sell his property. Get into Wang Liya's car. He raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Once they departed, Lin Yi stepped out. He had heard rumors that Wang Liya had a girlfriend, and it must be Li Fongfeng. Recalling her flirtatious demeanor earlier, it seemed she had assumed he intended to support her. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Next, he needed to acquire even more funds. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Yi visited every bank, securing a total loan of 35 million. He also acquired nearly 5 million from illegal online loans. Now, he possessed 45 million. Once the villa was sold, combined with the funds from the trust company, he would have at least 170 million. With only a month remaining until the apocalypse, purchasing a house was unnecessary. He needed only to rent an apartment for 20,000. Every penny saved counted. He had already decided on a rental location in his previous life. He had been murdered in Lu Ruming's home in this life. He intended to rent an apartment in Lu Ruming's neighborhood, enabling him to take revenge on everyone who had wronged him. With this resolve, Lin Yi made his way to the Sunshine Garden community. Meanwhile, Lu Ruming and Lu Xiaowei had spent the afternoon shopping. Eagerly, she opened WeChat and clicked on Lin Yi's profile in the chat box. She typed, "Darling, I miss you so much. Come and keep me company. She clicked send, but when a red exclamation mark appeared on her phone screen, Lou Rumming was utterly bewildered. Chapter 4. A hasty escape. Lou Rumming, refusing to believe it, tried calling several times, but the line remained unreachable. Panic set in completely. Instinctively, she prepared to call her aunt. However, the thought of admitting to her that she had been swindled out of $5 million made her dread the scolding she would receive. She could not tell her aunt, at least not now. But what should she do? Call the police. Just as she dialed the emergency number, she quickly reconsidered and hung up. No, she had deceived her aunt to obtain the $5 million. If she reported this, she would be in trouble too. After a moment, she decided to call her aunt. The urgent matter at hand was locating Lin E. She needed answers. The call connected quickly. Hello, what is it? Niece? Lu Xiaoyi's impatient voice came through. Why not just call him yourself? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up with that. She ended the call. He wasn't home. Where could he possibly be? Lou Ruming's mind raced in turmoil. He cannot just disregard his promises. It is impossible. I must seek him out and clarify matters face to face. With that, Lou Rumming hurriedly exited the door. Meanwhile, Linny was in his newly rented apartment. A spacious unit consisting of 4 rooms, 1 hall, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Although it could not compare to his villa, its smaller size meant that it consumed less energy in this post-apocalyptic world. This apartment was situated directly behind Lou Ruming's residence, both towering 10 stories high, allowing Lin E a clear view of all her family's activities. That moment, Lin E stood by the window, observing the flustered Lou Rumming pacing anxiously within her room. He was acutely aware that she had discovered he had blocked her. Lou Rumming must be in a state of great turmoil. However, he was not in a hurry to exact revenge, for Lou Rumming had caused him the deepest wounds. He intended to keep her for last and torment her thoroughly. Before that, he wished to let her experience the feelings of loss and the principle that greater expectations lead to greater disappointments, as well as the notion that grand dreams can ultimately result in emptiness. Shortly thereafter, he saw Lou Rumming turn off her lights and descend the stairs, prompting him to step away from the window and return to bed for rest. There were many tasks awaiting him the next day. He could not afford to squander time. The night passed without incident. Linny was awoken early the next morning by the ringing of his phone. The caller was none other than the agent, Li Fangfang. He swiftly answered the call. On the other end, Li Fangfang's voice was filled with excitement. Boss Lin, everything is settled. Your villa has been sold, and the transfer paperwork can be completed today. Linny immediately perked up at the news. Great, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he quickly freshened up and made his way downstairs. That moment, Lou Rumming appeared, sporting dark circles under her eyes and greasy hair, clearly having spent the entire night searching for him. Unsurprisingly, she spotted Lin E and rushed towards him. Lin E, why did you block me? Do you no longer want me? Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of many around them, who cast hostile glances in Lin Yi's direction, evidently having concluded that he was a scoundrel. Lin E chose to ignore them. With the house transfer pending, he attempted to walk away. However, Lou Rumming unexpectedly threw herself at his feet, clinging to his leg and sobbing loudly. Linny, have I not done enough? Just tell me. And I will change. As long as you don't leave me, I will do anything. Her cries were pitiful, evoking sympathy from those nearby. Anger surged among the onlookers, who began to rally in her defense. How can you treat her this way? That girl is humbly pleading with you. I've seen countless scoundrels like you, who deceive others' feelings and then want to sever ties. Don't worry, young lady, we will stand up for you. Listening to the surrounding voices, Linny frowned. He contemplated and then smiled wickedly, gently lifting Lou Ruming's hand. Foolish girl, how could I possibly want to be rid of you? It is merely that your demands are insufferably excessive. Asking for a bride price of $688,000 is one thing, and I could agree to put your name on the house since we will be a family after marriage. But why must you also demand a car for your brother? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. What outrageous demands! They turned their derisive gazes upon Lou Rumming. Her complexion also changed drastically as the realization dawned on her. So, he had blocked her because of this. She quickly replied, I don't want those anymore. I only want to be with you. Seeing her so readily abandon her conditions, the crowd's expression softened. At least she was a girl willing to admit her mistakes. With this in mind, they approached with the intention of mediating. Young man, I think this girl is quite good. They say it is better to tear down a temple than to ruin a marriage. Why not discuss it? Indeed, young man, look how sincere she is. If you refuse again, it would indeed be your fault. I must say a word or two to you. Take your time to speak. Do not act impulsively. Listening to the clamor, Linny snorted disdainfully. Such meddling. I would certainly accept her, provided she agrees to a premarital examination. The moment those words left his lips, Lu Ruming's expression shifted abruptly. How could she undergo a premarital examination when she was already 2 months pregnant? Moreover, having previously suffered 2 miscarriages, the urgency to find a father for her child was pressing. Lest she face the consequences of infertility, the crowd immediately turned their attention to Lu Ruming, catching her off guard and leaving her mind blank. No, I absolutely will not undergo a premarital examination. The atmosphere fell silent. Everyone stared at Lu Ruming in shock. Those who had intended to speak in her defense swallowed their words. Lu Ruming quickly attempted to silence herself, but the words had already escaped her. Embarrassed, she did not know how to react, and, feeling the weight of the questioning gazes upon her, she fled back home. At that moment, everyone was utterly taken aback. They had not anticipated such a conclusion to this farce. Surely this woman must lead a disreputable life. Otherwise, why would she fear a premarital examination? With that thought, the crowd began to disperse, pretending as if nothing had happened. Linny sneered and proceeded to exit. Chapter 5. Viewing the house, he quickly hailed a cab and arrived at the real estate agency in no time. Li Fongfong was anxiously waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lin Yi approach, she hurriedly walked over with small, hurried steps. Boss Lin, you have finally arrived. The client is waiting for you in the VIP room. He expressed great interest upon hearing that the house is only 45 million and is eager to view it and sign the contract today. As they walked towards the VIP room, Li Fongfong continued to describe the client, noting that he appeared quite affluent, donned in a fur coat, carried a designer bag, and was accompanied by bodyguards, seemingly unfazed by the several million at stake. However, to Lin Yi, this man was merely a nouveau riche. Such individuals often had a tendency to be pretentious, and he suspected that today's dealings might not proceed smoothly. Upon entering the room, Lin Yi was greeted by the sight of a provocatively dressed woman, heavily made up, nestled in the arms of a burly man. The woman caressed the man's cheek, adopting an alluring expression. Yet, in Lin Yi's eyes, this woman, regardless of her figure or looks, paled in comparison to Lu Ruming, meriting only a score of 70. Upon noticing their entrance, the woman quickly straightened up, glancing toward the door in a flurry. And her eyes lit up upon spotting Lin Yi. Without hesitation, she threw him a flirtatious glance. Lin Yi was taken aback. Although he was quite handsome, he was not someone who could simply attract anyone. He allowed his gaze to linger on the woman for merely a second before shifting his attention to the man beside her. The man, dressed in a fur coat that clashed with his demeanor, adorned with gold chains and sporting a Rolex watch, smiled to reveal a gold tooth. He epitomized the image of a nouveau riche. If Wang Liye were to acquire his house and assets, he would undoubtedly resemble this fellow. The man raised his hand, ostentatiously glancing at his Rolex, and said, "Brother, you're quite punctual. Not a minute late." Linny smiled and stepped forward. "Apologies. There was a bit of traffic." No problem. My time is limited. So let us make this brief. I quite like this house, but could we negotiate a better price?" The nouveau riche reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs in a condescending manner. Hearing this, Lin Yi's brow furrowed. His suspicion was confirmed. He was indeed dealing with a difficult buyer. This house was worth 50 million, and he was already offering it at 45 million, yet the man still sought to haggle. Given such circumstances, Lin Yi felt no obligation to accommodate him. He was confident the property would sell regardless. "If your time is so precious, I shall not waste it," he remarked, turning to leave. The woman beside the nouveau riche frowned, nudging him with a look of despair. The man appeared astonished. Wasn't haggling a normal part of doing business? "Young brother, please wait," he called out, urging Lin Yi to pause. "Is there anything else?" Lin Yi inquired. "Young brother, I came all this way to buy your house. You cannot simply say you won't sell. This house is valued at 50 million. Selling it for 45 million is already quite a bargain. It seems you are not genuinely interested in buying. If that is the case, let us not waste each other's time." He then turned to Li Fongfong and instructed, "Change the price to 50 million. "I will not sell for a penny less," Lin Yi had spoken in anger. He simply did not wish to sell to someone so unreasonable. Lai Fongfong appeared troubled at his words. The nouveau riche's woman, upon hearing this, became agitated and urgently tugged at his arm. I don't care. If you don't buy it today, don't even think about touching me again. The man's expression darkened upon hearing this. He scratched his bald head nervously and quickly replied, Young brother, wait. I will buy it, and will go with the previous price. I want to haggle. Observing how easily the woman manipulated the nouveau riche, Linny felt a surge of inspiration. If she rejected a discount, then he would sell it at the original price. I'm sorry, but I will no longer sell at the previous price. It seems I was mistaken to think that offering a discount would earn me sincerity. Instead, I was met with greed. The nouveau riche's anger flared at Lin Yi's words. The woman pouted, wearing an expression of discontent, and shook the arm of the nouveau riche beside her as she lamented, It's all your fault. If it weren't for your overly cautious nature, would they even consider selling? She continued, I don't care. I want this villa. It is the closest to Central Park, and my mother needs to go there every day to dance. Are you going to make her run such a long distance daily? As she spoke, her tantrum escalated. The nouveau riche, nearly tearing at his scalp in frustration, had his features contorted in distress. He quickly replied, all right, no matter the cost, I will buy it for you. I can't let our mother take the bus with those elderly folks to dance. Humph, now you're talking sense with that. The woman ceased her fuss. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi nearly laughed out loud. The nouveau riche, old enough to be the woman's father, was still referring to her as our mother, sending shivers down his spine. The nouveau riche then turned to Lin Yi, his expression sour as he said, 50 million it is, but I must see the house first. Excellent. Let's go now. Subsequently, Lin Yi and Li Fongfong led the nouveau riche and his entourage to view the property. Inside the villa, Lu Xiaowei lay on the sofa, engrossed in a mindless drama. At that moment, Wang Liye descended the stairs. Mom, when is Lin Yi getting married? Hurry and transfer the house to me. I'm waiting to marry Li Fongfong. Calm down. You should go buy some items now to prepare for Lin Yi's wedding. A proper setup is essential. I'm not going. He hit me yesterday. Let him arrange it himself. Wang Liye sulked angrily on the sofa. Lu Xiaowei, too lazy to engage further, glanced at her son curiously. How's your relationship with your girlfriend going? At the mention of this, Wang Liye perked up. It's going well. She works at the largest real estate agency in our city and just secured a big client yesterday. If she sells the house, she stands to make 200,000. 200,000. Lu Xiaowei exclaimed, sitting up straight, her voice rising several decibels. Wow, my future daughter-in-law is quite the earner. Although we aren't short on money, there's always a risk of exhausting it. Mom supports you. Once the house is transferred to your name, I'll throw you both a grand wedding. Really? That's fantastic. Wang Liye was elated. Just then, the gate of the yard swung open. Wang Liye quickly looked outside and noticed his girlfriend was followed by a man and a woman. Mom, my girlfriend is here. Lu Xiaowei hurriedly turned to the door, only to be puzzled by the newcomers. What were they doing here? Soon, the group entered. When Li Fongfong laid eyes on Wang Liye, her body involuntarily shuddered. Why is Wang Liye here? Isn't this Lin Yi's home? Chapter 6, Tantrum Xiaofong. Who are these people? Wang Liye hurriedly inquired. Li Fongfong was still in shock, her mind blank. Could the villa Wang Liye mentioned be this one belonging to Lin Yi? What is their relationship? Pondering this, Li Fongfong confronted. Why are you here? This is my home, of course, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Li Fongfong felt a weight in her heart. She had already seen the property deed, which was in Lin Yi's name. This meant Wang Liye had been deceiving her all along. Her expression instantly turned frosty. Just then, Lin Yi walked in from outside. Lin Yi, where were you last night? Do you realize you're supposed to get married? Lu Xiaowei scolded loudly. How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Xiaowei was taken aback by Lin Yi's sudden boldness, her blood pressure skyrocketing in anger. Feeling faint, she collapsed onto the sofa. You little bastard. How dare you speak to my mother like that? Wang Liye charged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression darkened. How dare he call him a little bastard? It seemed that his kick yesterday had been too gentle. Without hesitation, Lin Yi retaliated with another kick. This time, he exerted all his strength, his abilities enhanced by his rebirth, making him twice as strong as before. The force of this kick was comparable to that of a world-class boxer. Wang Liye's face twisted into a grotesque expression as he was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, particularly the nouveau riche, whose gaze towards Linny was now filled with dread. He quickly edged closer to his two bodyguards, seeking a semblance of security. The woman beside him was practically glowing with excitement, her expression one of exhilaration, as if she had spotted an enticing delicacy. Li Fongfong looked at Lin Yi in surprise. She hadn't anticipated that he was not only wealthy but also capable in a fight. Far surpassing Wang Liye, a man with wealth, looks, and fighting skills would provide an unparalleled sense of security as a boyfriend. Son, Lu Xiaohui, lying on the sofa, was stirred by the sight of her son being kicked away. She tried to rise, but her head spun, and after 2 attempts, she remained seated. Wang Liye, sprawled on the ground, clutched his stomach, writhing in agony, tears streaming down his face. Lin Yi, unconcerned, chose not to engage further. It was easy to cause trouble. But they were not in apocalyptic times, and he merely intended to teach a lesson. He turned to the nouveau riche with a smile. Now we can view the property. Heh, I've already seen the house. I find no issues. We can proceed to the transfer. The nouveau riche, now wearing a forced smile, had lost all his previous arrogance. Transfer? Just as they were preparing to head to the property registration center, Lu Xiaohui suddenly sprang up from the sofa, blocking the doorway with her body. Wait, what transfer? She glared at Lin Yi, her voice raised. Lin Yi, didn't you say you would transfer the house to Lu Ruming? Seeing her accusatory tone, Lin Yi's anger flared once more. 4 years, they had drained him like vampires. Not only had he not spent the 100,000 he earned monthly on himself, but now they also sought to seize his property. Their shamelessness was beyond measure. Linny had no intention of showing her any courtesy. You have no say in whom I transfer the house to. It is mine. I can give it to whoever I please. It's none of your business. Lu Xiaohui's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly Linny speaking? She erupted into a tantrum. Oh, I raised you with such effort, and this is how you repay me. I've raised a wolf cub. You heartless child. My life is so miserable. If your mother in the afterlife knew how you treated me, she would never rest in peace. Hearing her words, Lin Yi's fury only intensified. Enough, he bellowed. How dare you mention my mother? Before she passed, she entrusted me to you. How have you treated me since? You receive 100,000 monthly from the trust company. How much of that has gone towards me? If even half had been spent on me, I would have been grateful, but look at what you've done. You spend my money on expensive skincare, luxurious clothes, bags, and jewelry. All my money has been squandered on your entire family, and you still have the audacity to speak. Lu Xiaohui sat on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words, her guilt palpable. The others, hearing Lin Yi's words, cast scornful glances at Lu Xiaohui. This family was indeed the scum of the earth, attempting to claim someone else's property as their own, and now they sought to usurp his house. It was utterly detestable. After finishing his tirade, Lin Yi called for a few people to head to the property registration center to finalize the transfer. As they exited, Lu Xiaohui frantically scrambled to her feet. She rushed to her son, checking on him. Are you all right, Mom? I'm fine. It just hurts a bit. After confirming he was okay, Lu Xiaohui sighed in relief. Quickly, block the door. This is our house. We cannot let anyone else have it. Saying this, she hurriedly locked the door. Wang Liye, realizing the situation, joined her in pushing a sofa against the door, both sitting on it as if expecting bandits to arrive any moment. Soon, Lin Yi's property was transferred, and the 50 million was deposited into his account without a hitch. The villa was no longer his concern, and he walked away. As for how to evict Lu Xiaohui's family from the villa, that was the nouveau riche's responsibility. It was his duty to remove the uninvited guests. However, when he prepared to open the door, he found it blocked from the inside. Li Fongfong awkwardly informed the nouveau riche. It seems they have blocked the door with something. The nouveau riche, furious, ordered his bodyguards, damn it, break down the door. Without hesitation, the 2 bodyguards fetched axes from their vehicle and began chopping at the door. Chapter 7. A slap worth 50,000. Before long, the door was smashed to pieces, and the bodyguards cleared the sofa blocking the entrance. A group of nouveau riche finally entered the house, only to discover that Lu Xiaohui and Wang Liye were absent from the living room. Consequently, the nouveau riche commanded 2 bodyguards to locate the pair. Shortly thereafter, both were found in separate bedrooms. However, they clung fiercely to the beds, refusing to budge. Left with no other choice, the bodyguards reported back to their employer. Upon hearing this, the nouveau riche erupted in fury, and the group swiftly ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the bedroom, they beheld Lu Xiaoyi tightly grasping the bed. "Damn you, get out this instant," he bellowed. "I want to leave. This is my house, and no one can force me out," Lu Xiaoyi retorted in a piercing voice. The nouveau riche, revealing a sinister grin, declared, "This house now belongs to me. Your actions amount to trespassing, and should I command my bodyguards to break your limbs, the police will turn a blind eye. I grant you 10 seconds to reconsider. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being uncivilized." Lu Xiaoyi trembled at his words, her gaze falling upon the bodyguards wielding axes, and she quaked in fear. As the nouveau riche began to count, Lu Xiaoyi, unable to endure any longer, scrambled to her feet and fled. Witnessing her cowardice, the nouveau riche scoffed, "Ha! To challenge me? I have countless ways to deal with your kind." They then sought out Wang Liye, who had locked himself in a room and refused to emerge. The nouveau riche, unwilling to indulge him, forcefully broke down the door, as the doors were destined for replacement anyway. "What are you doing?" Wang Liye exclaimed in shock. "Heh, what does it look like? I'm here to teach you a lesson." Though he dared not lay a hand on an elderly woman, dealing with a young man was entirely different. Thus, the two bodyguards dragged Wang Liye outside. These bodyguards were seasoned in their craft, striking only non-lethal but excruciatingly painful areas, ensuring that no visible marks would betray their actions. After a brief flurry of punches and kicks, Wang Liye was soon howling in agony. "Stop! Stop! We'll leave. Just stop!" At that moment, Lu Xiaoyi, distressed over her son's pain, rushed forward to grasp the two bodyguards, prompting them to cease their assault. The nouveau riche regarded the mother and son with a contemptuous smile. "Hurry up and scram. People like you do not deserve to reside in such a grand villa." Bah! With that, he embraced his beautiful companion and retreated indoors. Li Fongfong had completed her task and was now ready to depart. However, as she passed by Wang Liye, he seized her wrist. "Fongfong, don't go. Why are you treating me this way? This is supposed to be our future home." With a disdainful kick, Li Fongfong pushed him away, her face twisted in revulsion. "Who would want to marry you? You're nothing but a fraud. If I were to marry, it would be someone wealthy like Lin Yi." Wang Lie's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Yi was the bane of his existence. Why should Lin Yi, born into wealth, have everything while he languished in a dilapidated house? It was an affront to his pride. The constant comparisons with Lin Yi ignited a burning resentment within him. But now, hearing his girlfriend utter such words, his fury reached a boiling point. He sprang to his feet and slapped Li Fongfong across the face. "You filthy wench! Say that again." "Ah!" Li Fongfong clutched her face, her eyes wide with disbelief and rage. "You dare strike me? My parents have never laid a hand on me." After striking her, Wang Liye regained his composure, realizing his mistake. "Let go of me. You're hurting me." Li Fongfong struggled to free herself, but he held her firmly. In a sudden push, she propelled him backward, causing him to stumble and inadvertently tear her fitted skirt, exposing her scandalously. "Oh!" Li Fongfong gasped, hastily grabbing the remnants of her dress to cover herself. Her tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, a crowd had gathered, and she felt her cheeks burn with humiliation. Coupled with the sting of the slap, a sense of injustice surged within her. Without hesitation, she dialed the police. Upon realizing she had called for help, Wang Liye panicked and rushed before her, pleading for mercy. "Fongfong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit you. Please don't call the police." "Humph! You can avoid the police if you compensate me with 50,000 yuan." "What?" Wang Liye exclaimed in disbelief. 50,000 for a single slap. "Isn't that extortion?" Lu Xiaoyi quickly interjected. "You didn't speak up when your son hit me. But now you choose to defend him. You can pay or not. But the police will arrive shortly." As they hesitated, the distant wail of police sirens grew louder. The officers descended from their vehicle and approached them directly. "Who called the police?" "Officer, it was I," Li Fongfong declared, clutching her lower half while waving at the officers. She recounted the incident in detail. After assessing the situation, the police addressed the group. "We understand the circumstances. Do you wish to settle this privately or formally?" "We prefer a private settlement." Lu Xiaoyi, seeing the police, felt a wave of panic. She turned to Li Fongfong. "Fongfong, my son didn't mean it. Can you negotiate for a lesser amount?" Li Fongfong retorted angrily. "No way. Not a single cent less." Lu Xiaowei, feeling cornered, called Lu Ruming, having previously given her 5 million yuan. The call was answered promptly. Ruming, please transfer 50,000 yuan urgently. On the other end, Lu Ruming's anxious voice replied, I don't have any money. Don't have money? Didn't I just give you 5 million? How could you be broke? Realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, Lu Ruming relayed the entire story of Lin Yi deceiving her. Upon hearing that 5 million had ended up in Lin Yi's possession, Lu Xiaowei's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the realization that her hard-earned savings had vanished. I want to report this, she instinctively shouted, but soon her mind cleared. What are you reporting? That your son assaulted someone? Li Fangfang scoffed nearby. Just as Lu Xiaowei prepared to respond, she hesitated. The fact that she had given money to Lu Ruming was a secret that must not be revealed. She and Lu Ruming had conspired to deceive Lin Yi. If the police learned of this, it could lead to charges of attempted fraud. Even if she hadn't profited, imprisonment would be inevitable. She could not allow anyone to know. Feeling her heart bleed at the loss of 5 million, Lu Xiaowei resigned herself to the silent suffering of her misfortune. I was just talking nonsense, she mumbled, her guilt evident. Are you ready to pay up? Li Fangfang's expression dripped with disdain. Lu Xiaowei knew she must prevent the police from taking her son, so she forced a smile. Fangfang, could you give me a few days? I'll have the money for you soon. Humph. If you don't hand over the 50,000 today, your son is going to jail. Mom, save me. Hearing the word jail sent Wang Lier into a panic. Lu Xiaowei's heart raced at the thought of her 18-year-old son facing such a fate. Suddenly, she recalled the Audi she had just purchased for him. I bought this car for 500,000. Give me 450,000, and you can take it. Li Fangfang laughed in disbelief. You really think you can sell that car for so much? It's only worth at most 400,000. Don't you know that cars depreciate the moment they leave the dealership? Why would I want your old clunker? Lu Xiaowei's heart sank. She spotted several neighbors who were evidently affluent. She attempted to borrow from them, but none would oblige, each avoiding her as if she were a plague. Yet, she could not bear to see her son taken away. Desperation took hold as she called out, I just bought this car yesterday and urgently need cash. I'm selling it for 450,000 is. Anyone interested? With that car? Don't even dream about 450,000. Do you know anything about the second-hand car market? You should be lucky to get 30. Listening to their jeering comments, Lu Xiaowei felt her frustration boiling over. However, torn between her son and the car, she knew what she had to do. Reluctantly, she sold the vehicle to the one who had offered 30,000. He quickly handed over the cash and drove off with the car. Lu Xiaowei took the money and handed 5,000 to Li Fangfang. Here's your money. Can we settle this now? She said coldly. Li Fangfang felt elated upon receiving the money. With this sum, she had earned a total of 250,000 today, sufficient to cover her income for 3 years. Thus, she left with a sense of satisfaction. As the case was dismissed, the police merely required both parties to sign a document before departing, without taking Wang Lier into custody. The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, what should we do next, son? Do not panic. We must locate Lin Yi. Once we find him and he gets married, we will gain access to over 40 million in assets. Mom, do you think Lin Yi will withdraw this money? No. The trust company explicitly informed me that the only condition for withdrawing the entire amount is for Lin Yi to present his marriage certificate at the time of withdrawal. Lu Xiaowei suddenly felt a surge of anxiety and continued. Let us go to the trust company and withdraw this month's funds. After leaving, Lin Yi made his way directly to the trust company. He intended to withdraw all the money. Before his mother passed away, she had entrusted all their savings to the trust company, aiming to prevent Lu Xiaowei's family from neglecting Lin Yi after receiving the funds. The stipulation was that the entire amount could only be withdrawn once Lin Yi reached adulthood and got married. Otherwise, Lu Xiaowei would have no claim to the funds. However, unbeknownst to Lu Xiaowei, Lin Yi's mother had informed him before her death that if they treated him poorly, he could approach the trust company to withdraw all the money. This restriction applied solely to Lu Xiaowei and did not pertain to Lin Yi. Had Lu Xiaowei known this, she would not have dared to mistreat Lin Yi over the years, which ultimately revealed the true nature of her family to him. Soon, he arrived at the trust company. After submitting his information, a dedicated staff member came to assist him. The employee presented a stack of documents, including the original contract and the procedures for monthly withdrawals. Upon reviewing the materials, Lin Yi's expression turned cold. Over the years, Lu Xiaowei had withdrawn a total of 15 million from this fund. leaving only 85 million remaining of that 15 million, no more than 100,000 had been spent on him, while the majority had been utilized for their family's expenses, amounting to nearly 10 million over the years. Once he confirmed the details, just as Lin Yi was about to sign the paperwork, Lu Xiaowei and Wang Lia burst in. "Lin Yi, you little brat, how dare you come here? You are not allowed to withdraw this money. Your mother said before she died that it must remain in my hands." After speaking, she turned to the staff member, questioning, "Manager Bai, how are you handling this? Did we not agree that only I could withdraw the 100,000 each month?" Seeing her attitude, the staff member named Manager Bai's expression soured. But out of professional courtesy, he refrained from responding. However, to Lu Xiaowei, this was blatant disrespect and contempt. "What kind of attitude is that? I demand to see your general manager." At this point, Manager Bai could no longer tolerate the situation. Given that Lin Yi was in the process of withdrawing the entire amount, it indicated Lu Xiaowei was likely no longer a client. Moreover, with her evident conflict with Mr. Lin, it was highly probable that she would not receive any funds. Thus, he felt no obligation to assist her. "Ms. Lu, according to our contract, Mr. Lin is the legal heir to this property, and we have no right to refuse his request to withdraw the funds. Furthermore, Mr. Lin is permitted to withdraw the entire amount under the contract. And you are merely his guardian, not the heir to this property. You have no authority to interfere with the client's choices." "What? How could he withdraw all the money? Wasn't it stipulated that he could only do so after getting married? Moreover, half of this money belongs to me. On what grounds can he take it all?" Hearing Manager Bai's words, Lu Xiaowei became agitated. Manager Bai responded, "Under normal circumstances, you would indeed be entitled to half of this money. However, now that we have received Mr. Lin's request to withdraw the funds early, the distribution will not adhere to the conditions in the contract." "Withdraw early? The contract clearly states that Lin Yi can only withdraw all the money after marriage, and I am entitled to half. How dare you allow him to take it all and rob me of my share?" Lu Xiaowei shouted, attracting the attention of onlookers. Her aim was to draw more people in. As the crowd grew, she sat on the floor and began to wail, "Everyone, come and see. These people are being unreasonable. This is my half of the money, and now they are conspiring to take it all from me." However, those who frequented the trust company were typically individuals of considerable status, and they quickly discerned that matters were not as straightforward as Lu Xiaowei portrayed. The trust company highly valued its reputation. Had her claims been accurate, it would spell doom for the establishment. These were elite members of society, and they understood that appearances could be deceiving. At that moment, two individuals emerged from the crowd, brandishing cameras and directing them at the distraught Lu Xiaowei. "Madam, I am a reporter from the Exposure Network. How may we assist you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowei felt as though she had found a lifeline. Grasping the reporter's hand, she blinked back tears and pleaded, "Reporter, you must help me." "Certainly, madam. Please share your grievances. I will do my utmost to assist you." Manager Bai frowned at this turn of events. He had not anticipated the presence of reporters today, and if the situation was mishandled, it could jeopardize his job. "I am his aunt. This child has been orphaned since a young age, and I raised him with utmost care. Now, the money that was promised to me is being conspired away by him and Manager Bai. Why must my life be so difficult? I gave my all, and this is the outcome I receive." Lu Xiaowei wept bitterly, and many in the crowd began to express sympathy, casting blame on Lin Yi. "He truly is an ungrateful wolf. I wonder if his parents in the afterlife would feel any shame. The debt of nurturing surpasses that of birth. Although she is your aunt, having cared for you all these years, she deserves your respect. Is this how you repay your elders? Such a person is a disgrace to society." As sentiments against Lin Yi escalated, he found himself admiring Lu Xiaowei's audacity in creating such chaos. He had merely glanced at the contract, and she had managed to concoct this entire scene. Initially, he had not cared how the media portrayed him, as the impending apocalypse loomed in just over 20 days. However, he could not tolerate Lu Xiaowei's duplicitous demeanor any longer. If she sought notoriety, he had no qualms about adding fuel to the fire. At that moment, Manager Bai approached Lin Yi, clearly distressed, and whispered, "Mr. Lin, how should we handle this? While we are justified in adhering to the contract, we cannot withstand the media's malicious portrayal." Lin Yi understood that Manager Bai feared being implicated in this mess. So he reassured him, "Do not worry. This matter will not involve you." With that, Lin Yi picked up a copy of the contract and approached the reporters. As they turned their cameras toward him, one reporter quickly asked, "Sir, do you have anything to say regarding this situation? Do you deny the accusations made by this lady?" Lenny smirked and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I intend to withdraw all the funds." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Those who had previously been skeptical joined the chorus condemning Lin A. "How despicable! How could you commit such an act? You are a disgrace. You do not deserve to live. Let's unleash a wave of online harassment. Let's expose him." Lu Xiaowei and Wang Liya beamed triumphantly at Lin A. The reporter glared at him with indignation and forcefully asked, "Sir, do you not feel a shred of remorse for your actions?" "Why should I feel remorse?" Lenny retorted, removing his jacket. As the crowd braced for another round of denunciation, they were momentarily taken aback, confused by Lin Yi's unexpected gesture. He stripped off his clothing, revealing his back to the crowd, and declared, "This is the meticulous care she claims to have provided. This shirt has been worn for 5 years and has several large holes. All my clothes, the shortest I have worn for 3 years, and look at what they wear. Designer labels, each piece worth thousands, perhaps even hundreds of my garments." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Good heavens! The state of his clothing suggests it has endured years of wear. It is practically frayed. Look at the outfits they are wearing. Aren't they all high-end, with each piece easily costing 5,000 to 6,000. It was evident that Lu Xiaowei's reproaches against her nephew were unjustified. Listening to the crowd's remarks, Lu Xiaowei became flustered. "You are all talking nonsense. I have not been harsh on him. He is fully aware that I would be here today, which is precisely why he made such a statement." "Am I being deliberate?" Lenny scoffed coldly, saying, "Manager Bai is also present today. You withdraw 100,000 yuan from here every month, so do enlighten us on how you have expended that sum." With so many trivial matters, how could I possibly remember? Lin E. "What do you mean? I am your aunt, not your maid," Lu Xiaowei exclaimed in a flustered tone. Lin E continued, "Of course, you cannot articulate that, for you have not utilized this money for my benefit at all. With so many contracts here, if anyone doubts, they may come and inspect. Over the years, you have withdrawn a total of 15 million yuan, and all this money was left to me by my mother. Moreover, this contract is a mother-child contract. Should you and your family treat me poorly, I have the right to withdraw all the funds, leaving you not a single cent. Heavens, to think such a vast sum was squandered on oneself. This aunt truly is malevolent. Almost having wrongfully accused an innocent party, it is indeed the wicked who cry foul first. Such a scoundrel ought to be exposed. Let us reveal her online." As he spoke, someone pulled out their phone to take pictures. "He is spouting nonsense. Do not listen to him." Lu Xiaowei became frantic, shouting hysterically, yet not a single person heeded her attempts at refutation. At this moment, a journalist had already perused the contracts on the table, and upon witnessing the mountain of evidence, was taken aback. Each document bore Lu Xiaowei's name, and the funds were indeed withdrawn by her. Moreover, she corroborated Lin Yi's claims that the contract was indeed a mother-child contract, granting Lin Yi the authority to withdraw all the money. "Rest assured, I shall post everything that transpired today online, exposing the vile nature of this mother and son duo to the world." The journalist solemnly addressed Lin Yi. Chapter 10. The scorned in the midst of a cacophony of insults. Lu Xiaowei and her son hastily fled the scene. Lin Yi successfully withdrew 85 million yuan, and after paying 1 million yuan in storage fees, departed from the trust company. In no time, photographs of Lu Xiaowei and Wang Liya circulated across numerous groups. Some individuals even managed to uncover their family background, revealing minute details of their lives. Information about their transition from a life of rural hardship to residing in a lavish villa, indulging in extravagant spending, only solidified the notion that they were indeed parasites. The names of Lu Xiaowei's family became the target of scorn and ridicule among netizens. There even emerged a warning to be cautious of individuals bearing Lu Xiaowei's features, urging others to steer clear of such people. Lu Xiaowei and Wang Liya scurried to Sunshine Community, like rats crossing the street, stealthily approaching Lu Ruming's residence. Confirming that no one was around, they knocked on the door. Lu Ruming opened the door, having already seen the trending news online, was acutely aware that her aunt had become the subject of widespread condemnation. She expressed her astonishment. "Aunt, what brings you here? Quickly, let us in to hide." Lu Xiaowei insisted, "I fear that may not be convenient. Enough chatter. If you do not wish for others to discover your involvement, let us in." Initially intending to send them away, Lou Rumming had no choice but to acquiesce upon hearing this. Once inside, Lou Rumming stated, "You need to rent an apartment in this building. It is not prudent for us to be seen." Upon hearing this, Lou Rumming sighed in relief. As long as they were not staying in her home, she would comply. "Rest assured, I will find you a place to rent." With that, Lou Rumming began searching for rental listings in the group chat. Before long, she found a suitable apartment in their building. After a brief inspection, she secured the rental. Subsequently, Lou Rumming and her son scurried into the apartment like street rats. It was only when the door closed behind them that they finally exhaled in relief. The feeling of being pursued and vilified was truly heart-wrenching. How despicable! If it were not for Lin, how could our family have fallen to such depths? Lou Xiaowei directed her ire solely at Lin. "Mom, what shall we do from here on out?" "Whoa, crying again. That is all you do," Lou Xiaowei scolded in exasperation. Lin's uncle, Wang Jiaqing, worked at a newspaper. That moment, he was engrossed in his work when the boss's secretary suddenly approached him, saying, "Wang Jiaqing, the boss is looking for you." Wang Jiaqing was somewhat puzzled. His boss had never summoned him before. Could it be that his diligence was being acknowledged and he was to be promoted? The thought excited him. "All right, I will head over immediately." After the secretary left, he noticed that his colleagues were casting strange glances in his direction. Shaking his head, he set aside his work and made his way to the boss's office. "Boss, you called for me?" As soon as he entered, the boss angrily slammed a phone onto the desk. Confused, Wang Jiaqing picked up the device to examine it. When he read the headline, his expression shifted dramatically, and upon seeing photographs of his wife and son alongside the vitriol online, he exclaimed, "Boss, this must be a misunderstanding." Wang Jiaqing hurriedly attempted to explain. "No need for explanations. We do not welcome morally bankrupt individuals here." "You are fired." With that, the boss instructed the secretary to settle his final paycheck. At that moment, Wang Jiaqing finally understood why his colleagues had been casting odd looks his way. Not wishing to endure further humiliation, he left the premises and immediately dialed his wife. As soon as the call connected, he exploded with anger. "Lou Xiaowei, look what you have done. I lost my job." As he shouted, a crowd began to gather. Pointing and whispering, he hastily fled the scene, like a rat escaping the street, and soon made his way to Sunshine Community, following the address Lou Xiaowei had provided. After Lin departed, he sought out a warehouse for rent. The warehouse, spanning 500 square meters, was ideal for temporarily storing a large quantity of supplies. After some negotiation, he rented it for 10,000 yuan for a month. The purpose of the warehouse was to store materials, for he could not allow others to know about his spatial abilities, and the warehouse served to conceal that fact. Once the warehouse was secured, Lin contacted several suppliers. He ordered essential survival supplies, including flour, wuchang rice, and Waha bottled water, each in quantities of 10,000 tons. Given the magnitude of these orders, Lin did not intend to pay the full balance up front. He would provide only a portion as a deposit, with the remainder to be settled a month later. However, once the apocalypse arrived, it was unlikely anyone would demand payment. With limited funds, including various illegal loans and proceeds from selling his house, he currently had only 180 million yuan. He needed to maximize this amount to achieve 100 billion yuan's worth of effect. Naturally, this also included the zero-cost purchases on the day of the apocalypse. After concluding his calls, Lin reached out to a dozen restaurants to order banquet services. His space had preservation capabilities, which he intended to exploit. He placed varying orders based on each restaurant size, resulting in an average of 300 banquet tables delivered daily. This amounted to approximately 9,000 tables by the time the apocalypse hit, sufficient for decades of sustenance, with an estimated budget of 20 million. Then, Lin activated his spatial ability, causing the vast array of supplies in the warehouse to instantaneously vanish into his space. Having accomplished this, Lin Yi's most pressing concern was the construction of a safe house. Without a sufficiently sturdy and warm refuge, one could not be too careful. Fortunately, he had a classmate working at a security company, reputed to be the most renowned in the nation. Wealthy individuals often sought their services for constructing underground safe houses, renowned for their impenetrability. With this in mind, Lin took a taxi to the security company. Chapter 11. Constructing the safe house. Before long, Lin arrived at the security company named Golden Shield. At the entrance stood two imposing men, each standing at 6 feet tall, clad in camouflage uniforms. Maintaining a rigid posture, All the staff here were retired military personnel, exuding an air of formidable prowess. His classmate had recently transitioned from the military and, through connections, secured a position at Golden Shield. Upon entering, he was promptly greeted by a female receptionist. "Sir, what services are you seeking? Do you have an appointment?" "I am here to see Wang Kai," Linny replied, mentioning his classmate's name. They had maintained a decent relationship during their school days, which prompted Lin Yi to approach him for assistance. Firstly, having a familiar face would facilitate matters. Secondly, he had few friends and wanted to give Wang Kai a heads up, allowing him to prepare in advance. Of course, he was merely offering a friendly warning, with no intention of providing further assistance, as he had learned about the darker aspects of human nature in his previous life and was unwilling to gamble his life to aid others. Before long, the receptionist reached Wang Kai by phone, and upon hearing that Linny had arrived, Wang Kai expressed his excitement. Shortly thereafter, he arrived via the elevator on the first floor. As the elevator doors slid open, he immediately spotted Lin Yi, waving and exclaiming, "Lin Yi, I'm over here." Linny rose and made his way towards Wang Kai. It had been quite some time since they last met as old classmates. "What brings you here today?" Wang Kai inquired, visibly excited. "Are you looking for a job? However, the hiring criteria here are quite stringent, and given that you haven't served in the military, it would be challenging for you to gain entry." Wang Kai's expression turned somber. Upon seeing this, Linny chuckled and replied, "I am not here for employment. I heard that your company specializes in building safe houses, and I would like to request your assistance in constructing one." Wang Kai's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yi. After a moment, he managed to laugh and said, "I recall your life being quite difficult during school. How is it that you've prospered in just 2 years?" "Ah, it's a long story. I will share it with you later." Lin Yi casually dismissed the inquiry, feeling no need to divulge his circumstances. "All right then, it seems I was worrying for nothing. What scale of safe house are you considering?" Wang Kai handed him a brochure, continuing, "This contains detailed descriptions and pricing. Take a look." Lin Yi took the brochure and flipped it open. The first page outlined the most basic option, with an estimated renovation cost of around 200,000. Suitable only for deterring petty thieves and equipped with emergency devices. However, this scale did not meet his requirements. Thus, Lin Yi turned directly to the final page. His eyes brightened upon seeing the words custom design. This was precisely what he needed. "I want this one," he declared. Wang Kai's face registered shock at Lin Yi's selection. "Lin Yi, this custom option starts at a minimum of 10 million. Even if we have money, we shouldn't squander it," he cautioned in a hushed tone. Lin Yi felt warmth in his heart at Wang Kai's concern that "It's fine. I want this." "Very well, follow me." Wang Kai relented, acknowledging Lin Yi's determination. Shortly, they arrived at the top floor. The executive office area, where such significant custom contracts necessitated the personal attention of the president. This floor was lavishly decorated, and only a few individuals were present. After introducing Lin Yi to the president, Wang Kai excused himself. "Mr. Lin, please outline your requirements for the custom design, and I will provide you with a quote based on your specifications." Lin Yi handed over the architectural blueprint. "My requirements are quite stringent. This is a 10-story commercial building, and I need you to complete the renovations within 25 days. Money is not an issue." Subsequently, Lin Yi articulated his demands. "Very well, Mr. Lin, all of this is feasible. However, your building is relatively small, and we will need to utilize the most advanced precision equipment to ensure your living space remains unaffected, which may result in a higher cost." "Just give me a price," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. 20 million, not a problem." Witnessing Lin Yi's prompt agreement, the president was slightly taken aback. However, accustomed to dealing with high-profile clients, he assumed Lin Yi was merely another wealthy heir seeking entertainment, as 20 million was a trivial sum for the affluent. After Lin Yi paid the deposit and received the keys to the property, he descended the stairs. Wang Kai, waiting below, was almost bursting with excitement. As the introducer, he was entitled to a one commission, amounting to 200,000. Therefore, he was already aware that Lin Yi had spent 20 million on a safe house. "Wow, brother, you've truly made it big. You've just earned me 200,000, rest assured. Once the funds come through, I will return you 100,000, Wang Kai exclaimed, exuberantly embracing Lin Yi's shoulders. Lin Yi chuckled, "You can keep that money. I don't need it." Well, having money certainly changes your demeanor." "Since you insist, I won't be polite," Wang Kai replied, beaming. The two sat and chatted for a while. Wang Kai refrained from questioning Lin Yi about his sudden wealth, simply sharing in his joy. This prompted Lin Yi to decide to subtly remind him to stock up on food supplies. After some contemplation, Lin Yi said, "I have some insider information. A virus is reportedly spreading abroad and has allegedly reached our country. The outbreak is expected in a month, so you should stock up on food and drinks in preparation." Lin Yi could not disclose that heavy snowfall was also predicted for the following month. He could only offer a gentle warning. "Haha, you aren't planning to build a safe house because of this, are you?" "I'll remember everything you said at that moment." Wang Kai seemed to recall something and quickly added, "By the way, they contacted me yesterday about a class reunion tonight. Let us go together after I finish work?" Lin Yi shook his head, saying, "They didn't invite me, and I have no desire to get involved." "What? That's outrageous. We are all classmates. How can they do this?" Wang Kai exclaimed, slamming the table in frustration. Just then, his phone rang. He quickly answered and, after a brief conversation, hung up with a look of resignation. "Sigh, I have a meeting today. You go ahead. I'll join you later." With that, Wang Kai hurried back upstairs. Lin Yi, meanwhile, prepared to leave, having no intention of attending the reunion. Just as he was about to exit, a figure strode in through the door. A chill ran through him. Chapter 12. Lu Shijiao. Well, who do we have here? Is that not our class's infamous Ragged King, Lin Yi? Ha ha ha. The newcomer erupted into raucous laughter. Lin Yi had earned the nickname Ragged King during school due to his tendency to wear tattered clothes. The intruder, Sun Chong, had frequently troubled Lin Yi in the past, having spearheaded the mocking of his nickname. Lin Yi, disinterested, prepared to leave. Sun Chong then adopted a disdainful expression and continued, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Today is your lucky day. We are hosting a class reunion, and you can enjoy a free meal without spending a dime." This remark was highly insulting, implying that he viewed Lin Yi with pity, as if he were bestowing charity upon him. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he retorted with a smirk, "If the food is so delectable, then you should eat your fill. You may not have the chance later." Sun Chong, of course, failed to grasp the underlying meaning in Lin Yi's words, but he sensed the hostility. His expression stiffened, and his demeanor soured. 2 years apart, and you've changed. "Come, let's ride in my car. I just bought a Mercedes. How envious you must be of me. Unlike some poor wretches who will never afford one." With that, Sun Chong waved his keys in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi found it somewhat absurd. People often flaunted their possessions. It seemed this class reunion was likely organized by Sun Chong to showcase his superiority among their peers. Lin Yi scoffed inwardly. He had no need to engage with such a person, for his time was far too valuable. Besides, how long could Sun Chong remain arrogant? When the apocalypse arrived, he would have his reckoning, assuming he survived until then. Disregarding Sun Chong, Lin Yi walked straight towards the exit. Seeing him leave, Sun Chong sneered contemptuously. He believed Lin Yi was simply too embarrassed to stay. He taunted Lin Yi's retreating figure. It appears some individuals are self-aware. Understanding their unsuitability for this reunion, Lin Yi paused, casting a cold glance back at Sun Chong, his eyes betraying a lethal intensity. "Mind your words, or you will come to regret it." A sudden chill gripped Sun Chong's heart. He felt his pulse race and an eerie coldness envelop him. He could not even bear to meet Lin Yi's gaze, as those eyes seemed to carry the weight of death itself. Lin Yi's words struck him like a knife, rendering him motionless. After a moment, he slowly regained his composure, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of profound humiliation. How could he accept that he had been intimidated by Lin Yi? It infuriated him. What was Lin Yi, after all? He was nothing more than a speck compared to him. Sun Chong's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. He could no longer maintain his facade of politeness and shouted furiously, "Lin Yi, who do you think you are to threaten me? By the way, aren't you secretly in love with Lu Shijia? Let me be honest with you. You will never have her. She will be at the reunion tonight, and she will become my woman." At Sun Chong's words, Lin Yi's steps gradually halted. A familiar name resonated in his ears. Lu Shijia was the belle of their class, admired by many, and Lin Yi was no exception. After Sun Chong discovered Lin Yi's feelings for Lu Shijia, he had begun to target him. However, at that time, Lu Shijia had been entirely focused on her studies and had rebuffed all advances. Lin Yi had not anticipated that Sun Chong would still be fixated on her. The reason Lin Yi paused was not due to lingering feelings, but rather because, in his previous life, during the outbreak, Lu Shijia had once aided him but had lost her life in the process. He had carried the weight of guilt for a long time. Lu Shijia came from a single-parent family, relying solely on her mother, who struggled financially in his past life. Just 10 days before the apocalypse, Lu Shijia's mother had been diagnosed with a severe illness. Unable to afford treatment, she had married Sun Chong. Subsequently, Lu Shijia used her 10,000 yuan dowry to pay for her mother's medical expenses. On the day the apocalypse broke out, Lu Shijia and Sun Chong had held their wedding. However, midway through the ceremony, Lu Shijia's mother had passed away, resulting in the wedding being abruptly halted. Sun Chong's parents deemed the situation unlucky and expelled Lu Shijia from their home. She was forbidden to associate with Sun Chong any longer. After the apocalypse erupted, Lu Shijia had been hiding at home. It was not until a month later, when Lin Yi's household had utterly run out of food, that he ventured out in search of assistance and fortuitously encountered Lu Shijia. However, just as she handed him a bag of instant noodles, countless pairs of eyes turned towards her. Shortly after Lin Yi had taken a few steps away, those people surged forward like a frenzy, forcibly kicking open Lu Shijia's door. Not only did they seize all the food within the house, but they also did not spare Lu Shijia. She was mercilessly torn apart before his very eyes. He often pondered that had he not asked her for food, she would not have met such a tragic end. Even if she had declined his request, he would not have felt such overwhelming guilt. Yet, she had unhesitatingly given him the food at that moment, which he could never reconcile. Fortunately, he was reborn, and it seemed he had the chance to atone for his guilt towards Lu Shijia. This thought sent a shiver down Sun Chong's spine, leaving him feeling utterly uncomfortable. What do you intend to do?" he stammered, swallowing hard. Lin Yi replied coldly, "Take me there." Initially, Sun Chong had no intention of letting Lin Yi go. He merely wanted to humiliate him. He certainly did not wish to use his precious new car to transport Lin Yi, however. Faced with Lin Yi's overwhelming presence, he found himself unable to utter a single refusal. After hesitating for several seconds, he finally said, "Fine. I'll take you to at this." Lin Yi reined in his gaze. Sun Chong exhaled as though carrying a heavy burden, yet he noticed that within such a short span of time, he was already drenched in cold sweat. Was he truly so intimidated by Lin Yi's aura that he was sweating? His insides twisted with rage. "Damn it. I must make sure to eliminate you." He then spoke, "Wait until I call Wang Kai. We'll go together." For such a promising classmate, there would undoubtedly come a time when he would need to cultivate a good relationship with him. "No need. He's going to be late for a meeting today. We can go ahead," Lin Yi interjected. "Well, fine then." Sun Chong had no choice but to relent, leading Lin Yi to his car. You can sit in the back seat?" he suggested, not wanting Lin Yi in the passenger seat. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi sat directly in the passenger seat, much to Sun Chong's chagrin. With no other option, he got into the car and drove towards the restaurant for the gathering. Chapter 13. All present are trashed before long. They arrived at the restaurant. Lin Yi followed Sun Chong into an enormous private room. Peering inside, he saw over 20 people gathered. Their class had more than 30 members. So it was evident not everyone had been invited, in his previous life. He had received no such notification either. Among those present, aside from Lu Shijia, all were individuals from well-to-do families or those with respectable jobs. Clearly, a selection process had occurred, and those who had not fared well were excluded. Upon opening the door, the two stepped inside. "Sun Chong, our gracious host, has finally arrived. You must drink 3 cups as punishment." "Ah, Lin Yi, you've come too?" A group of people turned to Lin Yi, their eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Lin Yi noticed Lu Shijia looking at him as well. Her gaze seemed different from the others. He thought he detected a glimmer of delight in her eyes. Yet, the moment their eyes met, Lu Shijia quickly turned away. Lin Yi dismissed it as a mere illusion. "We bumped into each other on the way and decided to come together." Sun Chong chuckled, masking his awkwardness. The others exchanged glances, and Lin Yi perceived their disdain and the condescending looks akin to those directed at a clown. At that moment, the class monitor spoke up. "Since we're all here, why not take a seat? It's merely a matter of adding another chair." Others chimed in, Yes, since you're here, do sit down." "Haha, we're all classmates. Why didn't anyone inform Lin Yi earlier?" "It's not that we couldn't find his contact information." As Lin Yi observed the expressions on their faces, he merely scoffed. This was a class reunion, but their true intention was not to reminisce. They merely sought to gather those who had fared well over the years, to see if any connections could be leveraged, or to flaunt their success while belittling those less fortunate. gaining a sense of superiority in the process. Lin Yi's presence naturally became the target of their derision. I recall Lin Yi once rummaging through a garbage bin for bottles. At this remark, uproarious laughter erupted throughout the room. Hey Lin, where have you been working lately? We haven't heard from you in 2 years. If you need a job, just let me know. Our company is hiring security guards with a monthly salary of 4,000. We're all classmates. If you're in trouble, just speak up. We'll all help out. As he watched them prance about with their noses in the air, Lin Yi felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He had no intention of extending them any kindness and retorted, "You are all so hypocritical and ignorant, presenting yourselves as successful when, in truth, you are merely a bunch of cowards who endure daily humiliation at work, seeking validation from me. You've clearly mistaken your target." At this declaration, the expressions of those present soured, as if he had struck a nerve. Lin Yi, we only wanted to help you. How can you say such things? Look at your current state, dressed in a pile of cheap rags. How are you even in a position to make such remarks? Indeed, even if our lives are tough, it's still better than your life of scavenging. Sun Chong, witnessing the scene, secretly reveled in it. Serves you right for being so arrogant. You've surely angered everyone now. Let's see how you manage from here on. Though he relished the thought of his classmates humiliating Lin Yi, he was aware that this gathering was organized by him, and his beloved woman was present. He could not allow things to become too dire. Thus, he quickly interjected, "Everyone, calm down. We seldom gather like this, so let us not lower ourselves to his level." With Sun Chong's mediation, the crowd's tempers eased slightly. Though their resentment towards Lin Yi remained palpable, they completely ignored him. For Lin Yi, however, this was a blessing in disguise. Sun Chong shot a glance at Lin Yi, disdainfully saying, "Lin Yi, there's a chair over there. Why don't you move it over yourself?" "No need. I didn't come here to eat." The crowd once again turned their eyes towards Lin Yi, their contempt unabashed. What would a poor wretch like him come for if not to mooch off a free meal? Ha ha, did we hurt his fragile little heart? Could it be that he is here to pursue our class beauty, Lu Shijia? At this, all eyes turned to Sun Chong, who was set to confess his feelings for Lu Shijia before the entire class. This remark made Sun Chong visibly tense, and he shot Lin Yi a venomous glare, waiting for his next words. Lin Yi ignored the crowd and walked straight up to Lu Shijia. "I came to tell you that if you ever find yourself in need in the future, you can reach out to me. You have my contact information." Lu Shijia paused for a moment before lowering her head. Sun Chong's eyes widened in shock, his face contorting with rage. His complexion flushed crimson, his fists clenched, and veins bulged from his temples. This was clearly an attempt to ruin his moment. "Lin Yi, get the hell out of here!" Sun Chong bellowed, pointing angrily towards the door. Lin Yi had achieved his purpose and sneered at Sun Chong. "Do you think I wanted to come to this wretched place?" With that, he slammed the door behind him. Lin Yi's departure did not alter the atmosphere in the least. They continued to chat, laugh, boast, and drink as before. Only Lu Shijia remained preoccupied. Shortly thereafter, Wang Kai, who had arrived late, finally appeared. The group urged him to drink 3 times as punishment. Wang Kai chuckled, downing 3 cups of liquor while scanning the crowd. He soon grew puzzled. "Where's Lin Yi?" At the mention of Lin Yi's name, the crowd's expression soured instantly. "Don't bring up that poor wretch. We don't want to ruin the mood." "Exactly, that broke loser doesn't deserve to attend a class reunion." Hearing this, Wang Kai's expression gradually darkened. "What on earth happened?" he asked, his voice laced with indignation. "Wang Kai, there's no need to get worked up over someone like Lin Yi. He left, and that's for the best." As the others chimed in, Wang Kai finally grasped the situation. He slowly set his drink down, disappointment evident in his gaze as he looked at his classmates. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Oh, you say he's a poor loser? Today, he just commissioned a $2 million custom security house at our company. If he is a poor loser, then all of you gathered here are nothing but trash." At this proclamation, the room fell into stunned silence. After a long pause, Sun Chong stammered, "You must be mistaken. How could he possibly have 2 million? Don't forget, he wore ragged clothes back in school. If he had money, how could he dress like that?" "Exactly, Wang Kai, don't deceive us." Seeing that a group of individuals still refused to believe him, Wang Kai's disappointment deepened. He then pulled out his phone, opened the trending topics, and said, "Have you all seen this trending topic? The person mentioned here is Lin Yi's aunt. It was none other than his aunt's family who had seized Lin Yi's vast fortune, amounting to over 100 million, along with a villa valued at 50 million. The minds of the crowd went blank, as if struck by a thunderclap. Chapter 14. Lu Shijia comes to express her gratitude. The news was a bombshell of such magnitude that it left them dazed and confused, unable to believe the reality of the situation. The wealthy individuals they had sought to curry favor with turned out to be their classmates whom they interacted with daily. Yet, they had never regarded Lin Yi as a person worthy of their consideration. Regret washed over them, but it was too late to voice their remorse. What are we to do now? All right, I think it's feasible. Soon, Sun Chang managed to find Lin Yi's contact information and dialed his number. Not long after Lin Yi had left, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Sun Chang, he answered, curious to discover the other's intentions. If they wished to play hardball, he was more than willing to engage. Such sycophantic individuals were capable of such flattery. With this realization, Lin Yi promptly hung up on Sun Chang and blocked his number. However, almost immediately, another call came through. Lin Yi hung up again, but the calls continued to flood in. After several attempts to terminate the calls, his phone finally fell silent. At this moment, the expressions of Sun Chang and the others were grim. They could not reach Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Wang Kai had also seen through the true colors of his classmates and found it impossible to continue his meal. Thus, he stormed off in indignation, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Shortly thereafter, Lu Shijia concocted an excuse to take her leave, much to Sun Chang's dismay, as he had invited his classmates to dinner with the intention of confessing to Lu Shijia. With the protagonist gone, what significance remained for this gathering? The others, too, felt a swirl of complex emotions and soon lost their desire to linger, leading to a gradual exodus of the crowd. In the end, only Sun Chang remained, all alone. He had received 300 tables of banquets in succession. After everyone had departed, he stored the feasts away in his space. Once he finished, the sky had darkened. With the house now entrusted to a security company, he found the warehouse uncomfortable for rest. Thus, he sought out a 5-star hotel. During the day, Lin Yi would go to the warehouse to receive supplies. He also ordered a plethora of items, various foods, snacks, and candies. Essentially, he ordered a massive stockpile of everything sold in supermarkets. These items were gradually transported from other cities, with large trucks arriving daily. Yet, the woman in question failed to ignite any desire within him. Meanwhile, Lu Ruming had been searching for him, seemingly aware of the hotel where he was staying. However, that was of little consequence. Even if she found him, what could it change? Sun Chang and the others, unwilling to relent, resorted to creating a large group chat, adding all their classmates. Initially, Lin Yi would exit the chat, but they would pull him back in. Eventually, he grew apathetic and simply muted the notifications for ease. Just as he found himself bored, Lin Yi perused the conversation in the group. Aside from the usual braggadocio, he stumbled upon a piece of information that piqued his interest. Sun Chang's family owned a large supermarket. It dawned on him that he would have to arrange for a zero-cost shopping spree on the day the world descended into chaos. Thus, he inquired about the supermarket details within the group. Sun Chang, overjoyed to receive Lin Yi's attention, eagerly answered all his questions. Before long, Lin Yi had gleaned all the necessary information about the supermarket. Now, all that remained was to await the impending apocalypse. 20 days swiftly passed. One morning, Lin Yi's phone rang. Squinting at the screen, he felt a surge of alertness. It was Lu Shijia calling. He pressed the answer button, and her frantic voice echoed through the line. Lin Yi, do you still mean what you said last time? I'm in a bit of a predicament and need your help. Go ahead. What is the matter? Though Lin Yi was already aware of the situation, he feigned ignorance. Well, my mother has been complaining about feeling unwell, and today I took her to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said she has a malignant tumor. Lu Shijia's voice broke as she spoke. Don't panic. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm in the inpatient department of the central hospital. All right, wait for me. After hanging up, Lin Yi promptly hailed a taxi to the hospital in less than 10 minutes. He spotted Lu Shijia, her eyes red-rimmed. Upon seeing him approach, her eyes welled with tears again. Lin Yi, I only reached out to you because I had no other options. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Let us set that aside for now. What did the doctor say? The doctor said the success rate of surgery is very low. They can only offer conservative treatment. Take this money for now. If it's not enough, come to me. Lin Yi transferred 100,000 yuan to Lu Shijia without hesitation. Thank you. Lin Yi.as she received the money, her expression shifted slightly. Enough of that. We need to focus on your mother's treatment. Following this, Linny assisted her throughout the day, and before long, half the day had slipped by. Lu Shijia's mother was admitted to the hospital, and Linny no longer needed to worry about the ongoing situation. After bustling about for the better part of the day, Linny finally managed to transport the supplies into the warehouse. Once everyone had left, he waved his hand, and all the goods entered his space. Just then, the doorbell rang. Puzzled, Linny wondered who would visit him at such a late hour. Peering through the peephole, he was astonished to find Lu Shijia standing outside. He opened the door to reveal her clad in a wine-red velvet slip dress, the neckline plunging just below her collarbone, perfectly showcasing her alluring curves. The dress hugged her figure tightly, accentuating her slender waist and voluptuous hips. The hem of the dress flirted with mid-thigh, swaying gently with her movements, revealing her long, fair legs. She wore black stiletto heels adorned with sparkling rhinestones, each step radiating an enchanting allure. Dangling from her earlobes were ruby earrings that glimmered under the light, harmonizing with her vibrant lip color, making her appear like a mesmerizing flame, irresistibly captivating. "What brings you here?" Linny found himself entranced. Lu Shijia lowered her head, appearing somewhat anxious. She remained silent as she slowly stepped into the room. Gazing at her enticing form, Lin Yi could not help but swallow hard. They stood there in a moment of tense silence until Lu Shijia finally whispered, "Lin Yi, why did you help me?" Just then, Lu Shijia suddenly opened her arms and leaped into his embrace. Chapter 15. Lu Ruming's arrival. But at that moment, Lu Shijia unexpectedly opened her arms and leaped into his embrace. Lin Yi stiffened, instinctively wrapping his arms around her delicate waist. Inhaling her faint, alluring fragrance sent his heart racing, pounding wildly in his chest. He never anticipated Lu Shijia would be so forward. "Thank you for today," she said, maintaining her boundaries as she released him from her embrace. This left him with a poignant sense of loss. "It was nothing," Lin Yi replied casually. "I'm aware of your situation. I never imagined you faced such hardships. Thankfully, you've managed to escape your aunt's family, and your future will undoubtedly be brighter." Lu Shijia beamed, her smile radiant and devoid of the avarice often seen in gold diggers. Lin Yi recognized that she was genuinely happy for him. In those days, Lu Shijia had been remarkable, consistently excelling academically. Every day, suitors would flock to her, yet she turned them all down without exception. Lin Yi, plagued by his own insecurities, had once mustered the courage to confess his feelings but ultimately backed out. Believing she would never reciprocate his affection, over time, he buried those feelings deep within. Meanwhile, Lu Shijia continued to attract admirers, rejecting each one without fail. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Shijia asked, intrigued by Lin Yi's pensive expression. After witnessing the brutality of the apocalypse, he had seen too many betrayals among kin, not to mention relationships devoid of blood ties. He had lost faith in humanity. "Oh, nothing much, just reminiscing about the past." "Is it about me?" Lu Shijia inquired earnestly, her eyes wide with curiosity. Lin Yi hesitated, noticing that Lu Shijia seemed markedly different from his memories of her. However, given her boldness, he felt no reason to shy away. Thus, he nodded, "Yes, I was thinking about our school days." Lu Shijia's face lit up with a sweet smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Captivated by her demeanor, Lin Yi found himself momentarily entranced. After a brief silence, she softly asked, "At the last class reunion, they mentioned you liked me. Is that true?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet it resonated clearly in Lin Yi's ears. "That's all in the past," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Shijia's eyes. "I thought you were willing to help me because you liked me." Lowering her head, tears threatened to spill from her eyes, though she concealed them well, preventing Lin Yi from noticing. Having endured the betrayal of the woman he trusted most in his previous life, Lin Yi had become wary of human nature, finding it increasingly difficult to open his heart to anyone. He must remain on high alert. Without absolute assurance, he must never trust anyone lightly. "Are you here for something?" Lu Shijia straightened her expression and spoke. "I am here to express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for you, I would have been at a loss as to what to do. To be honest, Sun Chang approached me yesterday and said that he would provide financial support only if I agreed to marry him. Without your intervention, I might have truly ended up marrying him." Lin Yi was not surprised. The same scenario played out as in his previous life, but his interference had altered the outcome. Having repaid a debt from his past life, he felt no guilt. These matters are trivial. There is no need for you to dwell on them, but I do not wish to owe you a favor. Lu Shijia suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Lin Yi's. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. In the next moment, Lin Yi was taken aback as Lu Shijia's dress slipped down, revealing her flawless figure before him. If you have feelings for me, I would be willing to be your girlfriend. If you do not, then I shall repay you with my most treasured possession. Lu Shijia's voice trembled slightly. This scene was unexpected for Lin Yi. As he gazed upon Lu Shijia's form, his heart raced with fervor. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her. However, before he could make a move, Lu Shijia had already leapt into his arms, nestling against him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Yi succumbed to the passion between them, and they quickly tumbled onto the bed. The night was dark and filled with commotion. It was unclear how long it took before they finally fell asleep in each other's embrace. After a night of fervent activity, both were utterly exhausted, and when they opened their eyes, it was already 10 o'clock. Lin Yi's heart warmed at the sight of Lu Shijia, who lay peacefully in his arms like a small kitten. In his previous life, he had shared such moments with Lu Ruming, but the feelings were entirely different. He now realized that Lu Ruming had merely been going through the motions with him. This was the first time he truly experienced such beauty. As Lin Yi shifted slightly, Lu Shijia woke, gently kissing his cheek before hastily getting dressed. I must go to the hospital to care for my mother. Just then, a frantic knocking echoed from the door, accompanied by Lu Ruming's shrill voice. Lin Yi, you scoundrel, come out here. Did you not promise to marry me? How can you be so deceitful? You think I wouldn't be able to find you hiding in a place like this? Come out now. Lin Yi, not wanting her to cause a scene outside, rose to open the door. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Lu Ruming rushed into the room. However, as she entered, she was taken aback to discover Lu Shijia dressing in the room. Lu Ruming's mind exploded in shock. Pointing at Lu Shijia, she questioned Lin Yi with agitation. Lin Yi, who is she? Why is she in your room? What have you done? Remove your filthy hands. Who she is and what we do is none of your business. Lin Yi retorted, brushing Lu Ruming's hand away. Lu Ruming's pupils dilated in disbelief at his words. Suddenly realizing her own impropriety, she recognized that she wasn't even Lin Yi's girlfriend and had no right to speak to him in such a manner. Flustered, she quickly added, Lin Yi, I didn't mean it that way. I know you're angry with me and deliberately brought this woman here to provoke me, right? Chapter 16. Blocking the door, Lin Yi was nearly amused by her audacity. What was she, that he would go out of his way to irritate her? With a cold laugh, he said, if there's nothing else, you should leave. You're just an eyesore here. Lu Ruming's heart trembled as she glanced at Lu Shijia. Taking in her enticing figure and pitifully beautiful face, in an instant, she understood everything. This woman must have seduced Lin Yi. With this thought, Lu Ruming charged at Lu Shijia. You shameless hussy, daring to seduce my boyfriend? Watch me scratch your face off. Have you had enough of your tantrum? Lin Yi had anticipated her aggression and swiftly restrained her. Lin Yi, if you apologize to me, I won't hold today's incident against you. And we can start over, Lu Ruming pleaded, adopting a pitiful expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart turned to ice. She actually thought he would treat her as he had before. Oh, should I be grateful for the opportunity you've given me? Lin Yi remarked sarcastically. Lin Yi, we are meant to be married. There's no need for thanks. Rest assured, I will take good care of you in the future, Lu Ruming declared. Lin Yi smirked, but suddenly his expression darkened, and he forcefully pushed Lu Ruming out. You should take a good look in the mirror and see what you're worth. Now get lost. Lu Ruming lost her balance and tumbled into the hallway. Her dignity shattered as a crowd of cleaning staff gathered, pointing and whispering. Ignoring her appearance, she angrily shouted at the doorway. Lin Yi, you'll regret this. With that, she fled amid the stares of onlookers. Inside, Lu Shijia observed Lin Yi without asking him anything, as she was not his girlfriend. The reason she had engaged in such activities with him was primarily to avoid feeling indebted. I will take my leave now. Let me escort you. Encountering that woman could lead to trouble. Lin Yi offered. At his words, Lu Shijia felt a warmth in her heart. He truly cared for her. Okay. Soon, Lin Yi accompanied Lu Shijia to the hospital. After having breakfast, he headed to the warehouse. Finally, he managed to secure arrangements before the apocalypse. enabling him to stockpile a substantial amount of coal. He contacted several coal yards and negotiated the price down to 500 per ton, ordering a total of 100,000 tons, only paying a deposit. This coal would be an essential resource during the apocalypse, sufficient for him for 100 years. However, the most challenging task was procuring gasoline, which couldn't simply be bought with money. Thus, Lin Yi turned his attention to diesel. Under his company's name, he placed orders for a total of 100,000 tons of diesel at various locations. He also acquired a batch of high-quality winter clothing, down jackets, sunglasses, quick-dry clothing, and more. He ordered a large variety of everything he could think of, regardless of model or style. Once he completed these arrangements, it was already evening. However, just as he entered the hotel lobby, Lu Ruming's family charged in from seemingly nowhere, surrounding Lin Yi. "You little brat, I've finally caught you. You think you can bully my daughter and walk away unscathed?" Lu Ruming's father, Lu Shanchuan, shouted furiously. "You can't leave. You think you can just bully my daughter and then easily abandon her?" Lu Ruming's mother, Wang Meiying, roared like a fishwife, glaring at him. "If you dare to bully my sister, I will make you pay." Lu Ruming's younger brother, Lu Ziheng, brandished a mop, glaring at Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lu Ruming stood to the side, sobbing copiously, her tears flowing like a fountain. Soon, a large crowd gathered, stopping to gawk at the scene, pointing and whispering about Lin Yi. Hearing the murmurs around him, Lu Ruming's family grew emboldened. "Humph, kid, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, you won't be allowed to leave." Lu Shanchuan sneered. "That's right. You better give us an explanation before you think about leaving." Wang Meiying echoed. Lin Yi regarded the family with a cold smile. "What explanation do you seek?" "Of course, we want an explanation for my daughter. She nearly took her own life over you. You must marry my daughter. Yes, you must marry my daughter. And you need to buy my sister a car. That's what you promised her." Meanwhile, Lu Ruming continued to cry, her wails growing louder. They were clearly seeking to leverage their daughter's predicament to secure a marriage for her. Driven by their greed for his vast fortune, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming disgust at their shamelessness. Did they think he would be embarrassed publicly? If so, he had no reason to spare them any dignity. They likely had no idea that Lu Ruming was already 2 months pregnant. Lin Yi smirked, continuing, "Very well. Since you are so unreasonable, let us discuss this properly. You claim I bullied Lu Ruming. What evidence do you have? I only met her a month ago, and we stopped communicating after a week. How can I compensate for such a brief acquaintance? You still want to quibble? It was you who promised my daughter you would marry her." Lu Shanchuan retorted angrily. "I did say that, but your daughter demanded a bride price of 688,000, in addition to a 50 million villa and a car for her brother. I later found it unreasonable and changed my mind. Are verbal promises binding? Is there no legal responsibility if no contract is signed in business?" The crowd of onlookers suddenly gasped in realization. No wonder the young man rejected her. This was akin to selling a daughter. And such a price! Lu Ruming's family suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. However, having come this far, they would not let Lin Yi escape easily. "Humph! Who doesn't ask for a bride price when marrying? I simply want to ensure my daughter's security. Indeed, I have devoted 2 decades to raising my daughter, and now she is to marry you. Shouldn't you at least express some sincerity? What harm is there in purchasing a car for me? Once you marry my sister, we will become one family. Is it not reasonable for you to buy a car for your future brother-in-law?" Lin Yi had underestimated the shamelessness of this family. It seems he must resort to more drastic measures. Chapter 17. I have been utterly humiliated by her. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh and continued. "Ha! You have spoken both kind and unkind words. I have paid such a high price to marry a wife. At the very least, she should be a lady of refinement, not a public bus carrying another man's child." As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd seemed to have heard a secret. All ears perked up to listen intently. In an instant, Lu Ruming's complexion turned pale. This was a matter no one knew about, and she was completely baffled as to how Lin Yi had found out. "You brat! What on earth are you saying? My daughter would never do such a thing." Lu Shanchuan erupted in uncontrollable anger. He knew his daughter well. "Let me tell you, spreading rumors is a crime. I will go live right now and let the netizens witness the vile face of this scumbag." With that, Lu Ziheng pulled out his phone and activated a live stream. He addressed the screen. "Family, who understands this? The scoundrel abandoned my sister and is now slandering her. Everyone, recognize this man, and do not allow your sisters or daughters to marry him. Let him remain a bachelor for life. That's right, son. Such a person deserves to be exposed, Wang Meiying declared with pride. Lin Yi could hardly contain his laughter. It was the first time he had been publicly shamed online. Meanwhile, Lu Ruming realized that the situation had spiraled beyond her control. In a rush, she pulled Lu Ziheng aside, saying, "Quick, turn off the live stream. Stop it, sister, don't be afraid. We are in the right, so why should we fear?" Lu Ziheng retorted. Lu Ruming stammered, clearly flustered and at a loss. Seeing her panic, Lin Yi smirked. "So, what will you say? Do you or do you not have a child in your belly?" At that moment, the onlookers sensed something amiss. Wait a minute. If she hasn't done anything wrong, why is she acting so flustered? Oh my goodness. Could it be true that she is really pregnant? Lu Ruming's family, witnessing that no one was defending them, became increasingly anxious. "Family, please help us reason this out." Lu Ziheng urgently appealed to the concerned netizens. User 125-8565 commented, "There's no need for us to mediate. As long as your sister speaks the truth, that's sufficient." Independent woman added, "Little brother, encourage your sister to speak up boldly. We sisters will support her. To marry me, it only costs 38W8. Another chimed in, "Exactly. We sisters cannot stand such lowly men. Let your sister speak out, and we'll make sure to expose him online." Seeing that the netizens were still rallying in support of his family, Lu Ziheng felt invigorated. "Sister, you must speak. The netizens have said they will screenshot it. Once you speak out, they will blast Lin Yi on every platform." Lin Yi quickly interjected, "Yes, you should definitely speak. After that, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup. If I am wrongfully accusing you, I will comply with any demand you make." Upon hearing this, the others became excited. "Humph. You better keep your word. Dear daughter, speak up. Sister, please say something." Upon hearing that they would go to the hospital for a checkup, Lu Ruming immediately panicked. She could not bear the thought of a medical examination. If it was just empty talk, she could play along. But if they were to check, everything would be revealed at that point. Not only would her parents know, but the entire internet would as well. How could she possibly face the world if that happened? She absolutely could not let anyone discover her pregnancy. Resolutely, she bit her lip and dashed outside, believing that it was the only way to escape the interrogation. Her parents and brother froze, their expressions stiffening. What did this mean? Was it truly so difficult to simply declare that she was not pregnant? No, could it be that she truly was? Boom. The three were struck by the revelation like a bolt from the blue. The crowd around them instantly understood everything. "Ha ha ha, this family is utterly ridiculous. They don't even realize their daughter is carrying another man's child. Indeed, how dare they question others in public?" The most laughable was the brother. Was he not broadcasting his family's shame live? Ha ha, now the entire internet knows what kind of family they are. Listening to these remarks, Lu Ziheng felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly glanced at the comments section of the live stream, which was now filled with insults. He dare not continue broadcasting and hastily shut it down. "Father, what shall we do now?" At that moment, Lu Shanchuan's face was as dark as thunder, ready to erupt. He roared, "What else can we do? Let us leave quickly. Do you not feel ashamed enough? Today, my face has been thoroughly humiliated because of her." The three hurriedly fled the scene, and as the excitement dissipated, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Chapter 18. I merely committed the mistake most women are prone to in the sunshine community. The sound of a belt striking flesh rang out sharply. "Father, please stop. I was wrong." Lu Ruming's anguished wail echoed throughout the entire building. "I raised you to be better than this. Tell me, who is the father of the child?" "Father, I am not even certain myself. Please, do not hit me." But when Lu Shanchuan heard this, his anger only intensified. Not even knowing who the father was, the shame was beyond measure. "If you do not tell me today, I swear I will beat you to death." After half an hour, Lu Ruming lay on her bed, weeping bitterly. "We have only one option left. We must insist that the child is Lin Yi's." Lu Shanchuan, smoking a cigarette, wore a dark expression. "That won't work. He will definitely demand a paternity test." "What do you suggest then?" Lu Shanchuan glared at her. Lu Ruming trembled in fear. "Tomorrow, I will confront him. I will terminate the pregnancy and assure him that I will treat him well from now on." "It seems we have no other choice." In the dead of night, Lin Yi ordered 20 snowmobiles online, crucial for navigating the post-apocalyptic world. Without them, one could hardly move. Next, he needed to prepare weapons. Guns were certainly unattainable. Even if he could acquire some, bringing them here would be too hazardous. He browsed for crossbows online. They are powerful, have a long range, and are currently the optimal choice, readily available on the market. He ordered 100 crossbows and 1,000,000 bolts from various suppliers. Next came the selection of close combat weapons. The government strictly regulates knives, and what could be purchased online were either unopened or small fruit knives, which would be of little use in an apocalypse. It seemed that close combat weapons would have to be sourced in reality. As he drifted into slumber, Lin Yi fell into a deep sleep, and the night passed without incident. The next morning, he prepared to venture out to seek stores selling knives. However, upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Lu Ruming, bundled up tightly, standing at his doorstep. Seeing Lin Yi emerge, Lu Ruming hurriedly stood and limped over. "Lin Yi, I realize my mistake. Will you please forgive me? Not every transgression can be forgiven." Lin Yi replied coldly, "I understand. I understand, but I have come to personally apologize. Surely you can forgive me for that?" Lin Yi chuckled derisively. "What is this? You made a mistake and expect to be justified." Lu Ruming's eyes began to glisten with tears. "I merely committed the mistake that many women do. I was deceived by those men. After all, I am also a victim." Lin Yi could hardly be bothered to entertain her further. He turned to leave. Lu Ruming's expression shifted, and she quickly grasped his arm, saying, "Lin Yi, please don't go. Accompany me to the hospital for an abortion. I promise I will be obedient from now on, and I will be by your side. And we will have a child of our own." With that, she gazed at Lin Yi with hopeful eyes. Lin Yi was utterly repulsed, unwilling to utter another word. Yet, he managed to reply, "Not a chance. You best abandon that thought." With that, he forcefully shook Lu Ruming's hand off. She watched his receding figure, her mind turning hazy. Ultimately, she collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming from her eyes like a fountain. After leaving, Lin Yi searched for weapon-craft shops on the map. Soon, he found several stores selling tang swords. However, these shops only sold unsharpened weapons, possessing only artistic value. Yet, this was the best quality he could find. Once sharpened, they would become deadly blades. These weapons would suffice. After all, they all needed to be sharpened one by one, and he did not have that much time. 100 would be enough. Moreover, in a post-apocalyptic world, weapons would be plentiful. He settled into a routine life, going from home to work and back. In recent days, Lu Ruming has not visited again, which has indeed brought about a considerable tranquility. After experiencing that incident with Lu Shijia, he has savored the sweetness of it, and he often finds himself lost in thought at night. Fortunately, Lu Shijia made another appearance. It seems that after all she has been through, she has become inseparable from Lin Yi. The two spent an entire night in passionate embrace. Observing the condition of her mother, it was apparent that she was not well, likely destined to depart on the day the apocalypse strikes. Much like in the previous life, Lin Yi, feeling a pang of compassion as he prepared to leave, discreetly hid some coal, food, and water in her home. These provisions would at least ensure their safety during the early stages of the apocalypse. He also helped her replace the front door with a sturdier security door, for in the previous life, it was the insufficient fortitude of the door that had allowed others to intrude. Yet, in the depths of his heart, Lin Yi could not shake off his wariness of beautiful women. He had no desire to meet his demise at the hands of a woman again in this life. After sharing a lunch together, Lin Yi proceeded to the warehouse, continuing his monotonous routine. Aside from augmenting supplies, he was also engaged in receiving goods. Before long, the days rolled on, and the countdown to the apocalypse had reached a mere 5 days. The money in Lin Yi's hands had dwindled significantly, with only the final payment for the safe house remaining. This payment was due immediately after the transfer of ownership and could not be postponed until after the calamity. However, it mattered little, as he was not particularly concerned about the 10 million in supplies. In the early days of the apocalypse, there would be opportunities for zero-cost acquisitions. As time flew by, the date reached November 22nd, precisely 5 days before the apocalypse. That morning, Lin Yi received a call from his old classmate. "Wang Kai, Lin Yi, your house is ready as per your specifications. Come take a look." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a wave of delight. "Great, I'll be there right away." After hanging up, he hurried to the Sunshine community. Upon arrival, he spotted Sun Chong waiting outside. "Brother, come see if you're satisfied with our masterpiece. Rest assured, I supervised the entire process. There are absolutely no issues. Haha, I trust your work." Soon, they ascended to the upper floor, and when Lin Yi laid eyes on the completed house, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 19. The coming of the apocalypse. The finished product surpassed his expectations. "Lin Yi, let me introduce you to some features of this safe house. We have employed the country's most advanced heating system, ensuring that every corner of the room radiates warmth. This system has been designed to accommodate both electric and coal heating. So even if the temperature outside plummets to -100, you will not feel a trace of chill indoors. Furthermore, we have implemented insulation and air circulation systems within the room, allowing for constant airflow while minimizing heat loss, significantly reducing fuel consumption. Hot water is available at any time. In addition to connecting to the tap water, we have set up an external interface that quickly heats the water when activated. Most importantly, the safety features are unparalleled. The glass has been replaced with the world's toughest bulletproof glass, and it is double-layered. The door is made from a newly developed composite material, its hardness surpassing any known metal. Additionally, the password lock is equipped with 3 layers of security. If anyone fails, the door cannot be opened, ensuring complete peace of mind regarding safety. Even the walls are enveloped in this composite material, making it impossible to breach, even with explosives, guaranteeing your security. Wang Kai spoke with confidence. Listening to his elaborate description, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. Gold Shield Company truly lived up to its reputation. "Are there any other features?" Lin Yi inquired. "Of course. Even if intruders were to break in, there is no need for fear. All doors in the room have been fortified. As long as you take refuge in any room, you will be safe. Each door is equipped with hidden mechanisms that can be operated and monitored via your smartphone. The entire room, as well as the exterior corridor, is outfitted with high-definition pinhole cameras. Even if the internet goes down, there's no need for concern, as this room has an independent signal receiver that connects directly to satellites in space, ensuring a secure network. Additionally, there are entertainment and fitness facilities. It can transform into a private cinema or a gym. Although the house is somewhat compact, it excels in functionality." After approximately an hour of introduction, Lin Yi had memorized the features of this safe house. He was immensely satisfied and promptly transferred the remaining 10 million as the final payment. "Let's make sure to get together again when there's time. Thanks to you, I've exceeded my business targets this year." Wang Kai beamed with joy. "No problem. By the way, you haven't forgotten about the matter I mentioned last time, have you?" Lin Yi reminded him once more. "I haven't forgotten. I've stocked up on plenty of supplies." "Well, with the cold approaching rapidly, make sure to gather some coal as well." Wang Kai suddenly looked grave as he regarded Lin Yi. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. "Lin Yi, you've invested so much in building this safe house, and now you're advising me to stock up on supplies. Dio, you know something?" Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing he had said too much today. Although he was tempted to share his insights, past experiences had made him exceedingly cautious. He would not place his trust in those around him again. "Haha, I simply believe the weather will turn cold soon, and it's better to be prepared." In his previous life, Lin Yi had been unaware of Wang Kai's circumstances. He was uncertain whether he was good or bad, and his capacity to assist was limited to these matters. With the safe house resolved, he felt considerably relieved. The next step was to store the remaining supplies in his space. Over the following 5 days, Lin Yi continued his routine. Finally, by noon on the 27th, he had packed all his belongings into the space. Everything was ready, just waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, he still had one final task to complete: zero-cost acquisition. Rather than allowing these supplies to be buried under the heavy snow, he preferred to transfer as much as possible into his space. With only half a day remaining, he decided to scout the locations. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi set off toward the nearby supermarkets. According to his memories from the previous life, the heavy snow began falling around midnight, a time when most malls would already be closed, perfect for his plans. Earlier, he had learned in the classmate group that Sun Chang's family owned a supermarket, making it a primary target. Lin Yi headed straight to their store. However, just as he approached the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Ruming and Sun Chang together. How could they be together at that moment? The two also spotted Lin Yi. Lu Ruming paused for a moment before quickly donning a smile and wrapping her arms around Sun Chang as Sun Chang noticed Lin Yi and approached him. "Long time no see. What brings you here today?" He playfully pulled Lou Rumman closer to him. Lin smirked coldly. The two seemed quite compatible, one a snob, the other a loose woman. It seems you found a girlfriend after a few days. Congratulations, Lin remarked with a sneer. Sun Chong grinned proudly. Of course. It's not easy to find such a good girl these days. I heard you two were once set up on a blind date. Lucky for her, she didn't take a liking to you. Lin nearly burst into laughter at this. Glancing at Sun Chong's cap, he stifled a laugh. That light green hat looks nice. It suits you well. Of course. My girlfriend picked it out for me. He emphasized the words my girlfriend, brimming with pride. He continued. No time for chit-chat. I'm heading to my father-in-law's tonight. Afterward, he turned to Lou Rumman and said gently, Darling, wait for me here. I'll go fetch the car. With that, he dashed out. This moment. Lou Rumman looked at Lin and coldly stated, Lin, did you see that? I'm quite sought after. Many people like me. Of course, I still have feelings for you. If you're willing to apologize, I might consider you. Fool. Lin couldn't be bothered to exchange another word and hastily left. You? Lou Rumman stomped her foot in frustration when she realized he was ignoring her. After departing, Lin began to survey the nearby malls and supermarkets. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midnight. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, and Lin looked up to see more snowflakes gently falling. The apocalypse had arrived on schedule. Chapter 20. The snow-clearing team. A gust of cold air swept through, causing Lin to shiver involuntarily. He quickly retrieved his down jacket from his space. Walking down the street, he noticed a few stragglers hastily running about. Before long, he found himself alone on the street. His plan was officially set in motion. He first arrived at Sun Chong's supermarket, cut off the electricity, and then used his spatial abilities to make the supermarket door mysteriously vanish. This was a clever application of his research into spatial abilities. It allowed him to effortlessly breach solid defenses. He strode confidently into the supermarket. After all, there was still electricity and surveillance, so he had to keep his possession of spatial abilities a secret. Without hesitation, he began to gather everything in the dark. In no time, the 300-square-meter supermarket was stripped bare. Once this was completed, Lin swiftly moved on to the next location, the Sunshine Garden Community. At Lou Rumman's home, Sun Chong remained oblivious to the fact that his supermarket had been ransacked. He sat at the dining table, exchanging toasts with his father-in-law, Lu Shanchuan. Both individuals were flushed with warmth. In the living room, Lou Rumman and her mother Wang Meiying were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. How peculiar, it feels unusually cold today. Outside, snow was falling, seemingly arriving earlier than expected this year. At that moment, an unexpected news bulletin interrupted the program. According to the latest report from the meteorological station, an exceptionally strong cold front was sweeping across the globe. The station predicted that this cold air would persist for a week, urging residents to remain indoors to avoid potential loss of life and property until the cold front had passed. At that time, households were transfixed by the news, some feeling elated while others were filled with dread. However, the majority heeded the warning, opting to stay home, a decision that ultimately led many to miss the crucial window for rescue. Lin recalled that 8 days after the apocalypse, the temperature plummeted to -30 degrees. Yet, 9 days later, it would shockingly drop to -50 degrees, at which point humans would truly find it impossible to venture outside. Of course, some were quite anxious, braving the harsh snow to procure essential supplies. Only those who had been ruthless enough to stockpile adequate resources in the days preceding the apocalypse would find themselves in a more comfortable position. Naturally, all of this would be discussed later. Meanwhile, Lin was rapidly gathering supplies. Within 3 hours, he had thoroughly ransacked the nearby shopping mall and supermarket. Upon returning to his safe house, he changed out of his clothes and activated the heating system in his room. Before long, the space felt as warm as spring. He then retrieved some food from his storage, the aroma wafting up in steaming clouds. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of security. After finishing his meal, Lin indulged in a refreshing sleep. The following morning, chaos erupted in the community. The first-floor hall was packed with people, all staring in panic at the meter-thick snow outside. Is the snowfall truly this heavy? It piled up overnight. My heavens! I thought the television was sensationalizing the situation, but it's even worse than they reported. Should we venture out to buy some supplies? The snow is still falling, and we have no idea when it will cease. Are you foolish? How can we go out in this thick snow? Let us wait for an official announcement. That makes sense. At that moment, a man quickly interjected. With snow this deep, We should organize a crew to clear it, at least to create a path for us to walk. Precisely. We shouldn't find ourselves unable to open our doors later. Since everyone agrees, I shall take on the role of building leader. And each household must send one man to help clear the snow. Agreed. Soon, these individuals spontaneously formed a snow clearing team. You all go from door to gather people. At least one person from each household must come down. Don't worry. We're doing a good deed. Surely no one will refuse to cooperate. They began to disperse, knocking on doors throughout the building. Knock, knock, knock. Lenny was roused from his slumber by the incessant knocking. He rose, irked, and opened the door. Standing outside was a small framed man, who, upon seeing Lin Yi, broke into a smile and said, "Hello, the snow outside is too deep. Our building leader requests that each household send one person to help clear it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi paused momentarily before replying, "Not going with that." He promptly shut the door. What nonsense! The snow is expected to last a month. In his previous life, he had participated in snow clearing. But what was the result? The very next morning, the path they cleared was once again buried under fresh snow. Furthermore, within 3 days, the entire first floor would be engulfed. Instead of wasting energy on this, he ought to think about how to survive. The small man's face stiffened, quickly morphing into a menacing expression. He dashed downstairs. At that moment, people began to trickle down from the upper floors, shovels and brooms in hand. "Has everyone come down?" the small man hurriedly replied. "There's one household on the 10th floor that refuses to come out." Upon hearing this, he donned a look of amusement and followed the group. Soon, they reached the 10th floor via the elevator. "Building leader, it's this household." The small man pointed loudly at Lin Yi's door. The building leader's face turned ashen, commanding, "Knock on the door. I want to see who is so uncooperative." The small man, receiving the order, began to pound on Lin Yi's door. Having just finished washing up and preparing for breakfast, Lin Yi was met with another round of knocking. Irritated, he opened the door once more. The small man, seeing Lin Yi, arrogantly declared, "Kid, hurry up and come out to help us clear the snow." "I've already said, I'm not going." Just as Lin Yi was about to close the door, a figure abruptly blocked it. Peering outside, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a glimmer of murderous intent upon recognizing the person. Chapter 21. Provocation. Upon seeing this individual, Lin Yi's eyes momentarily gleamed with malice. This man was named He Zhendong, who had arrogantly declared himself the building leader before the apocalypse due to his slight influence in his previous life. This man had gathered a group to rob residents of the community. His followers were a ruthless bunch, killing if food was withheld and not sparing even households with beautiful daughters. In his past life, it was this gang that had robbed him of all his supplies, forcing him to venture out in search of food, where he eventually met Lu Shijia. "Kid, do you not understand human language? My brother has stated that each household must send one person down to clear the snow. What's the matter? Don't you live here?" He Zhendong spoke with conviction. "What did you say?" Lin Yi retorted, his expression darkening. He Zhendong's countenance shifted as he rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. The surrounding individuals quickly intervened, as the legal consciousness of the people had not yet diminished. Fighting was still frowned upon. Forget it. There are so many of us, we don't need him. Just ignore him." "Exactly. Let this shameless person stay away." Before long, He Zhendong was dragged into the elevator by the others. Lin Yi sneered and closed the door, continuing with his breakfast. Not long after, a call from Lu Shijia came through. "Lin Yi, why is there so much snow outside?" The voice on the line was filled with urgency. "Don't panic. How is your mother doing?" "Not too well. The sudden drop in temperature has worsened her condition." The sound of quiet sobbing could be heard through the receiver. Lin Yi knew that his intervention had ensured Lu Shijia's mother received timely treatment, preventing her from facing the same fate as in his previous life, where she perished on the very first day of the apocalypse. However, her condition had deteriorated significantly, and with this calamity, it seemed she wouldn't last long. Lin Yi could only offer reassurance. "Check under the bed in the guest room. I left some food and coal for you the last time I visited." "Oh, okay. I'll have a look." After a brief silence, Lu Shijia's voice returned. "Lin Yi, I found it. Thank you. This is incredibly timely. Listen to me, this heavy snowfall may last for an indeterminate time. You must lock all doors and windows, and no matter who comes asking for food, do not give any, understood?" Got it, I remember." Shortly after, Lin Yi heard a fit of coughing. "Lin Yi, I have to go take care of my mom now. With that, the call ended. After having his fill, Lenny stood by the window, observing the people outside zealously clearing the snow. This safe house was designed to withstand extreme cold, and as the electricity had not yet been cut off, the room felt akin to a steamer after turning on the heating. Lin-E decided to don his winter attire, step outside for a stroll to aid digestion, and to sense the realities of the apocalypse. The snow was endless, and the areas they had cleared were quickly recovered with a thin layer of ice and snow. At this rate of snowfall, unless they maintained continuous clearing, thick layers of snow would accumulate again within hours. However, given the current temperature of at least -20 degrees, working tirelessly was out of the question, especially at night when temperatures would plunge to over -30 degrees. Let alone working, it would be unbearable to remain outside for even a few minutes. Downstairs, He Zhendong was slacking off while directing others in their labor. Watching Lin-E leisurely stroll, He Zhendong's expression darkened. Kid, aren't you the one from the 10th floor? Everyone else is participating in the effort. Don't you have any shame? Upon hearing Lin-E's words, He Zhendong felt a surge of anger. If you're not going to work, then don't talk. Everything we're doing is for the benefit of everyone. If everyone were like you, when would this snow ever be cleared? He Zhendong barked harshly. At that moment, others laboring began to express dissatisfaction with Lin-E, pointing fingers and scolding. Young man, you have hands and feet, put them to good use. If you're not going to contribute, just shut up and get out of our way. Lin-E chose not to respond further. If they wanted to work, that was their prerogative. In the end, it was they who would regret their choices, not him. The cold was biting, and he was merely stepping outside for a breath of fresh air. He preferred the warmth of his safe house. However, his earlier remarks had planted a seed of doubt in their minds. No one was foolish. Tomorrow, they would all come to understand the implications of their actions. When He Zhendong pondered the gathering of these individuals, it would not be so simple. With ample supplies at his disposal, Lin-E had all the time in the world to play with He Zhendong. Those who had wronged him in his past life would face his vengeance this time. Upon returning to the safe house, I discarded my thick garments and donned only a set of pajamas. From the spatial realm, I retrieved a bottle of red wine and set a piano piece to play, relishing the comforts of life. Outside, individuals tirelessly cleared the accumulating snow, their faces freezing in the biting cold. Resembling hapless children, after a spell of labor, they were compelled to retreat indoors for warmth. Thus, 3 days swiftly elapsed. This group endured both cold and hunger, with many succumbing to colds and fevers. After finishing dinner, Lin-E glanced at the heavy snowfall, catching sight of Lu Ruming's floor, where, due to the snowstorm, Sun Chong was also present with her. Lin-E smiled faintly. In this apocalyptic world, he had ample time to spend with Lu Ruming. That night, after chatting with Lu Shijia for a while, he fell asleep. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Lin-E awoke early and took out a sumptuous breakfast from the spatial realm. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he peered out the window, noticing the snow-clearing crew had mobilized again. He dressed promptly, preparing to take a stroll while enjoying the spectacle. Upon stepping outside, he found that the snow cleared the previous day had predictably been buried anew. The expressions on the workers' faces were more dismal than if they had consumed excrement. All their hard work from the day before had been rendered futile, and many had fallen ill at that moment. He Zhendong emerged, flanked by several individuals. He looked outside, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Continue working. Why has everyone stopped? He barked out. We're done. How can we keep working in this? One retorted. If I had known, I would have listened to that brother from yesterday. What fools we are. Anyone who wishes to continue may do so. I'm out. One by one, they abandoned their tasks, leaving He Zhendong on the brink of fury. However, he could not afford to offend them, as he still relied on their labor in the future. Just as he prepared to leave, he was halted. Stop! Did my boss permit you to leave? The short man from yesterday shouted angrily. He Zhendong stepped up to Lin-E, his face darkening. Kid, do you want a beating? I let you off yesterday, and you dare show your face again today? Get lost, Lin-E replied bluntly. He Zhendong was taken aback, almost laughing in anger. Kid, have you not grasped the situation? We are 5 against 1. What gives you the audacity? Lin-E met He Zhendong's gaze, his voice icy. Indeed, I am audacious. What can you do to me? He Zhendong's expression grew increasingly grim. Being spoken to in such a manner before his subordinates left him feeling humiliated. With a furious roar, he commanded, Brothers, Take him down. In that instant, before his companions could react, Lin Yi delivered a powerful kick, sending the small man before him flying. The others were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. They were merely ordinary individuals. While they could intimidate, they were cowards when faced with true resistance. The remaining three hesitated, fearing they would meet the same fate as their fallen comrade. One of them, thinking quickly, swung a punch toward Lin Yi's head. Die. At that moment, Lin Yi swiftly crouched, and He Jindong's punch landed squarely on one of his subordinates' face. The man staggered backward, spitting out two bloodied teeth. Get him! He Jindong barked at the other two. As they scrambled to retrieve weapons, Lin Yi seized one of their hands. With a tremendous force, he pulled them forward, causing them to collide heavily and fall to the ground in a disoriented heap. At that moment, He Jindong realized Lin Yi's prowess, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Let us see about this. He spat defiantly before hastily retreating. The fallen men scrambled to their feet and fled upstairs, dejected. Humph! You fled quickly, Lin Yi mused, stretching and feeling invigorated. His enhanced abilities made him far superior to these ordinary folk, who had sustained various injuries. Damn it, I didn't expect to encounter such a formidable opponent today. Boss, we cannot let this matter rest. Indeed, boss, we've never suffered such a significant loss. Rest assured, I will not let this go easily. However, for now, we are not his match. We must wait for the right moment. Boss, the water supply has been cut off. What are we to do now? Time flew by, and it was now the 5th day of the apocalypse. Due to the extreme cold, all the pipes had frozen since the 2nd day. With the water supply halted and official rescue efforts failing amidst the snow, resources were scarce. Lin Yi sat in the safe house, sipping red wine when his phone chimed with a message from the owner's group. Does anyone have water left? Of course not. The water has been off for ages, and we've run out of bottled water. What should we do? We didn't manage to stock up, and now we have no water at all. Reading these comments, Lin Yi chuckled coldly. The snow was toxic. In his previous life, many had perished from drinking water melted from it. Yet, he had no intention of warning them. He wouldn't make such a foolish mistake that would expose himself. At that moment, someone added him as a friend. Lin Yi recognized the name, Li Shuiyao, a strikingly beautiful kindergarten teacher. In his past life, while searching for food, he had ventured from Building 8 to Building 10, where Li Shuiyao had offered him food, asking him to wait. However, he was met instead by a mob of starving people who had resorted to cannibalism. Had he not been fortunate, he would have become their meal. This woman had nearly caused his demise in his previous life, leaving him with a poor impression of her. He decided to accept her friend request first and see what she wanted. Once connected, Li Shuiyao eagerly messaged, Hello, handsome. I'm your neighbor from 1002. We have no water at all. Could you spare some for me? Li Shuiyao had come from another place for work and was renting alone. Without a boyfriend or anyone to rely on, she sought her neighbor's help to alleviate her urgent need. Lin Yi suddenly understood. He had marked his unit number, 1001, in the group, and she likely did not know his identity, merely seeking water and food. However, this also afforded him an opportunity for revenge. Having been wronged by her in his previous life, he was determined to extract something valuable in exchange for water. He messaged back, I can provide water, but you will need to come to my apartment to collect it. Li Shuiyao replied, Could you please bring it to my door? As a big man? Isn't it your duty to help me in such a situation? In response, he promptly blocked her. Moments later, Lin Yi's chat record was shared in the group by Li Shuiyao. Everyone, beware of the man from Building 10. Unit 1001. He is a big man trying to take advantage of me by making me come to his place for water. The group erupted in outrage. What a scoundrel, taking advantage of the situation. How could such a person exist in our group? Kick him out, disgusting. Don't let him get away with this. A chorus of accusations flooded the chat, condemning Lin Yi. Unperturbed, Lin Yi mused that the beauty of these women might be a blessing in the apocalypse. But if they turned into pigs, it would be a disaster. Meanwhile, Lu Ruming opened the group messages. Just as she prepared to join the fray, she noticed Lin Yi's name and her expression shifted. How could he be in our community group? Does he live here? A wave of excitement washed over her. I knew he had feelings for me. He followed me to this neighborhood, though she was currently with Sun Chong. He could not compare to Lin Yi, who possessed immense wealth. Sun Chong had only a slightly larger supermarket. Moreover, having been forced to stay with Sun Chong these past few days, her disdain for him had only grown. Luckily, She had resolutely saved her most precious first time for her wedding night, refusing to let him touch her. Lin Yi was clearly superior. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but smile to herself. Without delay, she used a secondary account to add Lin Yi as a friend. Once connected, she eagerly messaged him. Lin Yi, I knew you loved me. You even followed me to our neighborhood the other day. I was just trying to make you jealous with Sun Chong. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned upon seeing the message. Realizing it was Lu Ruming, he quickly took a screenshot and sent it to Sun Chong. Then opened a bottle of the finest champagne, letting the two of them engage in their petty squabbles. Chapter 23. Truly a ninja turtle at that moment, Sun Chong was scrolling through short videos, chuckling to himself. Suddenly, he received a message from Lin Yi. Annoyed, he opened it to see what it was about. Upon witnessing the content of the message, he sprang up from the bed, his eyes wide with disbelief as they fixated on the words displayed before him. This was his girlfriend. The muscles in his face twitched slightly, and in the next moment, he abruptly rose to his feet and dashed outside. Soon enough, he stood before Lu Ruming, who was momentarily taken aback while chatting with Lin Yi. Instinctively hiding her phone behind her, "I in a fluster," she exclaimed. "Darling, what's wrong? You dare ask me what's wrong? Who are you chatting with?" "No one. I was just talking to my best friend. Hand me your phone." As he spoke, Sun Chong attempted to snatch Lu Ruming's phone. Before long, he succeeded, and upon seeing the conversation with Lin Yi displayed on the screen, an immense fury consumed him. "You wretched harlot," he shouted, striking her with a resounding slap. "Son, how dare you hit me?" The two immediately began to grapple with one another. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others nearby. Lu Shanchuan, Wang Meiying, and Lu Ziheng looked on in astonishment as the two wrestled, their clothes in disarray. "Stop! Cease this at once!" Lu Shanchuan bellowed in anger. "Oh dear, what a calamity this is!" Wang Meiying lamented, patting her thighs in distress. "Don't hit my sister!" Lu Ziheng rushed in, turning the one-on-one confrontation into a two-on-one scuffle. Before long, Sun Chong found himself outmatched as they all tumbled into the living room. "You two, explain to me why you were fighting," Lu Shanchuan demanded, his expression dark as he sank into the sofa. "It's all because she seduced Lin Yi," Sun Chong retorted, handing Lu Shanchuan both phones. Upon seeing the content on the screens, Lu Shanchuan nearly choked in disbelief. "You insolent child," he exclaimed, loosening his belt as if to strike. Lu Ruming trembled at this sight, quickly pleading, "Dad, I swear I won't do it again. I'll teach you a lesson. I'll teach you a lesson." With each crack of the belt against Lu Ruming's backside, tears streamed down her face. Given the heavy snowfall, their food supplies were already dwindling, and they still needed Sun Chong's strength to procure more. It was imperative to keep him around. "Son-in-law, see, I've taught her a lesson. Let us just leave it at that, I assure you. She won't make this mistake again." Lu Ruming nodded vigorously in agreement. With one eye swollen shut, Sun Chong hesitated for a moment before conceding. "Fine. I believe she didn't do this intentionally. It was certainly Lin Yi's provocation." Upon hearing Sun Chong relent, the family erupted into laughter. "That is right. You two must get along. Rest assured, she will never err again." "All right, she must promise me that, of course." Lu Shanchuan shot a stern glare at Lu Ruming. Startled, she covered her backside, declaring, "I already loathe Lin Yi. I promise, if he ever contacts me again, I'll meet a terrible fate." With her vow, Sun Chong's anger diminished considerably. "What's the matter?" Lu Shanchuan asked, a frown marring his features. "Look at this frigid weather. The water has stopped, and our supply is running low. What shall we do?" The family exchanged glances and continued, "Just look how filthy the snow is outside. If we fall ill, we'll need to seek medical attention, but with the snow so thick, it's perilous to go to the hospital." "That's true," Sun Chong murmured, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, his expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "This is easily remedied. Our family owns a supermarket. Just 1,000 meters away, I've observed that the snow is already quite hard beneath the surface. Standing on it poses no danger as long as we tread carefully. We can procure whatever we need from the supermarket." At this, the others rejoiced. "Wonderful. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and fetch supplies while the snow isn't too deep." "Absolutely, stay here. We'll return shortly with water." With that, Sun Chong led Lu Ruming and Lu Ziheng out into the wintry landscape. Meanwhile, Lin E, observing Lu Ruming's family from home, relished the unfolding drama. Initially, he had hoped to see Sun Chong and Lu Ruming's family turn against each other, but it appeared they had reconciled. He had indeed underestimated Sun Chong, truly a master of endurance. Before long, Lin E watched as the trio made their way outside, attempting to traverse the snow. Beneath the surface, the snow had frozen solid, while only the newly fallen layer remained soft. Each step they took left a deep imprint in the snow. As he noted their direction, Lin E surmised their objective. They were undoubtedly heading to the supermarket for supplies. Alas, he had already emptied it, and he wondered what expressions would adorn their faces when they arrived only to find it barren. At that moment, the community chat was abuzz with requests for water. Neighbors, could anyone spare some water? I feel I might faint. There's no official rescue. This heavy snow makes movement impossible, calls one to go through. The entire nation is under snow and experiencing a severe cold snap. It's utterly absurd. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, due to extreme water scarcity, a consensus emerged among the residents to venture downstairs to collect snow. In the previous life, a significant number of people had perished under similar circumstances. Lin E refrained from intervening, recalling the unsavory nature of these individuals in his past life. He would merely observe. Before long, individuals began descending with buckets and basins in hand. Upon returning home, they hastily ignited a fire to melt the snow. As the water reached a suitable temperature, they eagerly began to drink. Chapter 24. Do not tell others. As she anxiously awaited, she noticed her phone incessantly buzzing. One hand cradled a warm cup, while the other opened her phone. Everyone, do not drink this water. The snow is toxic. It is poisonous. My child has already been poisoned to death. Boo-hoo. Please, do not drink. Following this, numerous videos surfaced, depicting those who had consumed the snow water convulsing on the ground before swiftly losing consciousness. Witnessing this, Li Shuiyao dropped her cup in shock. As it clattered to the floor, she felt a wave of fear wash over her. Thank heavens she had delayed going down. Otherwise, she too might have succumbed. She hurriedly resumed checking her phone for updates. Why can't I reach the emergency services? 120 is to getting through either. My goodness, what is happening? Is this the apocalypse? What should we do? Someone, please save us. The more she pondered, the greater her fear and anxiety grew. With every passing moment, her thirst intensified. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Lin E, he must have water. No, he is a despicable man, and he only invited me over to take advantage of me. That is out of the question. But I'm so thirsty. I've asked all the neighbors, and no one will give me water. There is no official rescue, and the entire city is practically paralyzed under this heavy snow. After a tumultuous internal struggle, she ultimately succumbed to her thirst, deciding she would at least try. After all, life is singular. If she kept her innocence to herself, no one would be the wiser. Lin E, observing the flurry of messages in the group chat, received a friend request from Li Shuiyao. Recognizing it as her alternate account, a smirk tugged at his lips. Has she finally succumbed to her desires? He had anticipated waiting until their food supplies ran out before hearing from her, yet she had reached out sooner than expected. This was fortuitous. However, he couldn't help but wonder how she would react when others discovered her method of boiling water through fire. Li Shuiyao. Do the words you spoke yesterday still hold true? Yes, come to my place, and I'll give you a bottle of water. What? Just one bottle? I need at least 10, or else there is no deal with that. Lin E tossed his phone aside, realizing such individuals were not worth the negotiation. She must be desperate by now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought him out. It was evident she understood the stakes. Her life or her innocence. As anticipated, 5 minutes later, Li Shuiyao sent another message. All right, I accept your terms, but I have one condition. You must not speak of today's events to anyone. Fine. Come to room 1001 on the 10th floor. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Lin E first checked the camera, for in his previous life, he had nearly fallen victim to this woman's deceit. Caution was prudent. However, upon seeing Li Shuiyao standing outside, his heart skipped a beat. She was adorned with exquisite makeup, her features sharp and defined, her skin as pale as snow. Tall and slender, her proportions were perfectly balanced, resembling a meticulously crafted model. Her waist was delicate, easily encircled by a hand. And with each graceful step, she moved with an ethereal lightness. She wore a loose-fitting, cream-colored knitted sweater that softly embraced her curves, subtly revealing her delicate collarbones, which added an air of gentleness to her demeanor. Most notably, the swell at her chest suggested at least a D cup. Her lower half was adorned with a light blue mini skirt paired with sheer legwear, the hem swaying gently with her steps. Reaching just above her knees, perfectly showcasing her slender, straight legs, on her feet were a pair of white canvas shoes, embellished with simple patterns on the surface. Around her neck, she donned a colorful silk scarf. She appeared far more beautiful than the last time he had seen her. One could only imagine how many had tormented her in her previous life, leaving her in such a state. After ensuring no one was around, Lin Yi opened the door. Li Shuiyao hurriedly slipped inside, colliding directly into Lin Yi's embrace. "I in such a rush?" Lin Yi teased. Li Shuiyao quickly stepped back, gazing at Lin Yi with urgency in her voice. "I agree to your condition. Please give me water quickly." Lin Yi smiled gently, handing her a bottle of water, which she immediately gulped down. Noticing this, Lin Yi continued, "You come to my home, I give you 1 bottle of water. You enter my bedroom with me, and I'll provide you another bottle. What do you say? What if you don't hold up your end of the bargain?" Li Shuiyao hesitated, aware that 1 bottle would merely quench her immediate thirst. She required more. Lin Yi casually gestured, "I have an abundance of water. There's no need for me to renege." Following his finger, Li Shuiyao's eyes lit up upon spotting dozens of packs of bottled water stacked in the corner. She quickly resumed swallowing, her expression growing desperate. "All right, I agree." Consequently, Lin Yi pulled Li Shuiyao into the bedroom. 2 hours later, Lin Yi emerged, tossing a bottle of mineral water in front of her. "If I need more water, can I come find you?" Li Shuiyao hastily asked. Lin Yi chuckled, "If you want more, come back tomorrow." All right, with that, Li Shuiyao swiftly dressed and departed. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. "Hurry up, the supermarket is just ahead." Sun Chong pointed forward. Lu Rumming and her brother felt a surge of excitement. After such a long time, they were finally about to find water. Thus, the 3 hastened their pace. Before long, they reached the entrance. "Here we are, this is my family's supermarket. Feel free to take what you need." Lu Rumming and her brother quickly peered inside, only to find it completely bare, devoid of any goods. She immediately snapped, "Sun Chong, are you playing tricks on us?" Chapter 25. Infuriated upon seeing this, Sun Chong's expression shifted to one of shock. He dashed inside, only to discover that even the shelves were gone. Damn, who did this? Sun Chong sank to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Achio. In the safe house, Lin Yi was enjoying afternoon tea when he suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he felt a twinge of annoyance. "I can't possibly be catching a cold. Could it be that Sun Chong is cursing me? It had to be him. I'll make sure to deal with him later." Just then, his phone rang. Pulling it out, he saw it was Wang Kai calling. He quickly answered. As soon as he picked up, Wang Kai's anxious voice came through. "Damn it, Lin Yi, you're truly my savior. This snow is incredible. I've never seen anything like it. Do you know what's going on?" Wang Kai rambled on, and since Lin Yi couldn't interject, he switched the phone to speaker and set it on the coffee table. After 5 minutes, Wang Kai finally paused. "Lin Yi, are you listening?" Lin Yi responded. "I can't hear you. Quickly tell me if you know anything. You're not one of those reincarnated types from novels, are you?" "I know nothing." Lin Yi thought to himself with a wry smile. Wang Kai had hit the nail on the head. He was indeed a reincarnated soul. Perhaps this is karma for good deeds. "It seems heaven is watching over us," Wang Kai suddenly mused. By the way, Lin Yi, what should we do next?" Wang Kai finally remembered the important matter. Although Lin Yi had ample knowledge, he couldn't reveal too much. After some thought, he replied, "I'm not sure. It looks like this snow will last a while. By the way, what floor is your home on?" "I'm on the 6th floor." "Why?" "In a month after the apocalypse, everything below the 6th floor will be buried under snow. The 6th floor will become the new ground level." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt relieved. "Do you have enough supplies? Remember, no matter who asks you for food, you cannot give any." "Okay, I understand. And don't help anyone. Especially don't let them know you have resources." After chatting a bit longer, Lin Yi hung up. Not long after, Lu Shijia called him. Lin Yi sensed something bad was about to occur. Sure enough, upon answering the phone, he was met with Lu Shijia's sobs. "Lin Yi, boo-hoo. My mother is gone." Lin Yi had anticipated this outcome, but there was nothing he could do. He said, "Don't cry. Wait until nightfall and secretly place your mother's body outside. The snow will cover her, but I can't bear it. I don't want her body to be under this cold snow. You must listen. The snow won't stop anytime soon if you don't do this. Her body will decay, and you wouldn't want that, would you? Then, fine, Lin. Can you come pick me up? I'm scared. Lin hesitated for a moment. He didn't fully trust Lu Shijia yet, so he couldn't go pick her up. All right, I'll wait at home. By the way, do you have enough food? If you don't, you can take mine. A warmth spread through Lin's heart as he spoke gently. Don't worry. I have enough food at home. After comforting her for a while, he hung up. Soon, the sun began to set, and the biting cold wind grew more intense. The snow seemed to be falling even heavier. Before long, 3 disheveled figures stumbled into the community entrance. Upon seeing the trio return empty-handed, Lin smirked mischievously, plotting to further provoke this troublesome pair. This is all your fault. Now look, you found nothing and nearly froze to death outside. Lu Rumeng, increasingly furious, berated Sun Chong. Damn it, who stole from my supermarket? If I find out, I swear I'll make them pay. Yes, it must be him. Sun Chong suddenly recalled something, continuing, he was out so late that night. He must be up to no good. Didn't you say he lives in this community? Let us find him. He must have hidden a lot of water. Forget it. Linny stole everything from my supermarket. What? Linny stole it. How do you know? It's definitely him, Dad. Do we have any water left? I'm dying of thirst. None, Lu Shanchuan retorted. Fine, let us go downstairs and get some snow. We can melt it for water. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanchuan and Wang Meiying were startled. They hurriedly stopped Lu Rumeng. Don't go down. The snow is toxic. Many people have died from it. What? Lu Rumeng's eyes widened in disbelief. You can check the group chat for yourself. Lu Rumeng quickly pulled out her phone, opened the group chat, and was horrified when she saw the messages. Just then, she noticed Lin had posted a message in the group. Lin, ladies in need of water. Look here. Come to my house for 2 bottles of mineral water. Attached was a photo. Upon seeing it, her expression shifted in shock, and she began to swallow nervously. The picture contained at least 10 packs of bottled water. Lin's water supply had indeed come from Sun Chang's supermarket, intended to irritate this troublesome pair. Damn it, my supermarket really was stolen by him. Otherwise, where would he get so much water? Sun Chang shouted in rage. After cursing Lin in the group, he was bombarded with insults from countless women. Look at yourself. Do you think you deserve that? Right? 2 bottles of water for a night? Pooh. I doubt any decent woman would sleep with you. As they continued to hurl insults, Lin leisurely sipped his red wine and savored his steak. Enjoying the show. Chapter 26. A murder on the 8th day of the apocalypse. Early in the morning, Li Shuiyao stealthily made her way to the 10th floor, fearful of being seen. She arrived at Lin's door and gently knocked. Lin quickly opened the door and Li Shuiyao hurriedly slipped inside and removed her mask, scarf, and hat, her face flushed. Seeing her in this state, Lin smiled faintly. He approached the dining table and said, Don T, just stand there. I'm in a good mood today, so join me for breakfast I just ate. But as her gaze fell upon the table, she froze. The spread included sea cucumbers, abalone, oil-braised shrimp, steak, and a lavish fruit platter that was beyond her imagination. The breakfast was astonishingly sumptuous. Though she had managed to eat over the past few days, it paled in comparison to this feast. Oh, if you're not interested, then never mind. No. I'll eat. As she spoke, she plopped down onto the stool, eagerly grasping the chopsticks and devouring her meal, fearful that Lin might shoo her away from the dining table. Li Shuiyao's cheeks flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. It must be said that Lin was indeed quite handsome, and he was also quite capable in certain regards. Before long, the two had finished their meal. This time, Li Shuiyao took the initiative. Lin was thoroughly pleased with her, generously handing her a bottle of mineral water. Li Shuiyao looked at Lin in disbelief, joyfully cradling the water as she departed. In the afternoon, Lin checked his heating equipment once more. For after tonight, the temperature outside would plummet to over -50 degrees. Not only would it be impossible to venture out for supplies, but even standing outside for a few minutes would render one's body frozen. The residents could only move within this small community. Venturing outside was out of the question. In 3 days, the power system would also collapse. And without electricity, they would lose their heating. This community, being an old one, lacked an underground parking lot, making survival conditions significantly harsher. That would mark the true onset of the apocalypse, revealing the darker side of human nature. Time swiftly passed to the evening, and after dinner, Lenny checked all the heating devices before comfortably settling into his warm bed. That night, the cold wind howled, and a forceful 7th-level typhoon swept across the land. With temperatures suddenly dropping to -50 degrees, on the morning of the 9th day of the apocalypse, an unexpected silence enveloped the day, as everyone huddled under their covers, reluctant to emerge. Only the phones incessantly buzzed. Lenny stretched and opened his phone to check. Why had it suddenly become so cold today? Moreover, the snowfall showed no signs of abating. Family, the first floor is about to be buried under heavy snow. Can anyone save us? Sob, sob, sob. Family, quick, turn on the TV. Soon, someone shared a news article posted online within the group. According to the latest observational data from the Meteorological Bureau, a more potent cold front has swept across the land. And today, the temperature has shattered records, reaching an astonishing -57 degrees. Residents, please take note. The situation remains unclear. To ensure the safety of life and property, we urge all residents to stockpile food as much as possible to endure this harsh winter. Wishing everyone safety in these trying times. Upon reading this news, the group erupted in chaos. What? Just days ago, we were told to avoid going outside, and now we're being told to stockpile food. Where on earth are we supposed to gather supplies? We can't even leave the community. Isn't this akin to putting our lives at risk? This is utterly irresponsible. It seems the apocalypse has truly arrived. We are all doomed. Stop with the useless chatter. We should be contemplating how to navigate this crisis. At that moment, He Jindong gathered a few of his lackeys. Big bro, what do you think we should do next? A frail man implored anxiously. Humph. What is there to panic about? Didn't he the news report it all? We have no clue when this disaster will end. With the heavy snowfall outside, I can only imagine the chaos out there. Those in power will hardly spare a thought for us. If we want to survive, we must rely on ourselves. Big bro, what is your plan? We'll follow your lead. Yes, we're all ears. He Jindong's expression turned cold suddenly. I say we occupy this building and demand they hand over their food. But big bro, how could they possibly just give us their food? Fools. If they refuse to relinquish it, then we'll make them submit, beat them until they comply. The other's eyes lit up at his words. Gather our people, and let us go house by house. By the way, that tough guy on the 10th floor? Leave him for last. Hee, understood, big bro. After observing the group chat for a while, Lin Yi decided to turn off his phone. According to his recollections, on this very day in his previous life, a tragic incident occurred in this building. He Jindong's attempt to seize control led to an unforeseen confrontation, resulting in a fatal stabbing. That individual lost their life on the spot. Following this, He Jindong's notoriety spread throughout the community, instilling fear in everyone, which was a key reason for his success in the post-apocalyptic world. However, this time, things were bound to change. As he pondered, someone in the group shared a video. A murder has occurred. He Jindong has killed someone. In the video, He Jindong was brazenly brandishing a dagger at the person filming, shouting, "Hand over the food, or I swear I'll kill you." Seeing this scene, Lenny couldn't help but smile slightly. The show was about to begin. Chapter 27. The Reckoning with He Jindong Heavens. A murder has occurred. There's a murderer in our community. Quick, call the police and have him arrested. What good is calling the police? The lines are completely down. This is terrifying. How could he dare do such a thing? At that moment, the group administrator tagged He Jindong, stating, I am the community director. Please cease your violent actions and await the arrival of the police. Instantly, the group fell into silence. Everyone was terrified that their words might incite He Jindong's wrath and lead to retaliation. With the chat growing dull, Linny prepared himself. After all, He Jindong was currently going door to door, collecting supplies, and it wouldn't be long before he reached Linny's home. Just then, Linny's phone chimed. Upon opening it, he found a message from Li Shueyao. Lin Yi, be careful. He Jindong is coming to look for you. Surprised by her message, Lin Yi paused for a moment. Why would she warn him? Wasn't she supposed to resent him? Could this be her scheme? After all, she had deceived him in his previous life. However, upon further reflection, no matter how he interpreted it, her message was a clear warning. Was this girl possibly enamored by him? But Lin Yi quickly shook his head. Perhaps Li Shueyao was simply aware of his ample supplies and water. With his resources, She might think to barter her body for safety. Thus, if he safeguarded his food, she would also secure her own. Realizing this, Lin Yi understood that He Zhendong had not yet descended into madness. They were still uncertain whether this extreme cold would eventually pass. If order were to be restored afterward, they would face serious consequences. However, having already committed murder, He Zhendong would soon lose all restraint. It seemed the time had come to eliminate him, as leaving him nearby posed a potential threat. With this thought, Lin Yi focused on a dagger in his spatial storage. Although he possessed strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, it was always wise to be prepared. Retrieving the dagger from the space would catch these intruders off guard. Before long, a knock echoed at his door. "Open up quickly," a man's voice called from outside. Lin Yi checked the surveillance and discovered that 6 individuals lay in ambush at his doorstep, each wielding wooden clubs. If he opened the door, he would undoubtedly fall victim to their surprise attack. A smile crept across his face. It was the perfect opportunity to test the traps set up by the security company. "Open the door. If you don't, we'll break it down." Outside, the frail man continued to shout. Yet Lin Yi remained resolute, refusing to budge. "Damn it, if you don't accept my hospitality, prepare for the consequences." The frail man shot a glance at his companions, urging, "Go get the boss." This guy 1T opened the door. Soon, another 5 or 6 people arrived. The frail man, upon seeing He Zhendong, immediately began to flatter him. "Big bro, this guy is hiding inside and refuses to come out." He Zhendong, emboldened by his recent act of violence, was brimming with arrogance. Hearing this, he flew into a rage. "Useless fools, if he 1T opened the door, then smash it down." The frail man trembled in fear and quickly ordered the others. "Did you hear, big bro? Break down the door." In no time, several of them wielding axes began to strike the door furiously. Yet, no matter how hard they swung, the door remained unscathed. After a few attempts, they realized something was amiss. "Big bro, this door seems a bit strange. How is it so sturdy? You buffoons, watch me." He Zhendong, disregarding their concerns, seized an axe and swung it down with all his might. Bang! The axe struck the door with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves through his arms. Yet when he looked at the door, his eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, it's still intact. His mind raced with thoughts, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. If he could possess this apartment, his safety would be assured. With this notion, he quickly commanded, "Old Five, weren't you the locksmith? Hurry up and open this door for me." "Right away." A person named Old Five squeezed through the crowd and prepared to unlock the door. Just then, a small hole appeared on the door. Old Five, curious, leaned in to peer through the hole. But in the next moment, a powerful jet of water surged forth from it. "Ah!" he screamed, clutching his bleeding eyes, his cries echoing mournfully, likely loud enough for everyone in the building to hear. The sudden turn of events sent shivers down the spines of the group. "Big bro, there's a trap on the door." "Shut up. I'm not blind. I can see." He Zhendong wore a sullen expression, unable to fathom the tenacity of his adversary. Lin Yi, stationed behind the door, observed the surveillance footage and erupted into laughter upon witnessing the injury of his opponent. The sound of his mirth echoed outside, reaching the ears of He Zhendong and his companions. "Brat, open the door immediately. Otherwise, I will end you. You think you can kill me? If you truly have the capability, then come in." Lin Yi regarded the mechanisms displayed on his phone, which included electric shocks and a high-pressure water gun. However, the latter required prior storage. The mechanism was connected to the toilet, allowing easy access to both water and waste. With this thought, Lin Yi activated the spraying system, unleashing a torrent of water upon the individuals outside. Instantly, panic ensued among them, for the temperature was plummeting below -50 degrees. Under such frigid conditions, the cold water was utterly terrifying. One after another, they began to scream in distress. "Boss, this kid is spraying us with water. I can't take it anymore. We should retreat." He Zhendong, drenched, was shivering uncontrollably as he spoke. The group hastily retreated upstairs. Observing their departure on the monitor, Lin Yi realized that they no longer posed any threat to him. Resolute, he decided to eradicate the threat entirely, flinging open the door to pursue them. He Zhendong, suffering from the cold, moved sluggishly and even neglected to close his door upon entering his home. Lin Yi easily followed him inside. When He Zhendong discovered Lin Yi trailing him, he was momentarily stunned. only to quickly adopt a menacing demeanor. "Brat, I didn't expect you to have the audacity to come out. Just wait, and I shall end your life." Linny responded with a cold smirk, saying, "Rest assured, you won't have the chance." He Zhendong's expression darkened further. "You seek death." With that, he lunged at Lin Yi. In an instant, a dagger appeared in Lin Yi's hand. And with remarkable speed, he slashed across He Zhendong's throat. He Zhendong's pupils dilated in shock as he instinctively clutched his neck, blood gushing forth. He looked at Lin Yi in disbelief before collapsing into a pool of blood. Chapter 28. Lin Yi, the great hero at that moment, He Zhendong's subordinates, hearing the commotion, rushed into the room. However, upon seeing their leader lifeless on the floor, they were struck with sheer terror. Lin Yi's icy gaze swept over each of them, causing them to tremble in fear and flee. Observing their flight, Lin Yi let out a cold chuckle. Having already doused them with water, most would likely succumb to frostbite, rendering any further action unnecessary on his part. Shortly thereafter, news of He Zhendong's demise spread through the group chat. "Incredible news, He Zhendong has been killed. Can someone explain what happened? I know. I live in building 10. Today, He Zhendong and his gang raided us for food. They pillaged everyone in the building except for the resident of 1001. I heard they just went to smash the door of 1001. It must be that resident who killed He Zhendong. Karma has come. Such a person deserves to die 100 times. Who is this kind-hearted soul from 1001? Surely they are ridding us of a menace. Does anyone know the identity of the 1001 resident?" I know. 1001 is my apartment. I rented it last month to a young man named Lin Etso. He is Lin Yi. He is truly the hero of our community." Lu Ruming lay beneath her covers, scrolling through short videos depicting the widespread snow disasters. Suddenly, she noticed Lin Yi's name pop up in the group chat. Eagerly, she opened the chat to review the previous messages. Indeed, Lin Yi was mentioned. A surge of joy filled her heart as she realized he lived in 1001. Peering through the glass at the opposite building, she caught sight of Lin Yi. Her expression froze for a moment before excitement coursed through her. "Ah, you secretly rented a place behind my house, spying on me daily, yet you dare claim you do not like me?" With this thought, Lu Ruming quickly dialed Lin Yi's video call using her alternate account, hoping to rekindle their connection. To her surprise, the call connected after only 2 rings. "What do you want?" Lin Yi inquired, enjoying a sumptuous lunch. She swallowed hard, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Lin Yi, how do you have so much food?" Lu Ruming forced a sweet smile. "What? Is it a crime to have food?" Lin Yi retorted with a cold laugh. No, Lin Yi, can you actually finish all that food by yourself? Why don't I come over and join you for a candlelit lunch?" "Heh, what? You want to eat?" Lin Yi displayed an Australian lobster before the camera. Lu Ruming's heart soared, and she nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Lin Yi smirked. "Oh, you want to eat? How naive of you." With that, he devoured the lobster in one bite, the sauce dripping down the corners of his mouth, savoring every morsel. Lu Ruming's stomach growled in envy, and she found herself salivating. Compared to Lin Yi's lifestyle, her daily meals seemed like mere scraps. The disparity was astonishing, even amidst the apocalypse. Yet she remained undeterred, quickly proclaiming, "Lin Yi, I know you've always liked me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to my neighborhood. I forgive you, and I'm willing to move in with you to live together." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi let out a derisive laugh, calmly replying, "Get lost." He ended the call abruptly. Lu Ruming, infuriated, stomped her feet in frustration. Yet she was more convinced than ever that Lin Yi harbored feelings for her. After all, why else would he move so close? The thought of Lin Yi's abundance of food made her heart race with desire. If only she could reside in his home, she could wait for the official rescue in peace. With this notion, her heart stirred once more. The next day, she stealthily crept into the living room, noticing her family members all sequestered in their rooms. Seizing the opportunity, she quietly slipped out the door. The snow had accumulated significantly, nearly sealing the entrance of the first floor. As she stepped outside, a biting wind struck her face, akin to a knife slicing through her skin. Shivering, she hurriedly made her way to the 10th building where Lin Yi resided. Soon, she arrived before Building 10, climbing through the window into the stairwell. Swiftly ascending to the 10th floor, she stood before room 1001, her heart racing with excitement as she sensed a flicker of warmth seeping through the cracks of the door. Lu Ruming brushed the snow from her clothes and knocked on Lin Yi's door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Yi, nestled with Li Shuiyao, playfully patted her rear, signaling her to fetch his phone. With supplies dwindling, Li Shuiyao had become indispensable to him. Lin Yi opened his phone to check the surveillance. Spotting Lu Ruming outside, a smirk crept onto his lips. She likely believed he still harbored feelings for her. Donning a robe casually, he opened the door. Lu Ruming, poised to knock again, was greeted by Lin Yi's presence, and her excitement was palpable. I knew you would open the door for me. You still love me. Don't you? She gazed at him adoringly, tears of exhilaration shimmering in her eyes. Lin Yi feigned surprise. Oh, it's you? Lu Ruming froze, her face flushing with embarrassment. Who else could it be? I know you only told me to get lost because you were angry. Now that I'm here, please don't be mad at me anymore. Lin Yi chuckled coldly. Which eye of yours saw me getting mad? Thank goodness I left you. You have no idea how carefree I am now. I see. You must think I'm with Sun Chong, right? I swear, there's nothing between us. If you don't believe me, I'll break up with him right now. Just forgive me, and I'll do anything you ask. At her words, Lin Yi scoffed. Why should I care? Fine, just wait. Lu Ruming, resolute, quickly dialed Sun Chong's number. Chapter 29. The child is not yours. Before long, Lu Ruming reached Sun Chong. His voice crackled with anger over the line. Where have you been? I'm officially informing you that I'm with Lin Yi now. We're breaking up. What? You're going back to Lin Yi again. Just wait. I'll kill that bastard. With that, Sun Chong hung up. Lu Ruming turned to Lin Yi, forcing a sweet smile. Lin Yi, did you hear that? I broke up with him. Let us get back together, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Which ear of yours heard me say I wanted to get back together? Lu Ruming's expression stiffened and she quickly inquired, What do you mean? Did I not do enough? Just tell me what to do. I'll do anything to at that moment. Li Shuiyao casually draped herself in a revealing nightgown and embraced Lin Yi from behind. Darling, who is this lady? Lady? Lu Ruming's face paled in shock. She hadn't anticipated that another woman, far more beautiful than herself, had entered Lin Yi's room in such a short time. Lin Yi, who is she? Seeing their intimate display, Lu Ruming was thrown into a panic. She is my woman. What does it have to do with you? Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruming was momentarily taken aback. Quickly, she retorted, Impossible. Lin Yi, you must be deliberately deceiving me, correct? Li Shuiyao, aware of some of Lu Ruming's circumstances, feigned a more intimate gesture by placing a gentle kiss on Lin Yi's cheek. At that instant, Lu Ruming's expression darkened considerably. You vile harlot! How dare you kiss my boyfriend? I shall not let this go. Lu Ruming raised her hand, preparing to strike. Just then, Lin Yi swiftly lifted his hand and retaliated, striking Lu Ruming across the face first. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Ruming gazed at Lin Yi, her expression filled with grievance. Lin Yi, how could you strike me for this wretched woman? Slap! Lin Yi delivered another blow to her other cheek. Covering her face, Lu Ruming could no longer hold back her tears. Darling, please stop hitting her. It is unnecessary to lose your temper over such a woman. As she spoke, Li Shuiyao took Lin Yi's hand and placed it on her bosom, flashing him a playful smile afterward. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ruming felt as if her insides were about to burst with fury. How she longed to tear Li Shuiyao's mouth apart. Yet, with Lin Yi nearby, she had no choice but to restrain herself. Seeing her complexion darken in an instant, Lin Yi smiled lightly. Darling, are you hungry? We've exerted ourselves greatly. Let us indulge in some lobsters. Sure. I want to feed Lin Gidge. Observing their affectionate exchange, Lu Ruming felt a profound sense of injustice. After all, she was the one who was supposed to be Lin Yi's girlfriend. At that moment, Sun Chong rushed over, panting heavily. Upon spotting Lin Yi, he charged forward. Lin Yi, you are seducing my girlfriend again, Lin Yi scoffed. Have you mistaken the facts? I have a woman. Your girlfriend approached me seeking reconciliation, and I declined. I will not meddle in your domestic affairs. With that, he wrapped his arms around Li Shuiyao's slender waist and retreated into the room. Outside, a fierce argument erupted. How could you assure me of this? Lu Ruming glared at the man before her. He was incomparable to Lin Yi. One was in the heavens, while the other was in the depths. The more she thought about it, the more revulsion she felt. Enraged, she shouted, What are you yelling at me for? Have you even looked at your own capabilities? What can you provide for me? You mooch off my family's resources daily, and now you still have the audacity to shout at me. What did you say? You are incapable of giving me what I desire. You are hardly a man. Sun Chong, struck at his vulnerable point, glared menacingly, lifting his hand to strike down hard. Slap. The blow landed brutally on Lu Ruming's already swollen cheek, exacerbating her injuries. Lu Ruming glared at Sun Chong with venomous eyes. How dare you hit me? Get out. I never want to see you again. With that, she stormed towards the elevator. Realizing his mistake, Sun Chong hastily pursued her. But there was only one elevator, forcing him to take the stairs. He hurriedly caught up, knocking on the door. Darling, I realize my mistake. Please open the door. Get lost? We're done? Sun Chong's expression tightened upon hearing this. He had nowhere else to go, and leaving would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Please give me another chance. I promise I won't hit you again. Son, I originally stayed with you because of your family's supermarket. But now that you've lost that, what worth do you have to me? Just leave. But we have a child. You cannot do this. Humph. The child is not yours. I only sought you out to find a backup. You may leave now. Sun Chong froze, suddenly understanding why Lu Ruming had been with him. He felt utterly desolate, his mind blank as he descended the stairs step by step. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Whose child is Lu Ruming carrying? It must be Lin Yi's. Otherwise, why would she repeatedly seek him out? His expression grew increasingly menacing. Lin Yi, I will not rest until you are vanquished. However, he needed a place to stay. He suddenly recalled that Lin Yi had killed He Zhendong. If that were the case, he could seize He Zhendong's residence. With this thought, he hurried to building number 10, gently knocking on He Zhendong's door. Soon, the door opened, revealing He Zhendong's wife. She looked at Sun Chong with surprise, asking, Who are you? Sun Chong flashed a devilish smile, brandishing a glinting knife that he plunged into her chest. The woman stared in horror at the knife embedded in her chest. She attempted to cry out for help, but her voice failed her. Soon, she collapsed weakly onto the floor, blood pooling beneath her. Yet, this blood quickly congealed into ice. Subsequently, Sun Chong dragged the woman into the room and locked the door. He then threw her out the window. Now he had a place to stay. The next step was to gather strength and eliminate Lin Yi. He intended to personally kill Lin Yi before Lu Ruming's eyes. To prove her wrong, that only he, Sun Chong, could offer her happiness. Only by doing so could he quell his resentment. He aspired to be the second He Zhendong. However, unlike He Zhendong, he would not act foolishly and confront Lin Yi before he was adequately prepared. Chapter 30. Delivering supplies on the 17th day of the apocalypse. After awakening his abilities, he found himself perpetually hungry. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head. His stomach had been growling for quite some time. Thus, he hastily rose to find something to eat. Lying in bed, he scrolled through videos to gather information from the outside world. After 2 hours, he had yet to encounter any useful information. Just as he was about to rest, his fingers instinctively swiped, landing on a video that captured his attention. The video was filmed in Haicheng, a mere 300 kilometers from Jinghai. It depicted a scene of the sky, seemingly mundane at first glance. But upon closer inspection, one could discern something slowly drifting through the air. This object was nearly transparent, and without the faint glimmers scattered throughout, it would be nearly invisible. These sparkles intertwined like threads. Swaying in the wind. In his previous life, there had been a sensational news story, yet at the time, he had been preoccupied with the survival of his family, leaving him no time to ponder such matters. Reflecting now, the snow disaster might not have been mere coincidence. It could very well be related to the substances drifting above. However, the video contained no commentary, and the comments section was filled with various opinions. Rendering verification impossible, Lin Yi saved the video and lay down to rest. The night passed without incident. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, with only 4 days remaining until the power outage, families that typically did not stockpile food were now running on empty. The community group was flooded with messages from those offering exorbitant prices for food. Yet, these individuals had little chance of acquiring any supplies. At this moment, the group leader sent a message. Everyone, residents of Sunshine Garden Community, I am Director Lee from our local street office. I have received directives from higher authorities indicating that this snowstorm may persist for an extended period. To ensure everyone can endure this hardship, the authorities require us to gather all supplies into one location for centralized management and distribution. Everyone is to contribute their rations at Building No. 1. Soon, those who had previously clamored for high prices in the chat eagerly chimed in. Yes, we should listen to Director Lee. We must trust the state. Everyone, please respond positively. I will be the first to support this. Indeed, we must unite and surely we can overcome this challenge. The words spoken by these individuals were increasingly grandiose. Meanwhile, those who remained silent likely had food reserves at home. At that moment, dissenting voices emerged in the group. You all shut your mouths. Your families have run out of food, yet you still want to create a ruckus. Exactly. It seems you lot are just waiting to receive handouts. How shameless. If we hand over our food, how will we survive? Humph. I refuse to contribute. Anyone who wishes to do so may do as they please. What do you mean? Your actions are undermining our nation's internal unity. Damn it, stop labeling me. Who do you think you are? How can you be so selfish? How did our country raise such self-serving individuals? Kid, which building are you in? I'm in Building 6, Room 502. What is it to you? You dare come at me? The two factions escalated their argument, nearly reaching the point of confrontation. At that moment, the group leader interjected, Everyone, please cease the quarrel. Contributing supplies is a national policy. If you choose not to participate, that is your decision, but why disrupt things? Upon hearing this, both sides fell silent. After all, Director Lee was indeed an official. While they might bicker with ordinary people, they dared not argue with someone from the government. We must unite to weather this crisis. Is there anyone willing to set an example and lead the way in contributing supplies? Yet, after the proposal was made, there was a lengthy silence of over 10 minutes. Director Lee spoke again. You all have truly disappointed me. Lenny was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the scene from his last video with Lou Rumming? In the video, Lenny was surrounded by a table full of food. Upon witnessing this, Lin instantly grasped her intentions, and his expression darkened in an instant. This video was saved during my call with Lin the day before yesterday. Their family possesses a vast amount of resources. Isn't Lin a hero? In such times, shouldn't he set an example for everyone? The group erupted in uproar upon viewing the video. Indeed, Lin is a hero, and it is the heroes who should lead by example during such crises. Absolutely, if Lin voluntarily contributes his share, I believe the majority would follow suit. Lin, come forth. Now is the moment for you to express your stance. Those who had previously incited others to contribute now simultaneously turned their attacks towards Lin. Observing this, Lin sneered coldly. This group truly lacks shame. They contribute nothing yet play the virtuous in the group. They have indeed gained both face and substance, but Lin would not allow them to prevail. Contributing? Absolutely not. Moreover, this had transpired in the previous life as well, yet what was the outcome? Director Lee hoarded all the food for herself and ultimately met a gruesome end when starving individuals stormed her home and brutally killed her. Consequently, Lin began typing a message in the group. Contributing is undoubtedly a moral obligation. However, shouldn't there be a standard? Shouldn't every household contribute an equal amount to ensure fairness? Upon hearing this, those with surplus grain quickly chimed in. Exactly. If we are to contribute, then everyone should do so. Why should some be exempt? Support, support. Why should we relinquish all our food while others bask in the benefits? That is utterly unjust. If we must contribute, let us all contribute together. This idea is commendable. If we are to give, let us do so collectively. As more individuals rallied behind Lin, Lou Rumming was infuriated. Stomping her feet in frustration, Chapter 31. Now I need not worry about surviving the winter soon. Those supporting Lin surpassed half the group, of course. Lin was not naive enough to believe these individuals supported him out of genuine concern. They were merely driven by self-interest, and once their interests clashed with his, they would swiftly turn against him. At that moment, Director Lee was nestled under her covers for warmth. When she saw the remarks in the group, she nearly choked with rage at a bunch of nuisances. This is such a hassle. Humph. Lin is no saint either. You are a murderer, yet you truly see yourself as a great hero. After uttering a curse, she hurriedly typed in the group. This is the directive from higher authorities. Do not stir trouble, Lin. While your prior actions aided in eliminating villains, who can attest that your actions were in self-defense? If no one can vouch for you, you will still face legal consequences in the future. However, if you can take the lead in responding to the nation's call and voluntarily contribute, it would reflect positively on you, and the police may treat you leniently during their investigation. Upon reading this, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. Now she dares to intimidate him with such tactics? But she lacks official documentation. Moreover, what Lin Yi stated was the truth. These were fabrications concocted by her to hoard vast amounts of resources, ensuring her safety through the winter. Yet, if she cannot present the documents, how could others be compelled to contribute? Wouldn't her entire plan come crashing down? Indeed, if you cannot produce the documents, how can we ascertain their authenticity? Exactly, why is this significant matter not being broadcasted on television by the authorities? Right? She is merely a director of the street office. Even if there were a grain requisition, it is hardly her prerogative. Director Li, seething with rage as she gazed at her screen, gritted her teeth. Lin Yi, cease inciting public opinion. This document is classified, not something you can merely request to see. Lin Yi snickered, continuing to send messages. Since you cannot produce it, on what grounds should we contribute? Perhaps this is merely a fabrication on your part to claim these resources for yourself. You are talking nonsense. Director Li's intentions were once more publicly exposed, and she was nearing her breaking point with Lin Yi, who continually thwarted her plans. Then produce your evidence. My actions are for the greater good. Just look at how many families in the group lack food. This statement resonated with those lacking provisions, who swiftly voiced their support in the group. Now, as calamity descends, we must unite to overcome this challenge. Fellow residents, we are all from the same community. Please contribute your grain. Worst case, we can always purchase more. Can't we? Exactly. Director Li only has our best interests at heart. Let us all cooperate. I scoff. What time is it? Why should I cooperate? You stand there speaking without pain. If the knife isn't at your neck, naturally, you wouldn't feel the hurt. There's no grain to spare. The two factions quickly resumed their quarrel in the group. Director Li now understood that to obtain these resources, she must circumvent Lin Yi. Thus, she reiterated in the group, quiet down. Contributing grain is an order from above, and it has nothing to do with me. I won't cheat you. Whether you choose to contribute is entirely your own affair. When the higher-ups come asking questions, you ought to consider if you can bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts began to race. Though they claimed they would not contribute, it was merely talk. When faced with Lin Yi's resolve, they lacked the courage to follow through. These individuals were oblivious to the official policies and relied on people like her for information. They all understood that Lin Yi was merely making a fuss. He would never truly confront the authorities. Lin Yi ceased to speak, curious to see whether this time, these individuals would mirror their previous lives and surrender all their grain. Before long, individuals began to step forward to contribute. Time passed, and the number of contributors gradually increased. Such is human nature. Words and actions seldom align. Just moments ago, they vehemently declared they would not contribute, yet within half a day, they eagerly rushed to do so. Lin Yi could not be bothered with them. Soon enough, they would realize their own foolishness. Time flew, and soon it was 6 in the evening. That moment, Director Li shared a list in the group. These are the residents who have voluntarily contributed their grain. From now on, we will distribute subsidies daily according to this list. Furthermore, once the official subsidies arrive, those on the list will be prioritized for distribution. Those who had yet to contribute were taken aback. The authorities could not possibly ignore them. If the official assistance truly arrives, would they not be left empty-handed? Realizing this, the group hastily responded in the chat. I will contribute right away. I was just organizing the grain, and now it's all set. Me too. Me too. We common folk must support the government's policies. And me? I will contribute as well. Director Li, please do not hold this against us. Seeing everyone so cooperative, Director Li chuckled coldly, no worries. I appreciate everyone's understanding of my duties. Before long, the remaining individuals also rushed to contribute. This moment, Lu Rumming's family stared blankly at their phones. Father, should we also contribute our grain? Lu Shanchuan paused for a moment before responding. Of course, we must contribute, but only a portion. After all, they have no idea how much grain we possess. Time swiftly passed. And it was now 8 o'clock. Director Li once again released a list of names. Thank you for your support. Currently, Lin Yi's family is the only one that has not contributed. Lin Yi, if you contribute now, I might still overlook this oversight. However, once the official supplies arrive, even if you plead with me, I will not acquiesce. Upon seeing these two words, her blood pressure skyrocketed. She initially believed that with everyone else contributing, a mere scare tactic would compel Lin Yi to comply, yet he remained obstinate. Fine, Lin E, do not regret it. With a final harsh remark, she excitedly dashed into her bedroom, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the room filled with food. Ha ha! Now I need not worry about surviving the winter, Linny scoffed softly, muttering to himself. I hope you do not regret it when you are forced to jump from the building due to the fury of the populace in 2 days. Chapter 32. Reaping what you sow. Indifferent to these matters, Lin E lay in bed inquiring about Lu Shijia's situation. Once assured that all was well, he drifted off to sleep. A night passed without incident. The next day dawned. Today would be the final day of tranquility following the apocalypse. Tomorrow, the power would be cut, and everyone's living conditions would become exceedingly harsh. Looting, violence, and murder would become commonplace. Early this morning, the group erupted in chaos. Everyone was tagging Director Lee. Director Lee, when will the supplies be distributed today? Director Lee, we haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. Please arrange for the distribution of supplies. Director Lee, why are you ignoring us? Director Lee, say something. Linny recognized that she had hoarded all the supplies for herself, thus it was impossible for her to respond in the group. This continued until noon when someone finally could no longer contain themselves. Damn it, have we been duped by this old hag? She demanded we contribute grain. Yet now she withholds distribution, clearly intending to keep it for herself. No way. How could it be otherwise? Just look at how much time has passed. She cannot possibly be unaware of the messages in the group. If you ask me, she is merely feigning ignorance, deliberately deceiving us to abscond with our provisions. Alas, how could I have been so foolish? Had I known, I would have listened to Linny yesterday. Now, what are we to do? You are absolutely right. We must not allow her to pilfer our lifeline. Damn it, let's go find her, in unison. The group resolved to take action. Soon, individuals from various apartment units began making their way towards Building 1. They rushed to Director Lee's residence, pummeling the security door with fists and feet. You old hag? Hurry up and return our supplies. Give me back what belongs to us. If you don't open the door soon, we will break it down. The commotion at the door quickly sent Director Lee into a state of panic. She trembled and hid in the storeroom, scarcely daring to breathe. Thus, these individuals spent the entire morning relentlessly battering the door. By afternoon, their patience had finally worn thin. Someone brought an axe, and they took turns hacking at the security door. In no time, they stormed into Director Lee's home, dragging her from her hiding place. Don't touch me. I am the director of the street office. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will have the police arrest you all. You old witch, then I shall deal with you first. One person struck her with a resounding slap. The sting of the blow left her face ablaze with pain. The others paid her no mind. Upon sighting the supplies, they began to frantically gather as much as they could carry, seizing every opportunity to take more. At that moment, everyone was consumed by the frenzy of looting, and no one cared about whose belongings were whose. Anything in hand was deemed theirs. Some even recorded the chaos and shared it in the group chat. This drew in more people, eager to join the fray for supplies. The scene descended into utter chaos. Director Lee collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down her face as she watched the mob greedily snatch up the provisions. Please, stop. This is all mine. She clutched one person's leg in a desperate attempt to halt them. Humph! Old hag, get away from me! The individual kicked her away, sending her sprawling. After the kick, they resumed their looting, not sparing her a glance. Director Lee lay on the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks. She glared at the crowd with resentment. Harboring no remorse, she blamed everything on Lin A, convinced that he had incited this madness. Enraged, she shouted at the top of her lungs, I curse you all to meet a terrible end. Yet, no one paid her any heed. They were too busy seizing supplies. She realized that there was no hope of retaining any provisions today. Before long, she would starve to death. She knew that the authorities had not issued any announcements after all this time, and it was clear they would not come to their aid. Rather than perish from hunger, she thought it better to end it all. Slowly, she made her way to the window. Stumbling, she reached the windowsill and, with great effort, managed to climb up. As she opened the window, the biting cold wind struck her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Witnessing this, her expression twisted with even greater bitterness. You shall all meet a dreadful fate. With that, she leapt from the window. Fortunately, the ground below was soft with snow, and she plunged headfirst into it. However, as she attempted to struggle, she found herself utterly immobilized. Soon, Her body grew increasingly cold. Her pupils constricted slightly. She had intended to end her life swiftly, sparing herself the agony, but to her dismay, she had not died from the fall now. She was trapped, with only the prospect of freezing to death. The thought of such a fate filled her with profound regret. Observing all of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect in this post-apocalyptic world, finding someone trustworthy is indeed a daunting task. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone abruptly chimed. It was a friend request. Upon recognizing the sender, his expression shifted. Chapter 33, Power Outage. Seeing the friend request, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then, a slight smile crept onto his lips. The individual was named Gu Xiaoman, who in his previous life had followed He Jindong. He Jindong had abandoned his original partner to be with her, and she had also served as his advisor. He wondered why she had chosen to add him. However, recalling his recent exploits, he began to form some conjectures. Gu Xiaoman was astute and surely sensed the unusual nature of this calamity. Thus, she sought a powerful ally. With this in mind, Lin Yi accepted the friend request. Shortly thereafter, Gu Xiaoman initiated a voice call. "Hello, handsome." Her voice was melodious, imbued with the unique timbre of a mature woman. "What do you want?" Lin Yi replied coldly. "Handsome, can't I just call to chat if there's nothing else?" There was a hint of flirtation in her tone. "Of course, but I am quite direct, so please speak plainly." Lin Yi maintained his icy demeanor. "How dull." Gu Xiaoman dropped her pretense, her voice becoming languid as she turned to recline on her bed. Her alluring curves subtly revealed, her fair legs and black leggings prominently displayed in the video. "Aren't you curious why I sought you out?" Gu Xiaoman inquired again. "Not in the least." Lin Yi remained unfazed. "You truly are one of a kind." At this, Gu Xiaoman sat up straight, her dark hair cascading from her shoulders. "Let us get straight to the point. I'm here to propose a partnership." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi scoffed disdainfully. "Collaborate with me? Indeed, you possess courage, and I have intellect. Together, we can undoubtedly survive in this apocalypse." Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly, though they soon relaxed. He hadn't anticipated her to deduce the onset of the apocalypse so swiftly. Neither the authorities nor anyone else had explicitly declared it as such, and currently it was winter. Most people merely thought this year's snowfall was unusually heavy. This clearly indicated that she was exceptionally intelligent. "How do you propose we collaborate?" Lin Yi found himself increasingly intrigued by her. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gu Xiaoman. I am 23 years old, and I have worked as a marketing director in a publicly traded company for 2 years." She stated confidently, her demeanor exuding pride. "And?" Lin Yi remained indifferent, unconcerned by her title. In this apocalypse, such credentials held no value, nor were they worthy of discussion. Gu Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Yi to react this way. She had always held her position in high esteem, knowing how challenging it was for a 23-year-old woman to achieve such status. Everyone around her had fawned over her, yet Lin Yi exhibited no semblance of astonishment. "Isn't that enough to demonstrate my capability?" "Of course it is, but so what?" "What?" Gu Xiaoman's expression shifted, but she quickly composed herself and continued. "Lin Yi, I am here to discuss a partnership, and I am extending my utmost sincerity. To me, it appears you have not demonstrated any sincerity whatsoever." "What do you mean?" Gu Xiaoman could no longer contain her anger. Observing her expression, Lin Yi smirked slyly. "You've already stated it yourself. This is an apocalypse, and your identity is of no consequence to me. What can you offer me in this collaboration?" "An astute mind. That is far less significant than a bag of provisions. To me, the only asset you possess is your body. You," Gu Xiaoman seethed with rage, "you truly are a lecher." With that, she hung up the call. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. Her arrogance made him wary of collaborating with her. However, he was not entirely opposed to the idea. He simply needed a partner who would be completely obedient to him. At present, Gu Xiaoman did not meet his criteria. She still required a taste of the harshness of this new world. After Gu Xiaoman's provoking words, Lin Yi found it impossible to settle down for sleep. Thus, he directly called Li Shuiyao. "What do you want?" Li Shuiyao's enchanting voice came through the line. "Naturally, I need you." "Hurry over. I refuse. You trick me every time." "Humph. If you don't come up, I might just come find you." Lin Yi stated once more. "No, no, no. I'll come. However, I want fish for dinner. You must cook fish for me." Li Shuiyao whined. "Fine. If you behave well, I'll throw in an extra chicken leg today. Hee hee, just wait with that. Li Shuiyao hung up the phone. Before long, she appeared before him, clad in a revealing outfit. Li Shuiyao twirled in front of Lin Yi, playfully asking, "How do I look today?" Lin Yi stepped forward and swept her into his arms, then headed towards the bedroom. 2 hours later, Li Shuiyao indulged in the sumptuous feast laid out before her. He had yet to entertain the thought of keeping her around. After washing up, Lin Yi lay down on the bed. Before long, he drifted off to sleep, a night devoid of conversation. On the 14th day of the apocalypse, Lin Yi awoke early. The heavy snowfall had buried everything below the 3rd floor, and within a few hours, the snow would cover the power lines, leading to a swift power outage. At that point, all heating would cease, and indoor temperatures would plummet to over 30 degrees below zero. In such conditions, a significant number of people would perish from the cold. The wind howled, and snow swirled. Gazing through the window, he saw an expanse of white outside. The ground was entirely obscured, resembling a magnificent sky city high above the clouds. Everyone in the room was huddled together, seeking refuge from the biting cold. They peered through the window, their eyes devoid of any glimmer of hope. Just then, the hallway lights of the entire complex began to flicker erratically, as if influenced by some mysterious force. Suddenly, all the bulbs extinguished, plunging the entire city into a widespread blackout. The heating system collapsed entirely, and the indoor temperature plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. Lin Yi gazed at the darkened room. In the next moment, all the electrical appliances sprang back to life. His diesel generator roared to life. Chapter 34. How does Lin Yi's home still have power? All the appliances in the room resumed their function. His diesel generator was now operational. Meanwhile, the residents of the neighborhood were in an uproar. In a way, a blackout at this time. How are we supposed to survive? The high-voltage lines outside are buried under snow. It must be due to the snow. We're doomed. We're finished. Observing the flurry of messages, Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Just then, a call from Lu Shijia came through. Lin Yi quickly answered. Her anxious yet melodious voice resonated through the receiver. Lin Yi, our neighborhood is out of power. What should we do? Don't panic. Seal the windows and doors tightly with anything you can find. It will help retain some heat indoors. Oh, okay. I'll do that right away. Lin Yi, when will you come to get me? I'm so scared. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before continuing, perhaps in a few days. All right then, but please take care of yourself. I still have plenty of food here. It will last us a long time, but I'm worried if you don't come soon, I'll eat it all. With that, Lu Shijia flashed Lin Yi a playful smile. His heart warmed. It was clear that her eagerness for him to come was rooted in concern. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed that it was indeed time to fetch her. Hang in there for 2 more days, and conserve your phone's battery, understood? Got it. I'll wait for you. With that, Lin Yi hung up the phone. At that moment, Lu Ruming was curled up in her blankets, trembling from the cold. She had reached the peak of despair. Having given away most of her food last time, the sudden blackout left her wondering how she would survive the coming days. Just then, she inadvertently glanced across to the building opposite. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? She shot up from her bed. How does Lin Yi's home still have power? Could it be that his building hasn't lost electricity? With this thought, Lu Ruming quickly wrapped herself in her blanket and got up to investigate. After a thorough look, she realized that only Lin Yi's home had power. This revelation left her utterly bewildered. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and dialed Lin Yi's video call. Upon seeing Lu Ruming's call, Lin Yi smiled and answered. Lin Yi, why does your home still have power? Just as she finished her question, her jaw dropped in shock. Is your home this warm? How are you only wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt? Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, indeed. My home switched to diesel power a month ago. I didn't expect it would come in handy. He then turned the camera towards the thermometer in his room, adding, the temperature here is 30 degrees. It's sweltering. You all must be freezing. Unlike me, who enjoys abalone and sea cucumbers daily, coupled with this warm temperature. I am practically sweating. I can't take it anymore. I need to open a window for some fresh air. Listening to Lin Yi, Lu Ruming's face turned pale. How could he say such things? People outside were freezing, barely able to fill their bellies, while he feasted luxuriously in warmth. What was worse, he was complaining about it. Where could she voice her grievances? Lu Ruming's expression darkened, but she couldn't afford to lash out. She forced a smile and continued, Lin Yi, Let us make amends. Let me stay with you. It must be so lonely for you to live alone without anyone to cook or do laundry. Linny pretended to ponder thoughtfully. You make a compelling point. Perhaps I should find someone to take care of me. Upon hearing this, Lou Rumming's heart leaped with joy. Linny, I'll pack my things and come to you right now. Wait, when did I say you could move in? Lou Rumming was momentarily taken aback, her voice tinged with urgency. Linny, I know you're still upset with me, and I realize my mistakes now. Can't you forgive me, a grown man? Linny smiled slightly. No, you. Lou Rumming panicked, then changed her demeanor to a more charming one. Good brother. Please don't hold on to past mistakes. I never wanted it to be this way. Can't you forgive me just this once? Seeing her pleading expression on the video, Lin E felt a surge of satisfaction. In his previous life, Lou Rumming had never shown him a kind face. Constantly berating or belittling him, he tirelessly worked for their family, yet they showed no gratitude and even cruelly harmed him. In this life, he would ensure they paid a far greater price. With this thought, Lin E abruptly ended the call. Lou Rumming, still trying to appease him, was left stunned. Her face fell immediately. Lin E, I've begged you, and yet you still refuse. You dare hang up on me. I will make you wish you were never born. After enduring until noon for a meager meal, she stared at the cold biscuit on the table and the icy water, instantly reminded of the delicious meals at Linny's. What is this? How am I supposed to eat this? Wang Meiying retorted crossly. This is what I painstakingly managed to prepare. Eat it or not? The others at the table wore similarly grim expressions but said nothing more. With the gas supply cut off and no electricity, they were grateful to have any food at all, yet, having just seen the lavish spread at Lin Yi's, Lou Rumming found the stale biscuits before her utterly unappetizing. Meanwhile, it was lunchtime for Lin Yi as well. He had a dozen steaming dishes laid out before him, along with a bottle of red wine. It would have been perfect if he had someone beside him to serve the dishes and pour the wine. He considered two candidates, Lu Shijia and Li Shuiyao, both of whom he had established a deeper connection with. Naturally, he leaned towards bringing Lu Shijia to the safe house, while his relationship with Li Shuiyao was merely food-related. Just then, a video call came through. To his surprise, it was Gu Xiaoman. He casually tapped the answer button. As soon as he did, Gu Xiaoman's increasingly anxious voice filled the line. Lin E, you really need to seriously consider my suggestion. We should, but upon seeing Lin E dressed in a thin shirt, she was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 35. Gu Xiaoman's speculation. After a brief pause, Lin E grew impatient. If you have nothing important, don't disturb my meal with that. He picked up a chicken leg and tore off a succulent piece of meat. These weren't frozen meals. They were gourmet dishes he had ordered from a restaurant. Each chicken remarkably tender and large. His stomach audibly growled in response. She stifled her hunger and quickly said, Lin E, have you thought about it? Thought about what? I haven't given it a second thought. You? Gu Xiaoman felt a surge of anger at his indifference. This was her first time experiencing such disregard. She felt an urge to hang up immediately but held back. The situation was too perilous to wait any longer. Suppressing her anger, she calmly stated, Lin E, I hope you can seriously consider partnering with me. Partner with you? What do you have to offer? It's amusing that you consider yourself clever, yet you can't see this simple truth. There is truly no point in collaborating with you. Gu Xiaoman's pupils constricted slightly, her expression turning awkward. Lin E continued, in this apocalypse, I have food and diesel. What do you possess, aside from your body? What else do you have? Do you think you can just partner with me for that? You? Gu Xiaoman wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words, realizing she truly had nothing but herself. However, she quickly regained her composure. Oh, what if that's all I have? I have enough confidence in myself. I believe I can acquire everything I desire. With this thought, she hastily added, but what good is your food and fuel? Sooner or later, someone will invade your home and take everything you have. They might even kill you. You needn't worry about that. The reason you want to partner with me is that I killed He Shindong. Even if they intend to seize my possessions, they must have the capability to do so. With that, Lin E ended the call. It appeared that after a night, she still hadn't grasped the current situation. It was her who needed the partnership, not him. If she couldn't lower her stance, there was no need for collaboration. He acknowledged that the other party was indeed quite intelligent, but collaborating with someone he could not control was nothing short of folly. One day, she might very well devise a scheme to ensnare him, seizing everything he possessed for herself. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman, infuriated by the abrupt disconnection of the call, stomped her feet in frustration. How outrageous! How utterly preposterous to hang up on me again. Hastily, she burrowed beneath the covers, fearing that lingering outside for even a moment longer would leave her frozen. Lying in bed, she began to ponder Lin Yi's earlier words. She remained steadfast in her belief that she had no issues. Even if she were no longer the marketing director, she still possessed genuine skills. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoman furrowed her brow. Was it possible that Lin Yi had completely misunderstood her hints? Yet, she quickly dismissed such a notion. Lin Yi had previously acknowledged her exceptional qualities, yet he seemed utterly indifferent. His insistence that she reflect on her worthiness to collaborate with him indicated his deep-seated confidence. He believed he could thrive in this apocalyptic world without her assistance. What sort of person was he, possessing both resources and the audacity to kill? Gu Xiaoman calmed herself and began to think seriously. Judging by his demeanor, he was indeed willing to partner with her. His implication was that he deemed her bargaining power insufficient to warrant collaboration. Perhaps he was waiting for her to enhance her value. If she were to place herself in Lin Yi's shoes, what would he need most? He had food, diesel, and even a generator at home. The more she contemplated, the more solemn her expression became, for she could hardly fathom what else Lin Yi might require. His attitude clearly suggested he was unafraid of others coveting his possessions. He might even possess weapons. If he truly needed something, it could very well be the mistress of the house. Did he wish for her to become his woman? She recalled Lin Yi's words from the previous night, realizing that apart from her physical presence, she possessed no other leverage. With this thought, her conviction solidified. Lin Yi was indeed fixated on her body. Gu Xiaoman's expression grew cold. She could scarcely accept such a notion. As a woman of high caliber, how could her value be reduced to merely that? Fuming, she turned over in bed, shutting her eyes in an attempt to rest. Sleep would render her hunger obsolete. Yet, no matter how she tossed and turned, slumber eluded her. Her mind consumed with thoughts of Lin Yi devouring that enormous chicken leg. If only she had those resources, he would not regard her with such disdain. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. What he needed could not possibly be just a woman. After all, he already had Li Shuiyao. And since Li Shuiyao had not moved into his home, it indicated that what he truly sought was not merely a partner, but rather, a follower. Gu Xiaoman paused momentarily. She was reluctant to accept such a reality. She was a confident and proud individual. How could she come to terms with such a situation? This shift in identity was intolerable. A collaborator was an equal partner with Lin Yi, whereas a follower, mildly put, was akin to a worker. And harshly viewed, a mere beast of burden, easily replaceable. Having spent years in the corporate realm, she was acutely aware of its brutal nature. Moreover, this was an apocalyptic era, a time when even murder went unchecked. With this in mind, she promptly abandoned any thoughts of Lin Yi. She needed to seek another faction within the community. However, she soon realized a dilemma. Regardless of whom she sought, the community was limited in size. And eventually, conflicts of interest would arise, leading her to cross paths with Lin Yi, possibly even resulting in confrontation. Currently, she had no idea of Lin Yi's true capabilities. Choosing the wrong path could lead to her utter ruin. So she had to proceed with caution. Understanding this, she refrained from rushing into any decisions, opting instead to observe discreetly. She believed that given the current circumstances, many would covet Lin Yi's residence. It would be prudent to watch how he navigated this situation. Chapter 36. He is still just a child. After finishing his lunch, Lin Yi indulged in a relaxing hot bath. Once refreshed, he settled in the living room only to find his phone incessantly buzzing. Upon checking, he was taken aback by the sheer volume of notifications. Thousands of friend requests flooded in, threatening to overwhelm his device. He quickly opened the group chat to assess the situation. Look, Lin Yi's house still has electricity. How is it possible that he has power? Does he have a generator? Lin Yi, my child has a fever. Can I bring him to your house to recuperate? Lin Yi, weren't you looking for women? Let me stay with you. I can help you. A cursory glance revealed that most requests were from individuals eager to move into his home. He promptly rejected all friend requests. Just then, a knock echoed at his door. Through the surveillance camera, Lin Yi observed two figures outside. An elderly woman accompanied by a child. He recognized the elderly woman as Yao Shufan, a resident from the apartment above, along with her grandson. In his previous life, he had encountered them while scavenging for food, only to have his hard-earned supplies stolen by them. Later, he learned that Yao Shufan and her grandson had been taken in by a kind-hearted family, only for her to impose upon them daily until they could no longer tolerate it, ultimately ejecting them through a window in a fit of rage. It seemed they were back again. Linny harbored no fondness for them. At that moment, the child piped up, "Grandma, I'm so cold. Hurry and let this family open the door. I want to go inside." "Don't worry, dear grandson. I will ensure you get in today." "Oh, I want to stay in the warm big house," the child exclaimed joyfully. Seeing that Linny had yet to open the door, Yao Shufan continued knocking. After a while, the child's patience waned, prompting him to shout at her. "Why haven't they opened the door yet? Are they dead? Hurry and let me in." All right, dear grandson, just a moment. I'll get it open," Yao Shufan hurriedly reassured him. But after waiting a bit longer without a response, the child grew impatient, kicking the door and hurling insults. "Get out here. My grandma said I could stay in the warm big house. This house will be mine, so hurry and open the door." Yet, Yao Shufan did nothing to deter the child's behavior. Instead, she expressed her concern. "Careful, dear grandson. Don't hurt your foot, I don't care. I want to stay here. You need to let them open the door." The child yelled. "Okay, I'll get them to open the door right away." Yao Shufan continued to pound on the door. Witnessing this scene, Linny felt a surge of irritation. How had this child been raised? And this elderly woman? When had he ever agreed to let them in? Since when had she taken it upon herself to make such decisions? Lin-Yi opened the peephole on the security door. The peephole could only be accessed from inside, ensuring safety. Once opened, Yao Shufan saw Lin-Yi's excited face and hastily exclaimed, "Young man, please open the door. Let my grandson come in to warm up." "Yes, you little brat. Open the door," the child chimed in. "I want to stay in the warm big house." Lin-Yi's expression turned icy as he bellowed, "You little brat, get lost." The child froze momentarily before bursting into tears. Yao Shufan panicked at the sight and quickly attempted to soothe him. "Don't cry, dear grandson." However, the child only escalated his wailing, crying out, "Grandma, he scolded me. I want him dead. I want him dead." All right, as long as my dear grandson stops crying, I'll make him wish he were dead." "Really?" The moment the child heard this, he ceased his tears. With her grandson quieted, Yao Shufan stood up and glared at Lin-Yi, her expression turning venomous. "You wretched brat. You frightened my dear grandson to tears. He is just a child. Open the door for him to come in. Elderly lady, do you not understand? This is my home." Yao Shufan's gaze flickered momentarily before sharpening again. "Your home is so impressive. Hurry and open the door. Can you take responsibility if my grandson freezes?" Her voice rang shrill like a rooster. Linny scoffed. He was no benevolent soul, and he had plenty of ways to deal with such people. "Get lost?" Yao Shufan was taken aback. She was used to being the one to hurl insults, yet today someone had dared to insult her first. She promptly sat down at the door, wailing, "Oh no? They beating up an old woman? Everyone, come quickly. Help me." Both Yao Shufan and the child cried out in unison, their performance remarkably practiced, indicating it was not their first time engaging in such antics. Through the surveillance, Linny noticed a gathering crowd, likely drawn by the commotion, all eager to enter his residence. However, they seemed hesitant to approach, perhaps out of fear. Very well, if that were the case, he would attract more people. This would help him avoid considerable trouble later on. The cries of Yao Shufan and the child grew louder, and one by one, curious onlookers stepped out of their homes, gathering in the hallway. Seeing the crowd, a sneer crept onto Yao Shufan's face, and she wailed even more dramatically, "Come and help this old woman. My grandson merely wished to play at his door, yet he was scolded and beaten. How can such a person exist in this world? I implore you all to adjudicate fairly. On what grounds does he dare to insult my beloved grandson as a wretched child? What gives him the audacity to resort to violence? If I do not receive an explanation today, I shall take my own life right here." Yet, the others are all too aware that Linny has committed murder and is not to be trifled with. None dare to speak up. They merely wish to observe how Linny will handle this matter. Should these two individuals truly be taken away, they might employ the same tactics to invade Lin-Yi's abode. Yao Shufan, noticing the crowd's utter lack of response, was momentarily taken aback. This was her first encounter with such a situation. What has become of people these days? Do you intend to watch this old woman perish before your very eyes? You are all murderers, she glared at the crowd with disdain. However, her words only served to incite their anger. They had done nothing yet were being insulted by this elderly woman. Coupled with the current atmosphere, each person felt a pent-up frustration. Old hag, what do you think you are? Damn it, even if we killed you, it would serve you right. Your mouth is nothing but a curse. Look at that spiteful, twisted face of yours. It is no wonder your life is such a misery, and your grandson is no better. Listening to the vitriol around her, Yao Shufin was taken aback. What has come over these people today? Such behavior had never occurred before. Chapter 37. Taking action faced with the crowd's vitriol, even Yao Shufin felt somewhat intimidated. The child was utterly terrified, wailing inconsolably. Yao Shufin sat on the ground, clutching her grandson. They are bullying us, a widow and her orphan child. Soon, the crowd ceased their insults, turning their attention back to Lin A. They still wished to see how he would respond. Once the cacophony of insults subsided, Yao Shufin realized this group was not to be trifled with, and her thoughts turned once more to Lin E. With a quick flick of her eyes, she devised a new strategy. Kind-hearted person inside. Please open the door and let us in. They are all madmen, but you are a good soul. Good soul. Will you really stand by and let us perish? Good soul. Have pity on a widow and her orphan. We haven't tea eaten in 3 days. My phone is broken. Please, open the door and lend me yours for just a moment so I can call my son. He will send you money. He is currently delivering food in Kyoto and earns a decent wage. Please, let me in. It is freezing out here, and my grandson is too small to endure this. Yao Shufin called from outside for over 10 minutes. Yet Lin Yi remained unyielding. Her face darkened with fury, and no longer willing to feign civility, she unleashed a torrent of curses. You worthless cur, is having a generator all you have? What makes you so special? Were it not for the power outage, do you think I would care to enter your home? I'll have you know, my grandson is destined for greatness. One day, I shall ensure he locks you away in a prison. Little brat, will you open the door? If you do not, I shall die right here on your doorstep. Hearing Yao Shufin's curses, Lin Yi could endure no longer. He saw enough people gathered outside, and now he could act decisively to instill fear. Were it not for the desire to avoid such troubles in the future, he would have already driven this old woman and her grandson away. Lin Yi opened the peephole and, glaring at the old woman, shouted, I am giving you 5 seconds to leave with your foolish grandson. However, she merely stared at him, her expression darkening. You little brat, clean up your mouth. How dare you insult my beloved grandson? At that moment, the onlookers recognized Lin Yi's demeanor and understood that this grandmother and grandson were likely to meet their misfortune. Simultaneously, a sense of disappointment washed over them, for it signified that they too had lost their chance to enter Lin Yi's residence. Ha! What good will your insults do? If you do not leave, I shall strike him again, you dare. The old woman retorted, her eyes wide with fury. Seeing her refusal to leave, Lin Yi opened the door and swiftly lifted the child, pulling down his pants and delivering a series of sharp slaps to his behind. The resounding cracks echoed through the hallway, accompanied by the child's cries, transitioning from wails to anguished screams, revealing the severity of Lin Yi's strikes. Yao Shufin's heart sank. This was her precious grandson. She could not bear to strike him even once. How could he treat him this way? Immediately, she seized Lin Yi's arm, her voice a desperate wail. Let go of my grandson, you wretched creature. May you suffer a terrible fate. But she was no match for Lin Yi. With a shove, he sent Yao Shufin staggering into the wall. Humph! For every insult you hurl at me, I shall strike your grandson once more. Slap! Slap! The sound was crisp and melodic, the child's pitiful shrieks reverberating throughout the building. Fool! You dare to strike me. I shall have my grandmother kill you. Slap! Slap! Grandmother, come save me. Kill this fool. Wah slap! Slap! I was wrong. I promise I will not do it again. Please, stop hitting me. Finally, the child began to plead for mercy. Meanwhile, Yao Shufin regained her footing and rushed forward once more. Let go of my grandson. I will fight you. Slap! Slap! Lin Yi continued to strike the child's backside, and once again, the child erupted into tears. Seeing her grandson's red and swollen behind, Yao Shufin could no longer contain herself. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Please, stop hitting my grandson. We will leave. Yao Shufan quickly scooped up her grandson, asking anxiously, My dear grandson, are you all right? You fool. Why didn't you save me? To her astonishment, the child lashed out at his grandmother. Yao Shufan's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she gazed at the child. Why, dear grandson, I am your grandmother. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, suppressed their laughter. Yet, they felt a tinge of disappointment at Linny's ruthlessness. The little girl, hearing her brother's cries, rushed out to inquire, Grandmother, what happened to my brother? Slap? In an instant, Yao Shufan delivered a resounding slap to the little girl's face. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Her gaze fixed upon her grandmother, tears welling up. It's all your fault, you little harbinger of doom. Were it not for you, would your brother have been beaten like this? Yao Shufan, feeling aggrieved, decided to confront the neighbor. Were it not for the neighbor informing her that the person in room 1001 had a generator, she would never have taken her grandson there. With this thought in mind, she stepped outside and knocked on her neighbor's door. Knock, knock, knock. The neighbor, hearing the commotion, did not open the door. Recognizing the impatient knocking, he knew it was Yao Shufan from across the hall. What do you want now? The neighbor asked, exasperated. Open the door. Why did you lead me astray? Had you not mentioned that room 1001 had a generator, I would not have taken my grandson there. I don't care. You must take responsibility for what happened to him. You've got to be kidding. You actually went there? Besides, I never told you to go. Your grandson getting beaten has nothing to do with me. The neighbor could not help but chuckle. I don't care. It's your responsibility now. Why should I have to hide? He was the one who struck first, Yao Shufan asserted confidently. Do you not know that the person in room 1001 recently killed He Jindong from our building? What? Upon hearing He Jindong's name, Yao Shufan trembled in fear. The individual from room 1001 had killed He Jindong. Chapter 38. Song Zhaodi. Previously, He Jindong had gone door to door collecting provisions. She had suffered greatly at his hands, hence her trepidation. But the person from room 1001 had the audacity to kill him. Who exactly was this individual? Without a smartphone, she was unaware of the events that had unfolded in recent days. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. After some deliberation, she decided to inquire about the identity of this person. With that thought in mind, she cautiously opened her door, peering outside to ensure no one was around before stepping out. She hurried to her neighbor's door, knocking much more gently. Before long, the neighbor emerged, recognizing Yao Shufan through the peephole and opting not to open the door. What is it? I wish to inquire about the family in room 1001. Subsequently, the neighbor succinctly recounted the events surrounding Lin Yi. After Yao Shufan understood, she felt considerably more at ease. At the very least, Lin Yi had not acted aggressively. With this realization, her spirits lifted and she felt elated. After all these years of raising a liability, she might finally exchange it for something of value. Perhaps even secure a place for herself and her beloved grandson in room 1001. Suddenly, she flung the door open, startling her granddaughter. Grandmother, what is it? Yao Shufan, rarely displaying warmth, offered a rare smile, saying, Zhaodi, I have splendid news. Zhaodi's heart raced. She had never experienced even a hint of kindness from her grandmother. Now, with a smile directed at her, she felt an unsettling apprehension. Why is Zhaodi crying? Yao Shufan asked, hastening to wipe away her granddaughter's tears with her rough hands. Song Zhaodi was taken aback. This was the first time her grandmother had shown such tenderness. Usually, she was met with harsh words and blows. When had she ever received care? Yet, the more she contemplated this, the more anxious she became. Zhaodi, I shall send you to a wealthy family. They have heating. You will live in comfort. Her guess proved to be correct. Her grandmother could not possibly be kind to her without reason. Inner turmoil engulfed her as she struggled against the notion of being treated like an object to be given away. Yet, the thought of her future in this household filled her with even greater dread. Staying here seemed less appealing than being sent away. Surely, life outside could not be worse than this. Moreover, she had no right to refuse. Any act of defiance would only result in a brutal beating. With this realization, Song Zhaodi felt an overwhelming sense of despair and suffocation. Well, I will listen to my grandmother, she whispered. Nodding softly, I knew it all along. My grandmother hasn't wasted her love for you all these years, Yao Shufan exclaimed. her smile widening at her granddaughter's acquiescence. Humming a tune, she rummaged through the room, pulling out one garment after another. Why are none of these appealing? Honestly, who would want to wear such clothes? She paid no mind to Song Zhaodi standing behind her. Hearing such words, Song Zhaodi's eyes immediately welled with tears, though she dared not cry out loud, opting instead to wipe her tears in secret. Soon enough, Yao Shufan unearthed a somewhat presentable outfit and held it up in front of Song Zhaodi for comparison. However, upon measuring it against her brow furrowed in dismay. Why is it too small? Song Zhaodi's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly explained, "Grandmother, this was bought 3 years ago. I've grown over the past 2 years and can hardly fit into it anymore." "How could you grow so quickly? Just wear this," Yao Shufan snapped, tossing the outfit in front of her. Song Zhaodi took the garment, staring at it in confusion as her eyes brimmed with tears once again. She was already 18, yet this dress was a birthday gift from her parents on her 15th birthday, a treasure she had cherished and never dared to wear. But over the past 2 years, her growth had stagnated due to a lack of proper nutrition, leaving her looking as though she were still 15 or 16. Yet her grandmother insisted she wear this. Putting on this dress would mean she couldn't wear anything else. And even if she could, with the weather so frigid, was she being asked to risk her life? As she stood there in a daze, Yao Shufan noticed her inaction and frowned. "Why haven't you changed yet?" Startled by her grandmother's voice, Song Zhaodi quickly removed her current clothing. The moment the fabric left her body, a chilling wind enveloped her. Shivering, she slowly donned the small dress. "All right, once you're dressed, come with me." Yao Shufan nodded in satisfaction. Feeling unbearably cold, Song Zhaodi hesitated but ultimately wrapped herself in a cotton coat before following her grandmother out. In the living room, Yao Shufan smiled at her grandson. "Dear, we're off to live in a warm, big house. I don't care. If that idiot hits me, I'll make sure he pays," the child exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. "All right, but this time, don't speak. Let your grandmother do the talking. Once we move into his house, we'll kick him out." Listening to their conversation, Song Zhaodi tightened her expression. She was reluctant to partake in such actions with her grandmother, yet every time she voiced her opinion, she faced unwarranted scolding. This had instilled a fear in her that silenced her tongue. Before long, the trio stepped out of the room. The hallway was even colder, and clad in thin clothing with only a cotton coat for warmth. Song Zhaodi's legs trembled uncontrollably from the chill, yet she had no choice but to closely follow her grandmother down the stairs. Soon, they stood before the door of room 1001. Yao Shufan signaled for her grandson to remain silent before knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Lin Yi, who was exercising, furrowed his brow at the noise, wondering who had come knocking after sending away an old woman. He casually checked the door camera on his phone. They dare to come back? Curiosity piqued, he noticed a girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 standing there, her head bowed, obscuring her features. It dawned on him that this girl was the one he had encountered in his previous life when the old woman had bartered her for 2 bags of instant noodles. How unfortunate for her to be born into such a family. At that moment, Yao Shufan's voice rang out from outside. "Lin Yi, I admit I was wrong before. I shouldn't have acted that way. But could you show a bit of compassion for us poor orphans? We haven't eaten in 3 days. I heard you mention before that you would trade resources for women, so I brought my precious granddaughter. If you don't mind, please take her in. It would be a blessing for her to be with you." Chapter 39. The malicious old woman understanding their intentions, Lenny scoffed. This was not a place where just anyone could trade for resources. And he certainly had not sunk so low as to exploit a minor. "You may leave. I will not trade with someone like you," he replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Yao Shufan's expression fell immediately. Unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, she pressed on. "Didn't you say women could come here to exchange for resources? Why is that no longer the case? Are you just bullying an old woman?" Lin Yi could hardly be bothered to respond. Conversing with such a person was a waste of breath. "Why aren't you speaking? We sincerely came to trade for resources. My granddaughter is not unworthy of you." Yao Shufan continued to shout at the door, her voice growing louder. Soon, her commotion attracted the attention of residents from several floors. "Come out, do you look down on us?" As Song Zhaodi observed the growing crowd, a wave of humiliation washed over her, making her feel akin to a street vendor. She lowered her head, enduring it all, as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yao Shufan persisted. banging on the security door. Creating a cacophony of noise, they waited for 5 minutes, and Song Xiaodi was on the verge of losing feeling in her limbs. The whispers and pointed fingers around her made her wish for death. She even contemplated taking her own life. Just then, Yao Shufan glared at her with a menacing expression, causing Song Xiaodi to flinch and release her grip. Yet, this did little to quell Yao Shufan's fury. Shameless piece of trash. It's no wonder Linny finds you undesirable. Have I been feeding you all these years only for you to waste away? Look at yourself. At your age, you should have developed properly. In disbelief, Song Xiaodi stared at Yao Shufan, unable to fathom how her grandmother could utter such words. Was she worthless? Had she ever been well-fed? Since the arrival of her younger brother, all the love she once received had been stripped away. The things she enjoyed were snatched by her brother. If not for this, how could she have suffered from malnutrition for so long? Yet now, she was being blamed for not developing properly, as if that was the reason Lin Yi rejected her. She bore the weight of this blame alone. In that moment, her tears could no longer be contained. As they fell, they transformed into icy beads before they even touched the ground. Crying again. All you do is cry. Yao Shufan sneered, pinching Song Xiaodi's arm harshly. Song Xiaodi cried out in pain, the area turning a deep shade of red that moment. The child tugged at Yao Shufan's arm, saying, "Grandma, I'm hungry." Yao Shufan instantly donned a smile, her tone softening considerably. "Wait a moment, dear. Food will be here soon. Food will be here soon." Yao Shufan then turned her gaze to Song Xiaodi, her expression darkening. "You go knock on the door. If he refuses to take you today, you might as well freeze to death outside." Trembling with fear, Song Xiaodi dragged her nearly frozen body step by step to the door. She gently knocked, her sobs rendering her voice nearly inaudible. "Please, open the door louder, at that volume. Who can hear you?" Song Xiaodi shuddered again, mustering her voice to plead for Lin Yi to open the door. At this moment, those around her felt a pang of sympathy witnessing the scene unfold. Finally, someone could no longer hold back, shouting, "How could you, as a grandmother, be so cruel? Making a child dress so lightly in this freezing weather? Are you even human? To sell your granddaughter for your grandson? How can someone like you exist in this world? With such a granddaughter in your family, you must have run out of luck for 8 generations." Yao Shufan glared at the crowd, bellowing back, "What do you care? She is my granddaughter. I can do as I please. If you don't like it, feel free to take her." Upon hearing this, the murmurs of the crowd quieted. This old woman was notoriously difficult. Anyone who tangled with her would surely suffer. With their own survival at stake, no one was willing to take on the burden of another person, so they fell silent, hoping that this unfortunate girl would be reborn into a better family in her next life. After knocking for another 5 minutes, there was still no answer. At that moment, Yao Shufan's grandson began to fuss again. "Grandma, I don't care. I want food now. I want food now." All right, Grandma will think of something," she replied, glancing at Song Xiaodi. Grabbing a fistful of her hair, she scolded, "Useless. I told you you're useless." Song Xiaodi felt a sharp tug that caused her immense pain, prompting her to cry out in distress. "Grandma, please don't pull my hair. It hurts. It should hurt. Your brother is starving, and you still can't open the door. Are you planning to let him starve to death?" "Grandma, I realize my mistake. I'll ask him to open the door right away. Please, just stop hitting me. You better shout. If you don't bring him out today, I swear I'll make you pay soon." The anguished cries of Song Xiaodi echoed within the house. Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. This old woman was utterly heartless, treating her own granddaughter in such a manner. Thus, he reopened the camera to observe the outside situation. He saw Yao Shufan violently tugging at her granddaughter's hair, while her other hand incessantly pinched her. Every area that had been pinched quickly turned a deep purple, demonstrating her utter lack of restraint. Although Lin Yi felt profound sympathy for the girl's plight, he still had no intention of opening the door. If he offered her food, these people would only escalate their demands. What if they came to disturb him later? Moreover, he could not alter the girl's fate. If her family treated her so cruelly, what could an outsider like him possibly do? Besides, he certainly could not take her in. All of this was merely due to the girl's unfortunate circumstances. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Yi suddenly found the girl on the video somewhat familiar. He furrowed his brow and gradually zoomed in on the camera. Once he recognized the girl in the video, his expression changed dramatically. Lowly killer? Lin Yi was astonished to discover that the infamous lowly killer from his previous life was none other than Yao Shufan's granddaughter. In the past, the name of the lowly killer had instilled terror throughout the neighborhood. Due to her petite stature and resemblance to a young girl, combined with her ruthless demeanor, she had earned this notorious title. He recalled that the lowly killer had been closely associated with the local tyrant, whose identity was shrouded in secrecy and who never ventured outside. Anyone who had encountered him had been eliminated by the lowly killer. She spent her days hiding at home, commanding her minions to scavenge for food. It was rumored that the lowly killer was fiercely loyal, as the local tyrant trusted no one but her. Given her family circumstances, it was likely that this loyalty had afforded her great benefits, binding her to him. Now, having encountered her, Lin Yi wondered if helping her escape from this family would mean that the lowly killer would owe him her allegiance. Excited by this prospect, he opened the door just in time to witness Yao Shufan abusing her. "Stop!" Lin Yi shouted sternly. Yao Shufan paused her actions upon seeing him emerge. She forcefully shoved Song Xiaodi, who was already exhausted from the cold, causing her to stumble directly towards Lin Yi. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi instinctively caught her in his arms, immediately enraged to find she was dressed so inadequately. "Are you even human?" he bellowed at Yao Shufan. Yao Shufan, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "I don't care. Now that you're holding my granddaughter, her purity is lost, and you must take responsibility." Lin Yi could hardly contain his laughter at her audacity. Dismissing her, he intended to usher Song Xiaodi inside. Yet Yao Shufan was unwilling to let Lin Yi escape. She had finally coaxed him out, and besides, her grandson was still starving. She rushed forward to grasp Song Xiaodi's hand. "Give me food, or you want to take her away." "Get lost," Lin Yi roared, his gaze directed at Yao Shufan, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Yao Shufan, initially poised to protest, felt a twinge of fear at the sight of Lin Yi's eyes. Recalling that he had taken lives before, panic surged within her, and she released her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi swiftly brought Song Xiaodi into the room. As the door closed, Yao Shufan realized what had transpired and began banging on the door, demanding, "You leave her behind, and give me 100 packs of instant noodles. No, make it 500. Despite her loud cries, Lin Yi paid her no heed. Yao Shufan was thrown into disarray. She had lost her cash cow and failed to secure any supplies, a grave loss indeed. Despairing, she sank down at Lin Yi's doorstep, wailing, "Someone come and judge this. My granddaughter has been taken from me." The surrounding neighbors cast scornful glances at her. The old hag has no shame. It's not her granddaughter she cares about but her grandson's empty stomach. "Exactly, people like you deserve this. We all witnessed how you treated your granddaughter moments ago. You are truly invincible in your lack of decency. Oh, now you care about your granddaughter. Just a moment ago, you were so ruthless. If you're so concerned about your grandson, let him find some food for you." Hearing the murmurs, Yao Shufan glared at them fiercely, venomously declaring, "May all of you meet a terrible end." Before long, the hallway was left with only Yao Shufan and her grandson. "Grandma, I'm hungry." "Patience, my dear. Your sister is inside. She will bring us food shortly." With that, she embraced her grandson, huddling at Lin Yi's door, where the warmth seeping through the cracks offered some respite from the cold. "We'll wait here." I refused to believe he wanted to come out. Once inside, Lin Yi provided Song Xiaodi with a thick down jacket. "Is this for me?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement, yet she hesitated to reach for it. "Take it." With those words, she finally accepted the jacket, her fingers gliding over its fabric, enchanted by the quality. In her entire life, she had never worn anything so fine. "What is your name?" Lin Yi inquired, amused by the once cold-hearted lowly killer appearing so flustered before him. He wondered what experiences had led to such a drastic change in her demeanor. "I am Song Xiaodi," she replied faintly, like a whisper. "Don't be nervous. I won't harm you." Lin Yi could tell she was terrified, her entire being frozen in shock. Song Xiaodi nodded but remained tense, her anxiety palpable. Sensing this, Lin Yi refrained from speaking further, allowing her time to acclimate. He rose to pour her a glass of warm water and handed it to her. She accepted the cup and drank eagerly, as though she hadn't had water in ages. Soon, she emptied the glass, finally daring to meet Lin Yi's gaze. She hesitated before offering the cup back to him, stammering, "Could I have another?" "Please." Of course, he replied, refilling her glass. Thus, Song Zhaodi drank 3 glasses of water before stopping. After quenching her thirst, she appeared less anxious. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed every corner of the room. Her eyes filled with envy. Ultimately, her gaze landed on the dining table, her eyes ablaze with longing, her throat swallowing hard. Linny recognized that she must have been deprived of food for quite some time. "If you wish to eat, go ahead. Can I?" she asked, her excitement palpable as she looked at Linny. He nodded affirmatively. Cautiously, she approached the table. It was bewildering that even in her dire hunger, she sought his permission. It made Linny ponder how she had transformed into such a cold-blooded individual in her past life. Yet, he surmised that her relationship with Yao Shufan must bear significant weight in this regard. Such a person was unworthy of being called human. Even if she were to perish now, it would be no great loss. However, Linny had no intention of doing so. Killing her would be too merciful. Letting her live was the greatest punishment he could bestow. At that moment, Yao Shufan began pounding on the door outside. "Song Zhaodi, come out. You let your grandmother freeze outside while you indulge in here. How unfilial of you." Upon hearing her voice, Song Zhaodi trembled, casting a terrified glance at Lin Yi, her eyes pleading, as if begging him not to let her in. Lin Yi reassured her, "Don't worry. She can't come in." With that assurance, Song Zhaodi relaxed and continued devouring the food before her. Meanwhile, Lin Yi approached the door and opened the peephole. Yao Shufan's sullen face appeared in the opening. "Young man, you've taken in a person. Surely you can spare us some food?" Yao Shufan implored Lin Yi, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, her face creased with layers of wrinkles. "I've already provided food for your family. Your granddaughter is enjoying it right now," Lin Yi replied with a slight smile, turning aside. Yao Shufan immediately caught sight of Song Zhaodi devouring meat at the dining table, and her expression soured. She shouted at Song Zhaodi, "Zhaodi, hurry and bring the food over. Are you going to let your brother starve?" Startled, Song Zhaodi trembled, glancing between her grandmother at the door and Lin Yi beside her. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up a bowl of rice, preparing to walk towards the door. However, seeing her granddaughter only bringing a bowl of rice while leaving an entire table of delectable dishes untouched, Yao Shufan erupted with fury. "You worthless thing! Are you deliberately trying to infuriate me? With all that food before you, you only bring this bowl of plain rice? You're truly despicable. Your brother is still growing. Bring over that bowl of braised pork." Startled by her shrill voice, Song Zhaodi dropped the rice she was holding, spilling it onto the floor. Outside the door, Yao Shufan's complexion turned ashen upon witnessing the scene. She raised her voice, cursing vehemently, "You worthless good-for-nothing. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Hurry up and bring me the food from the table." Song Zhaodi, upon seeing the food scattered on the ground, burst into tears. In a flurry, she hurriedly picked up the rice and placed it back into the bowl. Lin Yi observed this unfolding drama. Although he could save Song Zhaodi, she had not truly escaped from this household. His current objective was to help her completely sever ties with the old woman. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi shouted, "Old hag, Song Zhaodi is now under my protection. It is inappropriate for you to raise your voice at my person." Yao Shufan, her eyes darting, quickly replied, "If you want her, fine. Just bring me all the food on that table, and I will sell Zhaodi to you." Upon hearing this, Song Zhaodi, who was squatting on the ground, shed more tears. Lin Yi disregarded Yao Shufan and approached Song Zhaodi, squatting down to assist her in picking up the rice. As he helped, he whispered, "Zhaodi, do you wish to completely rid yourself of them?" Song Zhaodi was momentarily taken aback, tears streaming down her face. "I cannot escape. They will never let me go. What if I could help you escape from them?" Song Zhaodi paused, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Her previously dim gaze ignited like a star. "Really? Yes, as long as you believe in me. I can certainly help you break free. I believe in you." Song Zhaodi nodded, her expression transforming into one of excitement. However, her brow suddenly furrowed, and she looked at Lin Yi, saying, "Can you save my little Bai? Little Bai?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Little Bai is my dog. For all these years, it has been by my side. Whenever I lost hope in life, it was always Little Bai who brought me a glimmer of hope. If I don't save it, Grandma will surely kill it." Upon hearing Song Zhaodi's words, Lin Yi seemed to comprehend why she had turned so cold-blooded in her previous life. It must be closely related to her Little Bai. Knowing Yao Shufan's character, If her grandson was hungry, she would undoubtedly slaughter Little Bai without hesitation. With this in mind, Lin Yi assured Song Xiaodi, "Don't worry, I will definitely save your Little Bai. A rare smile appeared on Song Xiaodi's face. After picking up all the rice from the ground, Lin Yi stood up and approached the door. Looking at Yao Shufan with disdain, "If you want the supplies, then bring me my Little Bai." Yao Shufan's eyes darted quickly, and she retorted, "Absolutely not. That's my food. Unless you can give me more food." As she spoke, she glanced at the table, swallowing hard. "Are you negotiating with me? Do you believe I can make you receive nothing?" Lin Yi's voice turned icy. "Don't threaten me. I assure you, I am not afraid of you." Although Yao Shufan claimed to be unafraid, her body betrayed her. She shrank back, nervously watching Lin Yi. "You can try." Saying this, Lin Yi kicked a nearby stool, which shattered instantly. Witnessing such a sturdy wooden stool break so easily sent a shiver down Yao Shufan's spine. "Fine, just give me the food. But I want all the food on your table." "Haha, you certainly have a calculating mind. Do you realize that this table of dishes would suffice even if 100 beauties served me? Then give me 5 dishes, Yao Shufan insisted again. Lin Yi shook his head. "I can only offer you." He elongated his tone, casually pointing at the table. Watching Yao Shufan's eyes follow his finger, he sneered before pointing at a box of instant noodles on the ground. Yao Shufan's gaze fixated on the box of instant noodles, her expression changing. However, upon reconsideration, trading a worthless good-for-nothing and a pitiful, bony dog for a box of instant noodles seemed worthwhile. "All right, I'll exchange for a box of instant noodles." Yet Lin Yi still shook his head. Yao Shufan frowned in confusion. "I can only give you 5 packets of instant noodles." "What?" Yao Shufan exclaimed, then quickly added, "No way. If you want my granddaughter and that dog, you must give me a whole box of instant noodles." Lin Yi remained calm and unhurried. "That's fine. You can refuse. I have plenty of time to waste with you." He glanced at the braised pork, still steaming, and said, "Just one bite of this would be heavenly." Saying this, he popped a piece of braised pork into his mouth. Then, he picked up another dish, remarking, "This foie gras is the most delicious." He deliberately waved a slice in front of Yao Shufan, who was watching, her mouth watering with desire. He proceeded to savor every dish in front of Yao Shufan and her grandson. "Grandma, I'm hungry. I want to eat." The little grandson, catching the scent, shook her leg incessantly, demanding food. Yet Yao Shufan was currently negotiating with Lin Yi and was unwilling to easily concede. She quickly comforted him, "Be good. Grandson, we will have food soon. Just wait a moment, I don't care. I want it now. If you don't give me food, you're a bad person." To Yao Shufan's dismay, the little grandson became increasingly insistent. Feeling trapped, Yao Shufan realized she could no longer hold out. All right, Grandma will find you something to eat." With that, Yao Shufan turned to Lin Yi and said, "Fine, 5 packets it is. Give them to me now. My grandson is hungry." Chapter 42. The seizure. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile, saying, "First, bring me the dog." "You?" Yao Shufan grew anxious. My time is limited. For every minute wasted, I'll deduct a packet of instant noodles." "No worries, you still have time to consider it." As he spoke, Lin Yi glanced at his watch, continuing, "A minute is almost up." Yao Shufan, in a hurry, quickly replied, "Fine, I'll go get the dog now, but it's still 5 packets." She hurried upstairs. Shortly thereafter, a gaunt, emaciated Chinese rural dog was brought down by Lu Shufan. "I've brought the dog. Now give me the instant noodles," Yao Shufan said warily. "We will exchange the dog for the food." "All right, Xiaodi, come here." Upon seeing her Little Bai being brought over, Song Xiaodi's eyes lit up with excitement. She rushed to Lin Yi's side, but she was too afraid to take another step forward, fearfully gazing at Yao Shufan. Noticing her demeanor, Lin Yi gently patted her back, softly reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. She won't dare to harm you with me around." Song Xiaodi nodded earnestly and took a step forward. Lin Yi looked at Yao Shufan outside the door and said, "I'll open the door, you place the dog down, and I'll hand you the food." "All right." Yao Shufan readily agreed, though a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Soon, Lin Yi opened the door just a crack. Handing over the 5 packets of instant noodles, Yao Shufan set Little Bai down. The little dog, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. "Little Bai, I'm here. Come over quickly." Seeing her Little Bai like this, Song Xiaodi felt a pang of heartache. Hearing the commotion, Little Bai lifted its head, straining to look in Song Xiaodi's direction, but its legs would not rise. Sensing something was amiss, Linny noticed that the dog seemed unable to stand. Anxious, Song Zhaodi reached out to grab Little Bai. But at that moment, Yao Shufan's withered hand clamped down on Song Zhaodi's wrist. You worthless good-for-nothing. I will not let you conspire with outsiders against me. Watch me not beat you to death. Ah, Song Zhaodi cried out as Yao Shufan tugged at her. Linny frowned and immediately seized Yao Shufan's hand. Let go. His voice turned icy, applying more pressure. Yao Shufan looked at Linny in terror and quickly released her grip. Humph. Take your things and get lost. Linny pulled Song Zhaodi inside, shutting the door behind them. At that moment, Song Zhaodi suddenly burst into tears. Little Bai, what happened to your leg? Linny hurried forward to examine the dog, discovering that Little Bai's front leg appeared to have been injured. It was reluctant to place it on the ground. As he spoke, Linny opened his phone and recorded a video of Yao Shufan holding the 5 packets of instant noodles, then posted it in a group chat. The instant noodles were quickly snatched up by residents from other floors. He believed that once he spread the news, someone would undoubtedly take action. Yao Shufan grabbed the 5 packets of instant noodles and coldly scoffed at Linny. Humph. Worthless good-for-nothing. You think just because you have support now? I can't deal with you. You will always be my granddaughter. Leading her grandson, Yao Shufan started to ascend the stairs. But at that moment, the doors of Units 1101 and 1102 swung open simultaneously. 2 pairs of greedy eyes turned toward her. Yao Shufan, noticing their fixation on the instant noodles in her hands, immediately grew alert. What are you staring at? Get lost? Yao Shufan shouted, but her words had no effect. The 2 individuals not only did not retreat, but approached her instead. Yao Shufan's pupils constricted slightly, watching them warily. What do you want? I warn you not to come any closer. Old hag, why is your mouth so foul? Do you need me to clean it out for you? Humph. The old hag, I have long found you disagreeable. Do you think this is still the past? Did you believe we were ever afraid of you? We simply chose not to stoop to your level, yet you truly consider yourself of great importance. Ah, what do you intend to do? Do not approach us, old woman. Surrender what you are holding. Otherwise, we shall take action. I will not give it up. It is mine, and I would rather perish than hand it over. Yao Shufan hurriedly concealed the instant noodles in her bosom. Heh, no matter. We shall take matters into our own hands. With that, the 2 of them forcefully pulled Yao Shufan aside, causing the 5 packets of instant noodles she had been hiding to tumble to the ground. At that moment, others, who had been waiting, surged forward, seizing the 5 packets in a frenzy. Witnessing the instant noodles she had procured for her granddaughter being snatched away, Yao Shufan collapsed onto the ground, weeping bitterly. You band of thieves! May you meet a dreadful end. Her cries prompted her grandson to wail in unison. I want to eat. I want to eat. Regardless of their lamentations, no one paid them any mind, leaving Yao Shufan and her grandson alone. The more Yao Shufan pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. How could people know she had obtained the noodles in less than 5 minutes? Soon, she rose to her feet, grasping her grandson's hand as she declared. It must have been Linny who informed them. You cunning Linny, deceiving an old woman, I will not let this rest. With determination, she began to pound on Lin Yi's door. Lin Yi, come out here. Just as he had settled Xiao Bai, Lin Yi heard the knocking and, with a wicked smile, approached the door. You wretched Lin Yi, how dare you send people to steal my food? You shall compensate me. Yao Shufan berated him loudly. Lin Yi scoffed, responding nonchalantly. What does that have to do with me? Your inability to safeguard your possessions led to this. Have you not heard of the policy that absolves us of responsibility once items are left unattended? Yao Shufan was nearly livid, yet she seemed to lack any evidence to prove Lin Yi's involvement. But who was she? She could transform falsehoods into truths and create existence from absence. If she claimed it was Lin Yi's doing, then it was indeed Lin Yi's doing. Thus, she boldly shouted again. It was you. Compensate me for my loss at once. If you do not, I shall remain here indefinitely. Chapter 43. Misunderstanding old fool, you refuse to appreciate the kindness shown to you. If you enjoy lingering outside, then by all means, stay there. I shall see how long you can endure with that. Lin Yi disregarded her further. Yao Shufan plopped down on the ground, waiting, but as time passed, her legs grew nearly numb from the cold. Her grandson, too, was crying out in despair from the chill. After closing the door, Lin Yi retreated to his bedroom and retrieved a bag of dog food from his storage. Initially, he intended to feed Xiaobai meat. But the little one was too weak for such nourishment. He poured a bowl of dog food and set it before the pup. Upon seeing the food, Xiaobai emitted soft whimpers. "Eat up, Xiaobai." Song Zhaodi gently took the dog food and placed it by Xiaobai's mouth. The little dog eagerly devoured it. In less than a minute, the entire bowl was consumed. Lin Yi promptly poured another bowl, which was also quickly devoured. It was clear that Xiaobai was extremely hungry. Thus, after consuming 7 bowls in succession, accompanied by a bowl of milk, Xiaobai finally began to regain some vigor. However, it merely stuck out its tongue and let out a few calls towards Song Zhaodi and Lin Yi before collapsing onto the warm floor to sleep. Song Zhaodi looked at Lin Yi, her brow furrowed with concern. "Lin Yi, do you think Xiaobai will be all right?" Lin Yi observed Xiaobai and, recognizing that it could consume such a quantity, deduced that it was merely weak from lack of food and would be fine after some rest. Song Zhaodi remained somewhat anxious, prompting Lin Yi to reassure her, "Do not worry, it will be just fine." Yes. Only then did Song Zhaodi feel a bit more at ease. "You have not yet eaten your fill, have you? Come, let us have a meal." Lin Yi smiled and led Song Zhaodi to the dining table. She had only eaten a few bites of rice earlier and, upon seeing the spread before her, her stomach began to grumble once more. She reached for the bowl of rice that had fallen to the ground. Intending to eat it, "Do not eat that," Lin Yi quickly interjected. "I am sorry." Startled, Song Zhaodi immediately stood up. Observing her reflexive reaction, Lin Yi surmised she had undoubtedly suffered quite a bit. Thus, he spoke gently. "I did not mean it that way. That bowl of rice is dirty. You can eat anything else from this table." Song Zhaodi glanced at the other dishes laid out. Despite her strong desire to eat, she was clearly making a concerted effort to restrain herself. "Let these dishes be for Lin Gu. I will just wash the rice." With that, she began to carry the rice to the kitchen to clean it. Lin Yi quickly seized her, pressing her back down at the table, and snatched the bowl of rice from her, tossing it into the trash in her presence. "Since you have called me brother, how could I mistreat my own sister?" He then took chopsticks and served each delectable dish closer to her. Witnessing Lin Yi's actions, Song Zhaodi felt a wave of dizziness. No family had ever treated her so kindly. Yet here was someone she had only just met, showing her such compassion. A warmth blossomed within her. Dispelling any lingering fear towards Lin Yi, she smiled sweetly at him and began to eat the food he had served. For reasons unknown, though the food tasted delightful, it felt bitter in her mouth. Tears began to roll down her cheeks, mingling with the food, as she silently reflected that this was the first time she had tasted such delicious dishes, items her younger brother had always enjoyed, which she had now finally experienced. Before she realized it, tears streamed down her face, blending with the food. Observing Song Zhaodi's intense reaction, Lin Yi felt a pang of sympathy. This was not the little girl he had once known. She was a sensible young lady, one whose past had evidently left deep emotional scars. He could only hope to rescue her from the shadows of her former life, ensuring she would never return to that state. Soon, Song Zhaodi had eaten her fill. Her belly was slightly distended, yet she sat there, still somewhat reserved, likely still adjusting to her current circumstances. Given time, she would surely adapt. "You should take a shower," Lin Yi remarked, noticing her disheveled appearance. However, upon hearing this, Song Zhaodi stiffened, her hands clenching nervously together. "Oh, okay." With a somewhat rigid expression, she slowly rose and made her way to the bathroom. Lin Yi fetched clothes that fit her from his storage, placing them at the bathroom door so she could wear them after her shower. Not long after, Song Zhaodi emerged, wrapped in a towel. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not previously realized just how beautiful she was. With a sweet face that still bore childlike innocence due to her underdevelopment, her slender figure and fair skin were striking. Having just bathed, her damp hair playfully dripped water, a few strands clinging to her porcelain-like cheeks. The towel softly enveloped her petite form, with a corner slightly lifting at her delicate collarbone, revealing her fair shoulder, reminiscent of jade. Her large eyes sparkled like hidden stars, and the droplets clinging to her eyelashes glimmered in the light like morning dew on grass. Her slightly pouted lips exuded a hint of innocence and charm, radiating an aura of purity, akin to a little fairy, enchanting and untainted. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, but then Song Zhaodi unexpectedly began to loosen the towel around herself. She must have thought that his intention in keeping her nearby was to make her his bride. Realizing this, Lin Yi quickly leaped from the bed to the floor, holding the towel in place. Song Xiaoti's eyes flickered, and her breath quickened, her previously pale face now tinged with a hint of blush. Lin Yi had no intention of claiming her. He merely viewed her as someone who could assist him in the future. Given his limited capabilities and lack of trustworthy companions, were it not for his knowledge of Song Xiaoti's unwavering loyalty to her former employer in her past life, he would not have made such a decision. Xiaoti, do not misunderstand. I see you merely as a sister. Lin Yi hastily offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoti's face flushed crimson in an instant. She had indeed misinterpreted his intentions. Chapter 44. Beauty Pageant. Song Xiaoti felt utterly mortified. I am going to sleep now. With that, she hurriedly fled the room. Xiaobai, hearing the commotion in the living room, lifted its head to glance at Song Xiaoti, then at Lin Yi, tilting its head in confusion before returning to sleep. Lin Yi closed the door and let out a long sigh. At that moment, he realized that keeping Song Xiaoti at home posed a dilemma. He would no longer be able to discuss life with other women freely. With this thought in mind, he decided to have Song Xiaoti stay at the neighboring Li Shuiyao's house. After all, Li Shuiyao was now also his woman, and there was no issue with the two of them residing together. Moreover, since they lived next door, he could easily resolve any situation that arose. With this decision made, Lin Yi planned to speak to her the following day. Lying on his bed, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Gu Xiaoman. Regarding this woman, Lin Yi felt a stir of desire. Yet this woman was driven by immense ambition, making her difficult to manage. Upon answering the phone, Gu Xiaoman's voice, profoundly alluring, resonated. Lin Yi, I must admit your conditions are indeed quite favorable. However, you are but one person. I am willing to lower my demands to become your woman, but you must grant me half of your resources. Lin Yi chuckled softly. It seems you still haven't grasped your own position. In that case, perhaps we should refrain from any collaboration. Jiu Xiaoman, infuriated, retorted. Lin Yi, I have already extended my utmost sincerity. If you persist in this attitude, I believe there is little left for us to discuss. I will absolutely not be reduced to your plaything. With that, Lin Yi hung up the phone. Did she think to obtain half of his resources? This woman was clearly oblivious to the unpredictable nature of her next actions. He would not place his trust in her lightly. As he lay in bed, restless, the entire community was plunged into darkness. In a few days, people's phones would run out of power. It appeared he needed to seize the final moments to search for the next traitor in the group chat. Lin Yi opened the chat and posted a photo of a table laden with food. Those desiring food may come to my home for further discussions, ladies only. This time, the vitriol in the group had significantly diminished. Most households were almost devoid of food. Soon, the chat became lively. I beg you. Give me some food. Must I come to your house to receive food? I will send you my private photos. Could you spare me some food? Lin Yi, I wish to trade with you. I will come to find you right away. Observing these eager women, Lin Yi couldn't help but sneer. Had they not claimed that those seeking him were fools? How quickly they had forgotten. Wasn't it satisfying to slap them in the face with reality? He then declared in the group, to trade with me, you must first post your photos. No filters allowed, only original camera shots. The current beauty filters were akin to head-swapping techniques. He had no desire to open the door to a 180-pound, overly confident woman. Before long, numerous individuals began posting their photos. The chat instantaneously transformed into a beauty pageant. Lin Yi shook his head at the sight of them. Those who typically presented themselves impeccably were now seemingly too lazy to wash their faces. Their skin dull and lifeless, their complexions dreadful. Having developed a taste after being with Li Shuiyao, he found that not just anyone could catch his eye. None of you would suffice. Upon hearing this, several women erupted in outrage within the chat. What do you mean? We VE sent our photos, and you tell us we're not good enough. Exactly. I don't care. We VE sent our photos. And you must provide us with food. If you refuse us food, we shall all come to your house and cause a scene. Just as they were hurling insults, someone posted a photo that immediately captured Lin Yi's attention. The woman, noted as Shang Xia, displayed exquisite features, smooth and hydrated skin, devoid of any signs of editing. By mere appearance, she was undoubtedly on par with Li Shuiyao. Seeing the others fall silent, Lin Yi smirked. Evidently, they understood the meaning of feeling inferior. He then commented in the chat, only such individuals meet the standards. With that, he accepted Shang Xia's friend request. As soon as he did, she eagerly messaged him. I agree to trade with you. It's my first time. Could you possibly grant me a bit more in resources? Your terms are acceptable. I can offer you 2 packets of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. What? Is that all? Lin Yi remained unperturbed. Food would only become more valuable in the coming days. In a week or so, he feared even a single packet of instant noodles would be unattainable. You may reconsider. I will not force you. With that, Lin Yi switched off his phone and soon fell asleep. The following morning, Lin Yi was awakened by the sound of Xiao Bai calling. He rose to find Song Zhaodi soothing Xiao Bai. Be good, don't wake Lin Gige. Xiao Bai, with a keen sense, wagged its tail. When Xiao Bai saw Lin Yi emerge, it joyfully barked twice. Shoo! Song Zhaodi quickly hushed the dog. Xiao Bai whined in protest. Awake so early? Lin Gige, I'm sorry. Xiao Bai didn't mean to wake you. Song Zhaodi blurted in a flurry. It's all right. Turning to Xiao Bai, Lin Yi remarked, it seems Xiao Bai is fine now. Yes, thank you, Lin Gige. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Song Zhaodi blushed slightly. Just then, Xiao Bai wriggled free from Song Zhaodi's hold and excitedly dashed to Lin Yi's feet, playfully bowing and wagging its tail. The dog's demeanor resembled a heartfelt thank you to Lin Yi for its rescue. Lin Yi was taken aback by the dog's remarkable sensitivity, instantly growing fond of it. He then approached the refrigerator, avoiding Song Zhaodi's gaze, and retrieved a piece of raw meat from his space, placing it in Xiao Bai's bowl. Xiao Bai joyfully circled Lin Yi several times, sitting before him, yet refraining from eating. Go on, eat, Lin Yi urged with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Bai happily dashed to its bowl and began devouring the food, consuming a full pound of raw beef. Lin Yi marveled at how the dog's frail body could accommodate such a quantity. Observing Xiao Bai's bulging belly, Lin Yi chuckled. It seems I have gained another responsibility. Let us take Xiao Bai for a walk. Chapter 45. An unshakable burden. Upon hearing this, Song Zhaodi felt a twinge of fear but said nothing. Soon the trio, 2 people and 1 dog, stepped out of the room. As they entered the hallway, a chill swept over them. Thankfully, they were both clad in top-notch winter attire, wrapped snugly. Xiao Bai shook itself and dashed down the stairs. Familiar with the routine, before long, they arrived on the ground floor, where many were desperately seeking food. Upon spotting Xiao Bai, their eyes lit up. However, they quickly noticed Lin Yi. Seeing Xiao Bai circling him, they abandoned any thoughts of seizing the dog. They all understood Lin Yi's formidable reputation, having single-handedly dealt with someone as ruthless as He Jindo. He was not someone they could provoke lightly. They also observed that Xiao Bai's belly was round and swollen, clearly overindulged. Considering how many days they had gone without food, the fact that Lin Yi could feed his dog so well was almost infuriating. Their lives seemed less lavish than that of Lin Yi's dog. At least as Lin Yi's pet, Xiao Bai was spared from hunger. A pang of envy arose among them for this dog. Xiao Bai frolicked on the ground floor, where space was ample and the crowd sparse, allowing it to play freely. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the staircase. Song Zhaodi's face paled, and she froze in uncertainty. Yao Shufan quickly approached her, raising a hand to strike her face. Lin Yi frowned, moved swiftly, and blocked Yao Shufan, shielding Song Zhaodi behind him. What are you doing? Yao Shufan gasped. Why are you hitting my person? You dare ask? Lin Yi scoffed. Yao Shufan glared at Lin Yi and shouted. She is my granddaughter. When did she become yours? What a joke. Yesterday you personally brought her to me in exchange for 5 packets of instant noodles. You're lying. Yao Shufan's gaze wavered. Am I lying? I have the video. Would you like to see it? Lin Yi pulled out his phone. Yao Shufan's face turned grim. She never expected Lin Yi would retain such evidence. What does the video prove? I am merely a powerless old woman who, for the sake of my grandson, had to make a trade with a scoundrel like you. My precious granddaughter has fallen into the hands of a scoundrel like you. Her purity ruined, and you only give me 5 bags of instant noodles. Are you even human? Old hag, if anyone isn't human, it is you, allowing your granddaughter to wear only a thin garment in -50-degree weather. Had I not let her in, she would have frozen to death by now. How can such a vile person exist in this world? The crowd began to murmur as they witnessed the escalating argument. I know that old woman. She lives above me. I hear her berating her granddaughter every day. My goodness, can such a person truly exist? How wicked. I witnessed yesterday's events. That old hag forcibly tried to sell her granddaughter to Lin Yi. Had Lin Yi not taken her in, that girl would have likely frozen to death. You all shut up. Yao Shufan screamed at the crowd. You know nothing. Old woman, you dare to act like this and deny it? So many people witnessed it yesterday. Your denial is futile. You, be quiet. As Yao Shufan continued to argue with others, Lin Yi took Song Zhaodi by the hand and attempted to leave. However, just as they were about to depart, Yao Shufan spotted them and rushed toward Song Zhaodi. Just as her hand reached for Song Zhaodi, Xiaobai lunged forward, biting Yao Shufan's arm. Ouch, you beast! How dare you bite me? Yao Shufan kicked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai was exceptionally clever. After evading Song Zhaodi's grasp, she made a swift escape. Yao Shufan, in her attempt to apprehend her, miscalculated and fell to the ground, letting out a series of pained wails. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi could not suppress a chuckle and called out to Xiaobai as he ascended the stairs. Shortly after Lin Yi departed upstairs, a figure emerged from a shadowy corner, Sun Chong. Sun Chong glared in the direction of Lin Yi's departure, his expression dark as if it were capable of dripping with malice. Lin Yi, I shall not let you off so easily. He muttered under his breath, I in no time. He stood before Yao Shufan. Oh, you wish for Lin Yi to meet his demise? Sun Chong inquired softly. Yao Shufan's demeanor shifted. Despite her numerous misdeeds, she had yet to muster the audacity to take a life. Who are you? She stammered. I am like you, a victim of Lin Yi's machinations. If I could eliminate him, would you be willing to assist me? Sun Chong's proposition sparked a glimmer of interest in Yao Shufan's eyes. She loathed Lin Yi with a passion. How dare he hoard so much food? I can assist you, but I demand half of his provisions. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flickered in Sun Chong's gaze, only to vanish just as quickly. Very well, I agreed. As long as you help me, I will ensure you receive half of his supplies upon Lin Yi's demise. At these words, Yao Shufan's excitement surged. She hastily rose from the ground. Her thick clothing had spared her wrists from Xiaobai's bite, though her garments bore several new holes. Speak, how may I assist you? Sun Chong flashed a mischievous smile and whispered in her ear. Upon hearing his words, Yao Shufan became invigorated, her eyes alight with fervor. Very well, he is as good as dead. With that, Yao Shufan followed Sun Chong from the scene. Chapter 46. Stirring trouble before long. They arrived at He Zhendong's residence. Yao Shufan, having been previously intimidated by He Zhendong, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she entered. Why have you brought me here? She asked timidly. This is now my territory, Sun Chong replied. At that moment, 3 men and an exceptionally beautiful woman emerged from within. These are my associates, all united in the quest to eliminate Lin Yi, with so many of you. Why do you need an old woman like me? Yao Shufan questioned, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. We share a common enemy, thus we stand on the same front. Although your health may be lacking, your words can incite hatred towards Lin Yi, thereby garnering us additional allies. Very well, what do you need me to do? Yao Shufan's eyes brightened. She excelled at speaking ill of others. The beautiful woman stepped forward, introducing herself with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Xiaoman. It was my suggestion to involve you in our plans. All you need to do is tarnish Lin Yi's reputation, making him the target of everyone's wrath in the community. Consider it done, Yao Shufan exclaimed, her eyes darting. Will there be food for helping you, dear lady? Sun Chong should have made it clear. Only by eliminating Lin Yi will we have food. Until then, we offer nothing. Disappointment washed over Yao Shufan upon hearing this. Very well, let us act swiftly. I fear he may consume all the food, she expressed anxiously. Sun Chong's expression darkened as he coldly remarked. Humph, my family's supermarket was looted. It must have been his doing. I firmly believe he is hoarding vast amounts of food. Otherwise, how could he continue to feast so lavishly while even his dog is well fed? The mere mention of that beast ignited Yao Shufan's anger. That wretch! I have cared for it for years, and it dares to bite me. Just wait until I deal with it. Enough with the idle chatter. Follow me to record a video. Gu Xiaoman's eyes flashed with disdain. All right, Yao Shufan complied, hastily trailing Gu Xiaoman into the house. Gu Xiaoman, adept in cosmetics, swiftly transformed Yao Shufan into a victim of brutal assault. Captioning the video, Dear friends, behold this kind old lady who has been beaten to such a state. I can no longer endure this. In the video, Yao Shufan sat on a stool, her face marred with bruises. Her hands clasped nervously, tears welling in her eyes. Greetings, I am Yao Shufan, a resident of Building 10, Apartment 1201. I have a grandson and granddaughter. Yesterday, driven by hunger, I took them to seek food. only to encounter Lin Yi. He, upon noticing my granddaughter's beauty, harbored ill intentions and forcibly took her. When I sought justice, he left me in this condition. I implore you to stand up for me. I am at my wit's end. Soon, the group chat erupted in a frenzy. Is Lin Yi truly such a person? Humph. Didn't he just claim in the group that inviting beautiful women to his home would result in food? What moral standards does he possess? He must think this elderly lady is an easy target. I wouldn't doubt that he could do such a thing. Indeed, this man is utterly despicable. The chat was soon filled with condemnation directed at Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, resting in his room, caught wind of the commotion. He scoffed and switched off his phone. They think they can use public opinion against me? How naive. At that moment, a small head peeked through the doorway. Zhao Di, is there something you need? Song Zhao Di timidly stepped inside, appearing somewhat flustered before Lin Yi. What's wrong? She then presented the phone Lin Yi had given her. I saw the messages in the group. I am so sorry. I tried to clarify, but nobody listened. Seeing her distress, Lin Yi replied with a smile, This isn't your fault. You needn't apologize. But she is my grandmother. You have treated me with such kindness. Yet she spreads these rumors about you. I feel guilty, she confessed. Lin Yi gently stroked Song Zhao Di's head and spoke softly. Zhao Di, remember, the moment she used you as a bargaining chip for food, she ceased to be your grandmother. Did you not wish to free yourself from her? To truly liberate yourself, you must reject her from your heart. Zhao Di looked at Lin Yi, nodding resolutely. Yes, I understand. I will no longer dwell on these matters. From now on, I shall identify solely as Lin Gija's sister. With a smile, she exited Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi, uninterested in the chaos outside, was eager to see what tricks these people had up their sleeves. Lu Ruming lay in bed, idly scrolling through her phone when it suddenly buzzed. She quickly opened the group chat and was taken aback by the messages. Lin Yi assaulted an elderly lady? She continued scrolling and soon encountered the video. Her concern was not whether Lin Yi had harmed the old woman, but rather about his home and the food therein. Upon witnessing the collective outrage directed at Lin Yi, a smile spread across her face. With this thought, Lu Ruming hastily dialed Lin Yi's number. The call connected swiftly. Lin Yi, I've seen the messages in the group, and I believe you are not that kind of person. Regardless of what others say, I will quietly support you. Oh, and then? Lin Yi, can you forgive me? I know I have made many mistakes in the past, but I promise to treat you well from now on and never repeat those errors. Hearing her words, Lin Yi pondered deeply in his previous life. The harm inflicted by Lu Ruming's family was unforgivable. However, since she wished to move in with him, he thought it wise to turn the tables. I can forgive you, but there's one condition. You must sever all ties with your family before I allow you to stay in my home. Lu Ruming was momentarily taken aback, but the thought of Lin Yi's environment and endless food solidified her resolve. All right, I promise. I will cut ties with them. Just wait. I am coming to find you. Chapter 47. Lu Ruming is confined after hanging up. Lu Ruming was filled with exhilaration. She had finally gained Lin Yi's forgiveness. The price, however, was to sever ties with her family. But she found this trade acceptable. With her family's food supplies dwindling, remaining at home would only waste resources. It would be better for her to leave and alleviate their burden. With this in mind, she donned a thick down jacket and exited her bedroom. In the living room, her parents sat on the sofa. Lu Ruming avoided their gaze, striding directly toward the door. Where are you going? Lu Shanchuan inquired. Lu Ruming ignored him and continued to the door. Your father is asking you a question, her mother, Wang Meiying, chimed in. Both parents furrowed their brows and rose to ascertain her intentions. However, as they stood, Lu Ruming dashed toward the exit. Sensing something amiss, they quickly pursued and seized her. Where do you think you're going? Speak, Lu Shanchuan demanded. Caught in their grasp, Lu Ruming shouted, Let me go. Are you really going to seek out Lin Yi again? Haven't you been humiliated enough by him? Lu Shanchuan scolded. Mind your own business. I am determined to find Lin Yi. He has already forgiven me. He said that as long as I sever ties with you, I can move into his home. And from then on, I will never have to worry about food or clothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanchuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What blasphemous words! Anger surged within him, and he struck Lu Ruming across the face. Slap! You ungrateful child! Ah! Lu Ruming cried out in pain. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Why won't you let my sister go? Lu Ziheng, alerted by the commotion, stepped out. Oh, I see. Lu Ziheng joined the fray, helping to restrain Lu Rumeng. The elderly couple, exhausted, collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, taking a long while to catch their breath. With only one meal a day, their strength was naturally insufficient. Let me go. Release me. Lu Rumeng struggled desperately. Sister, please stop this. Lu Ziheng held onto her tightly. Soon, Lu Rumeng also grew weary from the struggle. Lu Shanchuan and Wang Meiying approached Lu Rumeng. Lu Shanchuan looked at his daughter with disappointment, saying, Fool, you have begged him countless times before. When has he ever truly forgiven you? This time, he is surely deceiving you. You are talking nonsense. This time he personally told me he forgives me. Why are you stopping me? I know now, you just don't want me to live well on my own. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanchuan's blood pressure spiked. He sank onto the sofa, taking a moment to recover. Rumeng, how can you speak to your father like that? Hurry and apologize. Wang Meiying urged gratefully. I will only apologize if you allow me to go find Lin Yi. You foolish child. Don't you realize that Lin Yi is now like a rat in the street, reviled by everyone? Just look at how he is being scolded in the group. He could be killed at any moment. What good can come from associating with him? Lu Shanchuan scolded, pointing a finger at her. I don't care. I must find him. Let me go. Seeing her obstinacy, Lu Shanchuan turned to his son and commanded, Lock her in her room. No one is to let her out without my order. Understood. Lu Ziheng pulled Lu Rumeng toward the bedroom. You cannot treat me this way. Let me go, daughter. We are doing this for your own good. How many times has Lin Yi deceived you? Just listen to us. Lu Rumeng was pushed into the room, and she quickly locked the door behind her. She hurried to open it, but it was already secured, and she could not unlock it. Frantically, she began to shout, Mom and Dad, please let me out. Lin Yi is waiting for me. Hearing Lu Rumeng's pleas, Lu Shanchuan, filled with frustration, declared, None of you are to let her out. Otherwise, you will be harming her. Lu Rumeng sank to the floor in despair. Her eyes lost their luster as tears streamed down her cheeks. She could not comprehend why her parents were preventing her from pursuing happiness. They had previously supported her wholeheartedly. They must not want her to live well. It had to be that way. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Lin Yi. She hastily pulled out her phone and dialed his number. The call connected quickly. Lin Yi, my parents have locked me in my room. Please come and rescue me. I will go with you. I am willing to sever ties with them and live with you. Lu Rumeng nodded fervently, her voice filled with excitement. All right, I will wait for you. After hanging up, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. Then take your time waiting. He glanced at the group chat, noting Gu Xiaoman's earlier comments. His expression darkened upon seeing her. It seemed she had made her choice and stood against him. He wondered whom she had allied with. With that thought, he stepped outside. Song Zhaodi was busy tidying up the room, transforming the previously cluttered space into a pristine environment. Brother Lin, do you think my cleaning is satisfactory? Lin Yi smiled. Having such a considerate sister was indeed a blessing, and no need to continue. It is nearly noon. I will introduce someone to you shortly. All right, Song Zhaodi replied with a gentle smile as she removed her apron. Lin Yi dialed Li Shuiyao's number, inviting her over for lunch. Soon, Li Shuiyao appeared at the door, dressed in vibrant attire. Lin Yi cautiously checked the surveillance to ensure safety before allowing her entry. As soon as she stepped inside, Li Shuiyao leaped into Lin Yi's embrace, her tone teasing, Did you miss me? Lin Yi shot her a glance, signaling her to look aside. Li Shuiyao, puzzled, turned her gaze, only to meet Song Zhaodi's eyes. Song Zhaodi smiled and waved at her. Li Shuiyao instantly felt embarrassed and hastily disentangled herself from Lin Yi. Hello, she stammered. Chapter 48. Summer promises to come tonight. Subsequently, Lin Yi introduced the two to one another, and they quickly warmed to each other. Hello, sister-in-law. Song Zhaodi beamed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Li Shuiyao glanced at Lin Yi. She remembered he had never referred to her as his girlfriend, and their relationship had only been intimate. Lin Yi did not respond but instead addressed Li Shuiyao, saying, I called you here today to discuss something. What is it? Li Shuiyao's eyes brightened. She had always dreamed of living in Lin Yi's house. You should be aware of the situation in the group. I want Zhaodi to live at your home. Li Shuiyao looked at Song Zhaodi and then back at Lin Yi before responding, Of course, but don't you intend to clarify this matter? What is there to clarify? They simply want to acquire my resources. Even without this incident, they would find other reasons. Of course, I will not ask you to help without compensation. I will provide you with sufficient food and coal daily. How does that sound? Li Shuiyao's eyes sparkled. Although she couldn't live in Lin Yi's house, this outcome was still quite favorable. Compared to others, her life would be exceptionally good. She felt increasingly fortunate. Without Lin Yi, she would likely be lost. She resolved to stick with Lin Yi from now on. However, she still had some questions. After observing for several days, she noted that while Lin Yi's home had an abundance of food and coal, such supplies could not last indefinitely. Yet, Lin Yi showed no signs of concern regarding resources. With that thought in mind, Li Shuiyao cautiously asked, Lin Yi, do you still have plenty of supplies? Sure, no problem. Hearing Lin Yi's words, she felt reassured, though she was quite curious about where all those items were stored. However, she knew better than to ask. After all, it was Lin Yi's secret. If she angered him, she might risk losing her daily meals, and that would be counterproductive. Seeing Li Shuiyao agree, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. He only provided her with enough food for a day, never more, to prevent her from betraying him. He believed that instilling the idea that betrayal would lead to starvation would ensure her loyalty. Lin Yi then turned to Song Zhaodi and said, Zhaodi, feel free to move next door. You can come over whenever you like during the day. A flicker of disappointment crossed Song Zhaodi's eyes. But she still smiled and replied, all right, I will follow Brother Lin's arrangements. After lunch, Lin Yi gathered a plethora of clothes for Song Zhaodi. Having never worn such beautiful garments, she busily tried them on, her smile never fading. Once she had finished organizing, she carried 2 large suitcases next door. However, when she called for Xiaobai to join her, the dog remained still, tugging at Lin Yi's leg as if urging him to come along. It seemed that Xiaobai wanted Lin Yi to accompany them. Witnessing this scene, Song Zhaodi couldn't help but laugh and scold. Oh, Xiaobai, you don't want your owner so soon. Although her words held reproach, her tone was filled with affection, showcasing the deep bond she had with the dog. It was understandable. Raised in such a family, with only Xiaobai for companionship, all her emotions were naturally poured into the dog. Fine, let it stay wherever it wishes. It's not like I can't come over to be with you during the day. After saying this, Song Zhaodi took her 2 large suitcases to Li Shuiyao's house next door. However, after her owner left, Xiaobai emitted soft whines. Appearing quite anxious, It glanced at Lin Yi, tugging at his pants as it continued to move toward the door. Lin Yi chuckled and followed suit. Li Shuiyao's home mirrored Lin Yi's, both being 4-room apartments. As there was no electricity, they had to rely on coal basins for warmth. To prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, Lin Yi had to leave the door open, allowing fresh air to circulate into the living room. After helping them light the coal basin, the temperature in the room began to rise slowly. Both women looked pleasantly surprised. Lin Yi also provided them with a small generator, ensuring that their daily electricity needs were met. Xiaobai, feeling torn between the 2 women, ultimately chose to stay with Song Zhaodi, curling up in her arms and softly whimpering. Perhaps in its world, this signified separation. Noticing that Xiaobai had not followed him, Lin Yi found himself growing fonder of the dog. It is often said that a dog does not disdain a poor home. It will not betray its master simply because someone offers it food. If Xiaobai were to betray its owner for such a trivial reason, Lin Yi would find himself disliking it even more. Upon returning home, Lin Yi found himself at a loss, prompting him to engage in physical exercise. With the fierce wind and snow raging outside, he had no choice but to work out indoors. Just as he was halfway through his routine, his phone rang. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from Sheng Xiada. As soon as he answered, Shang Xia eagerly exclaimed, Lin Yi, could you possibly spare me a bit more food? I am truly on the verge of starvation. Lin Yi replied, I have already stated that one transaction can only yield 2 packets of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. You do not have much time to deliberate. If you cannot provide me with an answer by tomorrow, any future dealings will only afford you 1 packet of instant noodles and 1 bottle of mineral water. Please, don't say that. What you are offering is simply too little. It wouldn't even sustain me for a day, Lin Yi retorted. That is your concern. You should understand how precious food has become in these times. However, I am willing to grant you a little more time to contemplate. Once you have made up your mind, feel free to call me back. With that, Lin Yi prepared to hang up. At that moment, Shang Xia anxiously interjected, Please wait. I have been observing the group, and they are inviting me to join forces against you. I know you are formidable. Your ability to eliminate He Zhendong proves you are no ordinary individual. But you are, after all, just one person. If you are willing to provide me with more food, I can act as your informant. What do you say? Hearing this, Lin Yi paused momentarily. While he was not afraid of these individuals, having someone to provide him with intelligence would indeed be advantageous. With this in mind, he replied, very well, but you must come to my house so we can discuss this matter face to face. Ah, well, all right then. I will come to see you tonight. Shang Xia's tone suddenly shifted to one of shyness. Fully aware of what such a visit might entail, as night approached, there was a knock at Lin Yi's door. Shang Xia sent a message, stating, I am at the door. Hurry and let me in. Lin Yi first checked the surveillance camera to ensure safety before opening the door. Shang Xia entered, somewhat awkwardly, upon seeing her. Lin Yi found her appearance quite pleasing. She was even more attractive in person than in her photographs. With her tall stature, exquisite features, and fair skin, complemented by her lustrous black hair, she bore an ethereal quality that could rival Li Shuiyao. Scoring at least a 90 in Lin Yi's eyes, however, he noted that she appeared a bit pale, her lips faintly tinged white, likely a sign of her having gone without food for a time. Leaving her physically weakened, upon entering, Shang Xia looked around, overwhelmed by the warmth of the room. She instinctively began to unzip her jacket, drawing Lin Yi's gaze. It seemed the true enhancement of her appeal had been concealed. This realization prompted Lin Yi to think that perhaps she deserved an additional 10 points for her appearance. Feeling Lin Yi's gaze, Shang Xia grew increasingly nervous, uncertain whether to keep her coat on or remove it. However, as warmth enveloped her, sweat began to bead on her forehead, forcing her to shed the outer layer. Beneath, she wore a form-fitting pink knit sweater that accentuated her enviable curves perfectly. Once she hung her heavy down jacket on a coat rack. She cautiously approached Lin Yi. He looked her over and casually remarked, Turn around so I can have a better look. Though a mix of embarrassment washed over her, she complied, slowly rotating her body. Very good, you are worth my investment. Come, have a seat. Shang Xia exhaled a breath of relief and followed Lin Yi to the dining table. 2 plates sat before them, covered, obscuring their contents. However, she surmised that whatever lay beneath the covers must surely be food. Her eyes fixated on the plates, and Lin Yi, noticing her eagerness, lifted the covers. A delightful aroma wafted into the air, and upon seeing the dishes, Shang Xia's eyes widened in astonishment as she swallowed hard. Utterly unprepared for the sight before her, these were dishes she could only dream about at night, once commonplace but now worth their weight in gold. Lin Yi observed her reaction and chuckled softly, stating, These have all been prepared for you. Her face lit up with joy as she looked at Lin Yi gratefully. However, he doused her excitement with a splash of cold water. But whether you receive them depends entirely on your performance shortly. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she regarded the food on the table, her resolve strengthening. Though not worry. I will ensure your satisfaction. Very well, then follow me with that. Lin Yi made his way toward the bedroom. Shang Xia felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. It was her first time engaging in such activities with a man, and she felt somewhat unsteady. Still, she knew she had to take this step. As she considered Lin Yi's handsome features, her apprehension eased somewhat. Perhaps this would not be such a daunting experience after all. Thus, she took a step forward, following him inside. As Lin Yi closed the door behind them, a triumphant smile graced his lips. The bed creaked for 2 hours before silence enveloped the room. Shortly after, the pair emerged from the bedroom, and Shang Xia appeared rejuvenated. Go on and eat. Everything on the table is yours. Additionally, I will fetch you a box of instant noodles. At his words, Shang Xia beamed with joy, rushing to the table and devouring the food without regard for her image. This was her hard-earned reward, and she intended to savor every last bite. As she ate, tears streamed down her face, overwhelmed by the realization of the sacrifices she had made to obtain something she had once taken for granted. Not long after, Lin Yi returned with a box of instant noodles, observing her voracious appetite with a smile. You performed admirably earlier. This box of noodles is rightfully yours. At his words, Shang Xia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Lin Yi continued, Next, I need you to promise me that regardless of any actions taken by them, you will report back to me. Do you understand? Shang Xia nodded earnestly. Rest assured, if you do not attempt any deceit, I will not shortchange you as you have seen today. As long as you remain compliant, you will have access to such delicacies every day. Really? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, I have no reason to deceive you. However, should you dare to betray me, You are well aware of the consequences. Lin Yi's tone turned icy. Sheng Xia's expression shifted, and she hastily shook her head. Do not worry. I will not betray you. Finish your meal and depart swiftly. We must not be discovered. All right. Before long, Sheng Xia had cleaned her plate, clutching the box of instant noodles as she left. Meanwhile, Lin Yi prepared a hot bath, luxuriating in the warmth. At that moment, Lu Ruming remained undeterred, having discovered a screwdriver in the drawer. Under the cover of night, she resolved to unscrew the door lock. Her movements were deliberate and cautious, fearful of making any noise. As the screws gradually loosened, her heart raced with excitement. Once she escaped, she could move into Lin Yi's home and enjoy those delightful foods. The mere thought of it made her stomach growl. Suppressing her hunger, she continued her task. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to remove the lock. Carefully, she opened the door, only to find the living room eerily quiet and dark. Stepping out cautiously, she inched toward the front door, her heartbeat quickening with every step. Finally reaching the door, she discovered it was locked with a key, rendering her efforts futile. Frustration surged within her. Just then, Lu Ziheng spotted her. "Sister, what are you doing out here?" Lu Ruming's heart dropped as she quickly gestured for silence. However, Lu Ziheng disregarded her and shouted, "Dad, Mom, my sister is trying to escape." Lu Ruming's heart sank. Moments later, Lu Shanchuan and Wang Meiying rushed out. Lu Shanchuan, furious, commanded, "Son, go get some rope and tie her up." Understood. Before long, Lu Ziheng returned with rope, and the three of them restrained Lu Ruming. "Let me go. I want to find Lin Yi," he was right. "You all intend to use me to lure him out. You cannot stand to see me happy." Upon hearing this, Lu Shanchuan's anger flared, and he delivered a sharp slap across her face. Chapter 50. Lu Ruming's regret. "You foolish girl. We are trying to save you. Do you not realize that Lin Yi is on the brink of death?" Lu Ruming's heart quaked at his words. "What do you mean?" She struggled to comprehend that her father, of all people, would utter such a statement. He intended to marry her off to Sun Chong, that 3-second man. This was unacceptable. Now she understood why Lin Yi had not come to her rescue. He was right. Her parents were exploiting her to deceive him into revealing himself. "You cannot do this. Do not harm Lin Yi. He promised to reconcile with me, and he would provide me with plenty of food, which I could share with you. Please, do not go through with this." Lu Ruming's voice rose in desperation. Lu Shanchuan was infuriated to see his daughter still obstinately resisting. His face turned pale with rage, and he ordered, "Bind her to the bed. She must not be released except for meals and bathroom breaks." "You can't do this. Let me go. I need to find Lin Yi." Despite her desperate struggles, it was futile. 3 individuals swiftly secured her to the bed. "Humph. What's wrong with Sun Chong? He possesses his own influence now. This snow disaster seems unending, and our family will need him in the future. You ought to reflect on this before long." The door was shut, the lock secured, and the screwdriver confiscated. With her bindings, escape was no longer an option. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Had Lin Yi not agreed to reconcile, she might have acquiesced to her parents, but he had indeed promised her. How could Sun Chong possibly compare to Lin Yi? This was her lifelong happiness at stake. She had to take charge of her own destiny. Lu Ruming quickly scanned the room. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She could call Lin Yi to warn him to be cautious. Fortunately, her phone hadn't been confiscated. She hurriedly maneuvered her body to extract the phone from her pocket, twisting and turning until it was positioned before her face. Thankfully, her phone featured facial recognition, and it unlocked swiftly. After a series of struggles using her tongue, she finally dialed Lin Yi's number, AT. That moment, Lin Yi was luxuriating in a bath. Hearing his phone ring, he picked it up casually. Upon seeing Lu Ruming's name, a sly smile crept across his face. She still hadn't given up on the video call. The screen was dark, revealing nothing. However, upon glimpsing Lin Yi's muscular form soaking in the tub, Lu Ruming felt a surge of excitement. She realized she hadn't bathed in days and felt somewhat odorous. As she stared at Lin Yi's impressive physique, she couldn't help but swallow hard. He truly looked remarkable. She regretted how foolish she had been, for if she had been with Lin Yi from the start, she too could be comfortably soaking in a bath now. Noticing the silence from the other end, Lin Yi furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there something you need?" Hearing his voice snapped Lu Ruming back to her purpose. She quickly whispered, Lin Yi, Sun Chong is out to kill you. Be careful. I'm being controlled by my parents, who want to marry me off to Sun Chong. Please come and rescue me. I want to be with you. Boo-hoo, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by her words, but then let out a cold chuckle. So, Gu Xiaoman's collaborator was indeed Sun Chong. It was clear that Sun Chong bore a grudge against him for their previous encounter. What else do you know? Lin Yi inquired again. Well, it seems my parents have joined forces with him. You must be cautious, Lu Ruming replied, her face contorting into an expression of distress. Lin Yi, please come save me. I miss you so much. Lin Yi chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly, you know Sun Chong has gathered a group to target me. I can't go out right now. You'll have to escape on your own. All right, just be careful. Don't worry, I will definitely escape, and we will be together forever. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, Lin Yi hung up. The anguish Lu Ruming endured was but a fraction of what he felt. He intended to savor the torment, as it was the only way to alleviate his resentment towards her family. Now, he awaited news from Shang Xia. Soon, Lin Yi emerged from the tub and, after drying off, slipped into bed. The following morning, he was awakened by a call from Song Zhaodi. Lin Gij, why are you still in bed? I'm coming over, she teased. After spending the last few days together, Song Zhaodi had grown more relaxed and familiar with Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled, fully awake now. Just wait a moment before you come over. He first glanced at the surveillance footage, mindful that he was being watched. If anyone discovered his involvement with the neighboring room, they could be in danger. Once assured there was no issue, he opened the door for Song Zhaodi. As the door swung open, Xiaobai leapt out joyfully, racing to Lin Yi and wagging its tail excitedly. Lin Yi patted its head, and Xiaobai's happiness intensified. Li Shuiyao followed closely behind. Aware that she couldn't enter Lin Yi's room without his permission, she hesitated, but given her rapport with Song Zhaodi, Lin Yi welcomed her and Li Shuiyao's face lit up, and she immediately linked her arm with Lin Yi's, snuggling against him like a kitten. Inside the room, Lin Yi had prepared a simple breakfast of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tea eggs. He also filled Xiaobai's bowl with dog food, adding 2 sterilized eggs and a slice of raw steak. Xiaobai spun in excitement, waiting for Lin Yi's command before eating. After breakfast, Song Zhaodi volunteered to wash the dishes, while Li Shuiyao began tidying up the floor and dusting. Lin Yi relaxed on the couch, watching a movie and playing games. Once they finished their chores, both sat beside him, continuing to pamper him. Song Zhaodi started massaging Lin Yi's shoulders, while Li Shuiyao rested his legs on her pristine thighs, massaging his feet. Lin Yi luxuriated in the attentive care of the two ladies. At that moment, he received a message from Shang Xia. Reading the contents, he couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 51. It was me, Lin Yi. They plan to take action tonight. They have enlisted a locksmith who is said to be capable of opening any lock. You need to be cautious. After dropping his phone, he resumed enjoying the services of the two girls. As the clock struck 6, the time for Sun Chong and his group to arrive drew near. Seconds turned into minutes, and soon night enveloped the earth. The door creaked open quietly, and a dozen individuals stealthily emerged from the room, with Sun Chong leading the way. Zhou Xiong, hurry up, at the back of the group. An elderly man in his 60s or 70s panted as he stepped forward. See if you can open this door. Sun Chong whispered, don't worry. There's no door I can't unlock. Zhou Xiong declared, retrieving tools from his kit to begin tampering with the lock, while the others vigilantly scanned their surroundings. However, after a while, Zhou Xiong's expression turned tense. Sun Chong, shining a flashlight at him, quickly asked, how is it? Can you open it? Zhou Xiong hesitated. This lock is rather advanced. It might take a little longer. How long? About half an hour. What? Half an hour? Sun Chong's voice raised in alarm. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Xiong felt increasingly anxious. Half an hour was already an understatement. He had never encountered this type of lock before. He was unsure if he could even open it, but having already boasted, he had no choice but to press on. This is the latest model of smart lock. It has 3 mechanisms. Only by unlocking all 3 at once can the door be opened. Then hurry up. Stop wasting time, Sun Chong said impatiently. All right, I'll do my best, Zhou Xiong replied. Focusing on the task, as time passed, the group began to shiver from the cold. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Why don't we wait inside while Zhou handles this? We'll come back when he's almost done. Shut up. You know how ruthless Lin Yi is. Hold on. Once we get through the door, we can claim his house and warm up. They had no choice but to huddle together for warmth. Just as Zhou Xiong began to pick the lock, the alarm system sent a notification to Lin Yi's phone. He had already seen them through the surveillance. What a bunch of ignorant fools. Since you want to play, I will gladly oblige. You're not afraid of the cold. Let us see how well you can endure it, Lenny smirked, then unlocked the first mechanism of the door. Outside, Zhou Xiong had been working for 20 minutes when he suddenly announced, "Boss, the first lock is open. Now we just have 2 more to go." "Great. Keep going. Hurry," Sun Chong exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. "All right." Zhou Xiong felt a surge of confidence. As everyone endured the freezing temperatures, Sun Chong attempted to comfort them, knowing how hard it was. With one lock opened, the others felt the struggle was worth it. "Okay, boss, as long as we can get this door open, it'll all be worth it." Seeing this, Sun Chong felt a sense of relief, fearing the group might abandon him. "Old Zhou, keep it up." Zhou Xiong continued working on the lock. Time slipped by, and another half-hour elapsed. Zhou Xiong was so anxious that his features were nearly contorted, and his hands trembled from the cold. "Boss, how much longer?" A young subordinate, unable to contain his trembling voice, implored. "Don't rush. Lao Zhou is working hard." The leader suggested, "Why don't we go down and warm up for a bit? It's unbearably cold." Sun Chong felt a pang of uncertainty in his heart. After all, there were still 2 locks yet to be opened. If they continued to linger like this, he truly had no idea when it would all end. "All right then." Lenny saw them preparing to leave, and this simply would not do. He promptly used his phone to unlock the second door. Upon witnessing the second lock disengage, Zhou Xiong exclaimed excitedly, "Lauda, it's opened." Sun Chong's expression brightened as his earlier thoughts of retreat vanished in an instant. "Brothers, just a little longer. We only have the final lock left." The other subordinates shared a moment of joy, but their faces soon turned bitter, uncertain of how long it would take to unlock the final barrier. They had already endured for 50 minutes, and the cold was becoming intolerable. Yet, having come this far, how could they give up easily? Victory was in sight. Thus, the group could only continue to wait. Before long, another 20 minutes passed. Everyone was already numb from the cold. "Lauda, I can't feel my legs anymore. Should we withdraw?" One suggested. "Me too. If we stay any longer, my legs will be ruined." Another chimed in, "Let's retreat for now and come back later. We've been at this for so long." And Lin, he hasn't noticed. He must have fallen asleep. "Let's warm up and then return." Sun Chong, attempting to move his numbed body, retorted irritably, "Why are you all so fussy? Don't you see I'm here holding on too?" He then turned to Zhou Xiong and demanded, "Lao Zhou, can you speed it up?" "Almost there, almost there," Zhou Xiong hurriedly replied, internally panicking as he realized he didn't even know how he had opened the locks the first 2 times. After another 10 minutes, even Sun Chong could no longer endure. "Brothers, we must retreat for now." Lin Yi, who had been monitoring them, realized it was time to bring this farce to an end. He immediately locked the 2 doors again, the sound of the mechanisms echoing through the air. Sun Chong was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at Zhou Xiong, excitement rising within him. "Lao Zhou, did you open it?" The other subordinates also perked up. Relieved that their long ordeal had not been in vain, however, Zhou Xiong was utterly bewildered. He hadn't done anything. Furthermore, the door had not opened. It had been locked once more. With a grim expression, he looked at Sun Chong and said, "Lauda, the door didn't open. It locked back up." Sun Chong's face froze at his words. "Did you not claim there was no lock you couldn't open? How on earth did you end up locking it again?" "Lauda, it wasn't me," Zhou Xiong protested, making a face of despair. "Well, if it wasn't you, then who could it be?" Sun Chong grabbed his collar. Just then, Lin Yi's somewhat languid voice emerged. Indeed, it was not he. It was I. Chapter 52. The moment of hunt. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, Sun Chong's anger surged forth. "Lin Yi, you actually discovered us, of course. Otherwise, how could you all remain outside freezing for so long?" Sun Chong, taken aback, quickly inquired, "What do you mean? Heh, did you genuinely believe the people you brought could unlock my door?" Zhou Xiong, feeling guilty, lowered his head and stammered, "It was my first time encountering such a lock. I fumbled around and somehow managed to open it, though I don't really know if it was me who did it." As he spoke, his confidence waned, and his voice diminished. "Fool! Did you not claim there was no lock that you could not open in this world? Wasn't that merely to attract business?" Sun Chong's frustration boiled over as he recalled how long they had waited outside, and during the freezing cold and sub-zero temperatures, they had stood outside like fools for an hour. their legs nearly frozen solid. Infuriated, he dragged his numb legs to Lin Yi's door, wielding a wooden stick that he had intended to use against Lin Yi, and struck it fiercely against the door. Lin Yi, get out here. With their cover blown, they decided to smash the door down. The other subordinates rushed forward, pounding on Lin Yi's door. However, after a while, they stood dumbfounded. The door remained completely intact. Lauda? Why is this door so sturdy? Sun Chong snatched an iron rod and struck the door. Bang! A loud metallic clamor echoed. Yet when he turned to inspect the door, he was left speechless. He had exerted all his strength. Even if the door were unbreakable, there should at least be some marks of impact. Yet, there wasn't even a scratch. Sun Chong, now exasperated, contemplated, "Fine, let's leave for now and come up with a better plan." Just as they turned to depart, Lin Yi remarked, "What do you take my place for, that you can come and go as you please?" Sun Chong, already irate from their failure to break down the door, turned red-faced at Lin Yi's words. "Lin Yi, you better come out here," Lin Yi chuckled, "after freezing for so long. It's time for you to stretch a bit." "What do you mean?" Just then, a mechanism suddenly sprang from Lin Yi's door. Everyone turned to see it, and in the next moment, a needle, as fine as a sewing needle, shot out. Whoosh! Ah! Sun Chong and the others jolted towards the source of the sound point. One of his subordinates collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. "Not good. There are hidden weapons." Sun Chong finally grasped Lin Yi's intention. Someone attempted to help their fallen comrade, only to be struck by another dart. In an instant, two individuals were sprawled on the ground. The others were terrified, hastily fleeing down the stairs. But with their legs frozen stiff, they ran like penguins, unable to escape swiftly. Meanwhile, the two wounded men struggled to crawl, limping along. Fortunately, their injuries were limited to their legs, and they would not die from them. Sun Chong, startled by this sudden turn of events, quickly joined in the retreat. Ultimately, only the lockpicker Zhou Xiong remained, paralyzed by fear, unsure of what to do. Seeing everyone else flee, Lin Yi leisurely opened the door and stepped out, bow in hand. The moment of the hunt had begun. Lin Yi aimed the bow at Zhou Xiong. "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." Zhou Xiong, terrified, knelt on the ground. Lin Yi gestured towards the stairs with his bow. Zhou Xiong hurriedly limped down. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Lin Yi released a bolt. He had waited to shoot until now to prevent their blood from staining his doorstep. Zhou Xiong, struck in the leg, collapsed, wailing in agony. The hallway was instantly filled with the echoes of his cries. Lin Yi had no intention of killing them outright. That would be too merciful. He wanted them to bleed out, suffering and terrified, until they slowly perished. Upon hearing the harrowing scream, the others were nearly paralyzed with fear. They all exerted themselves to run down the stairs, but having been frozen for so long, their legs felt numb, rendering them unable to run quickly. Soon, Lin Yi caught up with them. He shot another bolt, which struck one man's backside. The man let out a shriek and tumbled down the stairs, taking two others with him in the process. Lin Yi swiftly fired two more bolts, both hitting their marks. At this moment, Sun Chong had lost all his bravado and was sprinting as fast as he could, leaving his subordinates behind. Lin Yi chased them down 2 flights of stairs before halting his pursuit. After all, they were numerous, and he could not be certain of an ambush on any given floor. This time, Lin Yi had left 4 of them severely injured. He was confident they would not dare to return with ill intentions. As for Sun Chong, he would be kept around for slow torment. Upon returning to his safe house, Lin Yi's phone rang. He opened it to find several missed calls, 7 or 8 in total. The caller was Song Zhaodi. She had likely been startled by the earlier commotion. When Lin Yi answered, Song Zhaodi's anxious voice came through. "Lin Gidge, what happened?" "I heard people screaming." "It's nothing. Perhaps someone just accidentally fell down the stairs." He had no intention of divulging the events that had transpired, wishing to spare her undue worry. At that moment, Li Shuiyao's voice came through the phone. "Lin Ge, are you all right?" From her tone, it seemed she was aware of the situation. "I'm fine," Lin Yi replied casually. "Could we come over to keep you company?" she cautiously added, a hint of fear in her voice. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. If both of them were indeed frightened, they would likely have trouble sleeping that night. It would be better to have them come over. With that thought, he replied, "You both should come over." Upon hearing Lin Yi's consent, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier screams had been profoundly unsettling, and as young women, they were understandably terrified. Once Lin Yi confirmed their safety, the two girls made their way to his safe house. Just as he switched off the lights, a figure cautiously slipped in. She stood timidly at the door. Lin Yi immediately recognized her as Li Xueyao. "Come in," he beckoned, and she eagerly crawled into the bed, smiling brightly. Chapter 53. Cannibalism. As Li Xueyao stepped inside, her hands began to misbehave. 3 out of 4 had perished, and the last one was barely clinging to life. "Boss, save me." Sun Chang glared at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, a surge of fury coursing through him. Who would have thought that Lin Yi still possessed a crossbow? The underlings rushed forward in haste, forming pairs. The 3 corpses were frozen stiff, easily lifted by the head and feet. Only the one still alive proved to be a bit troublesome. Any slight movement elicited painful grimaces. Sun Chang, feeling dejected, sank onto the sofa. To think that on his very first mission, 3 had already met their demise, and another was gravely injured, nearing death. The wounded subordinate lay on the ground, howling in agony. Sun Chang snapped, "Stop your wailing. It's driving me mad." The subordinate bore a look of grievance but could only stifle his cries as best he could. Yet, how could one endure such excruciating pain? He could only emit faint gasps, attempting to alleviate his suffering in this manner. "Boss, what should we do with these corpses? Should we toss them out the window?" one subordinate whispered. Sun Chang pondered for a moment before replying. "How long has it been since you last ate?" The subordinate, confused, casually responded, 3 days. Sun Chang glanced at the others. Some claimed 3 days, others 4, and even some 5, with a sly grin. Sun Chang declared, "In that case, we shall keep them. They will serve as our emergency rations. If we cannot deal with Lin Yi, then we will have no choice but to consume them." Upon hearing this, all present furrowed their brows, yet soon relaxed. They were on the brink of starvation. When it came down to it, what could not be eaten? Contemplating this, they silently lowered their heads, falling into a heavy silence. The injured subordinate felt a chill run down his spine. Fully aware of his fate, he deeply regretted boarding Sun Chang's treacherous ship, but it was too late. Having lost too much blood, his vision began to blur. T wouldn't be long before he joined the others as emergency provisions. 2 hours later, Lin Yi's bed fell silent. Looking at the beauty in his arms, he lifted her effortlessly and made his way to the bathroom. Li Xueyao wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's neck, her obedient demeanor evoking affection. "The power has been out for several days. My phone is about to die, and my power bank is drained as well. What should we do? My long-lasting phone can't hold out much longer. Family, what should we do now?" she exclaimed. "Lin Yi's house has electricity. Let's go plead with him to charge our phones." Soon, a group of people began tagging Lin Yi, beseeching him for assistance. "What? You aren't lacking food? And your home has power, so what's wrong with charging our phones?" someone protested. "Exactly, as a man, isn't it your duty to charge our phones for us girls?" Another chimed in. "Sisters, I believe he just wants to use this as leverage to coerce us into selling our bodies. We must collectively resist this kind of lowly man and never yield to him." Lin Yi turned off his phone, curious to see whether these so-called little fairies would come begging for him. After shutting off his phone, he drifted off to sleep. At dawn, Lin Yi opened his phone to find that the chatter in the group had indeed diminished significantly, with only 1 or 2 still on the verge of losing power. No longer concerned about them, Lin Yi got up to prepare breakfast. Upon entering the living room, he discovered that Song Zhaodi had already set the table with a sumptuous breakfast. When she saw Lin Yi awake, she smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you're awake. I just finished preparing breakfast and was about to call you. I'll go fetch Sister Li Xueyao." "No need to call her," Lin Yi replied. "Why not?" Song Zhaodi asked. Puzzled, she was quite exhausted last night. Let her sleep a bit longer. Oh, all right. At that moment, Xiaobai also came running out, circling around Lin Yi. Thanks to proper nutrition over the past few days, Xiaobai's health was slowly improving, and its fur had become much softer. Lin Yi continued to provide it with extra meals, ensuring each was highly nutritious. "Grandma, I want to eat. I want to eat. Be patient, my dear grandson. Food will be ready soon." Yao Shufan appeared notably haggard, her elder grandson having suffered from hunger for several days, his body growing increasingly emaciated. "I don't care. I want food right now," he cried, bursting into tears. "All right, just wait a bit longer. I'll go check." After saying this, Yao Shufan stepped out to inquire with Sun Chang, asking if he had managed to kill Lin Yi the previous day. She soon arrived at Sun Chang's residence. Upon entering, she noticed that everyone seemed to be full of energy, clearly having eaten. Her eyes brightened at this sight. "Boss Sun, did you succeed last night? You promised to give me half of the supplies." "You can't go back on your word," Yao Shufan said with a grin. Sun Chang's expression darkened instantly. He found the old woman bothersome. His initial promise had merely been a means to label Lin Yi as a villain. Now that he had achieved his goal, he had no further concern for her well-being. However, seeing her expression ignited an inexplicable anger within him. They had failed yesterday, losing 4 brothers in the process, and now she dared to come and taunt him. He decided to frighten her instead. With a sly smile, he replied, "Of course, the supplies are in the kitchen. Go fetch them yourself." "Great, Boss Sun keeps his promises." Yao Shufan's face lit up, and she hurried towards the kitchen. But upon entering, the scene before her caused her to gasp in shock. The kitchen was smeared with blood, and 3 corpses lay sprawled on the floor. While a severed leg rested on the chopping board, a knife still embedded in it. "Ah!" Yao Shufan shrieked, scrambling to escape. In that moment, she finally understood what the others had been consuming. Laughter erupted among the others at her reaction. "Old lady, you still want supplies? If you fancy those, feel free to take a bite." Sun Chang taunted once more. Yao Shufan was already terrified. These people were all lunatics. Chapter 54. Lu Ruming's video back at home. Yao Shufan was still restless, hiding under the covers, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Don't eat me. Don't eat me," she repeatedly mumbled. After a while, her emotions oscillated between laughter and tears, her state bordering on madness. After breakfast, Song Zhaodi resumed her cleaning duties. Since her arrival, the once chaotic home had transformed into a pristine haven. With nothing else to do, she sat on the sofa and began playing a game. Hearing that the game Black Myth Wukong was quite popular recently, Lin Yi decided to give it a try, planning to play through all the games he had missed in his previous life. However, just as he finished downloading the game, a call from Lu Ruming came in. Lin Yi frowned. Could it be that she had escaped? He quickly pressed the answer button. "Lin Yi, I've escaped. I'm on my way to your house. Just wait for me." Lu Ruming's anxious voice rang through the phone, accompanied by the sound of crunching snow beneath her feet. "Oh, is that so? I wish you a smooth journey," Lin Yi replied before hanging up. It seemed she couldn't wait to call him as soon as she got out and was now heading towards his building. Outside, the temperature hovered around -50 to 60 degrees, with the glass already coated in a thick layer of frost, obscuring any view of the outside world. Lin Yi certainly didn't intend to let her stay at his place, but he also didn't want to expose the truth just yet, as that would take away the fun. Soon, a devious smile crept across Lin Yi's face as he dialed Sun Chang's number. The call connected instantly. "Lin Yi, how dare you call me? You killed 4 of my brothers. I will surely avenge them." Sun Chang's voice was filled with rage. "Oh, really? Only 4 died? What a pity. I wish I could have taken you down with them," Lin Yi retorted. Sun Chang's fury escalated further. "Lin Yi, just wait. I will personally kill you." "Is that so? I'll be waiting. But tell me, why are you doing all this? Is it merely to prove your superiority over me in Lu Ruming's eyes? Go ahead. After all, Lu Ruming is already on her way to find me. In her heart, you will never compare to me." With that, Lin Yi hung up. Sun Chang was about to curse when he realized Lin Yi had ended the call, leaving him seething with anger as he smashed his phone to the ground. "Damn you." After venting his frustration, he quickly regained his composure. He recalled Lin Yi's earlier words. Lu Ruming had actually escaped her home for Lin Yi. He had sacrificed so much for her. Yet she had turned around and rushed into Lin Yi's embrace. He suddenly felt ridiculous. If she was so heartless, then he shouldn't be blamed. With that thought, he smirked darkly, his expression turning ominous. Sun Chang stormed out the door. Meanwhile, heavy snowfall had sealed off the lower 3 floors. Lu Ruming had finally reached the front of the building and climbed through the window to the 3rd floor. She was now drawing closer to Lin Yi, her heart racing with excitement. Just a little longer, and she would be able to enter the warm, spacious house, enjoy delicious meals, and be with Lin Yi. She hurriedly ascended the stairs. However, having gone days without proper food, she quickly became exhausted. Taking a brief rest, she continued her ascent. If she could just reach the 10th floor, this suffering would come to an end. As her strength waned, she clung to the handrail, inching her way up. Finally, she reached the 7th floor, with only 3 more to go. She peered through the crevice of the stairwell, able to glimpse even the 10th floor. Victory was within her reach. She urged herself onward. With her goal so tantalizingly close, Lu Rumming felt a surge of excitement and continued her ascent without pause. Before long, she reached the 9th floor, hope blossoming within her, a smile gracing her face. Lu Rumming, you have made me wait for far too long. Just then, a voice emerged from the dark corner behind her, sending a shiver down her spine. What are you doing here? Lu Rumming exclaimed. Panic rising within her. I am here solely for you. Sun Chang's expression darkened ominously, causing Lu Rumming's heart to race with fear. She hurriedly ran upstairs, knowing that if she could reach the 10th floor, Lin Yi would come to her rescue. Seeing Lu Rumming attempt to flee, Sun Chang's demeanor shifted to one of ruthless determination. He still foolishly hoped that Lu Rumming would reconsider her choices. But he was gravely mistaken. Where do you think you're going? Sun Chang lunged forward, seizing her hair. Let go of me. I need to find Lin Yi. Please let me go. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang's expression darkened further. You can't go anywhere with that. He dragged Lu Rumming downwards. Lin Yi, come save me, Lu Rumming shouted desperately. Yet no matter how loudly she called, no one came to her aid. Before long, she was pulled down to the 5th floor. With brutal force, she was thrust into her room. Sun Chang, please don't do this. It's over between us, you wretched harlot. I've become this way for you, and you think it can just end like that? Sun Chang slapped her hard. Lu Rumming covered her face, terror etched across her features. The current Sun Chang felt utterly foreign to her, to the point where she scarcely recognized the man before her. Sun Chang, please, stop this. I admit my mistakes. Now you realize your errors. Where was this acknowledgement before? With that, Sun Chang dragged Lu Rumming towards the bedroom. Where are you taking me? Please, just let me go. Yet no matter how much she pleaded, Sun Chang had no intention of relenting. Soon, she found herself in the bedroom, and Sun Chang slammed the door shut. He then unbuckled his belt. Upon witnessing this action, Lu Rumming's eyes widened in horror. She knew precisely what he intended. Sun Chang, you cannot do this. Absolutely not. Sun Chang's gaze turned cold, laced with resentment as he spat. Don't you like Lin Yi? Then I shall record a video and send it to him. I want to see if he would still want you. Lu Rumming's heart raced with panic, and she fought back with all her might. However, she was already exhausted from the climb, and against Sun Chang, she stood no chance. Soon, she was bound to the bed, at his mercy. Lu Rumming ceased her struggle, tears streaming silently from her eyes. Before long, Sun Chang concluded his vile intentions, placing the video before her and maliciously stating, No, please don't send it to him. As long as you don't send it, you can do whatever you want with me, huh? Now you regret it? It's too late. With that, Sun Chang sent the video to Lin Yi. Chapter 55. A new plan. Lin Yi's phone buzzed, and upon checking, he found a video lasting mere seconds. A slight smirk crept upon his lips as he observed the content. Truly, it was a case of dogs biting dogs. This works in my favor. Let them create chaos. The more tumultuous their quarrel, the more delighted I become. Just a minute after receiving the video, Sun Chang called. Lin Yi, I assume you've seen the video? If you wish to rescue her, you must exchange all your resources and your house for her release. In the video call, Lu Rumming lay bound on the bed, utterly naked. She screamed in panic. Lin Yi, please save me. He is forcing me. You must believe me. Witnessing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, yet he feigned concern. Hold on a little longer. I will surely rescue you. The camera panned to reveal Sun Chang's somewhat grotesque face. Humph, Lin Yi, you see for yourself. Your woman is now in my grasp. If you want her back, you will do exactly as I say. Do you hear me? Humph. I assure you, I won't let you succeed. Sun Chang's fury ignited. Lin Yi, do not push me. If you force my hand, I cannot guarantee what I might do to your woman. However, before he could finish, Lin Yi hung up the phone. Damn it. He hung up on me again. Fuming, Sun Chang considered throwing his phone in frustration, but realizing it was his only functioning device, he restrained himself. He glared at Lu Rumming on the bed with malicious glee. You heard that, didn't you? Lin Yi will not save you. Only I desire you. I offer you one last chance. Stay with me and forget Lin Yi. I will kill him and seize all his resources. And then it will all be ours. Lu Rumming, lying on the bed, wept silently. She had heard everything. Why wasn't he Lin Yi coming to her rescue? Yet her hatred for Sun Chong was even stronger. If not for him, she would be at Lin Yi's home, enjoying sumptuous meals, soaking in a warm bath, and drifting off to sleep while listening to music. She glared at Sun Chong with venom in her eyes. You re-dreaming. I will never forgive you for this. Sun Chong's face twitched. You still cling to your delusions. Don't push me, Ba. Lu Rumming spat defiantly. Sun Chong's face flushed with rage as he stormed out. After locking the door, he made his way to the living room, where Gu Xiaoman awaited him. His expression grim, he approached her. Our mission failed yesterday. What are we to do next? Tell me about what happened. Gu Xiaoman's face was serious. Sun Chong recounted the events of the previous night. Gu Xiaoman frowned slightly, surprised that the door had been so sturdy. Since this route is blocked, we must find another way. What do you mean? Gu Xiaoman smiled faintly, stating, what does it matter if you reinforce the door? When a door becomes more secure than a wall, the wall becomes a doorway. Go find a large hammer and break through his wall. Sun Chong's eyes lit up with realization. Of course. What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of that? Ordinary walls are usually easy to break. He can't possibly have encased them all in steel. Can he? Enough chatter. Go find the tools. All right, I'll go right away with that. Sun Chong set off with his underlings to find the necessary tools. He grinned. Now armed with this iron plate, he had nothing to fear from Lin Yi's hidden weapons. With a sense of satisfaction, Sun Chong thought, given last night's escapade, we've officially torn our masks off with Lin Yi. If so, let us proceed boldly. The temperature is at its peak. The reason so many of your men suffered last night was due to the cold. They were frozen and lost their senses. Gu Xiaoman analyzed. Yes, indeed. All right, brothers, let's go again with that. Sun Chong led 7 or 8 of his men back to the 9th floor. 3 of them carried the iron plate at the front. Once they positioned it against Lin Yi's door, the others approached with hammers. Sun Chong pointed to a specific spot and shouted, Here, smash it hard. 2 of his underlings swung their hammers fiercely against the exterior wall of Lin Yi's home. 80. However, after several strikes, only a layer of paint peeled away, and the wall remained unscathed. Boss, this isn't working. One of the underlings exclaimed urgently. Sun Chong's face turned ashen as he rushed forward to inspect the situation. Upon seeing it, his beard nearly bristled with rage. Damn it, they really did encase it in steel. Boss, shall we continue? He pointed to a nearby section of wall and said, Change your target and smash it hard. Even if it's steel, we must break through. All right, they resumed their assault. The noise soon reached Lin Yi's ears. Song Zhaodi and Li Shuiyao hurriedly took refuge in Lin Yi's bedroom. Lin Yi reassured them. Don't worry, they can't get in. He then activated his phone camera, capturing the scene outside. The 2 girls leaned in to watch, and when they saw that the wall was not dented, they felt relieved. Brother Lin, do you really think they won't break the wall? Song Zhaodi asked curiously. Lin Yi gently tapped her upturned nose. Do you still doubt my words? I believe you. Song Zhaodi's cheeks flushed as she shrank her neck. Brother Lin, are we really just going to let them smash the wall? They will inevitably break through eventually. Li Shuiyao frowned tightly. Lin Yi chuckled. Of course not. You'll see soon enough. Observing the group outside wielding shields, Lin Yi sneered. Did they truly believe this would thwart his attack? How na-ve? He then activated the water spraying mechanism, and instantly, a nozzle sprang from the door. Adjusting it to shower mode, he angled it towards the crowd. And soon a torrent of cold water burst forth. Oh no. Where is this water coming from? Damn, it's freezing. I'm going to freeze to death. Run, Lin Yi is coming out. In an instant, everyone was drenched. Resembling drowned rats, they abandoned their hammers and iron plates, rushing downstairs. Chapter 56, Compensation. However, one individual was too slow in his actions and was directly crushed beneath the iron plate. Another person suffered a blow to the foot from a heavy hammer, writhing in agony on the ground as he clutched his injured foot and howled in pain. The individual trapped under the iron plate initially attempted to free himself, but his face, wet with water, had adhered to the plate. His entire visage was stuck, rendering him unable to escape. With every effort he exerted, a sharp pain shot through half of his face. Additionally, the water was rapidly freezing, causing his skin to sting painfully. Help me! Save me! He cried out with great difficulty. The other individual, also suffering from a hammer blow to the foot, was similarly afflicted. His foot was likely shattered, and being soaked to the skin only compounded his misery. He trembled as he attempted to shuffle downstairs, his condition deteriorating rapidly under the dual onslaught of freezing temperatures and excruciating pain, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Lin Yi, observing the panicked expressions of these individuals, could not help but chuckle. Just a splash of water had sent this group into disarray, leaving them utterly disheveled. Beside him, Li Shuiyao and Song Zhaodi also stifled their laughter. The fleeing individuals paused for a moment, relieved to see that Lin Yi had not pursued them. The memories of being hunted by him the previous night were still fresh in their minds. Despite the frigid temperatures below 50 degrees, they were all sweating profusely. After lingering for a while, they felt a chilling sensation creeping down their spines. Sun Chong exhaled deeply and addressed the group with a scowl. Which of you called Lin Yi out just now? In truth, they could have avoided any losses. Even if they had been splashed with water, a timely change of clothing would have resulted in nothing more than a few frostbite injuries. Yet now, two of their comrades remained unaccounted for. A group of younger subordinates lowered their heads, too afraid to speak. Sun Chong, seeing their dejected demeanor, felt his anger surge. Look at you cowardly lot. What do you plan to fight Lin Yi with? After a couple of remarks, the group quietly ascended the stairs once more. Soon, they discovered the first individual. Boss, this brother's foot is injured and has frozen over. He is beyond saving. Sun Chong's face darkened as he gazed upon the unconscious figure before him. Yet he refrained from uttering further words. Indeed, the remaining members followed Sun Chong as they continued their ascent, and in no time, they found the comrade trapped beneath the iron plate. Upon seeing Sun Chong and the others, he exclaimed, "Boss, hurry and save me." Sun Chong quickly instructed the two individuals beside him, "Don't just stand there. Go save him." Just as they rushed up the stairs, the door's mechanism sprayed water once more. At that moment, Lin Yi, utilizing the intercom feature on his phone, called out to them, "Sun Chong, if you have the guts, come on up." Sun Chong's veins bulged as he glanced at the individual trapped under the plate. His mind torn between indecision. If he chose to ignore it, the brothers behind him would undoubtedly harbor resentment, making it impossible for them to fight for him. Yet if he continued to attempt a rescue, it could very well cost more lives, and he had precious few brothers left. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to resolve the situation through negotiation. "Lin Yi, can we declare a temporary ceasefire? Do you think this is child's play? Where you can fight when you want and stop when you choose?" Lin Yi replied with a cold laugh. "Then how about I offer you money? Name your price." "Sun Chong, are you foolish, or am I? Right now, money is nothing but worthless paper. It seems you have no intention of saving your brothers. Oh, what do you propose?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that keeping Gu Xiaoman around was not in his best interest. As she was likely the mastermind behind these schemes, he couldn't fathom what might transpire if she remained close to Sun Chong. With that thought in mind, he said, "In that case, let's make an exchange. I will name one person, and you can bring her to me. Then you can take your brother away." "Absolutely not. I will never give you Lu Ruming. Give up on that notion." Sun Chong's eyes narrowed as he finally grasped Lin Yi's ulterior motive. He intended to use this method to rescue Lu Ruming, which was utterly absurd. This subordinate was not even related to him. It was merely a performance for the younger subordinates behind him. He would never trade his woman for someone who might die at any moment. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting that Lu Ruming was still in the hands of the enemy. He had initially believed he was acting to save her, but he was actually hoping she would remain with him. How could he possibly rescue her? However, Lin Yi did not expose this, instead continuing, "In that case, let me name another person. Bring Gu Xiaoman to me." Sun Chong was momentarily stunned, but he quickly vehemently refused. "Not a chance. Give up on that idea?" Lin Yi replied with a cold smirk. "So there's nothing to discuss then?" Upon hearing this, Sun Chong's facial muscles twitched in frustration. After a few seconds of silence, Sun Chong pressed on, "What would it take for you to agree?" "Ha! I made my demands. You were the one who declined. Why are you blaming me now?" "You?" Sun Chong was instantly rendered speechless. Suppressing his anger, he reiterated, "Name something I can afford. As long as it doesn't involve people, I will agree to anything I can manage." Lin Yi contemplated briefly before stating, "You have my word. I want 10 pounds of food, plus 10 pounds of clean water." Food and water were currently the most scarce resources. If he was going to ask, he might as well go big. "What?" Sun Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. and he stammered, "Have you lost your mind? Where am I supposed to find that much food? That's your concern. Your time is running out, and that brother's condition does not appear promising." Sun Chong gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine, just wait with that." He led his subordinates downstairs. On the way, one of the younger subordinates urgently inquired, "Boss, where are we going to find that much food and clean water?" "You fool, if we don't have it. We'll take it. Start raiding from the first floor. I refuse to believe we can't gather 10 pounds of food." Heh, the boss is brilliant. Before long, they reached the first floor. Although it was buried under heavy snow, most of the homes were intact. Aside from the lack of light, there was little wind, allowing for better temperature preservation. In fact, it was likely warmer than above. Many sought refuge below for warmth. The group descended to the first floor and began to frantically pound on doors. Soon, an elderly couple opened their door. They stormed inside, searching vigorously, and lo and behold, they found half a bag of rice. Upon seeing their belongings being taken, the elderly couple was instantly filled with desperation and attempted to fight back. But they were no match for the group, who swiftly overpowered them. Sun Chong hurriedly grabbed the food and raced back upstairs. Chapter 57. Minced Meat. With the rice in hand, Sun Chong and his group continued their search upstairs. They kicked down doors that remained shut. Those inside, fearing for their doors, realized that if they were kicked in, they would lose their last line of defense against the cold. Even if they didn't starve, they would surely freeze to death. Consequently, they reluctantly opened their doors. As soon as the doors swung open, Sun Chong and his men barged in, assigning some to restrain the occupants while others looted supplies. While the provisions were scarce, squeezing out a little more was always possible. In this manner, Sun Chong and his crew raided over a dozen homes before finally gathering enough supplies to meet Lin Yi's demands. They dared not waste time and quickly made their way to Lin Yi's doorstep. "Lin Yi, I have brought everything you asked for. Can we release the prisoners now?" Lin Yi lay on his bed, observing through the camera the assorted food items Sun Chong held, and with a cold smirk, he lazily replied, "Given your earnestness, place the goods at the door, and you may take your people. And be sure to clean the floor. I would prefer not to slip when stepping outside." Sun Chong's face turned crimson with fury. He was expected to clean the floor? Was that his responsibility? One of the younger subordinates quickly whispered, "Boss, do we really have to do this?" "Of course. Saving lives comes first." "Understood." Quickly, the group got to work, placing the food and water at Lin Yi's door before hastening to rescue their comrade. However, as soon as they attempted to pull him free, he let out a pained scream. It turned out his face had become stuck to the iron plate, and the forceful tugging caused him pain, prompting his cries, "Useless. You can't even endure this little pain." Sun Chong stepped forward, gripping the man's hair and yanking forcefully. With a ripping sound, the skin on his face separated from the plate. However, the next scene left everyone horrified. The man's skin appeared as fragile as paper. Tearing apart with a mere tug, portions of his facial skin remained stuck to the iron plate, rendering his entire face grotesque. His cries grew even more pitiful. The others exchanged glances, instinctively looking towards Sun Chong. Yet the group quickly resumed their frantic efforts. After considerable time, they finally managed to clean the area behind Lin Yi's door, and they quickly made their escape. Just as they did, however, a crowd of 20 or so men and women surged up from below, encircling Sun Chong and his group. These were the very individuals they had robbed moments earlier. "It's them. They took our food and water. Block their way. Don't let them escape. Return our food." Lin Yi, witnessing this scene, immediately deduced what had transpired. He chuckled coldly, disdainfully remarking, "They should take stock of their own strength before daring to challenge the entire building." This was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Sun Chong and his subordinates found themselves surrounded, unable to break free. In a moment of desperation, the leader pondered their next course of action amidst the relentless assault from those surrounding them. Sun Chong, feeling utterly powerless, clenched his jaw and bellowed, "Damn it! Let's fight our way out together." Ignoring the blows raining down from all sides, he lunged forward, delivering a fierce strike to the face of an adversary. The man staggered back, momentarily blinded, his eye now a darkened bruise. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Chong dashed through the gap that had opened up, followed closely by his loyal followers. "Don't let them escape. Pursue them swiftly. No one is leaving without surrendering their provisions today. Capture them." The throng surged forward in pursuit. yet soon found themselves trapped as reinforcements blocked the entrance. Inside, Gu Xiaoman watched in astonishment as Sun Chong and his companions rushed in. Her expression quickly shifted as she overheard the insults being hurled from outside. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "What is happening out there?" Sun Chong hastily recounted the unfolding events. Upon learning that they had been raiding homes for food, Gu Xiaoman was consumed by fury. "Are you out of your mind? Food and water are precious commodities. Stealing them is tantamount to condemning those people to death. Yes, no wonder they are fighting back." The incessant pounding on the door filled Sun Chong with trepidation. "What should we do then? Perhaps we should just eliminate them all, fool," Gu Xiaoman scolded sharply. "Do you know how many of us there are compared to them? In a real fight, the outcome is uncertain." "What do you propose we do?" Sun Chong asked, anxiety evident in his voice. After a moment's contemplation, a smile gradually appeared on Gu Xiaoman's face. "Simply return whatever you've taken from them. But we have no food to give back." "Humph. If you're foolish, then you are indeed foolish. We have plenty of reserves. Just give them that." "But those reserves are human flesh. Why would they accept that?" "Simpleton, grind it into minced meat. They won't discern what it is. They will even thank you for your generosity. Later, we can redirect the conflict towards Lin Yi, and then we can watch as they fight amongst themselves." A sly smile crept across Gu Xiaoman's face. Sun Chong's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "Hee hee, you truly have a plan." "You are indeed my strategist." Gu Xiaoman shot him a reproachful glance. "I in the future. Remember to consult me first before taking any action." As she gazed out the window, her eyes narrowed slightly, murmuring to herself, "He actually wants me to trade hostages. He must be a lecher. Thankfully, Sun Chong is entirely foolish and has sold me out." Thus, Sun Chong rallied his subordinates to begin grinding the meat. After an hour of labor, they finally prepared the minced meat. Gu Xiaoman opened the door. "Brothers, they are out. Let us charge in and seize their belongings." In a matter of moments, the crowd outside surged inside. "Everyone, please calm down. I assure you that I will compensate for your losses," Gu Xiaoman said, her brow knitted in concern. "How will you compensate us? What can you offer?" "Exactly. That was our life-saving food, snatched away by these beasts. Return our belongings immediately, or we shall not hesitate to retaliate. Listen to me. We too have been misled by wicked individuals. The moment I learned of this, I reprimanded them severely. We are willing to make amends, and this meat is our offer of compensation." Although the crowd initially remained disgruntled, their eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the bags of minced meat laid out before them. It had been ages since they had eaten meat. Their expressions shifted dramatically. "Hee hee, this lady is quite generous. I admit my earlier tone was too loud. I hope I didn't frighten you. Indeed, we were too impulsive. Please forgive us, beautiful lady." Gu Xiaoman smiled gently, continuing, "There's no need for apologies. We were in the wrong first. Please, take the food. Each person may take a bag without hesitation, then we shall take it." With that, the crowd began to line up to receive their portions. Once everyone had been served, someone queried, "By the way, beautiful lady, you mentioned earlier that you were also misled by a wicked person. Who is that?" With a sly smile, Gu Xiaoman replied, "It's none other than Lin Yi from room 1001 on the 10th floor. He captured our people and forced us to raid your supplies to secure their release." Pointing to the man previously pinned under an iron board, she continued, "Look at how cruel he is. A perfectly good person, and now his face is utterly mangled." The crowd looked in the direction she indicated and gasped at the sight. "How barbaric! Can he even keep his face?" "Humph! Linny has gone too far this time. We must confront him. Yes, we shall hold him accountable. How dare he steal from us? He must apologize today. Moreover, he must compensate us handsomely. Otherwise, we cannot let this slide." "Agreed. We shall go confront him." Meanwhile, in a secure room, Lin Yi was exercising on a treadmill while chatting with Li Shuiyao, who was practicing yoga. Song Zhaodi busied herself tidying up the rooms, while Xiao Bai lay snoozing in his bed, oblivious to the world. This tranquil existence was soon disrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door, shattering the calm. Li Shuiyao and Song Zhaodi tensed, while Xiao Bai sprang to attention, rushing to the door and assuming an aggressive stance, growling menacingly. "Calm down, there's no need to worry," Lin Yi reassured them as he activated the surveillance system to assess the situation outside. A throng of dozens had gathered, including some who had previously attacked Sun Chong. Realizing this, Lin Yi understood the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder that she had thrived in her previous life. Lin Yi, open up and give us an explanation? Yes, come out quickly. Lin Yi, if you are a man, step outside. Don't hide away like a coward. As he listened to their provocations, Lin Yi's expression hardened. Initially, he had felt sympathy for these people who had lost all their food to Sun Chong. However, it seemed they were now emboldened, likely having received provisions from Gu Xiaoman. But if they had food, they wouldn't be trying to steal from others. Lin Yi recalled the individuals he had previously dispatched and suddenly grasped the sinister truth. How vicious! They were feeding these people human flesh. Yet, he had no intention of intervening. They had brought this upon themselves. Once they realized the truth of their meal, their suffering would only amplify. The crowd continued to pound on the door, and Lin Yi decided to impart a small lesson. I will give you 5 seconds to leave. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Humph! What arrogance! Do you think we fear you? If you have any sense, come out quickly. Otherwise, we will show you what happens when we get inside. As they resumed their assault on the door, it became clear that reasoning with them was futile. Since they were so obstinate, it was time for them to learn a lesson. Without hesitation, Lin Yi activated a mechanism, and 3 water jets appeared on the door. The next moment, 3 high-pressure streams of water surged forth, dousing the crowd. What the hell? What just hit my face? It's sticky. This doesn't feel like water. Wait, this is glue. Old Wong, you've got me stuck. Get your hands off me. Don't touch anything. I can't hold on. It's setting. Chaos erupted as the once menacing crowd found themselves entangled. The wife of Old Li stuck to Old Wong, while the wife of Old Sun found her hand glued to Old Zhang's face. One by one, they became conjoined. Let us get out of here. Quickly, the crowd fled in disarray. Observing their comical retreat, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk. This was merely a light punishment. Should they dare return, the consequences would be far more severe. His expression darkened. Sun Chang's repeated provocations had crossed the line, and it was time he was dealt with decisively. Once, twice, but never thrice. This time, Lin Yi would take the initiative. Meanwhile, Sun Chang's expression soured upon learning that the crowd had been doused in glue. Damn it, is there truly no way to deal with him? What good is your anger? This incident proves that Lin Yi is a ruthless individual. Such an opponent must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will eventually be the end of us. Gu Xiaoman's brows knitted together in concern. What should we do now? The door is impenetrable, and even the walls are fortified. Do we have any other options? Humph. He may have reinforced the walls and doors. But I refuse to believe he has done the same to the windows. Sun Chang's eyes lit up. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Yet, his expression faltered. But how do we break the window? The windows are on the outer wall. Do you expect us to tie a rope from the rooftop? Anything is possible if you put your mind to it. We don't need to go to the rooftop. We can enter through room 1101, and then we can descend directly to Lin Yi's window. All right, then, let us gather our people. Tonight marks the fateful hour for Lin Yi. Soon, all individuals congregated together, including Shang Xia. She was but a humble nurse, assigned to the logistical task of tending to the injured. Aware of the day's impending operation, she felt a sense of trepidation amidst the crowd, utterly at a loss. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon her. At least 30 individuals had gathered, and according to their scheme, Lin Yi was destined to be captured tonight. She grappled with the dilemma of whether to inform Lin Yi of the imminent danger. If she divulged the information, would he implicate her if apprehended? Yet, having already betrayed him once, it was likely that they would discover her silence regardless. After an intense internal struggle, she resolved her thoughts. She belonged entirely to Lin Yi now, and he had promised her that as long as her heart remained aligned with his, she would lead a prosperous life. She had experienced such a life before and yearned for it deeply. If she warned Lin Yi, perhaps he could take precautions and avert disaster. This way, she could move in with him and share his home. With that thought, she discreetly retrieved her phone and, with merely 1 battery remaining, hurriedly sent Lin Yi the details of the operation. The message was successfully dispatched. Shang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Upon receiving the message, Lin Yi swiftly reviewed it and could not help but chuckle. If that is the case, then I shall turn the tables. Chapter 59. A night of darkness and murder. Lin Yi retrieved a baseball bat from his space, securing it with iron wire for added strength. Such a weapon would inflict grievous wounds. Next, He prepared 2 daggers, a crossbow, and a sharpened long knife. With weapons at the ready, he turned his attention to protective gear, crucial for close combat. He took out a bomb-proof helmet and a pair of safety shoes. Though somewhat heavy, they provided excellent foot protection. He also selected the sturdiest and warmest gloves available. His clothing could not be overly thick, as that would sacrifice agility. Fortunately, prior to the apocalypse, he had procured several sets of stab-resistant clothing made from high-strength fiber materials, capable of effectively dispersing the impact of blades and preventing penetration. This was the sort of attire typically worn by special police during high-risk missions. With preparations complete, he awaited the arrival of nightfall. At 6 in the evening, after dinner, Song Zhaodi went about her usual task of clearing the dishes. She had fully adapted to life here, her demeanor transforming from introverted to increasingly lively. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had gained weight after days of being fed, shedding its previously gaunt appearance. The once emaciated creature now sported a rounder visage. During their time together, Lin Yi discovered that Xiaobai was remarkably intelligent. Mastering simple commands with ease. It would undoubtedly become a valuable ally in the future. Checking the time, Lin Yi knew that Sun Chong and the others were ready to act. He reassured the 2 women before stepping out. Lin Yi made his way to the 11th floor, concealing himself around the corner of the stairwell. Shortly, they would burst into room 1101, and his role was to lie in wait. 10 minutes later, Sun Chong and his crew, having satisfied their hunger, began their operation. One volunteer, a former window cleaner known as Spider-Man, was well suited for the task. Equipped with professional tools, he followed Sun Chong up the stairs. They soon reached the 11th floor. Sun Chong signaled to his subordinates, who raised a heavy hammer and began to strike the door relentlessly. Within moments, a sizable hole had been smashed through the security door. One individual reached in and unlocked the door. Once opened, a swarm of people surged inside. The occupant, terrified, cowered in a corner, too frightened to make a sound. However, he was quickly discovered and dragged out by Sun Chong and his crew. They secured ropes and prepared to open the window. But the freezing temperature outside had caused the window to freeze shut, resisting all attempts to budge. In a fit of rage, Sun Chong shattered the glass entirely. The biting cold wind rushed in, instantly dropping the room's temperature to below 60 degrees. "Hurry up and act," he commanded, and Spider-Man sprang into action. On the other side, Lin Yi revealed himself after they had entered. The 3 henchmen at the door were momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, but swiftly raised their weapons to attack. Lin Yi smirked, lifting his homemade baseball bat and striking at the man wielding a knife. The sound of impact echoed as the man collapsed, a deep gash opening on his side, blood pouring forth. The remaining 2 attackers advanced toward him. Lin Yi evaded one assault, his hand gripping the arm of a man with a dark mole with extraordinary strength. The mole man was stunned, attempting to pull away, but his arm was ensnared as if by a vice. In the next moment, a shadow loomed before him, and he felt a heavy blow to his head, plunging him into darkness. The mole man fell. Now only one adversary remained, his expression shifting to one of panic. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his companions had been incapacitated. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Lin Yi scoffed and seized him. With a swift motion, he spun the man around, sending him tumbling through the air. The sheer force terrified the man, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Please, don't kill me," he cried, dropping to his knees in tears. With a swift swing of his bat, Lin Yi sent the man sprawling on the ground. The commotion drew the attention of those inside the house. Sun Chong frowned and rushed out with the remaining members. Upon seeing Lin Yi, his expression soured immediately. "Lin Yi, how dare you show your face? What is there to fear?" Lin Yi retorted disdainfully. Sun Chong, filled with fury, ordered his henchmen, "Kill him." Instantly, a dozen subordinates charged toward Lin Yi. Unfazed, he picked up a dagger from the ground and hurled it into the crowd, embedding it in one man's thigh. He then charged forward, raising his baseball bat and delivering another crushing blow. Toppling another adversary, the bat's wire sliced through flesh, resulting in a gruesome sight that horrified the onlookers. "Useless, useless," Sun Chong cursed, seething with anger. Lin Yi pointed his bat directly at Sun Chong, scoffing, "If you're not useless, then come at me." Sun Chong's countenance changed as he glanced at his fallen comrades, feeling a sudden tightness in his gut. After a moment's contemplation, he hastily declared, "Consider yourself lucky. We're leaving." With that, He led the remaining members in retreat. Lin Yi made no attempt to pursue them, instead heading toward the room, directly to the shattered window. Spider-Man successfully reached the 10th floor, his gaze fixated on Lin Yi's window. A manic grin spreading across his face, he delivered a powerful kick, but to his astonishment, the glass did not shatter. Undeterred, Spider-Man propelled himself into the air, attempting to use his weight to break through the glass. With a loud thud, he exerted every ounce of strength, yet the glass remained intact, and his face collided with the surface, the icy sensation sending a shiver down his spine. Confused, he scrutinized the glass, and his eyes widened in shock. It was bulletproof and double-layered. After years of experience, he could easily identify such glass. Realizing that breaking the window was futile, he prepared to call for assistance from above. Yet, after shouting for some time, no one responded as the biting cold began to take its toll. He shivered uncontrollably. He had no choice but to climb upward. However, just as he reached the window's edge, a face emerged. Panic surged within him, causing him to lose his grip and plummet down. Chapter 60. The informant, fortunately, he was tethered by a rope, halting his fall at the 8th floor. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly froze at Lin Yi's words. "Aren't you fond of hanging around? Then you shall hang here forever." With that, Lin Yi retrieved a bottle of lubricant from his space. Applying it generously to the rope about a meter down to prevent Spider-Man from climbing back up, he then turned his back and departed. Once Lin Yi was gone, Spider-Man exhaled deeply, quickly resuming his ascent. The prolonged exposure to the elements had rendered him uncontrollable, his body trembling as he climbed, causing the rope to sway perilously. He painstakingly made his way upward, excitement building as he neared the window. However, just then, his hands brushed against something slick, and he found himself unable to grip. His body began to slide downward. Glancing at the rope, he realized with horror that it was coated in oil. His complexion darkened as he exerted all his strength to ascend, but no matter how hard he tried, he would slide back down upon reaching that spot. The thought of freezing to death outside filled him with despair. Unwilling to accept such a fate, he clawed desperately at the rope until he was utterly spent, ultimately falling back to the 8th floor. Cold and famished, with no strength left, he dangled in midair, buffeted by the biting wind, awaiting his demise. Lin Yi was aware that Sun Chong and his companions resided on the 7th floor, yet he had no intention of pursuing them. He had caught them off guard earlier. And coupled with the gruesome violence of the scene, they were momentarily paralyzed by fear, which ultimately led to their retreat. Upon returning to the safe house, Song Zhaodi and Li Shuiyao rushed towards him, each wrapping an arm around one of his, their expressions reflecting their shock. After all, the commotion had just unfolded above them, and it was impossible for them not to have heard it. Moreover, with another individual attempting to break the window, it was only natural for the two to feel alarmed. "Brother Lin, those villains didn't harm you, did they?" Song Zhaodi quickly checked Lin Yi for any injuries. Li Shuiyao, realizing the situation, turned pale with fear as she anxiously examined him as well. Lin Yi smiled gently and reassured them, "Don't worry, they couldn't possibly injure me." After a brief inspection, Song Zhaodi, relieved to find no traces of blood, inquired, "Did you manage to drive those bad people away?" Her eyes blinked curiously. Lin Yi casually replied, "Yes, I scared them off, injuring 4 or 5 of them." Instantly intrigued, Song Zhaodi urged, "Brother Lin, please tell me all about it." Thus, Lin Yi recounted the events that had transpired. Upon concluding his tale, the two ladies exhibited starkly contrasting reactions. Li Shuiyao, terrified, nestled into Lin Yi's embrace, while Song Zhaodi grew increasingly animated, even applauding. This left Lin Yi bewildered. It was unusual for a young girl to find such matters entertaining. Yet, recalling Song Zhaodi's past life, he sensed something amiss. In her previous existence, she had been a dreaded lowly assassin. Despite having spent a few days with her now, he perceived her as an entirely ordinary girl. Even if she had been profoundly affected in her past life, such a drastic transformation seemed implausible. Observing her current demeanor, it appeared as though she had an intrinsic affinity for violence. Could it be that her former self's transformation was significantly influenced by her own nature? "Brother Lin, can you tell me more?" Looking at the seemingly harmless girl before him, Lin Yi felt a twinge of discomfort. If that were indeed the case, then this incarnation of Song Zhaodi could prove to be even more formidable than the last. One moment she could be displaying an innocent smile, and the next, she could be mercilessly targeting her foes. The thought sent chills down his spine. It seemed prudent to arrange for her to reside next door after dealing with Sun Chong. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to rest easy. I've finished recounting everything. I'm off to bed now, Linny announced, casting a glance at Li Shuiyao before heading toward the bedroom. Song Zhaodi attempted to follow, but was intercepted by Li Shuiyao. Sister, let me check his body to see if he's injured. You stay here, she instructed. Oh, very well. Please check thoroughly, Song Zhaodi replied. Rest assured, I will be meticulous, Li Shuiyao assured her as she entered the room. Moments later, the bed began to emit sounds of vigorous resistance. What? Gu Xiaoman's expression turned icy. She paced restlessly within the room, and after a while, uttered, How does he know about our operation tonight? Sun Chong was taken aback. Right? How could he possibly know about our plans for tonight? I stationed 2 men at Lin Yi's door, and they haven't seen him leave his room. He must have been aware of our actions and set an ambush. Upon realizing this, he fixated on the individuals in the room, scanning them with suspicion. Shang Xia's heart raced anxiously, and Sun Chong approached her with a grim expression. Shang Xia, did you leak our plans? I remember you expressing interest in making a deal with Lin Yi. I didn't. Lin Yi is too wicked. He only offered 2 bags of instant noodles, and I declined his offer if it wasn't you. Then why are you so nervous? I'm just scared. At that moment, Gu Xiaoman interjected loudly. Enough. Rather than suspecting our own, we should check if our brothers are still alive. With that, Sun Chong ceased his interrogation and, along with several brothers, charged out once more. After Sun Chong left, Gu Xiaoman approached Shang Xia. She leaned in close and whispered, You are one of my recruits. I hope you won't betray me. If I find out you leaked our plans, I will kill you myself. At her words, Shang Xia's heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 61. A tiger does not eat its young. After speaking, Gu Xiaoman retrieved a phone from Shang Xia's pocket. She attempted to turn it on, but it was dead and unresponsive. It seems I misjudged you, Gu Xiaoman smiled, returning the phone as if nothing had transpired. Shang Xia sighed in relief, yet her unease grew. Gu Xiaoman's earlier words haunted her. She needed to leave this place quickly. Only Lin Yi could save her. Before long, Sun Chong and 2 others arrived at the 11th floor. He discovered that 2 of his brothers were alive. Merely incapacitated by Lin Yi. At that moment, he recalled the task assigned to the Spider-Man. He hurried into room 1101, leaning out the window to look down. Upon seeing the scene below, his brows knitted tightly. The Spider-Man was hanging in midair, covered in a layer of ice and completely motionless, swaying in the wind. The Spider-Man had frozen to death now. He had no idea of the situation below. Sun Chong sighed, hastily exiting the area. Upon returning, he urged, Shang Xia, hurry and tend to their wounds. We're out of supplies for external injuries, she replied. Damn it, I'll take some men to raid, Sun Chong exclaimed in frustration. However, he turned to Gu Xiaoman, seeking her opinion. This time, she did not object. Go ahead. But this time, raid the upper floor. Remember to only take the medicine and don't act recklessly like last time. Rest assured. With that, Sun Chong led a dozen younger brothers out once more, rushing towards the 12th floor. They soon reached the 12th floor, but just then, unsettling sounds emanated from room 1201, causing them all to halt in their tracks. A group of onlookers glanced at Sun Chong, nervously swallowing their saliva, and quietly asked, Boss, don't you think the noises coming from there are a bit odd? Could it be haunted? Sun Chong felt a twinge of fear as well. At that moment, a younger brother suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. This is Yao Shufan's home. Damn it. What do we have to fear from an old woman and a child? Smash the door down. Sun Chong dismissed his apprehension at the mention of Yao Shufan. Soon enough, they crashed through the door. Upon entering, they were utterly stunned by the sight before them. Yao Shufan sat on the floor with her back to the door, seemingly humming a tune while making smacking noises, as if consuming something. Sun Chong steeled himself and approached. Under the moonlight, he discerned the horrifying reality. His eyes widened in shock. Her face was smeared with blood. Sun Chong recoiled, his veins throbbing with disbelief. In her hands was none other than her grandson's arm, and her grandson lay lifeless in front of her, blood splattered everywhere. Even a tiger would not harm its young, yet this old woman had descended into utter madness. Regaining his composure, Sun Chong's expression turned menacing. Old hag, you even devoured your own grandson. You truly are a monster. He kicked Yao Shufan to the ground. However, Yao Shufan did not scream. Instead, she frantically groped around on the floor. Where are you, my dear grandson? Don't scare Grandma. Before long, she found her grandson's corpse, embracing it as if protecting it from being taken away. Suddenly, she burst into tears, clutching the dismembered arm and wailing. My dear grandson, what happened to you? Speak to me. Don't abandon Grandma. You killed your own grandson. Sun Chong sneered. I killed my grandson? Yao Shufan seemed to regain her senses momentarily, but soon spiraled back into madness. No, it can't be. No one can kill my precious grandson. She held the corpse tightly, muttering incoherently. Sun Chong had no desire to engage further. He quickly instructed his younger brothers to search for medicine. Before long, they thoroughly ransacked the room and indeed managed to find some supplies. In the safe house, 2 hours later, Li Shuiyao nestled in Lin Yi's embrace, a sweet smile adorning her face. Brother Lin, you truly are remarkable with that. She shyly buried her head under the covers. Lin Yi chuckled, lighting a cigarette as he gazed out the window. He had never smoked before. It was a habit he picked up in his previous life. Now, he found it somewhat uncomfortable without a cigarette. That moment, he heard cries for help from the opposite building, accompanied by sounds of smashing. Li Shuiyao, hearing the commotion, peeked her head out, worry etched on her face. However, the frost on the window obscured her view, leaving her to discern the building numbers by sound. Brother Lin, what is happening over there? Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. There's no food left, so they are naturally fighting for supplies. Oh? Li Shuiyao hid her head back under the covers, appearing small and helpless. Yet, Lin Yi suddenly thought of Song Zhaodi. He wondered how she would react upon hearing those sounds. As he pondered, Li Shuiyao unexpectedly crept beneath him. At that moment, Song Zhaodi stood by the window, her face alight with excitement as she gazed towards building number 7. She quietly withdrew a wooden dagger, fidgeting with it in her hand. Having read numerous martial arts novels, she longed for a life akin to that of the protagonists, valiant heroes who, having endured hardships from a young age, gradually evolved into legendary figures. She yearned for such a life, aspiring to earn the respect and admiration of others. That night, building number 7 descended into utter chaos, the sounds of shouting and slaughter reverberating throughout. Many chose to leap from the upper floors, while the anguished cries of women filled the air. These sounds only began to subside by morning. The residents of the other buildings grew increasingly anxious, fearing that their own would meet a similar fate. Early in the day, Sun Chong set out with his men to investigate the events of the previous night at Building No. 7. Upon learning the details, he could hardly contain his eagerness to share the news with Gu Xiaoman. Chapter 62. Song Zhaodi's Talent A group had invaded Building number 7 last night, seizing control of the entire structure. And it appeared they hailed from Building number 6. From Building number 6? Will they come to attack us? Gu Xiaoman inquired hastily. Rest assured. I have already reached an understanding with their leader. We shall not interfere with one another. And they will not come our way. At these words, Gu Xiaoman finally relaxed. That's good. As long as they do not approach, we can focus on eliminating Lin Yi. Only by doing so can we truly claim this building for ourselves. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiaoman continued. Now is the perfect opportunity. We can unite the residents of this building. Sun Chong's expression brightened. Indeed. With this, we need not worry about lacking manpower. I wonder how Lin Yi will contend with us this time. Nearby, Shang Xia began to feel uneasy again. Her phone was dead, leaving her unable to warn Lin Yi. Just as she contemplated her next move, Gu Xiaoman unexpectedly appeared behind her. What are you thinking about? Shang Xia was startled, a chill running down her spine. It's nothing, just a bit worried. There's no need for concern. As long as you stay by my side, I will ensure your safety. Gu Xiaoman cast her a meaningful glance before turning to Sun Chong, instructing, you must go door to door, urging everyone to join us. Understood. With that, Sun Chong set off with his underlings. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman seemed to be deliberately watching Shang Xia from a distance. That moment, Shang Xia realized that notifying Lin Yi was no longer an option. Lin Yi gradually awoke, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Li Shuiyao. After dressing, he ventured into the living room, where Song Zhaodi had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Brother Lin, you're awake. I'll go call Sister Li Shuiyao for breakfast. Don't call her. Let her rest. Song Zhaodi shot Lin Yi a mischievous grin without further comment. Brother Lin, Last night's commotion was quite loud. Do you think they will come to our building? Linny paused, recalling the events of his previous life. Indeed, during this very period, a group had swiftly taken over building number 7, only to be swiftly eliminated by yet another group. That group was led by a man whom Song Zhaodi had loyally followed in his past life, a name Lin Yi did not know. Within a mere few days, he had seized control of the first 8 buildings in the community. In his previous life, Lin Yi had endured a challenging half-month under the shadow of these individuals, who demanded a portion of food as protection money each day, threatening to take the female residents if they failed to comply. To prevent Lu Ruming from being taken, Lin Yi had sacrificed so much, only to face a tragic end at their hands. In his past life, He Zhendong, with Gu Xiaoman's assistance, had also conquered buildings No. 9 and number 10. Now that Lin Yi had preemptively dealt with He Zhendong, he found that Sun Chong had taken his place. However, this time, he would not allow his adversaries to grow stronger. He recalled that He Zhendong had seemingly risen to power on this very day in his past life. With Gu Xiaoman's support, Sun Chong would undoubtedly take action today, likely seeking to unite the residents of this building first. With that in mind, Lin Yi resolved to take action. Shortly after finishing his breakfast, he told Song Zhaodi, "I need to step out for a while. You stay here and behave." Just then, Song Zhaodi suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Lin, are you going to kill someone? Can you take me with you?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, gazing into her eager eyes. It seemed his suspicions from yesterday had been confirmed. Perhaps it was for the best. Exposing her to the harsh realities of this world would hasten her growth, enabling her to assist him in the future. "Very well, but you must not act on your own. Stay right behind me, do you understand?" Lin Yi said earnestly. Upon hearing she could accompany him, Song Zhaodi burst into joyful cheers. "Yay, Brother Lin, you're the best. Don't worry, I will definitely listen to you." With that, Song Zhaodi excitedly kissed Lin Yi on the cheek. As she accepted the weapons, her eyes sparkled with excitement, particularly for the gleaming dagger that she could hardly put down. Lin Yi then instructed her on how to use the weapons, explaining which ones were most suitable for various situations. Song Zhaodi grasped the lessons quickly. "Since you lack combat experience, stay close behind me and familiarize yourself with the combat environment using the crossbow. The target is 10 meters away from the wall. Give it a shot and see if you can hit it." "Okay." Song Zhaodi eagerly picked up the crossbow, squinting as she aimed. Soon, she released her first bolt. Whoosh! The bolt struck the target's center with impressive accuracy. Lin Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Song Zhaodi's exceptional aim on her very first attempt. She was indeed a natural-born killer, which explained her formidable prowess in her past life. "Yay! I hit it, Brother Lin. How did I do?" Song Zhaodi beamed at him, her eyes sparkling like those of a child awaiting praise. "Quite well," Lin Yi responded. And upon receiving his compliment, Song Zhaodi's smile widened, though her eyes soon glistened with unshed tears. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi asked hastily. "Brother Lin, you know, this is the first time I've ever been praised in my life." Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, his heart aching as he gently ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, it won't be the last time." Song Zhaodi nodded earnestly, her face aglow with a sweet smile. "Quickly, go put on your clothes so we can set off." Before long, she emerged fully dressed, looking quite the part, with her weapons positioned within easy reach. "Hee, Brother Lin, shall we go?" "Yes." As they made their way outside, Little White suddenly dashed out of Song Zhaodi's bedroom, wagging its tail excitedly in front of them. Observing this, Lin Yi chuckled. "Little White, do you want to come along too?" "Woof, woof." Little White barked eagerly, standing upright on its hind legs. Lin Yi contemplated Little White's keen senses. Its ability to detect danger in advance could indeed help them avoid trouble. "All right then, you can join us." Little White seemed to understand, joyfully panting as they opened the door and stepped outside. The trio quickly made their way to the 8th floor, deciding to lie in wait on the staircase. Sounds of activity drifted up from below, likely Sun Chong and his crew recruiting the residents downstairs. If Lin Yi chose not to intervene now, those individuals, gripped by fear, would soon become Sun Chong's accomplices, placing Lin Yi in a perilous position. Sun Chong began to rally support from the 1st floor. Within less than an hour, he had successfully gathered everyone below the 7th floor. "Boss, it seems we are truly on the verge of rising. I didn't expect them to cooperate so readily," remarked a bearded underling. Of course, they are desperate to join us. Otherwise, they risk being slaughtered by the residents of other buildings. "Boss, when will we take care of Lin Yi?" We'll discuss that once we have consolidated the entire building's residents. Linny resides on the 10th floor, and below him are all our people. He won't escape. Hee hee. I'll head upstairs to persuade the others to go on. Just remember, do not alert Lin. Don't worry, boss. We'll be stealthy. With that, the bearded man summoned a few underlings and ascended the stairs. As they climbed, they engaged in casual conversation. Third brother, how do you think Linny found out about our plans yesterday? One underling asked. Did you not hear the boss? Clearly, someone tipped him off. How infuriating. If I find out who it is, I'll make sure to kill him. The bearded man then speculated. Do you think it could be that Shangxia? Hee hee, if it is her, then we'll certainly have some fun sending her on her way. Her figure is simply tantalizing. I can't help but feel excited just thinking about it. I wonder if her flesh is tender. One underling licked his lips. Enough chatter. Let's focus on finishing today's business. At that moment, both Lin Yi and Song Zhaodi overheard their conversation, raising their crossbows and preparing to shoot. Just as they were about to ascend to the 8th floor, their bodies froze involuntarily. Everyone was taken aback. It's Lin Yi, whoosh whoosh. Before they could react, 2 crossbow bolts were instantaneously released. Thud, thud. The 2 arrows struck the chests of 2 individuals, causing them to collapse on the ground. Their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Cold sweat broke out on the brows of the others. Run, someone shouted, and the remaining individuals scattered in all directions. Xiaobai immediately gave chase, barking furiously at the crowd. Lin Yi and Song Zhaodi followed suit. After firing the crossbow bolts, Lin Yi observed Song Zhaodi closely. To his astonishment, she exhibited no change in expression. If he were unaware of her past experiences, he would hardly believe this was her first time taking a life. It seemed his concerns were unfounded. She did not need to acclimatize to the apocalypse. She was born for it. The 2 hurriedly pursued. Simultaneously, another crossbow bolt was released, and 2 more fell. They soon reached the 7th floor. Where the crowd was denser, a dozen individuals had just ascended from below and, upon hearing the commotion, became alert. The bearded man, seeing Sun Chong, was suddenly filled with excitement. Boss, Lin Yi is lying in wait for us on the 8th floor. We've already lost 4 brothers. What? Sun Chong's expression turned cold as he continued, go summon all the brothers. Lin Yi, however, did not act recklessly. The enemy was numerous, and they were outnumbered. Descending would mean losing the initiative. Upon entering, he cursed loudly, damn it. How could Lin Yi possibly know our movements? With this thought, Gu Xiaoman quickly scanned the others. Yet, she found nothing amiss. Everyone wore a look of deep concern. I'll take a group out to confront him. Sun Chong ground his teeth and was about to rush outside. Wait, she continued. Lin Yi has crossbows and is stationed at the staircase. Are you really going to throw yourself into certain death unprepared? Then what do we do now? Let's find something sturdy to use as shields and check downstairs to see who is Flower. Each person should carry some to throw at Lin Yi to obscure his vision. All right, Sun Chong turned to the 10 or so brothers behind him. Brothers, grab your weapons and follow me to take down Lin Yi. They rummaged through the room for suitable weapons. However, the only arms they found were 2 kitchen knives and 2 fruit knives, one of which was for chopping meat. Lacking sufficient weaponry, the others had to go downstairs to search. Yet, as soon as they stepped out, Lin Yi, waiting at the staircase, shot an arrow. Boss, Lin Yi is guarding the door. We can't get out, fools. Sun Chong cursed angrily. He rushed to the kitchen and spotted a large wooden cutting board nearby. The board was approximately 1.2 meters long and 60 centimeters wide, just suitable to serve as a shield. He lifted the cutting board and charged out the door. Song Zhaodi, who was already prepared, instantly fired a crossbow bolt, only to have it blocked by the cutting board. The bolt embedded itself in the board but failed to penetrate. Sun Chong peeked out and, seeing the bolt had not pierced through, began taunting Lin Yi. Heh, Lin Yi, come on. I want to see how you plan to kill me with that. He fully hid behind the cutting board. His subordinates seized the opportunity to rush downstairs in search of supplies. Seeing the adversary so brazen, Lin Yi, while Song Zhaodi was distracted, switched to a more powerful crossbow. This new weapon was capable of piercing the cutting board. Lin Yi took aim, pulled the trigger, and the arrow flew swiftly. Bang! The arrow pierced the wooden board. Ouch! Sun Chong felt a sharp pain in his thigh. He quickly looked down to find a crossbow bolt lodged in the cutting board, its tip having pierced through his thigh. Upon witnessing this, Cold sweat immediately broke out on him. He hurriedly released the board, but the bolt remained stuck in it, and as the board fell, it moved along with the arrow, tearing a large gash in his thigh and causing blood to gush forth. Sun Chong cried out in pain and limped back into the room. Seizing the opportunity, Song Zhaodi quickly fired another crossbow bolt at Sun Chong. Chapter 64. A disorganized mob. Just at that critical moment, Sun Chong suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding a fatal arrow. His little brothers quickly pulled him inside and shut the door. "Oh, so close," Song Zhaodi exclaimed in frustration at having missed her shot. "No worries, that last arrow has already gravely injured him, and I made some modifications to the arrowhead. Without professional medical treatment, he certainly won't last long." Song Zhaodi blinked curiously and asked, "Brother Lin, what did you do?" "I used a rusted arrowhead." Lin Yi would not simply kill his opponent. Doing so would be too merciful. He intended to make him suffer a torturous demise. Song Zhaodi was taken aback, then revealed a mischievous grin. "Brother Lin, what should we do next?" "No rush. They should be more anxious than we are now." After Sun Chong was pulled into the room, Gu Xiaoman immediately came over to assess his injuries. Upon seeing the large wound on his leg, her brow furrowed in concern, and she quickly called for Shang Xia. She was the only nurse present and knew how to clean wounds. Shang Xia hurriedly fetched scissors and began cutting away the fabric around Sun Chong's injury. However, the blood flowed too profusely, and she had no choice but to find a belt to tighten above his thigh to help stem the bleeding. After that, she looked for gauze to wipe away the blood, and once it was clean, the wound was finally exposed. When Shang Xia saw the injury, she was taken aback. She had never encountered such a horrific wound. First, a penetrating injury, followed by a 5-centimeter gash made from the puncture. Upon closer examination, she noticed rust within the wound. At this moment, she truly felt the gravity of the situation. The presence of rust made cleaning the wound extremely difficult. He would need a tetanus shot, but currently, there were no medical facilities available. "How is his injury?" Gu Xiaoman quickly inquired. Shang Xia relayed her findings. Gu Xiaoman's expression darkened. Sun Chong also became agitated instantly. "That's impossible. I won't be harmed. Hurry and treat me. If you don't, I'll kill you." Shang Xia's face fell. How was she supposed to treat him? Moreover, she was just a nurse. Wound cleaning was a task for doctors, and she was utterly incapable of handling it. At that moment, Gu Xiaoman interjected, "Don't panic. Do your best to save him." Shang Xia could only reluctantly agree. For the next period, she slowly cleaned Sun Chong's wound, but it was merely a superficial cleaning. Without saline solution, she couldn't properly flush the wound. She could only make do and hastily bandage it. After completing this, Shang Xia exhaled, having not realized that sweat had already begun to bead on her forehead. "Thank you for your hard work," Gu Xiaoman said. It's nothing," Shang Xia replied. Subsequently, a few of the younger brothers carefully lifted Sun Chong onto the bed. Lu Ruming had been locked in the room by Sun Chong, unable to go anywhere. Seeing Sun Chong so severely injured, she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Lin Yi will come to rescue me. Just wait for my man's revenge." Sun Chong's face turned ashen. If not for the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he would have slapped her twice. But soon, he began to feel drowsy, his eyelids growing heavy. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber. The group of over 10 individuals downstairs hurriedly searched each household for weapons, flour, and anything that could serve as shields. They gathered kitchen knives, fruit knives, folding tables, and even pot lids. Before long, these individuals had armed themselves. Previously, they had drawn in the people from downstairs, and they efficiently recruited more than 20 strong and young helpers. Thus, their power had significantly increased. However, Sun Chong had yet to come down, leaving them uncertain about what to do next. "Third brother, why hasn't the boss come down yet? What should we do now?" The person referred to as third brother was Sun Chong's most trusted subordinate, named Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's eyes darted around before he quickly responded, "This is bad. The boss must have run into trouble. We need to hurry and rescue him." "All right." Thus, a group of over 30 individuals began to cautiously ascend the stairs, taking small, careful steps to avoid making noise. They held the makeshift shields in front of them, fearing Lin Yi might suddenly appear and shoot them. When they reached the 6th floor, Lin Yi noticed them. He shot a crossbow bolt at them from a gap above the staircase. One person's arm was instantly pierced, and a scream echoed throughout the entire hallway. The others immediately panicked and hurried away from the railing. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Stick to the wall as we move. He won't be able to see us here," Wang Cheng urged. The group lined up, all pressing against the wall as they ascended. Wang Cheng continued, "You two with the tables, go ahead and shield everyone." The two men carrying folding tables exchanged glances, nodded, and stepped in front of the crowd, positioning the tables in front of them as they slowly advanced. The others followed suit. Before long, they reached the 7th floor. Yet, no one dared to advance further. Should they proceed, their entire bodies would be exposed to Lin Yi's gaze. "You two, quickly move forward and block him. I will go open the door." With no choice, the two could only press ahead. However, the moment they appeared, an arrow suddenly pierced through the tabletop, striking one of them in the chest. The others were startled, and none dared to move forward again. A trembling subordinate cautiously reached out to grab something. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot through his arm with remarkable precision. "Ah!" he cried, clutching his arm and collapsing to the ground in agony. "They are killing us, run." After these two shots, the 20 or so individuals they had gathered were completely terrified, scattering in a desperate bid for survival. Bah! A bunch of useless wretches. With everyone fleeing, the bearded man could only utter his frustration. "Third brother, what shall we do now?" Wang Cheng surveyed the surroundings. Including the two who had been shot, they were left with just 13 people. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he quietly urged them. "Let us charge together. He can only shoot one arrow at a time. With so many of us, we can surely take him down." Chapter 65. How did Lin Yi know again? All right, let us do it. But who will go first? As soon as this question was posed, silence fell over the crowd. The plan was sound, yet everyone understood that the first to charge would become a living target. And in such a situation, who would willingly accept that fate? A heavy silence ensued. "So, what do you propose?" Wang Qing asked at that moment. The group noticed the two injured individuals on the ground. They exchanged glances, and a new idea formed in their minds. The two on the ground felt a tightening in their chests as they caught the looks directed at them. In the next moment, both were forcefully pinned to the ground. Their pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears. "Brothers, you are already injured and won't survive much longer. Since that is the case, why not do one last good deed and help us out?" Wang Qing stated, "No, let me go. We are teammates. Let me down, you bunch of beasts." The two struggled violently, but being already grievously wounded, and with 5 or 6 people holding them down, they had no capacity for resistance. They were quickly subdued. Subsequently, the two were dragged in front of the group. Several exchanged glances, and in the next instant, they charged forward together. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows flew swiftly. The human shields were immediately struck. Kill. In the next moment, the group discarded the 2 bodies and surged toward the stairs. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly pulled Song Zhaodi and fled upstairs. Xiao Bai followed the two up. Whoosh whoosh. 2 more arrows were loosed. The 2 were struck in the chest and fell to the ground, inadvertently blocking those behind them. The distance between the pursuers widened slightly. "Chase them. We must kill them today," Wang Cheng exclaimed angrily. They stepped over the 2 corpses and continued their pursuit. Yet, not long after, 2 more arrows flew forth, hitting another 2 individuals. Panic spread through the crowd once more. Although they were close, they were always a beat too slow, and every few seconds allowed their opponent to loose another arrow. This can't go on. At this rate, we will all be doomed. Wang Cheng realized this too. In less than a minute, they had lost 4 men. Should this continue, he could not bear the consequences. Moreover, they had been running, leaving their prepared flour useless. After a moment's thought, he exclaimed, "Retreat." The remaining 10 fled in a panic, fearing that if they ran slowly, Lin Yi's arrows would soon follow. When Lin Yi and Song Zhaodi saw everyone escaping, they too halted. "Tisich, is that all they can do? How boring," Song Zhaodi scoffed. Lin Yi glanced at her. It seemed she had truly awakened her bloodline. He took out a pinhole camera from his space, which operated on a button cell battery and did not require external power. It also had a recognition and alarm function, sending an alert to Lin Yi's phone as soon as someone appeared in its view. As long as it was connected via Bluetooth, it was very convenient. He placed it in an inconspicuous spot on the 7th floor staircase, perfectly positioned to monitor their main entrance. As soon as they emerged, he would be alerted. Upon entering, Gu Xiaoman frowned. "Why are there so few people?" Wang Cheng then recounted the earlier events, omitting the part where they had used their companions as shields. Damn Lin Yi. Gu Xiaoman slammed her hand on the table. Wang Cheng continued, what should we do next? Should we still try to recruit the people upstairs? What is the rush? It's so cold outside. Lin Yi can't possibly guard the door forever. Let us wait a few hours before we go. I refuse to believe he can predict when we will ACT. Gu Xiaoman looked at everyone present and continued, to prevent anyone from leaking information. I will search each of you. During the following time, Gu Xiaoman personally conducted searches, confiscating everyone's phones. However, without exception, they were all out of battery, to be safe. She chose to keep these phones in one place. After all, she was somewhat frustrated by how Lin Yi seemed to know their every move. Afterward, Gu Xiaoman tallied the remaining personnel. Only 18 combat members were left, 3 of whom were injured. They had started with 36 members, and in just 2 days, their numbers had been halved. They rested in various corners of the room. Not a single word exchanged. The atmosphere was heavy. The oppressive heat of the room, with temperatures reaching 30 degrees, made them quickly uncomfortably warm. Fantastic! Today was truly exhilarating, Brother Lin. You must take me again next time, Song Zhaodi exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she entered the room. Lin Yi felt somewhat speechless. How could she describe killing as exhilarating? Had it been in the past, he would not have acted this way. After all, their relationship had initially been transactional, each seeking their own gain. However, ever since Shang Xia had risked her life to inform him twice, he no longer viewed it that way. It indicated that her heart was aligned with his, and she was worthy of trust. Initially, he had intended for her to feign allegiance to Sun Chang as a test. But now she had proven herself. He must find a way to rescue Shang Xia. But how to do so? Lin Yi fell into deep thought. Soon, 2 hours passed, and the surveillance system triggered an alarm. Lin Yi quickly donned his clothes, armed himself, and stepped outside. The two stealthily made their way to the 8th floor. That moment, Wang Cheng was acting as the temporary team leader, leading a few individuals up quietly. Just as they ascended the stairs, their eyes met Lin Yi's. They widened in disbelief, their faces instantly reflecting terror. Run! But the moment they turned, Lin Yi and Song Zhaodi pulled the triggers, and the crossbow bolts flew forth. Wang Cheng's eyes flickered. He quickly yanked a person in front of him back, just in time to block the incoming bolt. The other bolt struck another individual. Both collapsed to the ground. Wang Cheng and the others hurriedly took cover inside. Seeing that only 2 had been killed this time, Song Zhaodi felt somewhat disappointed. How dull. They just hide like turtles, Lin Yi chuckled. Let us go. They probably won't come out for a while. At that moment, Gu Xiaoman's brow furrowed. How had Lin Yi found out about their actions again? Chapter 66. Gu Xiaoman's retreat. Continuous misfortunes cast a shadow over them. What do we do now? All our phones are confiscated, and everyone is under our surveillance. How could he possibly know our plans? Could he have installed surveillance in our room? Wang Cheng lamented. Gu Xiaoman's eyes lit up as if she suddenly grasped something. I understand. He certainly couldn't have installed surveillance in our room, but he could have set it up outside. What? The crowd gasped in shock, all eyes turning to Gu Xiaoman. Her expression darkened as she coldly stated, Good job, Lin Yi. You even managed to deceive me. Wang Cheng was infuriated. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been dead by now. We need to find the surveillance. If we can destroy it, he wants to know our movements. Not so fast. We don't know how many he has installed. If we can't find all the cameras, it will be pointless. He will still know our actions. Gu Xiaoman lowered her voice, glancing at the people in the room. We are too few right now. We are likely not Lin Yi's match. We cannot stay in this building any longer. I propose we move to Building 9. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began to discuss in hushed tones. That moment, Wang Cheng interjected. Everyone quiet down and listen to Boss Gu. With those words, Gu Xiaoman shot him a glance eyeing their team. Sun Chang was the recognized leader, and Wang Cheng's words hinted at his allegiance to Gu Xiaoman. The proud Gu Xiaoman felt quite pleased. She nodded at Wang Cheng and continued, as you all know, Sun Chang is severely injured, and it's uncertain whether he will survive. In this situation, we shouldn't continue to expend our strength. Instead, we should expand our influence first. Only with our own territory can we have the confidence to contend with Lin Yi. All right, I agree, Wang Cheng quickly replied. The others, seeing this, gradually voiced their agreement as well. Boss, what shall we do about Sun Chang? Gu Xiaoman pondered for a moment before replying, he is currently unfit for action. We can only leave a few individuals to care for him while the rest follow me. Subsequently, she surveyed the group and directed Shang Xia to remain behind to look after Sun Chong. All right, Shang Xia promptly acquiesced. Jiyu Xiaoman then selected several others to stay and protect Sun Chong. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, she finally led the remaining dozen or so individuals out, heading towards Building 9. Once they departed, Linny received an alert notification. However, upon reviewing the surveillance footage, he discovered they were heading downstairs. Why are they going downstairs? Linny refrained from acting hastily, as long as they did not come up. There was no need for him to intervene. He would not descend below the 7th floor, as that would expose him to a potential ambush from both sides. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Gu Xiaoman was exceptionally clever, and while she had previously refrained from taking the initiative to go out, this time she led so many down. Could it be that they were making a run for it? The thought only intensified Lin Yi's suspicions. If they truly were fleeing, it would imply that there were hardly any individuals left in room 702. Nevertheless, he had to remain cautious. It was equally plausible that this was merely a trap laid out for him to spring into action. Thus, the night swiftly passed. At last, he confirmed that Gu Xiaoman was indeed making a getaway. Given this circumstance, he resolved to take action against the individuals in room 702. Just then, his surveillance system began to alert him once more. Linny quickly opened the video feed and observed 2 individuals beckoning Shang Xia out, then heading towards room 701. Lin Yi's expression instantly turned cold as he hurriedly clothed himself, seizing a baseball bat wrapped in wire before rushing out. What do you want? Shang Xia inquired. You'll find out if you come with us, one of the leering men replied. Just tell me what's going on here, Shang Xia retorted, her heart tightening at the man's lascivious gaze. Oh, it's too private to discuss here, he said, as he abruptly seized her hand. Haha, yes, let us take good care of you. Let go of me, Shang Xia cried, panic flooding her as she struggled to break free. But against 2 men, she stood no chance. Before long, she was dragged into room 701. Please, let me go, Shang Xia pleaded, her voice trembling. Haha, we can let you go, but first, you must satisfy us. Yes, I've long wanted to see what your figure is like. Today is my chance. Hearing their words, despair enveloped Shang Xia. She fought fiercely, but once inside, the men released her, allowing her to flee within the confines of the room. Oh, so you enjoy playing hard to get? No worries, I'll come and catch you, one of them taunted. Shang Xia raced away, but as a woman, she could not outrun 2 men, especially in the cramped quarters. Soon, they captured her. Little darling, I've got you now. As a punishment, I will remove 1 piece of clothing, he declared, ripping off her down jacket. No? Tears streamed down Shang Xia's face as her voluptuous figure was exposed before the 2 men, who became even more excited, their eyes gleaming with desire as they let her run, treating it as a hunting game. Keep running, little darling. When we catch you, 1 article of clothing will come off, until you have nothing left. They laughed. Shang Xia, terrified, shielded her chest with her hands. Stay back, she cried, but with every word, she only provoked them further. They lunged at her. She screamed, hastily fleeing into a bedroom and locking the door behind her. The men, finding the door secured, erupted into frenzied laughter. Sweetheart, that won't stop us. We're coming in. One of them kicked the door, which flew open with a resounding crash. Shang Xia crouched on the ground, disoriented, as they forcefully threw her onto the sofa. They immediately reached to strip her of her final piece of clothing. Please, no. Shang Xia cried out in utter despair, clutching her garment tightly. If it was removed, she would be completely exposed. Don't be shy. Little darling, I'll be gentle, one man sneered, tugging violently at her clothing. Shang Xia's sobs grew more anguished. Suddenly, the door was kicked in with a loud bang. The 2 men jumped in shock, turning to the entrance. Their eyes widened in terror upon seeing Lin Yi. Chapter 67. The rescue of Shang Xia. The 2 men stood frozen, their previous lascivious demeanor replaced by sheer fright. They hurriedly searched for anything to defend themselves. One grabbed a glass ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi caught it effortlessly, the ashtray now firmly in his grasp. The men's expressions twisted further in fear. With a snort, Lin Yi flung the ashtray, striking one man squarely, who collapsed in agony. The second man, realizing he was no match for Lin Yi, seized Shang Xia and held her hostage. Lin Yi, I know you like women. I'll give you this worthless girl to play with. Just please don't kill me, Linny replied coldly. Let her go. All right, I'll let her go, but you must promise not to kill me. With that, he forcefully shoved Shangxia towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi caught her, pulling her into his embrace, just as the man drew a knife from his pocket and lunged at Lin Yi. With a cold smile, Lin Yi raised his baseball bat and struck down hard. The bat connected with a dull thud against the man's head, blood gushing forth immediately. The man staggered, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head and wailing in pain. The second man, terrified, dropped to his knees, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. I want to oppose you again." He began to bow deeply, hitting his head against the ground. "I expect you to answer my queries," Linny stated coldly. "I will tell you whatever you wish to know. Where did Gu Xiaoman take her people yesterday? They went to Building 9, saying they would deal with you once they grew stronger. How many of you remain now? Including us 3, there are 8 left. Our boss, that scoundrel Sun Chong, is also across the way, but he fell seriously ill last night, likely not to survive long." "Very good." The man glanced nervously at Lin Yi and whispered, "Brother, I've told you everything I know. Will you let me go?" Linny shot him a glance and replied, "You may leave, thank you." "Brother!" the man exclaimed, his face lighting up as he bowed 3 more times before hastily fleeing. However, as he passed Lin Yi suddenly struck him in the back of the head with his bat. With a thud, the man collapsed, wide-eyed in horror. Lin Yi sneered, "I said you could leave, but I never said I wouldn't kill you." The man's heart seized, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Lin Yi then turned to deal with the other man before approaching Shangxia. With tears glistening in her eyes, Shangxia rushed into Lin Yi's arms, finally allowing herself to sob softly. Lin Yi gently patted her back, retrieving a down jacket from his space for her to wear. Once she was dressed, Shangxia said, "If you had come just a little later, I would have." Her voice trailed off as tears streamed down her cheeks again. Shoo! Exiting the room, Lin Yi glanced at the door to room 702, deciding to first ensure Shangxia's safety before settling accounts with them. Xiao Bai looked curiously at Shangxia, who remained hidden in Lin Yi's embrace, not separating even once they entered the room. Lin Yi understood she was frightened. Thus, he began to comfort her, taking some time before she finally emerged from his hold. Seeing her condition gradually improve, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. After a while, as Shangxia's emotions stabilized, Lin Yi prepared to confront the remaining individuals. Entrusting her care to Li Shuiyao, he donned his gear and stepped outside. The ruckus created by Lin Yi had been distinctly audible within room 702. They had seen Lin Yi through the peephole and were now thoroughly terrified. Even after he left, they dared not open the door. After a prolonged silence, they finally mustered the courage to step outside. Upon witnessing the devastation in room 701, terror gripped them all. This was done by Lin Yi. "He will kill us too. Let us run. We must inform the boss. We cannot stay here any longer." They hurried to Sun Chong's room to relay the news. "Boss, what should we do? We've just lost 2 brothers. He is too powerful, boss. We must retreat to another building for now. Lin Yi is simply too formidable for us to contend with. Indeed, my esteemed leader, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood." Sun Chong, who had been somewhat dazed, immediately became more alert upon hearing these words. He abruptly sat up, causing a jolt of pain to flare from his wounds, a vivid scarlet blooming upon the pristine bandages. As he listened to the various pleas surrounding him, Sun Chong's countenance darkened. He was unwilling to concede that he fell short of Lin Yi, yet so many of his brothers had perished at Lin Yi's hands. Even he could not bring himself to be so ruthless. Recalling the harrowing scenes from before, his heart raced with trepidation. "Boss, there's no time to waste. Issue your orders swiftly." After a brief moment of hesitation, Sun Chong declared, "Very well, let us retreat from the limelight." With that, he hastily untied Lu Rumming from her bonds. "Sun Chong, what are you planning to do?" Lu Rumming exclaimed in fury. "Silence. Come with me. I refuse to go. Lin Yi is coming to rescue me. You will all perish." Lu Rumming's face contorted into a maniacal grin. "You will not have your way. I will not leave. I shall wait here for Lin Yi to come for me." Lu Rumming thrashed violently, bracing herself against the door frame. "Wretched woman!" Sun Chong, incensed, struck her across the face. "You dare hit me? When Lin Yi arrives, he will surely end your life." Sun Chang's expression shifted dramatically as he seized Lu Ruming and attempted to drag her outside. But his injured leg hampered his movements. Just then, a series of ominous knocks echoed against the handrails, accompanied by a chilling whistle. A shiver ran through the crowd. "Ha ha, Lin Yi is here. You shall all meet your doom." Lin Yi approached the 7th floor with measured steps, meticulously surveying each floor for potential hiding spots. He persistently struck the handrails with his baseball bat, creating a cacophony of sound while whistling, as if heralding death itself, drawing closer with each passing moment. Chapter 68. Breaching defenses. Boss, Lin Yi has arrived. We must flee. Sun Chang felt a jolt of fear and quickly instructed several underlings. You two, come and take her away. In no time, 2 subordinates rushed forward to carry Lu Ruming out. Yet, upon emerging, they were met with the sight of Lin Yi descending the stairs. Instantly terrified, they released Lu Ruming and fled downwards. "Lin Yi, I'm right here," Lu Ruming cried out, her excitement surging as she lifted her legs to rush upstairs. "Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, Sun Chang, who had just exited, caught sight of her and swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Lu Ruming struggled desperately, biting into his arm with all her might. Sun Chang yelped in pain. Meanwhile, Lin Yi continued his steady descent. Sun Chang's expression darkened as his remaining subordinates erupted into panic. "Boss, what should we do? Damn it, let us fight him." The underlings exchanged glances and charged forward. At that moment, Song Zhaodi, positioned behind Lin Yi, loosed a crossbow bolt that struck one of them down. The remaining men, instantly alarmed, hesitated to advance, particularly wary of the baseball bat in Lin Yi's grasp, which loomed large in their minds as a source of dread. One by one, they retreated to Sun Chang's side. Useless. Sun Chang's face darkened as he saw his men falter. Lu Ruming's eyes glistened with tears at this sight. Lin Yi was so brave in his attempt to save her. Stirring her heart with emotion, she called out urgently, "Lin Yi, come save me. It's Sun Chang who has kidnapped me. You must kill him." Lin Yi stood 3 meters away, observing the two with a calm smile, saying nothing. Just then, Sun Chang raised a dagger to Lu Ruming's throat, bellowing, "Lin Yi, do not approach. Take one more step and I will end her life." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Yi replied, taking a step forward. The group flinched in unison, retreating a significant distance. Upon realizing Lin Yi had halted his advance, they collectively sighed in relief. However, Sun Chang's expression grew cold. He had just warned Lin Yi not to approach. Yet Lin Yi had done so without regard. "Lin Yi, I warned you. If you take another step, I will kill her." Sun Chang spat through gritted teeth. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, Lin Yi moved forward once more. Sun Chang's face froze, followed by a surge of fury. "Damn it, do you think I won't kill her?" At this, even Lu Ruming tensed. "Lin Yi, please don't do this. He truly will kill me." "Oh, is that so? Yet I do not believe he has the courage to take your life." "Lin Yi, how can you gamble with my life?" Tears welled in Lu Ruming's eyes. Lin Yi replied with a smile. "You must understand. It is he who holds the knife to your throat, not I. Moreover, I am not the one who seeks your demise. You should plead with him for mercy, rather than beseeching me here." Hearing Lin Yi's frigid words, Lu Ruming felt a tremor in her heart, sadness washing over her. She forced a smile, her voice trembling. "Lin Yi, what are you saying? I don't understand." "You don't understand? Then I shall repeat myself. If someone wishes to take your life, you should plead with them. Do you comprehend now?" Lu Ruming's expression stiffened, and with a tone of desperation, she continued, "Lin Yi, please don't frighten me. Aren't you here to save me? Are you not being a tad too self-assured? What gives you the right to assume I have come to rescue you?" At this, Lu Ruming could no longer maintain her composure. She questioned him, "Lin Yi, what do you mean?" "I mean nothing at all," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Seeing Lin Yi's casual demeanor, Lu Ruming panicked. She had thought that feigning anger would coax him back to his old ways of comforting her. Yet he did not even glance her way. "Lin Yi, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't be angry, you're overthinking it. You're not worthy of my anger." Lu Ruming's heart sank. Tears streaming down her face. "I understand now. You must be upset because I didn't come looking for you, right? I truly want to find you that day, but I was kidnapped by Sun Chang on the way." "You must believe me," Lin Yi chuckled. "I certainly believe you." With a sly grin, he added, "Have you never wondered why he was able to take you?" "What do you mean?" Lu Ruming was taken aback. To tell you the truth, it was I who informed him. Lu Ruming's expression shifted, disbelief etched across her face. No, it can't be. You're deliberately deceiving me. Sun Chong, overhearing their exchange, burst into laughter. Ha ha. You wretched woman, he never intended to reconcile with you. How shameless can you be to beg for his return? Lu Ruming shot him a fierce glare, retorting, You lie. Linny promised me he would reconcile. He would never go back on his word. As she spoke, tears began to flow freely. Lin Yi, uninterested in her theatrics, turned his gaze to Sun Chong, sneering, Sun Chong, how does my arrow strike you? Sun Chong's face twitched slightly, his expression turning menacing. Humph, don't get too cocky. One day I will end your life. Is that so? Then I hope you live to see that day. However, you might not have the chance, as the arrow I shot you with is coated in rust. I presume you lack the means to prevent tetanus? Sun Chong's face stiffened. It was indeed true that if he did not receive treatment, he would not last long. But he would never yield to Lin Yi. Do not become too complacent. He forcefully pushed Lu Ruming toward Lin Yi. Since Lin Yi was indifferent to her fate, keeping her was of no use. Having made this move, he charged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi scoffed, shoving Lu Ruming aside and raising his baseball bat to swing at Sun Chong. Just then, Sun Chong rolled on the ground, swiftly changing direction to flee down the stairs. His remaining subordinates reacted just as quickly, all making a dash for the lower levels. Song Zhaodi had anticipated this, swiftly shooting crossbow bolts as soon as they moved. Lin Yi too raised his bat, aiming for their heads. Before long, all of Sun Chong's underlings were dealt with through their combined efforts. As Lin Yi prepared to pursue Sun Chong, Lu Ruming, still on the ground, grasped Lin Yi's leg tightly. Chapter 69. May I come in? As Lin Yi readied himself to chase after Sun Chong, Lu Ruming clung to his leg from the ground. Lin Yi, please don't abandon me. I realize my mistakes. Will you forgive me just this once? Get away from me, or I shall not hesitate to treat you harshly. At these words, Lu Ruming could no longer maintain her composure, rolling on the ground like a petulant child. Lin Yi, how could you deceive me? What gives you the right to lie to me? Lin Yi shot her a glance, disinterested, and watched as Sun Chong limped to the 5th floor before leaping out of the window. Lin Yi chose not to pursue. However, even if Sun Chong managed to escape, he would not find peace. Once tetanus struck, he would face suffocation, heart failure, and lung infections. Killing him now would only serve to benefit him. Song Zhaodi looked down at Lu Ruming by Lin Yi's feet and inquired, Lin Gu, how should we deal with this woman? With that, Lin Yi kicked her aside. The two individuals ascended the stairs. Lu Ruming was unceremoniously knocked to the ground, where she sat, wailing uncontrollably to end that moment. She finally grasped the truth. Lin Yi's earlier words had merely been a mockery directed at her. She would never forget the cold indifference in Lin Yi's gaze as he looked at her. After sitting on the floor for a while, a chill enveloped her body. Gradually, she rose and made her way downstairs. When she knocked on her own door, it was her father, Lu Shanchuan, who answered. A heavy feeling settled in her heart. Even her father spoke to her in such a tone. Lu Shanchuan, ignoring her entirely, erupted in anger. You little rascal, have you gone astray? At that moment, Lu Ruming shouted back, Enough? Can you be quiet for once? Lu Shanchuan momentarily froze, and then his expression of anger became even more pronounced. How dare you speak to me like that? In a safe house, Shang Xia, under Li Shuiyao's comforting presence, lay in the bathtub, luxuriating in a warm soak. Her emotions had stabilized and fortunately, she had not suffered any harm this time. As she basked in the warm water, a wave of joy washed over her with this thought. A subtle smile crept upon her lips. She cupped the clear, warm water in her hands and poured it over her fair skin, feeling as if she were in a dream. She was reluctant to leave this haven, wishing she could remain enveloped in warmth forever. However, once she had cleansed herself, she quickly dried off, donned her clothes, and emerged. No matter how splendid the bath, one could not linger in the water indefinitely. Otherwise, her skin would surely suffer. Approaching Lin Yi, she expressed her gratitude. I hadn't had the chance to thank you yet. I truly appreciate what you did today and no need for formalities. Since you are under my protection, I shall ensure your safety, he replied. Upon hearing these words, Shang Xia felt an undeniable warmth in her heart. Initially, she had thought she had drawn the short straw in her previous dealings with Lin Yi. But now it seemed she had, in fact, profited. Imichim, she shyly acknowledged. Noticing her bashfulness, Lin Yi chuckled. I haven't seen you this shy in days. What has caused this sudden change? Embarrassment washed over Shangxia, making her wish to disappear into the floor. Previously, she had regarded her encounters with Lin Yi as mere transactions, envisioning him as a mere wooden figure. Yet today, she realized just how captivating he truly was. The two instances were not truly comparable. However, she could not voice her thoughts. Instead, she lowered her head shyly, secretly amused at that moment. Lin Yi turned to Song Zhaodi and instructed, Zhaodi, please help Shangxia tidy up her room. Let her stay in the room next to yours. Understood. Song Zhaodi promptly agreed and went to assist Shangxia. Hearing this, Shangxia's face lit up with joy. She could stay here after all. When she glanced at Lin Yi again, she felt he radiated an irresistible charm. To be by this man's side for a lifetime seemed a delightful prospect. Stop dawdling. Come sit beside me, Lin Yi beckoned, taking her delicate hand and pulling her closer. Shangxia's face flushed once more as she slowly settled beside Lin Yi, their bodies lightly brushing against one another. The room's temperature soared to 30 degrees, and Shangxia, clad only in a camisole, revealed her figure fully. Combined with her slightly rapid breathing, her chest rose and fell quickly, igniting a sense of heat within Lin Yi. Fortunately, Song Zhaodi soon returned. I've tidied everything up. Shangxia, come take a look, she beamed. All right. Shangxia quickly got up, nearly fleeing to the other side. Sitting beside Lin Yi made her feel somewhat anxious. Observing her, Lin Yi smiled, finding her quite an intriguing woman. Before long, it was time for lunch. In celebration of Shangxia's arrival, Lin Yi prepared an extravagant feast. Shangxia was taken aback by the spread before her. During her last visit, she had not been treated to such delicacies. Song Zhaodi and Li Shuiyao, however, did not react as strongly. Although their meals had not been lavish every day, they were certainly better than what most endured outside. They were genuinely grateful to Lin Yi. Without him, their lives would not be nearly as comfortable. The four of them raised their glasses and commenced devouring the feast, while Xiaobai wagged his tail joyously. It was a heartwarming scene of familial bliss. As night approached, commotion erupted from the neighboring Building 9, indicating a conflict between Gu Xiaoman and the factions within Dai. In this apocalypse, nearly every building boasted one or more factions, and clashes were inevitable. Lying in bed, Lin Yi tossed and turned, his mind flooded with thoughts of Shangxia's alluring figure. Li Shuiyao embodied the sweet and demure type, whereas Shangxia was akin to a blossoming rose. Strikingly beautiful and visually arresting. Her tall, model-like physique only added to the allure. Just then, a knock echoed at his door. Lin Yi surmised it must be Shangxia. If it were Li Shuiyao, she would have quietly opened the door and peeked in without knocking. Lin Yi, may I come in? Come in. The door creaked open, revealing a tantalizing figure clad in a pink nightgown. The light from the living room illuminated her silhouette, intensifying Lin Yi's restlessness. Soon, Shangxia closed the door softly and approached the bedside. Yet she remained silent. There's something on your mind? Lin Yi asked gently. I came to thank you. You already expressed your gratitude earlier today. Besides, there's no need to keep reiterating thanks. I intervened because I saw your loyalty, he replied. Shangxia nodded, her expression conflicted in the moonlight. Is there anything else? After a brief silence, she seemed to muster her courage and said, let me keep you company tonight. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such assertiveness from her. It appeared her emotional resilience was quite strong. Very well. A smile of delight spread across Shangxia's face as she slowly climbed onto the bed. Throughout the first half of the night, the room was filled with lively conversation. This was not Lin Yi's first discussion on the origins of life with Shangxia, but he had not expected her to surprise him so profoundly this time. After their discussion, both felt a sense of fatigue. Shangxia nestled against Lin Yi, her demeanor transformed from wild to docile. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman and her group successfully seized control of Building 9, absorbing its original faction and increasing their numbers to 30. After fleeing, Sun Chong struggled toward Building 9. In a feverish haze, he barely made it to the building, collapsing in the hallway that a passerby discovered him. Otherwise, he would have soon succumbed to the cold in the corridor. Gu Xiaoman regarded the unconscious Sun Chong with disdain. She no longer relied on anyone, thus had no need to keep him around. However, since many of her subordinates were loyal to Sun Chong, She felt compelled to do her duty. After all, he would not last much longer. In the early morning hours, Sun Chang regained consciousness briefly. His body began to convulse slightly, and his breathing grew rapid. "Water, I need water," he gasped, as if he might choke on his next breath. A subordinate responsible for his care hurriedly brought him a bowl of icy water. Sun Chang took a greedy gulp but promptly vomited it all back out. "Damn it, how can I drink such cold water? Get away from me!" The subordinate felt a twinge of resentment. The water was hard to come by, and just having some was a blessing. Nevertheless, he said nothing and quietly left with the bowl. Lying in bed, Sun Chang seethed with anger. He had once commanded great support, but now, with the tide turned against him, he had no one to care for him. He screamed wildly, resembling a deranged lunatic. Gu Xiaoman listened to his incessant cries, a cold smile spreading across her lips. "If the heavens intend to destroy you, they will first drive you mad. The more you rage, the closer you draw to your demise." As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a radiant glow on Lin Yi's handsome features. He slowly opened his eyes, noticing that Shang Xia had turned over in her sleep and remained undisturbed. After covering her with the blanket, he quietly exited the bedroom. In the living room, Song Zhaodi, adorned in an apron, was preparing breakfast, while Li Shuiyao, unusually awake at this hour, assisted her. "Brother Lin, you're awake? Breakfast will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment." Lin Yi took a seat at the dining table. Just then, his phone alerted him to someone outside the door. He opened the video feed to see dozens of people crowding the hallway, blocking all passage. "Old Li, what should we do? I heard Sun Chang and his crew went to Building 9 last night and abandoned us. Oh dear, if they left, what will we do if someone comes here to stir trouble? Was our protection fee paid for nothing? You all seem unaware. I saw it clearly through the peephole yesterday. Lin Yi scared them all away. If he handled them, then our safety should fall under his responsibility." "Exactly. Sun Chang had promised to protect us, and now that our support is gone, Lin Yi must take responsibility." "Right. Let us find Lin Yi. I heard he has plenty of supplies at his place. We should ask him for some." Lin Yi observed the group outside engaged in discussion. He couldn't help but let out a cold snicker. Did they truly believe he was an easy target? Assuming that their numbers would allow them to do as they pleased? Before long, the group began to rap on his door. With a sly grin, Lin Yi thought to himself that since they had come, he might as well entertain them. He was curious to see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Approaching the door, he opened the peephole. "Is there something you need?" he inquired nonchalantly. That moment, an elderly face appeared at the peephole. "Little Lin, I am Aunt Wang from room 502 in our building." "Oh, do you require something?" Lin Yi responded. Aunt Wang hurriedly continued. "I heard that Wang Chang and his group fled yesterday. We all gathered to discuss who should take on the role of our building's leader. The old folks and I have deliberated and believe you possess the capability and are the most suitable candidate for this position." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately discerned their intentions. They were merely eyeing his food supplies, hoping that by appointing him as the leader, they could brazenly demand sustenance from him. Their calculations were amusing. But they had chosen the wrong person. Lin Yi chuckled. "I have no interest." Aunt Wang was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Lin Yi's abrupt rejection. After a few seconds of silence, she quickly replied, "Little Lin, you may not be aware of the benefits of being a leader. Let me explain. As the leader, everyone will follow your directives, and once the snow disaster has passed, your contributions will be recognized by the state. You are still young and full of vigor, unlike us old folks who are past our prime and have the will but lack the strength." The people behind her quickly chimed in. "Yes, little Lin is young and promising, perfect for the role of leader. If little Lin becomes the leader, I shall be the first to follow him." The responsibilities of the young are significant. One must be brave enough to shoulder them. Listening to their words, Lin Yi smiled and asked, "Have you all finished?" Aunt Wang, still beaming, replied, "Little Lin, everyone agrees that you are the most suitable candidate. Please do not decline." Lin Yi sneered, "I am rather accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle and have no desire for fame or fortune. You might as well seek someone more capable." Just as Aunt Wang was about to respond, she swallowed her words upon hearing Lin Yi's dismissal. That moment, an elderly man, around 60 years old, stepped forward with a forlorn expression. "Lin Yi, I am Uncle Sun from room 602. We are neighbors, and living in the same building is fate. Given the uncertainty of the current snow disaster, we should unite. If you are unwilling to be the leader, We shall not force you, but you must at least collaborate with us to devise a strategy. Lin retorted coldly, what strategy do you wish to discuss? I see you are wearing only a nightgown. Your home must be quite warm. How about this? You offer your home for our meeting, and that will count as your contribution to the collective. Oh, you want us to invade my home? Uncle Sun's face stiffened, and he suddenly barked, how can you think of us that way? We are not trying to take over your house. We are looking out for your best interests. Consider the situation. If we do not band together, how can one person's strength possibly rival that of a team? Lin chuckled. Then you need not concern yourselves. If I dare to oppose Wang Chong alone, it is proof of my capability. You must have seen for yourselves that Wang Chong had over 30 men, while I had only myself, and even then, he was no match for me. Do you old and frail folks believe you are any stronger? Uncle Sun's complexion darkened, but he found himself unable to retort. If it were not for this reason, they would not have sought Lin Yi's assistance. At that moment, a sharp-tongued old woman approached, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yi as she berated. Lin Yi, spare us your sarcasm. If it weren't for you driving Wang Chong away, would we be here groveling before you? With a sneer, Lin Yi replied, oh, now you speak of Wang Chong fondly. Have you forgotten that just a few days ago, he was robbing you of your supplies? Humph, that was all your instigation. Besides, unlike you, he provided us with a large bag of meat filling. Realizing this, Lin Yi's suspicions were confirmed. Wang Chong had not given them genuine meat filling but rather something far more sinister. He looked at the old woman with disdain. Oh, you truly are wise. The old woman huffed with pride. Indeed, that is the truth. Well, let us not delve into why Wang Chong provided you with food. If he truly had provisions, why would he need to rob you? Moreover, I do not believe he has refrained from coercing you for supplies in recent days. You are merely envious of him. He demands supplies from us because he wants to protect us. What is wrong with us paying a protection fee? Jealous of him? You are nothing but a group of fools. Lin Yi, what did you say? The crowd outside immediately darkened in expression. To be publicly insulted as fools was intolerable. Lin Yi, we acknowledge your abilities, but you cannot insult us without cause. You are treating us with utter disdain. Indeed, the youth of today are increasingly lacking in respect for their elders. Lin Yi, come out quickly. Surely you have ample supplies at home. Share some with us, and we shall not hold it against you today. Now, they were too lazy to feign politeness and were directly demanding food from him. Observing this motley crew, Lin Yi's expression turned decidedly frosty. It was absurd that they could frame Wang Chong's exploitation as protection. They accused him of jealousy, yet he had driven Wang Chong away, and they were the ones who benefited the most, free from oppression. Yet, instead of gratitude, they sought to extort him. It was truly disheartening. Initially, Lin Yi had wished to spare them embarrassment, but it seemed there was no longer any need. If you believe Wang Chong is so wonderful, then go find him. He is currently at Building 9, and no one is stopping you. The crowd was taken aback, and soon thereafter, they erupted, hurling insults at Lin Yi like a pack of harpies. Lin Yi, spare us your sarcasm. We would like to go. But where would we stay? Exactly. I don't care. After all, it was you who drove Wang Chong away, so you must take responsibility for our safety and food supplies. Wang Chong did not collect our provisions for free. He exchanged them for genuine meat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally understood why these people were so loyal to Wang Chong. It turned out he had been exchanging meat filling for their supplies. This must have been the idea of Gu Xiaoman. Otherwise, Wang Chong would never have acted this way in his previous life. Lin Yi had gleaned some insight into Gu Xiaoman's character. While one could say she was not entirely evil, she possessed enough conscience to avoid completely crushing others. Yet, one could not deny that many of her ideas were infuriating. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh and continued, you lot are truly a bunch of ingrates. Do you not realize that Wang Chong's continued presence would only lead to more severe exploitation? You are clearly aware. You are merely a pack of wolves that will never be satiated. I have liberated you from oppression, yet you turn your weapons against me. With your kind, you deserve nothing but to be exploited. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the crowd was utterly enraged. Lin Yi, you better clarify who the real wolves are. You insolent brat, mind your tongue. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Who taught you to speak to your elders this way? How can such a person live in the same community as us? It is truly disgusting. Seeing this, Lin Yi equipped himself, grabbing a baseball bat wrapped in wire. and stepped outside. The moment he emerged, silence fell over the crowd. Everyone closed their mouths and took a step back, maintaining a safe distance from Lin Yi. With a mocking grin, Lin Yi remarked, "You are not only insatiable wolves but also a group of cowards. Who was it that urged me to come out? Now that I am here, let us see what you intend to do." He rolled the bat in his hands, casting a sweeping gaze over the gathered individuals. When their eyes met his, they all averted their gazes, lowering their heads and daring not to utter another word. Witnessing this, Lin Yi felt even more disdain for them. A bunch of timid fools. Where did your bravado go? At that moment, an old man from the back spoke up. "Lin Yi, we are here to reason with you, not to fight." Lin Yi glanced at him, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. "Good. You all believe Wang Cheng treats you well? I shall let you witness firsthand how he truly regards you." With that, Lin Yi began to descend the stairs. However, the crowd exchanged glances, and none dared to follow. "What, do you lack even this much courage?" "Humph. If we are going, then let us go. Who is afraid of whom?" An old man said in a low voice. "Yes, let us go. With so many of us, we are not afraid of you." Soon, these individuals caught up, and upon witnessing this, Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. These people, clinging to their age and experience, were simply bringing disgrace upon themselves. If they were to discover that the meat they had consumed over the past few days was human flesh, they might very well be unable to eat for 3 days straight. With this thought, Lin Yi made his way towards the house where Sun Chong had previously resided. A throng followed him, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of room 702 on the 7th floor. "Lin Yi, what are you bringing us here for?" one asked. "Surely you are not plotting something, are you? I'll have you know that we're all watching you." "Indeed, we are all keeping a close eye on you. Of course, I wish for you to behold the truth." Observing the wary expressions on their faces, Lin Yi found it rather amusing. The truth? Their confusion was palpable. Lin Yi refrained from elucidating, for what he could reveal often paled in comparison to what they could see with their own eyes, which would be far more visceral and stimulating. He opened the door and gestured inside, saying, "Didn't you claim that Sun Chong was benevolent and provided you with meat? Have you never pondered what kind of meat it truly is?" "Humph, we inquired long ago. Sun Chong assured us that it was pork." "Indeed, what could possibly be wrong with this meat? What exactly are you trying to imply? One moment you say he exploits us, the next you claim the meat is questionable." Lin Yi grew weary of their bickering and pointed towards the kitchen. "Since you are so adamant, I'll be frank. If you wish to uncover the truth about the meat he provided you, go take a look in the kitchen yourself." With that, Lin Yi stepped back, allowing the door to swing open. They frowned, cautiously peering inside, yet none dared to step forward. "What is the matter? Do you lack the courage to even take a glance?" Lin Yi scoffed upon hearing this. Several individuals in the crowd turned pale. "Humph, spare me your theatrics. I wish to see what trickery you're up to." One man, appearing to be in his 50s, bravely stepped inside. The others grew increasingly curious, leaning in to catch a glimpse. However, as the man entered the kitchen, his eyes widened in horror, and his mouth gaped open in shock. The next moment, he retched violently, spewing forth remnants of undigested meat among the filth. His expression shifted dramatically at the sight of the meat, and he retched again, feeling faint. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he rushed out, but even the scent wafting from within made him want to vomit. Struggling against physical and psychological discomfort, he hurriedly exited. The others, seeing his distress, became even more inquisitive and bombarded him with questions. But as he recalled the ghastly scene, he found himself retching uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single word. Alarm spread through the crowd. Uncertainty loomed as they glanced at Lin Yi, their voices tinged with urgency. "Lin Yi, please tell us, what is inside?" Lin Yi flashed a sinister smile. "If you wish to know, go see for yourselves." With his silence only heightening their anxiety, and the man still retching, expelling bile, their worry escalated. Could it be that the meat he provided us truly has issues? Don't be ridiculous. What could possibly be wrong with the meat? I say we all go in together. There is nothing to fear, especially since one person has already entered. Yes, let us all venture in together. With that, they began to file into the room, moving slowly, the frontmost individuals propelled forward by those behind them. Anxiety flickered across their faces, yet curiosity compelled them. When an event bears such relevance to oneself, even the foreknowledge of potential peril cannot quell the desire for understanding. Before long, they stood at the threshold of the kitchen. Many had closed their eyes, peeking through the narrowest of openings, yet, upon witnessing the scene before them, every one of them was seized by shock. Why are there only body parts here? Why is this person on the cutting board? Why has his body been severed? My heavens, could it be that the meat Sun Chong provided us was from them? What? A chorus of terrified gasps ensued as they beheld the gruesome sight. In that moment, they finally comprehended why the man had vomited earlier. The realization that they had consumed such flesh sent their stomachs into turmoil. Ugh, ugh, soon, they began to retch in unison, but due to their proximity, most of the vomit landed upon themselves. The stench in the room became overpowering. As their nausea intensified, memories of having consumed the same meat flooded their minds, and they could not help but continue to vomit. Those on the outskirts managed to flee, while some deeper within collapsed to the ground, racked with spasms. Chaos ensued. Quickly, those who could escape did so, while others remained on the ground, wailing in despair. At this moment, an elderly man hobbled forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin E. Lin E., what purpose did you have in bringing us here to witness such horrors? You are truly despicable. Speak. Are these people a result of your machinations? Lin E., observing their grotesque expressions, felt his own demeanor grow cold. I brought you here with good intentions, yet you repay kindness with disdain. You've been blocking my door since morning. Even if I wished to avoid you, I could not. Whether you choose to believe me is your own affair. It has no bearing on me. With that, Lin E turned and ascended the stairs. At that moment, the realization dawned upon them. No wonder Sun Chong had been so generous with the meat. From the outset, he had nefarious intentions. They quickly recognized another pressing concern. Having offended Lin E, their hopes of protection were dashed, let alone expecting him to surrender supplies. Exchanging glances, several hastened to follow, pleading, Lin E, wait. We were wrong to suspect you. We should not have spoken to you that way. Lin E, please wait. It was our mistake. We shouldn't have treated you that way. Regardless of their cries, Lin E ignored them. The elderly crowd that had pursued him reached the door, knocking with a markedly more humble demeanor. Lin E, it was all our fault. We should not have spoken to you in that manner. We were deceived by Sun Chong. How could he be so vile as to feed us such meat? Indeed, Lin E, please do not be angry. We understand our error. We are merely concerned about others targeting our building. We are old and cannot protect it. You are young and capable, and we hope you will safeguard us all. Hearing their words, Lin E scoffed once more. Why should he be responsible for their safety? Were they to assume their age granted them immunity? They did not genuinely recognize their faults. They merely wished to secure their own food and have him serve as their free protector. He approached the door, opening the peephole, addressing those outside. I'm afraid my abilities are limited. I can only protect my family. You shall have to fend for yourselves. At this, the faces of the old men turned grim. Lin E, we are of advanced age. We have apologized. What more do you want? Exactly. We are old. Shouldn't you be protecting us? Do you have no sense of morality? You have food yet refuse to share. And now you speak to us in such a manner. You are worse than Sun Chong. Seeing their sudden shift in demeanor made Lin E chuckle. He had been right all along. This group had no awareness of their own faults. I never claimed to be a good person. How is it that you dare to confront me, yet shrink from confronting Sun Chong? Do you think me an easy target? Lin Yi's tone grew cold, silencing the crowd outside, who now realized that he was someone who could stand up to even Sun Chong. What audacity did they have to challenge him? As this thought crossed their minds, cold sweat broke out upon them. Lin E, please do not be angry. I admit our tone was harsh earlier, but we are of advanced age. Do not hold it against us. Right? We didn't mean it that way. Young people should be magnanimous. We lack education and may have spoken poorly. Please do not take offense. Lin E, we were indeed wrong, but we have endured more than you have. We would never harm you. Listening to their attempts at moral coercion only irritated Lin E further. They claimed to enjoy being outside. Let them remain there in the cold. Meanwhile, Song Zhaodi had prepared breakfast and soon, steaming dishes were laid out on the table. Those peering through the peephole were transfixed by the sight. The tantalizing aroma of the meal wafted through the observation hole and into their nostrils, instantly igniting a wave of hunger within them. Lin E, have you truly indulged in such a lavish breakfast? One of them exclaimed. Could you spare me a bit of that porridge? At my age, my stomach is fragile, and some warm porridge would do wonders for it. Another chimed in, Lin E, might I trouble you for some of those vegetables? The doctor insists I am lacking in vitamins and ought to consume more greens. Just a bun would suffice for me. Lin E, another added. Come now, Lin E, it must be rather dull to dine alone. Allow us to join you. However, Lin E paid them no heed. Before long, Li Shuiyao and Sheng Xia emerged from within. The moment they appeared, the group of elderly men outside fixated their gazes upon the two, their eyes glinting with intrigue at their figures and beauty, making them feel invigorated. The two ladies settled on either side of Lin E, attentively serving him dishes, wiping his mouth, and caring for him with utmost tenderness. At that moment, the men observed Lin E with a tinge of envy. They too had once dreamt of such a life, one filled with affection and attentive service, which they perceived to be akin to a celestial existence. They were aware that Lin E lived well, yet they had no inkling of just how splendidly he thrived. This realization filled them with jealousy. Why was it that Lin E could bask in such a lifestyle while they remained outside, shivering in hunger? Suddenly, a thought struck them. Wasn't Lin E known for his lecherous tendencies? Those with granddaughters immediately hatched schemes. Lin E, my granddaughter is 18 this year and quite lovely. Would you consider having her attend to you? Just let us in, and we shall be one big happy family. Oh, spare me. Your granddaughter has a face like a pockmarked mess. How dare you even suggest her to Lin E? Another retorted, and my daughter may be a bit older, but as they say, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. I'll fetch her right away to serve you. Pfft. Your daughter is old enough to be cradled like 3 bricks, so go on, keep your distance. My granddaughter is undoubtedly the right fit for Lin. Hey, oldly, if memory serves me right, your granddaughter just started elementary school this year. What kind of human are you? Who are you calling inhuman? At least she's better than your daughter, who's about to be cut off from all support. Who's getting cut off? The two erupted into a verbal spat, while the others hastily shoved them aside. At that moment, Lin E and his companions had finished their meal. The onlookers gazed longingly at the remnants on the table. Swallowing hard, they forced smiles onto their faces. Lin E, it seems you've finished. Might we have the leftovers? Yes, yes. Our demands are modest. A single bite would suffice. Lin E, surely you wouldn't let us starve. Lin E then lifted a piece of steak. Addressing the crowd, so, you wish to partake? They nodded eagerly. However, in an unexpected twist, Lin E handed the steak to Xiao Bai, bending down to whisper, Xiao Bai, someone is trying to snatch your food. Hurry and eat before they take it from you. Xiao Bai bit into the steak, growling softly at the crowd outside, and in mere moments, devoured the piece. Witnessing the steak vanish into the dog's maw, the expressions of the onlookers darkened. They realized they were worse off than a mere dog. They had heard Lin Yi's words. It was meant for the dog, and they were competing for scraps. What a blatant insult, Lin Yi. You would rather feed a dog such a precious meal than share it with us. Indeed, this is inexcusable. That is life-sustaining food. You have gone too far. At this, Lin Yi approached the door and addressed the crowd outside. What is this? My feeding my dog has ruffled your feathers. Do you aspire to become my dog? Upon hearing this, the self-proclaimed elders could no longer contain themselves. Lin Yi, how dare you speak to us in such a manner? Do you think I would stoop to covet your meager food? You belong in a garbage heap. Such nonsense. The youth of today are nothing like we were in our prime. Lin Yi's expression turned icy. He had lost all patience for their bickering. In a frigid tone, he declared, if you do not leave now, do not blame me for being uncivil. You dare threaten us? We have done nothing wrong. What gives you the right to expel us? Indeed, this is a public space. Our chatter is none of your concern. Do not think you can intimidate us. We are many, and if you dare lay a hand on us, you'll be at odds with the entire building. Seeing them still causing a ruckus, Lin Yi sneered. What? Are you hoping to get doused in glue? At this, a portion of the crowd panicked and quickly distanced themselves from Lin Yi's door, while those who had not experienced it remained oblivious. Continuing their raucous chatter. Lin Yi, cease your threats. We are not easily frightened. Indeed, Do you really think you can take on the entire building? With that, Lin Yi lost his patience entirely, pressing a switch. Instantly, a mechanism activated at the door, spraying those still talking with a torrent. Ouch, you little brat. You really dared to spray us soon. The entire crowd scattered. The entrance fell silent. Noticing the absence of any figures, Lin Yi smirked. Reasoning with such individuals was futile. They were merely acting like ruffians, and he would have to out-ruffian them to subdue them. Only magic could defeat magic. Though absolute force was another option, Lin Yi had no intention of resorting to that. It was unnecessary, and these people still held potential value. He casually closed the observation hole and settled onto the couch to enjoy some television. Li Shuiyao washed some fruit and joined him, resting a snow-white leg gently upon his lap, offering him a piece of sliced apple with tender care. Meanwhile, a group of elderly men and women seethed with anger as they descended to the ground floor. This is infuriating, utterly intolerable. Did you hear what he said? He fed that exquisite steak to a dog. It breaks my heart. What good does that do? It all went to the dog's belly. What can we do? We cannot overpower him, and the door has mechanisms. Should we approach, he will surely spray us again. The group was at a loss for what to do. Just then, one person spoke up. Actually, Lin Yi isn't all that bad. At least he chased away Sun Chong and his gang, so we no longer need to surrender food to them. The others shot him glares, yet none dared to contradict him. They understood, but their motives lay in acquiring Lin Yi's resources and protection. Who would have guessed he was such a heartless individual? The man continued, Today, we may have gone a bit overboard. If we sincerely apologize, he might not turn us away. Silence ensued. The morning hours swiftly passed, and soon it was noon. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside, the noise emanating from the direction of Building 7. They would soon, with lightning speed, occupy buildings 1 through 8. When that moment arrived, it would be the darkest hour for the entire community. The tumult outside was brief, and soon silence fell over Building 7, as the forces that had seized it were swiftly overwhelmed within an hour. In half an hour, Building 8 succumbed entirely. Lin Yi knew that the next targets would be Buildings 6 and 10. However, Building 9, led by Gu Xiaoman, would likely hold out for a while. As for his own building, he had his own plans. He was determined to prevent this group from taking control. He rose and installed a pinhole camera on each floor, ensuring the entire building fell under his vigilant watch. Should the intruders appear, he would be the first to know. Next, he proceeded to the 4th floor, where the heavy snow had buried everything below it. Anyone attempting to enter would have to traverse the corridor windows of the 4th floor. Lin Yi set up 2 crossbow arrows aimed at the window, connecting them with a line to the trigger. The moment someone crossed the line, the trigger would release, and the arrows would strike true, instantly piercing the intruder. He had no idea when these people would arrive. At this moment, the entire community was steeped in anxiety. Lu Ruming's family was also restless. What should we do now? They will soon reach our building, Lu Ziheng fretted, pacing the room. Oh dear, son, stop fidgeting. You're making your mother dizzy, Wang Meiying said, her face etched with worry. She quickly turned to Lu Shanchuan. How about we rush to find Sun Chong? Isn't he in Building 9? We could seek refuge with him. Enough. If it weren't for your ungrateful daughter insisting on pursuing Lin Yi, we wouldn't be in this predicament, Lu Ruming exclaimed, incredulous at Lu Shanchuan's words regarding their own flesh and blood. Then what shall we do? We can't just wait here to die. Why fret? I refuse to believe he would dare harm anyone in this building. Let us first observe their intentions before proceeding. The family swiftly settled into a state of stability. Before long, Building number 8 was also quickly occupied by them. These individuals wielded toy guns, going door to door, knocking insistently. It was not long before the door of Lu Ruming's home was rapped upon. The entire family was taken aback. Lu Ziheng and Wang Meiying, frightened, hurriedly sought refuge behind Lu Shanchuan. Lu Shanchuan could only force himself to remain calm. Bang, bang, bang. Hurry and open the door. If you don't open it soon, I shall smash it down. Only then did Lu Shanchuan approach the door. He quickly opened it, forcing a smile as he inquired of the knocker. What do you want? The man replied curtly, Spare me the pleasantries. This building is now under our control. Every household residing here must submit 10 pounds of food weekly as a protection fee. Do you understand? Lu Shanchuan immediately wore a distressed expression and lamented. We have no food left at home. Where are we supposed to find any? The man's eyes widened, and he pointed his toy gun at Lu Shanchuan, saying, "Then you better figure it out. If there's no food, you can offer a person in exchange." As he spoke, the man abruptly pulled the trigger towards the sofa behind Lu Shanchuan. A steel ball shot out, embedding itself into the sofa. Witnessing this, Lu Shanchuan's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 75. The D family army. Lu Shanchuan stumbled back a few steps, but fortunately, Lu Ziheng rushed forward to steady him. "Dad, are you all right?" Meanwhile, the man outside, after firing a shot, proceeded to knock on the next door. "Quickly, close the door," Lu Shanchuan urged. Lu Ziheng hastily shut the door. Once the door was closed, Lu Shanchuan finally exhaled in relief. "What are we to do now? They want us to hand over food. How on earth can we survive?" Wang Meiying exclaimed, her face laden with worry. "What is the point of crying? What good will that do?" Lu Shanchuan retorted. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Lu Ruming's expression shifted, revealing a bitter smile. She never imagined her family would treat her this way. How foolish she felt for thinking she owed them anything. With that thought, she resolutely made her way to the door, intent on leaving this home. "Stop! You can't go! Ziheng, quickly stop your sister!" Upon seeing this, Lu Shanchuan hastily called out. Lu Ziheng rushed forward to grab Lu Ruming. "Let me go!" Lu Ruming struggled desperately. However, Lu Shanchuan also joined in, and together they restrained her firmly. "Go get some rope and tie her up." Lu Ruming, unable to resist, was swiftly bound with rope. In that moment, she felt utterly hopeless regarding this family. Silent tears began to fall. Before long, there came another knock at the door. Lu Shanchuan hurried to answer it, finding 3 individuals outside, each brandishing a toy gun. "We are the D family army's collection team. Hurry and hand over the protection fee, 10 pounds of grain per household." One of them raised his gun, aiming at Lu Shanchuan. Lu Shanchuan awkwardly replied, "Could you possibly grant us a 2-day extension? We have nothing to eat at home. Spare me your nonsense. If there's no food, you'll have to hand over a person." At that moment, one of them spotted Lu Ruming, who was bound, and his eyes lit up with excitement. "Ah, it seems you've prepared someone for us. Since you can't provide grain, let us use her instead." Lu Shanchuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly responded, "Yes. Yes, she is my daughter. Could we possibly use her just once to cover this week's protection fee?" The lead man revealed a sinister smile. "Ha ha, you're quite honest. Don't worry. We'll return her after we're done." He instructed the 2 others. "Take her away." Heh. The 2 men leered at Lu Ruming, approaching her and seizing her from both sides. "Let me go." Lu Ruming struggled vigorously, but no matter how hard she fought, it was futile. Soon, she was dragged outside, with the 3 men escorting her towards a small dark room. Heh. Today we've encountered a real beauty. The last ones we dealt with were nothing but rotten fruit. Indeed, it seems we've struck gold today. At that moment, the lead man suddenly paused and addressed the others. "Brothers, do you wish to be promoted?" "Yes, of course, even a promotion to captain would suffice." The lead man grinned wickedly and continued. "Then you must heed my advice. We shouldn't touch this girl. Look at her. Her beauty is truly a rare find. If we hand her over to the boss to amuse him, he'll be pleased, and we might just find ourselves promoted." The 2 exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to lewd grins. The captain is indeed thoughtful. Lu Ruming listened to their conversation, contemplating her situation. If she did not devise a plan, she would surely become a tool for their perverse desires. Before long, she was led to building number 1, which was now heavily guarded. Even those on their side needed permission to enter. Upon learning they were delivering a woman, a scar-faced man stepped forward, sizing Lu Ruming up. The 3 men dared not defy him. They were also newcomers and had heard tales of the scar-faced man's ruthlessness. Those who defied him had met dire ends. The 3 handed Lu Ruming over to the scar-faced man and then departed. The scar-faced man escorted Lu Ruming to the 12th floor, gently knocking on the door of room 1201. When Lu Ruming responded, the ropes binding her were loosened, and she timidly stepped into the room. However, upon seeing the man seated on the sofa, her expression turned to panic. The man lounging on the sofa was an extraordinarily corpulent figure, weighing no less than 300 pounds. The mere thought of such a massive weight pressing down upon her sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, she quickly steeled herself. Since this man was the leader of these thugs, she must find a way to subdue him. With that resolve, Lu Ruming swayed her hips, approaching him with a graceful demeanor. At 3 in the afternoon, a 10-man squad from the D family army set out towards Building No. 10. Captain, I've heard this building lacks any resistance. Our squad should be able to take it easily. The D family army now boasted over 100 members, each small squad overseeing a building, all under the command of Scarface. Thus, we must make a striking impression this time to leave a good impression on Scarface. Don't worry, Captain. We've never seen our boss. All orders come through Scarface. Do you think our boss might not even exist? Don't speak nonsense. Even Scarface fears the boss. Let us not pry into matters that don't concern us. True enough. As long as we're fed, we'll follow whoever provides for us. Captain, we've arrived. The group peered through the windows into the hallway, which was eerily quiet. Unlike the other buildings, where resistance was immediate, this calm made them lower their guard. Before long, they traversed through the window into the hallway. Captain, it seems this building truly has no opposing force. Let us remain cautious. The captain remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Rest assured. I've heard there's a beautiful girl in this building. I can hardly wait. His face gleamed with avarice as he swaggered forward. Just then, his foot kicked a rope. Startled, he barely had a moment to react before 2 arrows suddenly shot towards the group. Thud! He felt a sharp pain in his chest. In terror, he glanced down to see an arrow protruding from his body. Chapter 76. Annihilation. The occurrence was so sudden that the 10-man squad was caught completely off guard. 2 arrows struck 2 of their members, who quickly crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The captain's expression turned grave. This was no lack of resistance. Their intelligence was flawed. Everyone, be cautious. The captain held his toy gun defensively, while the remaining 7 positioned themselves along the corridor. Captain, what should we do next? Should we retreat? At that moment, Lin Yijing was monitoring their every move via surveillance, hearing their conversations clearly. He was well aware of who they were. The toy guns in their possession were a hallmark of the D family army. These toy guns had been modified, possessing far greater power than ordinary ones. Moreover, they fired steel balls capable of piercing skin. Though not fatal, they could certainly incapacitate someone. In his previous life, he had suffered a gunshot wound from them, a sensation he would never forget. After enduring oppression from the D family army for so long in his past life, he was finally able to exact revenge in this one. Lin Yijing smirked wickedly, speaking softly. Since you've come to my doorstep, let us begin with you. He donned a stab-resistant vest, equipped himself with a crossbow and a baseball bat. At that moment, Song Zhaodi emerged, her excitement palpable at the prospect of a fight. Aware of the enemy's numerical advantage and their ranged weaponry, Lin Yijing decided to bring her along. With 2 of them covering each other, they would have an ally. Lin Yijing kept a watchful eye on the surveillance. At that point, the intruders were on the 4th floor. The pair cautiously descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they encountered the intruders ascending as well. Lin Yijing signaled for Song Zhaodi to stay still, and they concealed themselves at the staircase, ready to ambush the moment the intruders showed their faces. Soon, the intruders came into view. The duo swiftly loosed their crossbow arrows, then turned and darted upstairs. Whoosh! The 2 arrows sent 2 of the intruders crashing to the ground. They instantly became as vigilant as startled birds. Captain, they are up there. The captain glanced at the 2 individuals, their wounds located at their chests, clearly indicating their fate was sealed. He exclaimed in anger, "Damn it, pursue them." Thus, the remaining 6 hastened their ascent up the stairs. However, they soon spotted the 2 individuals waiting for them on the staircase. Song Zhaodi flashed a grin at them. The expressions of the group stiffened. They attempted to raise their toy guns, but their movements were a beat too slow. 2 arrows struck the duo once more. By the time they fired their weapons, the 2 had already vacated their positions, inciting their fury. In mere minutes, their 10-member team was reduced to 4 at this juncture. The remaining members were utterly flustered. Captain, perhaps we should retreat. They all understood the gravity of the situation. Despite their fear, they pressed onward, even if merely to ascertain the enemy's condition, as it might preserve their lives. It seemed unlikely they would complete this mission. Their next objective was to gauge the enemy's numbers and combat capabilities. The captain furrowed his brow, and the others wore grim expressions, with some even turning pale. They cautiously ascended the stairs, keeping their weapons aimed at the upper levels, prepared to strike at the first sign of the enemy. However, after traversing several floors, they encountered no one. Captain, do you think they have retreated? Do not let your guard down. Those two are exceedingly cautious and would not act recklessly. They were being monitored closely. Soon, they reached the 12th floor, yet not a single soul was in sight. Captain, they must be hiding in the rooms. Should we interrogate a resident? The captain pondered for a moment and replied, very well. They commenced knocking frantically on doors. Before long, an elderly couple in room 1201 opened the door. Gazing warily at the intruders, upon seeing the door ajar, the assailants swiftly aimed their weapons at the couple. The elderly pair was paralyzed with fear. Quickly, tell us if there are any formidable individuals in this building. Are you looking for Lin E? The couple trembled. Lin E? Elaborate on his whereabouts. He resides on the 10th floor, room 1001. The group exchanged glances and immediately rushed downstairs. Lin E had intended for them to ascend in order to prevent their escape. Thus, with them below and the enemy above, their only exit was effectively sealed. Observing their rapid descent, Lin E smirked wickedly and beckoned Song Zhaodi to accompany him once more. This time, they lay in ambush at the staircase connecting the 9th and 10th floors. They soon approached the 11th floor. As expected, their pace slowed, cautiously descending. Once they confirmed no one was present, they dashed towards room 1001. Yet, in a fleeting moment of negligence, Lin E and Song Zhaodi simultaneously pulled their triggers. 2 crossbow bolts flew forth, striking their targets, who collapsed to the ground. At this point, the remaining 2 found themselves engulfed in despair. They aimed their weapons at Lin Yi's direction and fired frantically. The steel balls repeatedly struck the walls of the staircase, causing the plaster to crumble. They continued their frantic shooting until their firearms ran dry, at which point Lin Yi and Song Zhaodi ascended. Crossbows in hand, as the realization dawned that they were out of ammunition, despair washed over the two. With a thud, they both knelt on the ground. Big brother, please don't kill us. We surrender. Lin Yi approached them and kicked their weapons aside. They nodded vigorously. Big brother, we will share everything we know. Lin Yi grinned malevolently. Excellent. Speak. Who is your leader? The two exchanged glances, gulped nervously, and whispered, Big brother, we truly don't know. Lin Yi was taken aback. He believed them but had not anticipated their ignorance. Then who do you follow? We follow the captain, and the captains take orders from Scarface. We've never met the boss. Chapter 77. Miss World in his previous life, he had only encountered Scarface once. Lin Yi posed additional questions, yet none yielded useful information. The only detail gleaned was that the D family army now comprised approximately 120 members. They had seized control of 8 buildings and were preparing to attack the 9th and 10th. Unable to extract any further valuable intelligence, Lin Yi decided to eliminate the two, as sparing them was not in his nature. Subsequently, he discarded the corpses out of the window. The bodies fell and vanished into the snow below. At that moment, the other residents of Building 10 remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Yi had neutralized the enemy, cowering in their homes, trembling in fear. In room 902 on the 9th floor. A family of 3 huddled beneath the blankets on their bed. Old Wong, I heard that the group from across has come to our building. Quickly check if the door is locked. Rest assured. I've secured it and I've pushed the sofa against the door. They should not be able to enter. What are we to do now? We have nothing to eat. The woman revealed a worried expression. Sigh, I heard that Lin Yi's dog eats steak. It seems we live worse than a dog. Wang Zihan, who had been drowsily lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Steak? What steak? The couple looked at Wang Zihan and recounted the events regarding Lin Yi. At this moment, Zihan's mother remarked, Our Zihan is so beautiful. If we introduce her to Lin Yi as a girlfriend, wouldn't our lives improve? Zihan's father quickly interjected, That's out of the question. I've heard that Lin Yi is extremely ruthless and quite lecherous. How can we possibly introduce our daughter to him? That would be pushing her into the fire. Besides, our Zihan is a Miss World. How could we let her settle for him? Exactly. I am a Miss World and will be marrying into a wealthy family. Wang Zihan scoffed, 18 years old, having participated in the Miss World beauty pageant and secured the runner-up position. She harbored immense pride, dismissing any ordinary man. Zihan's mother sighed, continuing, Alas, with this snow disaster, we don't know when it will pass. Those outside are nearly going mad. Did you not hear? The fellow from our floor, Sun Chong, distributed human flesh to those on the lower floors. Upon hearing this, Zihan's father fell silent. He was well aware of these matters and felt conflicted. However, surrendering his daughter, whom he had painstakingly raised for 18 years, to Lin Yi was simply unacceptable. He still harbored hopes of benefiting from her future marriage. Yet, with their family crisis at hand, what future could they discuss? After a prolonged silence, he decided to gauge his daughter's stance and slowly asked, Zihan, what are your thoughts on Lin Yi, Dad? You can't be considering having me marry Lin Yi, can you? He is just an ordinary man. How can he be worthy of me? Just because he has some food. Once I marry into a wealthy family, I'll provide you with as much food as you need. Upon hearing this, Zihan's father frowned slightly and continued, Are you suggesting I should string him along? Wang Zihan immediately appeared reluctant. Yes, only in this way can we safely weather this snow disaster. I refuse. Wang Zihan pouted, displaying an angry expression. Seeing this, both parents furrowed their brows. Indeed, we will only engage with him. With your parents overseeing, he won't harm you. Listening to their words, Wang Zihan began to contemplate seriously. There was some merit to her parents' reasoning. If she could persuade him to relinquish his house, what harm was there in toying with him? After all, she had a plethora of suitors and could afford to spare one after some thought. She finally said, All right then. At this, Zihan's parents were instantly elated. Good daughter, I knew you were the most filial. You wouldn't want your parents to suffer. Good daughter, I am counting on you. When shall we seek out Lin Yi? Let us wait a bit. We still don't know if those outside have left. Soon, 2 hours passed. Zihan's father moved the sofa blocking the door and peered through the peephole to assess the situation outside. Not a soul was in sight, and only then did he carefully open the door, striving to make no sound. Upon opening the door, the entire corridor was eerily quiet, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He quietly called to the mother and daughter inside, Come out. There's no one outside. Wang Zihan cautiously emerged, her face etched with concern as she scanned the corridor. Be careful, Zihan's mother cautioned. Rest assured. Lock the door tightly. Do not open it for anyone but us. After speaking, Zihan's father led Wang Zihan upstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was engaged in physical training in his room. Sheng Xia, having just awoken from her slumber, emerged, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Since Lin Yi was the only man in the room, she dressed quite casually, donning a sheer nightgown that left little to the imagination. Lin Yi teased, Aren't you afraid I might suddenly do something to you? To his surprise, Sheng Xia not only displayed no shyness but also approached Lin Yi, deliberately leaning forward in a provocative manner. Then come at me. Oh, just wait. I'll see how I can catch you. With that, Lin Yi lunged to seize Sheng Xia in the sweltering summer. Sheng Xia giggled as she ran, exclaiming, The king is here to catch me. Lin Yi swiftly seized her and pulled her into his embrace. Let us see how you act so smug now. Sheng Xia burst into laughter, her joy causing her to tremble like a flower swaying in the breeze. Just as Lin Yi prepared to administer a light punishment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Chapter 78. Courtship. Upon seeing Wang Zihan standing at the door, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Although the woman outside was clad in a thick down jacket, her figure was still remarkably alluring. Her exquisite features resembled those of a porcelain doll, with skin as fair as jade, albeit tinged with a slightly malnourished pallor that did not detract from her beauty, but rather added an air of ethereal elegance. Noticing her slightly furrowed brows and her reluctant yet eager expression, it was evident that she was famished and had come seeking a trade. With this in mind, Lin Yi approached the door and peered through the peephole. When Wang Zihan laid eyes on him, she was momentarily stunned. The man before her seemed somewhat presentable. However, she quickly reminded herself that she could not lower her standards for the sake of appearances, as she aspired to marry into a prestigious family. With this thought, she dismissed any notion of Lin Yi being suitable. At that moment, Zihan's father stepped forward, wearing an ingratiating smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Dongliang, and this is my daughter. I asked, there's something you need? Lin Yi frowned slightly, surprised that they had brought along the father for the transaction. It appeared that their intentions were not solely transactional. And with this realization, he grew wary. Wang Dongliang chuckled awkwardly before hastily explaining, You see, with the snow disaster being so severe, we cannot predict how long we might survive. I have only this one daughter, and I cannot bear for her to suffer. I thought to introduce her to someone, so that if anything were to happen to us, she would have someone to look after her. Are you suggesting that I should take her on? Lin Yi was uncertain of their motives, aware that no good fortune falls from the sky without reason. Indeed, you are young, capable, and well-resourced. Only by entrusting my daughter to you can we have peace of mind. What do you think of my daughter? Linny pondered the implications of Wang Dongliang's words, sensing that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Wang Zihan, noticing Lin Yi's hesitation, frowned. Being a stunning beauty, she believed it to be a stroke of luck for him to have her as a girlfriend, and yet he dared to hesitate. Each moment of indecision on his part felt like a slight against her worth. Impatiently, she demanded, "Speak up. What could you possibly find objectionable about dating such a beautiful woman as myself?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then let out a light chuckle. It became evident to him that she was not genuinely interested in being his girlfriend. "Well, here, our rule is 2 packs of instant noodles for 1 date. But given your looks, I suppose I could stretch it to 3. You." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Wang Zihan stomped her feet in frustration. Having grown up, she had never encountered someone so shameless. The men she knew were all gentlemen, thoughtful, generous, and attentive to her every whim. Yet Lin Yi had the audacity to imply a price for her company. Such blatant disrespect was intolerable. She was incredulous that someone as disgusting as Lin Yi could exist. In comparison to others, she found him utterly repugnant. "Who is selling themselves here?" Wang Zihan shouted angrily. Seeing his daughter lose her composure, Wang Dongliang quickly intervened, not wishing for his plans to unravel. "Zihan, be quiet." He admonished her before turning back to Lin Yi, donning a radiant smile. "It's my fault for indulging my daughter too much. She has become quite willful. I understand your rules, but we are not here for that kind of arrangement. As a parent, how could I bear to let my daughter engage in such activities? We genuinely wish to facilitate a connection between you two. You seem like a perfect match, and only by entrusting my daughter to you can I." As her father, feel assured, Lin Yi scoffed at the man's words. He had just made a lewd comment. Yet Wang Dongliang remained composed and even continued to flatter him. It was clear that they had ulterior motives. The claim that they would never let their daughter engage in such activities was laughable. He was merely suggesting a different form of transaction. After contemplating, Lin Yi decided to see what they were truly after. "I see, so I misunderstood your intentions," he stated. Upon hearing this, Wang Zihan quickly interjected, "Humph. If you know you were wrong, you should apologize immediately." Wang Dongliang tugged at his daughter's sleeve, anxious to placate Lin Yi. "You see, my daughter can be quite willful. I'm aware of your rules, but we have no intention of pursuing that kind of arrangement. We genuinely believe you are a wonderful match. Only by entrusting my daughter to you can I." As her father, be at ease. Lin Yi was now more convinced than ever that this father-daughter duo saw him as a potential source of resources. They assumed that by having their daughter date him, they could secure benefits from him. If that was their intention, they had miscalculated. "Your daughter is indeed quite impressive. I accept," Lin Yi declared. Wang Dongliang was instantly elated. "Excellent. I knew you two were a match made in heaven. I won't take up any more of your time. You two should chat." With that, he hastily exited, his mission accomplished, leaving the remainder to his daughter. Wang Zihan furrowed her brow slightly before stating, "Since I'm now your girlfriend, shouldn't you do something for me?" Lin Yi smirked internally at her audacity to set conditions before their relationship had even begun. "What is it that you expect from me? I hold traditional values, and I absolutely refuse to lose my virginity until marriage. Surely you can understand that. That's perfectly fine. Well, given that this is our first day of dating, you should show some sincerity and gift me some presents." Lin Yi chuckled coldly at her request. "Since you have demands, I suppose I should state mine as well." "What? You have demands too?" Wang Zihan's voice raised in surprise, realizing her breach of decorum. She quickly fell silent. "Why should it only be you who has demands? Am I not entitled to have some as well?" Lin Yi's words ignited a fire within her. "You are insufferable. I have nothing further to discuss with you." With that, Wang Zihan turned on her heel and stormed downstairs. As she departed, Lin Yi promptly closed the peephole. Her parents were eager to inquire, "Daughter, how did it go?" "Don't even mention it. He's just a shameless man." In building one, Lu Ruming was dressed as a cartoon character, resembling someone who had stepped straight out of an anime. She busily performed various antics to amuse the man in front of her. "Boss, what do you think? Do you like this move?" "Ha ha, I like it. Come here, my little beauty." Reluctantly, Lu Ruming approached, putting on a facade of joy. She plopped onto the man's lap, her body nestled against his ample chest. "I am very pleased with you. Please stay by my side from now on, of course." I'd love to stay beside such a charming man. The man was instantly thrilled and exclaimed, You really want to stay with me? Lu Rumming nodded vigorously, eager to remain close to such an attractive figure. How could I not wish to be near you? Then thank you. Lu Rumming was all smiles. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Come in, the rotund man called. Moments later, a scarred man entered. The scarred man barged in with a fierce demeanor, causing Lu Rumming to feel a surge of anxiety upon his arrival. At that moment, the scarred man cast a glance in her direction, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, which startled Lu Rumming once more. She stumbled a few steps backward. Get out of here and stop eavesdropping on our conversation. The scarred man threatened, preparing to advance and throw her out. Scar, do not lay a hand on her. She is mine now, Lu Rumming interjected. The scarred man paused, momentarily taken aback, and then refrained from approaching further. However, Lu Rumming had overheard everything they had discussed. While she had merely garnered a modicum of Chindi's trust, it was far from a point of dependency, leaving her with an acute sense of insecurity. There was always the possibility of being replaced by another woman. Thus, she resolved to make Chandi utterly reliant on her. Only then could she navigate this apocalyptic world with greater assurance. She had observed that Chandi possessed a profound fondness for anime and struggled to converse with women, leading her to speculate that he must have previously been a recluse. With her extensive experience among men, she recognized that such introverted individuals were the easiest to conquer. They lacked confidence, and as long as she consistently encouraged and flattered him, making him feel of utmost importance, he would inevitably become compliant. With this in mind, she spoke, Are you referring to Building 10? I am aware of certain circumstances. Both men turned their attention toward her. Then enlighten us. There is a formidable individual in Building 10, named Lin Yi. She proceeded to divulge everything she knew about Lin Yi and the prior events that had transpired in Building 10. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Once we seize Lin Yi's residence, I shall have you move in with me, Chundi exclaimed with delight. The scarred man raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Rumming before exiting. He had now gathered information about Building 10, particularly their coveted 1001. He had seen Lin Yi flaunting food in their group chat. Had it not been for their recruitment and weapon modification efforts during the early days of the apocalypse, he would have already attempted to take Lin Yi's place. Initially believing Lin Yi to be alone, he thought sending 10 men would suffice, only to discover that one man could contend with over 30. He had even driven that group back to Building 9. It seemed that his own 10 men had probably met with disaster. Such a formidable character would not be easily dealt with. He needed to devise a thorough strategy. After occupying a building, they would need to station a dozen men there, and as long as Lin Yi remained a threat, they could not fully secure the premises. The scarred man furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for a viable plan against Lin Yi. He was aware that a strong resistance force was present in Building 9, initially intending to address that later. But now it appeared that Building 10 posed an even greater challenge. It seemed the only course of action was to subdue Building 9 first. With that thought, he summoned 3 squad leaders. You 3, take your men and assault Building 9. Yes. The trio accepted their orders and made their way toward Building 9 with their subordinates. He would have preferred to send more men, but the other 8 buildings required personnel to maintain order. Otherwise, there was a risk of revolt. They had only just managed to secure their territory and could not afford to lose it easily. The 3 leaders quickly arrived at Building 9, where Gu Xiaoman's reconnaissance team detected them at once. A fierce battle ensued, but due to their staunch resistance, the D family army failed to occupy Building 9. Their first clash ended in defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was enjoying a massage from Li Shuiyao and Shengxia in his safe house when he heard the sounds of battle emanating from the adjacent Building 9. Given the strength of the D family army, it was merely a matter of time before they dealt with Gu Xiaoman. He had no doubt that she would come seeking his assistance eventually. He was determined to have her. Just then, his long silent phone unexpectedly rang. Lin Yi assumed it was either Lu Shijia or Wang Kai calling. After all, the number of phones still operational at this time was scarce, and even fewer could reach him. Upon checking the caller ID, he was taken aback to see it was Gu Xiaoman. Yet, he should have anticipated it. The sounds of combat outside had ceased, suggesting that Gu Xiaoman had emerged victorious. Otherwise, she would not have had the opportunity to call him. Lin Yi pressed the answer button. Lin Yi, I wish to discuss something with you. Gu Xiaoman's voice came through, filled with urgency. Congratulations on your victory over the D family army. Linny responded with a smirk. Lin-E, I do not have time for idle chatter. I have managed to find a power bank, but I only have one battery left, and it could shut down at any moment. So let me be direct. I want us to form an alliance. Ha! Why would I want to ally with you? They can't do anything to me anyway. They may not be able to touch you, but they are numerous. Can you guarantee that you will never have to leave your safe haven? Linny had originally intended to negotiate for greater advantages, but Gu Xiaoman was far too astute. She had struck at the very heart of his vulnerability. Indeed, while he felt unassailable within the confines of his safe house, he could not evade the necessity of venturing out. Anytime he did, danger loomed. Nonetheless, he would not allow Gu Xiaoman to dictate terms. Speak. How do you propose we collaborate? What do you have in mind? Gu Xiaoman inquired, her urgency palpable. That it's quite simple. If you agree to become my woman, I will certainly assist you. That is impossible, Gu Xiaoman retorted sharply. Then it seems there is nothing to discuss. Lin-E, I hope you do not act impulsively. I can apologize for our past grievances. I want you to understand that we must unite against the D family army. Let me make it clear. Whether we ally or not is inconsequential to me. It is you who should be concerned. I believe that without my assistance, it will not be long before they capture you, and I need not elaborate on your fate at that point. Lin-E, do not push your luck. Heh, my condition is you. Think carefully. With that, Linny hung up the phone. Damn it, Gu Xiaoman seethed, hurling her cup to the floor in frustration. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to her subordinates and declared, Linny has refused our alliance. We must rely on ourselves. Gather some planks and nails to seal off the windows on the 4th and 5th floors to prevent a nighttime ambush. As the hours slipped away, evening fell around 6 o'clock. And Wang Zihan lay on her bed, ravenously hungry. At that moment, her parents entered the room. Mom, Dad, what brings you here? They exchanged glances before responding. Zihan, you are aware of our family's current situation. If you do not eat something soon, you may not last much longer. You should go apologize to Lin-E. He seems quite willing to befriend you. Dad, you heard what he said. He called me a prostitute. Wang Zihan's eyes instantly filled with tears. Yes, I know you have been wronged, but we currently have no other options, do we? Exactly, Zihan. Please consider it. Enough. Get out. You clearly do not love me. Wang Zihan stormed out of bed, shoving her parents away, then locked the door behind them and collapsed onto her bed. Weeping, damn Lin-E. He is such a scoundrel. Why should I apologize to him? As she cried, she endured the pangs of hunger. Her stomach growled audibly. After a while, she felt too weak to continue, lying on her bed and staring at the ceiling. In her mind, two little figures began to argue. Point one insisted, if you apologize to Lin-E, you will get food. The other retorted, absolutely not. Why should I apologize to a scoundrel? Shouldn't it be him who owes me an apology? Thus, the two figures continued to bicker, and Wang Zihan found herself wavering. After some time, she suddenly sat up. Point one figure said, after all, this is merely a pretense. Just treat his words as background noise. Why should you care what he says? If he places food before you, that suffices. True. Why should I concern myself with him? He can say whatever he likes. As long as he provides me with food, I will apologize to him, and I can disregard anything else he says as mere barking. With this thought, Wang Zihan elegantly descended from her bed and made her way toward Lin Yi's residence. Soon, she arrived at his doorstep. She gently knocked on the door. Lin Yi was in the midst of dinner when he heard the knock and checked the surveillance. Upon seeing Wang Zihan, he could not help but chuckle softly. Humph. I thought you had more backbone. You couldn't even withstand a mere half-day. He then opened the peephole on the door. What brings you here again? Wang Zihan forced a smile and said, Lin-E, I was impulsive earlier. I apologized. At that moment, she caught a whiff of something delicious in the air, braised pork and perhaps her favorite oil-braised shrimp. Straining to peek into the room, she noticed three women seated at the table enjoying the very dishes she had just smelled. Her expression shifted slightly in surprise as she exclaimed, Lin-E, why is your home so lavishly furnished? Aren't you going to invite me in for dinner? Lin-E chuckled. I initially intended to extend an invitation to you, but given your previous remarks about me, calling me a subordinate man, and the fact that we currently share no relationship, I suppose it's best that I refrain from taking advantage of you. Wang Zihan felt a bittersweet smile tug at her lips. It turned out he had wanted to invite her. She regretted the harsh words she had spoken earlier that morning. Had she known, she would have refrained from saying them. A pang of remorse washed over her. For if things had been different, she could have been sitting comfortably in the room, savoring her beloved oil-braised prawns. Lin E, I understand my mistake. Please forgive me. I promise I will never call you a subordinate man again. Alas, I intended to offer my heart to the bright moon. Yet the moon merely illuminates the ditch. If you believe I am unworthy of your company, then so be it. With that, Lin E feigned closing the peephole. Wang Zihan's heart raced, and she quickly implored, Lin E, please don't shut it. Listen to me. I truly realize my mistake, and I promise never to speak to you that way again. Chapter 81. This necklace suits Xiaobai well. Seeing Lin Yi's resolute demeanor, Wang Zihan felt a surge of panic. She was well aware of her worth and that numerous wealthy suitors would vie for her attention. However, she needed to survive until that moment. Lin Yi, I know I was wrong. Look, I even brought you a gift today. As she spoke, Wang Zihan removed her most cherished golden necklace. Lin Yi's face registered surprise as he replied, but I cannot possibly accept your gift. It's all right. Consider it an apology. Please accept it. This necklace is pure gold, and I rarely wear it. She insisted. If that's the case, then I shall accept it. Wang Zihan's excitement surged. That's wonderful. So, does that mean you will forgive me? Lin Yi took the necklace through the peephole and continued, Of course, I forgive you. That's fantastic. May I come to your house? She asked eagerly. That may not be appropriate. After all, you are a traditional woman. How could you casually enter another man's home? Moreover, if this were to get out, it could tarnish your reputation. I suggest we leave it be. That simply won't do. Besides, I am traditional as well. Under circumstances where I cannot offer you a future, I would never let you sacrifice your honor, Lin Yi asserted firmly. Wang Zihan felt a wave of frustration. Why had she spoken so harshly to him earlier? Now, she had no way to refute her words, which would imply that she had deceived him. All right then, could you at least give me something to eat? I'm quite hungry, she pouted, adopting a pitiful expression, confident that this gesture would elicit sympathy from any man. She awaited his response. Lin Yi smiled softly, Of course. Wang Zihan's face lit up, Wonderful. I want the oil-braised prawns on the table. Could you please get them for me? Lin Yi frowned slightly. However, we are distributing these dishes by portion. If I give you some, others will receive less. While I am more than willing to share with you, the others may not agree. Wang Zihan's gaze shifted to the three women in the room. An irritation bubbled within her. This was her boyfriend's home. How could they reside here? She forced a smile and inquired, Lin Yi, who are they? Why are they living in your house? Lin Yi replied with a grin. They are, of course, my girlfriends, just like you. Upon hearing this, Wang Zihan's brow furrowed and anger surged within her. How can you have so many girlfriends? She questioned, her voice laced with indignation. Though she was merely pretending to be involved with Lin Yi, she could not accept the notion of him having multiple girlfriends. What did that make her? This was a privilege she believed only she should possess. Previously, she had been surrounded by admirers whom she had scorned. Yet now, had she not become Lin Yi's admirer herself? Though she would never admit it, this was the undeniable truth. If others were to learn of this, how embarrassing it would be. She had always envisioned herself as a world-class beauty. How could she compete for a man's affection against these other women? How is it that you can have a throng of admirers, yet I cannot? Lin Yi's tone grew colder. Wang Zihan instantly regained her composure. She had not come to compete for the title of girlfriend. However, she still desired to maintain her reputation, not wishing for rumors of her vying for affection with other women to circulate. Lin Yi, isn't one of me enough for you? This behavior will only hurt my feelings. Are you suggesting that I should send them all away? He retorted, I hope for our relationship to be pure, free from any external interference. Is that acceptable? Wang Zihan nodded fervently. Lin Yi chuckled. I can assure you that my feelings for each of you are genuine, but asking me to send them away would be akin to condemning them to death. You wouldn't wish to see them perish in the cold, would you? Wang Zihan was momentarily taken aback, and her fury rekindled. After such a humble appeal, he still refused her request. Lin Yi, what do you truly mean by this? Do you genuinely wish to pursue a relationship with me? Upon witnessing her outburst, Lin Yi smirked mischievously. Ah, it was you who sought a relationship with me. We haven't even begun discussing it, and you already have so many demands. How am I to know your sincerity? Is it merely based on your words? They have all done much for me. You? I just gifted you something. Wang Zihan protested defiantly, and so, is giving me a gift not your obligation? You just claimed that this gift was your attempt to seek my forgiveness. Now that I have forgiven you, what more do you desire? Furthermore, I have only forgiven you. That does not imply that I intend to date you. At this moment, Wang Zihan finally comprehended that Lin Yi had never intended to engage in a relationship with her. The realization that she had humiliated herself in such a manner left her feeling wronged. When had she ever groveled before anyone? It had always been admirers who sought her favor. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She addressed Lin Yi with a raised voice. Indeed, you are a subordinate man. Return my necklace. With that, Lin Yi picked up Xiaobai, placing the necklace around the dog's neck. Wang Zihan had intended to inquire about Xiaobai's identity, but upon witnessing Lin Yi draping her beloved necklace around the neck of a dog, her expression froze. This was her most treasured piece. The thought ignited her fury, transforming her into a veritable powder keg of rage. Chapter 82. I have no desire for items worn by dogs. Lin Yi. How dare you? You put the necklace I gifted you on a dog's neck. What do you mean by that? Lin Yi chuckled. What you gifted me is now mine. I may adorn whomever I wish with it. Wang Zihan's ire intensified, causing her chest to rise and fall dramatically. Lin Yi, you are nothing but a subordinate man. I have no desire for items worn by a dog. Indeed, you are correct. I have no desire for items worn by dogs either. Wang Zihan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. In her anger, she spoke without thinking, neglecting the fact that she too had worn the necklace, effectively berating herself. She felt a surge of frustration, unable to unleash her pent-up anger, and burst into tears, snatching the necklace and fleeing the scene. Lin Yi smirked, confident that he had ample means to deal with this self-righteous little fairy. Returning to the dining table, he found Sheng Xia and Li Shuiyao had already peeled the shrimp skins and arranged them neatly on a plate. This sight warmed Lin Yi's heart. Their consideration far surpassed Wang Zihan's unreasonable attitude. He enjoyed a delightful meal, having fully acclimated to his new role. All the younger brothers treated him with utmost respect, and he relished the superiority that this power afforded him. At that moment, he noticed the three individuals who had previously escorted Wang Zihan out. The trio exchanged glances, having initially aimed to ascend the ranks by associating with Lu Ruming, only to find that she had instead aligned herself with the boss, instantly becoming the matriarch. This realization left them feeling anxious. Lu Ruming flashed a sly smile at the three, saying, "Do not be alarmed. I ought to thank you all." The three responded with awkward smiles. Lu Ruming continued with a mischievous grin, "You need not remain here tomorrow. Go and assist them in attacking Building 9. The three instantly felt a chill run down their spines. They had heard of today's events. Over 30 individuals had been dispatched to assault Building 9, resulting in the deaths of a dozen. Yet, they dared not voice their objections, for given Lu Ruming's current standing, it would be a simple matter for her to have them eliminated. Lu Shanchuan, realizing that his daughter had caught the eye of the leader of the D family army, quickly altered his demeanor. Lu Ruming cast a glance at him, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. Hearing those words left Lu Ruming feeling an immense weight on her heart. She felt utterly exhausted, so weary that even the thought of resting was futile without a place to call home. At this moment, she had also seen through the family surrounding her. In their eyes, she was likely less valuable than a mere packet of food. A flicker of hatred passed through her eyes. If it were not for Lin Yi, she would not have ended up in her current predicament. She loathed Lin Yi to the core and was determined to seize everything from him. The following morning, the Scarred Man led over 30 individuals towards Building 9. They faced fierce resistance once more. Although they managed to breach the building, the narrowness of the corridors soon forced them back out. As she watched the Scarred Man retreat with his men, Gu Xiaoman finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, her own situation was deteriorating. In just 2 days, over 10 had perished and several more were injured. With fewer than 20 combatants remaining, she found herself engulfed in confusion. If this continued, they would not even need to wait until tomorrow for the enemy to seize the building. Was she truly to compromise with Lin Yi? Gu Xiaoman furrowed her brow. Given the enmity between her and Lin Yi, surrendering would surely lead to a grim future. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never take that step. She addressed the remaining people. Everyone, take a moment to rest. Then, she descended the stairs alone. Soon, she arrived at the 4th floor. The heavy snowfall had completely buried everything below it, turning the fourth floor into the ground level. She poked her head out of the window, staring blankly at the snow outside. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. This snow might be their salvation. She hurried to the third floor, switched on a flashlight, and assessed the situation. Reaching the same window, she found it sealed shut by thick snow. She reached out, grasping the frozen snow, which, despite its hardness, yielded to her efforts. A wave of joy surged through her heart. Upon returning, she wasted no time resting and urgently instructed her subordinates. Quickly, grab shovels and follow me. The group, though bewildered, complied and took up shovels, descending to the third floor. There, Gu Xiaoman instructed, clear the snow from this floor and insert sharp objects on top. When they return, they will surely fall into our traps. The crowd, hearing this, erupted with enthusiasm and promptly began digging. The excavated snow needed to be discreetly disposed of, so they transported it to the fourth floor, dumping it out through another window. For 2 hours, they toiled, finally creating 2 traps, each approximately 10 square meters in size, akin to storage rooms. Positioned near the window, these traps were strategically placed on a vital pathway, alleviating her concerns about their effectiveness. They compacted the snow beneath, ensuring the sharp objects would remain secure. After completing these tasks, they sealed the window with the remaining snow, transforming the interior into a sealed space. Even if someone fell without hitting the trap, escaping would be nearly impossible without tools. The 3-meter height was daunting, and the soft snow made climbing a significant challenge. Ultimately, the unfortunate souls would find themselves frozen within. All that remained was for the enemy to attack. Chapter 83. Tomorrow will come. Lin Yi slowly emerged from the embrace of slumber. He gently pushed aside Li Shuiyao, rising from the bed. However, as soon as he moved, Li Shuiyao's eyes fluttered open. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she spoke lazily, "Good morning, Brother Lin." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Good morning," Lin Yi replied with a smile. Just then, Li Shuiyao entwined her legs around his waist, wearing a mischievous grin. Lin Yi, witnessing this, teased, "What is this? Did I not feed you enough yesterday? Are you hungry already?" Li Shuiyao stuck out her tongue, remaining silent but tightening her embrace. Lin Yi, feeling invigorated, found it hard to resist her playful antics. He rolled the blanket, and the two began to engage in their playful games beneath it. At this time, Wang Zihan lay motionless on her bed. She had gone 3 days without food, and her strength had completely waned. Images of the oil-braised prawns and braised pork she had seen at Lin Yi's home lingered in her mind. After days of hunger, she finally grasped the harsh reality that had crushed her former pride. Yesterday, she had sought help from many, including those who had once pursued her, but none were willing to part with even a morsel of food. Strangers now gazed at her with avarice, and those who had once trailed her like sycophants now wished for her to barter her body for what she deemed cheap sustenance. This revelation struck her hard, as if she had plummeted to the depths overnight. The glory of her past felt like a distant memory, now replaced by a grim existence. Her arrogance and superiority had been entirely worn away during these trying days. Once the celebrated Miss World, she had now become a pitiful creature, valued only for her physical allure. Tears streamed silently down her face as she grappled with this cruel reality. Yet, the gnawing hunger served as a constant reminder that she must bow to the demands of reality. At that moment, her parents entered her room. They exchanged a glance, then awkwardly suggested, "Zihan, if it comes to it, you might have to make a sacrifice and go to Lin Yi's for some food." Wang Zihan stared at her parents in disbelief. She had not anticipated that even they would suggest such a thing in these dire times. "Get out," she cried out. Her parents hesitated, caught between their concern for her and their reluctance to say more. After they left, Wang Zihan realized that in this world, lacking strength meant living in a predatory society, where even one's family was not exempt. To survive, sacrifices were imperative, and her only asset was her own body. Understanding this, she knew her sole option was to leverage her limited capital to procure more food. Yet, when comparing offers, only Lin Yi provided a substantial amount. He was willing to give 3 packets of instant noodles, while others demanded she become a long-term mistress for a single packet. Despite their past disagreements, reality forced her to acknowledge that Lin Yi indeed offered more. 3 packets of noodles, if rationed, could sustain her for 3 days. With that thought, she quietly rose and tiptoed out, determined to keep her parents oblivious to her intentions. Soon, she found herself at Lin Yi's doorstep. Yet she lacked the courage to knock, after lingering at the entrance for what felt like an eternity. She finally steeled herself and gently rapped on the door. Lin Yi and Li Shuiyao, after 2 hours of playful antics, finally got out of bed to prepare a meal. Since they had awoken late, Song Zhaodi and Shang Xia had already eaten and left only a little leftover for the two of them. However, the food had gone cold, so Lin Yi retrieved some buns from his storage space. Just then, he heard a knock at the door. Checking the surveillance, he saw Wang Zihan had returned, confirming his suspicion that she could no longer endure her circumstances. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole and grinned. "Well, if it isn't the delicate Miss World. What brings you here again?" Wang Zihan's brow twitched slightly. Such words felt painfully ironic to her now. How was she any different from those women on the streets? Yet, she had to confront him. She could no longer dare to defy Lin Yi, for doing so could mean losing her chance at food. With a sense of shame, she confessed, "I am willing to trade with you. Could you possibly give me a bit more food?" With that, she lowered her gaze, not wanting Lin Yi to see her in such a degraded state. Perhaps this was her last shred of defiance. Lin Yi, unsurprisingly, responded, "Few can withstand the pangs of hunger. I want to force you. If you truly wish to proceed, come back tomorrow morning." This. Wang Zihan shot her head up, panic rising within her. "What do you mean? Didn't you say 3 packets of noodles for one trade?" Lin Yi chuckled. "It's not merely a matter of wanting to trade. It also depends on whether I am willing to engage in such a transaction. As I said, I want to force you. If you genuinely make up your mind, come back tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Wang Zihan felt her eyes prick with tears. She was overwhelmed by shame. Did this not imply that she was eagerly seeking a relationship with Lin Yi? Yet, this time, she lacked the strength to protest. The truth was that she was the one pleading. "Not him, I understand. I will return tomorrow morning," she murmured before leaving, a sense of desolation enveloping her. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yi realized that Wang Zihan was indeed cornered. However, he would not grant her any special privileges, even if she was strikingly beautiful. In this apocalyptic world, attractive women were abundant. He had no interest in a single Wang Zihan. After finishing their meal, Lin Yi called Lu Shijia to check on her situation. Fortunately, everything was fine on her end. Lin Yi knew he could not venture out just yet. He needed to deal with the D family army in the neighborhood first. Lu Shijia, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat forlorn but said nothing further. After reminding Lin Yi to stay safe, she ended the call. It was indeed time to resolve the issue with the D family army. However, their numbers posed a significant challenge. Time flew, and soon it was past 10. The D family army launched another assault on Building 9, yet, as they rushed toward the windows, they fell victim to the traps. Several individuals tumbled into the pits. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air. Numerous individuals found themselves impaled by the sharp objects concealed within the trap. A fortunate few emerged unscathed, yet they were utterly unable to climb out. Upon witnessing this scene, the scar-faced man's visage contorted with rage. He hastily summoned others to commence the rescue. Consequently, the battle was forcibly brought to a halt. Chapter 84. Wang Zihan arrives. The scar-faced man ordered a ladder to be fetched and positioned at the edge of the pit, allowing those who had fallen inside to ascend. Soon, all the uninjured individuals managed to climb up, but there remained over a dozen severely injured, incapable of escaping. The scar-faced man's expression darkened. These individuals had become useless. Yet he was compelled to rescue them lest the morale of the troops falter. Reluctantly, he instructed others to descend and retrieve the survivors, directing them to transport the injured to the medical room. By the time these tasks were completed, it was already noon. The scar-faced man glared at Building Number 9, his tone somber as he commanded, "Retreat." Upon returning, he led his men to search through each unit for young, able-bodied men to replenish the losses sustained earlier. Building Number 8. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door quickly. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Shui's family instantly grew tense. "Dad, didn't we just pay the protection fee yesterday? Why are they back to smash our door?" Wang Lier exclaimed in panic. "I have no idea," Wang Jiaqing replied, equally anxious. "Open the door now, or I shall break it down." As the trio stood there in bewilderment, angry shouts erupted from outside. "Perhaps we should just open the door." Lu Xiaowei, suddenly at a loss, felt her previous bravado dissipate. "All right, let us see what they want." Wang Jiaqing, as the head of the family, slowly approached the door. As he opened it, The individuals outside forcefully pushed the door, nearly sending Wang Jiaqing tumbling to the ground. "Dad, are you all right?" Wang Liye rushed forward to steady him, preventing a fall. Lu Xiaowei greeted the intruders with a forced smile. "Didn't we already pay the protection fee yesterday? What brings you here today?" The visitors ignored Lu Xiaowei and scrutinized Wang Liye before stating, "You're coming with us." Wang Liye, taken aback, stammered, "Brothers, where are you taking me?" Upon hearing that her precious son was to be taken away, Lu Xiaowei anxiously asked, "Where are you taking my son? He just graduated from college and knows nothing. He'll be of no use to you." The intruders replied firmly, "Stop the nonsense. It's for a good cause. As long as he comes with us, your family won't need to pay protection fees anymore." Lu Xiaowei immediately felt a surge of excitement, yet her concern lingered as she inquired, "But where exactly will you take my son?" "To expand our ranks, don't worry. Your son will become one of us. We will be like family from now on." Lu Xiaowei, upon hearing this, was struck with fear. Everyone knew that the D family army had been assaulting Building No. 9 over the past few days, resulting in numerous casualties. It was clear they intended to fill the void left by the fallen with her son. How could she possibly live if anything happened to him? With this thought, she quickly intervened. "I beg you, please don't take my son. He is still so young and knows nothing." "Yes, if you must take someone, take me instead," Wang Jiaqing pleaded, rushing to their side, desperate to protect his only son. The intruders cast a glance at the pair, their tone brimming with disdain. "Old man, the only reason I value him is out of respect for you. Don't force me to resort to violence. That would make negotiations far more difficult." With that, they seized Wang Liye and began to drag him away. "Mom, help me. I don't want to go," Wang Liye cried, tears streaming down his face, but his struggles were futile. The other two brandished imitation guns, forcing Lu Xiaowei and Wang Jiaqing to step back. Before long, they had taken Wang Liye away. "Oh, my poor child." Lu Xiaowei collapsed onto the ground, weeping inconsolably. Wang Jiaqing's face turned pale. Seizing a nearby stool, he shouted, "Damn it, I'll fight them." He rushed out, only to be felled by a gunshot. Lu Xiaowei's heart sank as she dashed outside. "Old man, what has happened to you?" She was met with the sight of a wound in Wang Jiaqing's chest, her cries growing louder. A steel ball had penetrated his chest, bright red blood gushing forth. Given his advanced age, this injury would likely prove fatal. Soon, the D family army selected 30 individuals from various units. These recruits gathered in a room, bewildered and anxious, awaiting their fate. Before long, a man with a scarred face entered, prompting immediate silence among the group, who gazed nervously at him. The scar-faced man regarded them sternly and spoke slowly. "From now on, you may call me Scar Brother. As of today, you are all members of the D family army, and you will soon be assigned to various squads. Allow me to explain the rules of the D family army. There is but one rule. Execute every command I issue without hesitation. Should anyone dare to defy my orders, the only outcome will be death." Upon hearing this, panic ensued among the crowd. One individual, positioned closest to the door, bolted towards it in terror. However, 2 men swiftly restrained him and brought him before the scar-faced man. The others felt an escalating sense of unease. "Very well. If you wish to set an example, I shall oblige." With that, the scar-faced man drew a knife and plunged it into the man's carotid artery. Blood erupted forth in a violent spray. The man shuddered, clutching his neck in a futile attempt to stem the flow, his eyes wide with terror and despair. Soon, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Witnessing this horrific scene, the rest of the group was paralyzed with fear, some even breaking into tears. The scar-faced man frowned and commanded, "Silence." The frightened recruits quickly covered their mouths, fearful of provoking him. Observing their reaction, the scar-faced man smirked, a chilling grin that sent shivers down their spines. "Rest assured, as long as you obediently follow orders, I will not harm you." Following this incident, the recruits fell silent, each too afraid to utter a word. Before long, they were escorted away by their respective squad leaders. The next morning arrived swiftly. Linny awoke early, casually checking the surveillance to find Wang Zihan waiting at the door. Upon reviewing the footage, he realized she had been waiting for half an hour. With a soft chuckle, he mused, having arrived so early, why hasn't she knocked? Thus, he dressed and stepped outside. As he approached the door and opened it, he found Wang Zihan hesitating, her bright eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of him. "Since you're here, why not knock? Are you still unsure? That's all right. If you need more time to decide, I can grant you another day to think. This." Wang Zihan felt a pang of anxiety. She had gone hungry for several days and had barely managed to endure the previous day. If she had to wait another day, she feared she might not last. With urgency, she replied, "I've made up my mind. There's no need to wait until tomorrow." Chapter 85. No peeking. A glimmer of amusement danced in Lin Yi's eyes as he stepped aside, gently saying, "Since you've made up your mind, don't linger outside any longer. Come in." Wang Zihan looked inside, her eyes sparkling with joy. Finally, she could enter this house. With a timid step, she crossed the threshold. And the moment she did, warmth enveloped her. Having endured the cold for so long, she had nearly forgotten what warmth felt like. It was akin to emerging from frigid waters into a comforting hot spring. "Don't just stand there. Hurry and take off your clothes. Go wash up in the bathroom. You're filthy." Wang Zihan paused, her eyes wide. "I can take a shower." "Of course, why not? If you prefer not to wash, that's perfectly fine. But I certainly don't wish to be with someone who's dirty," Lin Yi teased. Upon hearing this, Wang Zihan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly shook her head, fearful that if she hesitated, Lin Yi would change his mind. After all, she hadn't bathed in half a month and was starting to smell. Without further ado, she hurried to the bathroom, nervously turning on the faucet as warm water flowed steadily. A radiant smile blossomed on her face. She couldn't recall the last time she felt such happiness. Filling the bathtub with hot water, steam filled the bathroom. Only then did Wang Zihan shed her clothes, gingerly dipping her delicate foot into the water. Satisfied with the temperature, she stepped in fully, her calves enveloped in warmth. The sensation was a long-lost pleasure. Soon, she submerged herself entirely, experiencing the bliss of soaking in hot water. Had it not been for her gnawing hunger, she would have gladly lingered there indefinitely. Despite her intense hunger, she remained in the water for a full half-hour before finally beginning to wash herself. Within 10 minutes, she had thoroughly cleaned her body. After applying shower gel, she was enveloped in a delightful fragrance. Once finished, she dried off, preparing to put on her clothes, only to discover that her outfit had been replaced. She picked up the garment and upon glancing at it, her face flushed a deep crimson. "How on earth am I supposed to wear this?" she muttered in complaint, but with only this attire available. She had no choice but to don it. Once she had dressed, she approached the mirror to examine her reflection, only to find herself overwhelmed by a fresh wave of shyness. This skirt is far too short. A slight bend at the waist reveals everything, and this midriff is completely exposed. How am I to face anyone like this? She gazed at her reflection and murmured softly to herself. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, Wang Zihan felt a sudden tightening in her chest and hurriedly covered the necessary areas. "You mustn't peek. Have you forgotten why you are here?" Lin Yi appraised her with a cool demeanor, his voice devoid of warmth. His words. Wang Zihan furrowed her brows, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly lowering her hands. Lin Yi scrutinized her once more. And inwardly, he couldn't help but admire her. Truly, she is a Miss World, possessing something remarkable. Her figure is nearly perfect, though not as exaggerated as in summer. Overall, she surpasses expectations. Moreover, after her shower, her skin appeared notably more supple, as if one could almost squeeze moisture from it. "Let us go with that." Lin Yi stepped out first. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zihan followed suit, trailing behind him quietly until they reached the bedroom. Before long, the room was filled with a cacophony reminiscent of a roaring tempest. Cheng Xia and Li Shuiyao remained in their respective rooms, fully aware of the sounds emanating from Lin Yi's quarters. It would be disingenuous to claim they were not saddened by it. Yet, they understood that they were merely fortunate to have crossed paths with Lin Yi. Without his intervention, they could only imagine how dire their circumstances might have been. They felt grateful to have encountered him. Both of them possessed a keen self-awareness, recognizing that they did not hold significant importance in Lin Yi's life, let alone daring to hope to become his girlfriend or wife. Furthermore, throughout this time, he had never acknowledged anyone as his girlfriend. If they could maintain their current relationship and continue to coexist with Lin Yi in this space, that would suffice. Time slipped by, and 2 hours had passed before the noise gradually subsided. "Grab your things. Lin Yi placed 3 bags of instant noodles on the table, then exited the room. Watching him leave, Wang Zihan felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. He has just walked out without a moment's hesitation. Does he truly find her so unworthy in his heart? She glanced at the 3 bags of noodles on the table, then at the crimson stain on the sheets. Her eyes moistened again, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over her. After a moment of silence, she whispered to herself, "Wasn't your purpose for coming here to obtain these things? Now that you have them, why should you feel sorrowful?" With that thought, she composed herself, rising to the mirror to fix her hair. Once she deemed it acceptable, she donned her clothes, took the instant noodles, and stepped out of the room. In the living room, Lin Yi was exercising on a treadmill. Wang Zihan momentarily froze in surprise. She hadn't anticipated that he would be in such good shape, still possessing the energy to work out after 2 hours. At this realization, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Approaching the door, she cast a lingering glance at Lin Yi, hesitating before finally asking, "May I come again tomorrow?" Lin Yi nodded in response. Relieved, Wang Zihan exhaled softly. She feared that after he had taken what he wanted from her, he would ignore her, leaving her uncertain of her future sustenance. Upon arriving home, her parents awaited her at the door. They were acutely aware of what had transpired with their daughter. However, they felt powerless. Had it not been for their overwhelming hunger, they would never have wished for their daughter to resort to such measures for food. Observing their daughter's state, Wang Dongliang sighed. Let her be for now. Such a significant event is bound to take time to process. Oh, my poor daughter. Wang Zihan's mother discreetly wiped away a few tears. Following that, both parents hurried to the table, eagerly devouring the instant noodles. After days of hunger, she was astonished to find that something she once disdainfully overlooked tasted so delightful in no time. 1 bag of noodles vanished into her stomach, and she even picked up the stray noodle fragments that had fallen on the bed, unwilling to waste a single morsel. Chapter 86. Chundi's confidence. Meanwhile, in Building 1, Lu Ruming had just finished attending to Chandi. "Ha, you are indeed unlike those other women. Rest assured, I will never treat you poorly." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruming leaned her head against Chendi's chest and replied, "As long as I can stay by your side, that is enough. Ha. Don't worry, my dear little treasure. I could never bear to let you go. Allow me a taste." With that, Chendi suddenly pressed his lips against her cheek. Lu Ruming felt a surge of resistance within, yet she had no choice but to play along. "How annoying, you only know how to tease me. Heh, my little darling, I'm in a good mood today. Tell me, what do you desire? I will do my utmost to fulfill your wish." Lu Ruming's mind raced as she contemplated the opportunity to have him deal with Lin Yi. "I have no particular requests, but I have heard that Building 10, Room 1001, is stocked with supplies, and it has electricity and heating that it would be wonderful if I could stay there. I've thought of that long ago, but Scarface said it would be difficult to conquer Building 10. We'll discuss it after we take Building 9. Lu Ruming frowned at this and quickly added, "Is Lin Yi really that formidable? With so many of us here, why should we fear him? Humph, what is there to fear? Can he really turn the tide alone? Besides, I have absolute confidence in my ability to eliminate him. I possess a secret weapon." Lu Ruming's interest peaked instantly. What secret weapon? However, at that moment, Chondi suddenly hesitated, his gaze evasive. "It's better that you don't know." Seeing his reluctance to divulge, Lu Ruming would not relent, immediately adopting a charming demeanor. No, I want to know." Unable to resist her charm, Chondi chuckled and said, "All right then, but you must promise not to tell anyone." "MHM, rest assured. I guarantee I won't breathe a word." "Very well. I'll show you." Chondi lifted the blanket at the head of the bed, revealing the bed frame in no time. He retrieved a handgun from beneath the bed. Lu Ruming blinked in astonishment, then scoffed, "You have plenty of toy guns, don't you?" At that moment, however, Chondi wore a mysterious smile and said quietly, "My dear, this is not a replica. This is the real deal." As he skillfully removed the magazine from the gun, Lu Ruming's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that such an unassuming individual could acquire a genuine firearm. It is well known that Long Country is one of the nations with the strictest gun control laws. Obtaining a real gun is exceedingly difficult. "Where did you get this gun?" Lu Ruming asked in astonishment. Seeing her reaction, Chundi felt a surge of satisfaction, reveling in her admiration. Lu Ruming's face momentarily expressed fear. In the eyes of the public, Police officers are sacred and untouchable figures. To kill a police officer is a grave crime. When did you kill a police officer? Lu Ruming questioned, her heart rate stabilizing as she recalled that since the snow disaster, murder had become an everyday occurrence. Countless individuals perish from the cold daily. You scared me. I thought you had killed a police officer before the snow disaster. Lu Ruming regained her composure. Heh. I didn't dare before, but now I truly don't care. With that, Chundi returned the handgun to its hiding place beneath the bed and pulled Lu Ruming into his embrace. Now that you have a gun, why should we fear Lin Yi? We could simply take him out, Lu Ruming suggested eagerly. That won't do. I cannot go out, and this gun is only for my use. I do not trust giving it to my subordinates. Chundi firmly rejected her proposal. Recognizing his resolute stance, Lu Ruming understood that persuading him to kill Lin Yi today was futile. As she conversed, she observed Chundi's reactions closely. When she mentioned a feast, his expression noticeably shifted. After finishing her statement, she refrained from discussing the matter further, lest her intentions become too apparent. After massaging his legs, she knelt behind Chundi to rub his shoulders. After a considerable time, Chundi finally spoke. I will consult Scarface. If we cannot take Building 9, we will attack Building 10 instead. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruming's heart leapt with excitement. She was eager to see how Lin Yi would survive this time. On the other side, after Scar had finished training the newcomers, he selected 30 individuals, preparing to launch an assault on Building 9. Jiyu Xiaoman had already devised her strategy. Throughout the day, she led the remaining members to unearth a series of traps. Upon completing this task, she meticulously inspected all potential entry points, sealing off the easily accessible areas with wooden boards, leaving only a single path for passage. Additionally, she scattered pushpins in the darker corners at the entrance, employing the principles of light to set her traps. With her numbers dwindling, she was no match for the formidable D family army that occupied 8 buildings. To avoid annihilation, her only recourse was to devise various methods to deplete the enemy's forces. Only in this manner could she ensure her own safety. Just as Gu Xiaoman was consumed with worry, a subordinate tasked with guarding rushed over. Boss, it's bad. The D family army is coming again. Gu Xiaoman's expression tightened, and she quickly rose to her feet. Notify all the brothers. Prepare for battle. Chapter 87. Another assault. Scar once again charged forward with his men, his demeanor grim as he surveyed Building 9. He noted that the doors and windows on the 4th and 5th floors had been boarded up, leaving only a single window for entry. Having clashed with Gu Xiaoman several times, he understood that the path left open was undoubtedly a premeditated design. However, with all other routes sealed, he could not dismantle the wooden boards in the biting cold of -60 degrees. Moreover, the enemy would not allow him the luxury of unimpeded access. Faced with this situation, Scar's expression darkened. He had never encountered such a tenacious adversary. Other units had also shown resistance, but usually, battles concluded within a day. Yet here, he had already squandered 2 days and incurred significant losses, which was rapidly sapping his patience. He strode boldly to the front of the building, grasping a megaphone, and shouted, "Listen up inside. I can offer you a chance to surrender. If you capitulate now, I will treat the past as if it never happened. But if you refuse, I guarantee that all of you will wish for a fate worse than death." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoman's subordinates immediately fell into a panic. They were merely ordinary individuals, and the specter of death instilled fear within them. Boss, what should we do now? Maybe we should just surrender. There are simply too many of them. Yes, boss. He said that if we surrender, he won't hold anything against us. We can always move to another community. Another added. We've already lost so many people. I don't want to die. Faced with her demoralized subordinates, Gu Xiaoman furrowed her brow. Fools, you know how ruthless he is. He can kill his own men without a second thought. We have already taken so many of their lives. How could he possibly let us go? This is merely a psychological tactic. If we truly surrender, we may face a fate worse than death. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Boss, then what should we do? Gu Xiaoman's gaze hardened as she replied coldly, if we wish to survive, we must fight them to the very end. With that, she approached the window and addressed Scar. Stop your empty threats. Show us what you're capable of. We will never surrender. Scar was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu Xiaoman. He had not expected his adversary to be such a beautiful woman. A flicker of greed surged within him. He licked his lips and smirked devilishly. Ah, so it's a woman. Why aren't you at home serving your man? What brings you out here to kill? I can offer you a special opportunity. Kneel before me now, and I will spare your life. At his insulting words, Gu Xiaoman's expression grew even colder. She was an exceptionally strong-willed woman, or else she would not have reached this point. Enough with the useless banter. If you have the ability, come and face me. Seeing her assertiveness, Scar felt a strange admiration. The woman before him was becoming increasingly appealing in his eyes. He was not angered. Instead, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he softly replied, "One day, I will have you bound to my bed, and you will submit to me with that." He turned to his subordinates, instructing, "You all go ahead and scout the path. Be cautious of the traps the enemy has set." Shortly thereafter, a dozen or so subordinates spread out, making their way toward the building. They were uncertain of the reasons behind their actions, each feeling a profound sense of trepidation. Suddenly, one of the front runners stumbled and fell through a hidden trap. The others, witnessing this, were gripped by fear. Halting in their tracks, their legs trembling, hesitant to take another step forward. Behind them, Scar barked in a commanding tone, "Move forward. Anyone who dares to flee will face my wrath." The weight of his brutality sent shivers down their spines, forcing them to continue moving forward. Having learned from the misfortune of the previous individual, they proceeded with extreme caution, testing every step before committing their weight. However, their tentative probing was insufficient to prevent the snow from collapsing. Before long, another fell into a trap, his body pierced by sharp implements, blood pouring forth and quickly congealing. The wave of dread washed over the remaining individuals, particularly Wang Liya, who had been on edge since his capture. It dawned on him that they were merely walking to their deaths. Despair swallowed him whole, and he could only walk forward, tears streaming down his face, as more and more fell victim to the traps. Few remained among the group. Wang Liya trembled uncontrollably, his complexion pale, each step feeling like an insurmountable burden. Time stretched on, and eventually, he found himself at the foot of building number 9, accompanied only by the last 3 survivors. Scar, observing that the traps had been revealed, broke into a sinister smile. "Brothers, charge forward." Only then did the true combatants beside Scar spring into action, following the path trodden by those before them. Witnessing this, Gu Xiaoman's frown deepened. She had underestimated Scar's ruthlessness. Initially, she believed these traps would diminish the enemy's fighting capacity, yet she never anticipated they would be circumvented in such a manner. Everyone, prepare for battle. At that moment, Lin Yi, having heard the commotion outside, ventured out to witness Scar leading his men in an assault on building number 9. He could not help but admire Gu Xiaoman's intelligence. To think she had conceived the idea of digging traps beneath the snow. Moreover, with her paltry numbers, she had managed to hold Scar at bay for 2 days, further igniting his desire to possess her. However, no matter how much Lin Yi yearned for her, he could not intervene to save her unless she acquiesced to his terms. This woman was exceedingly proud. If she were not properly subdued, she could pose a threat in the future. He had no intention of harboring potential dangers. It was the perfect opportunity to leverage the D family army to apply pressure on her. He did not believe Gu Xiaoman would choose death over surrender. After all, she had followed He Zhendong in her previous life. Soon enough, he saw Scar and his men storming into the building. However, as soon as they entered, a cacophony of screams erupted. An hour slipped by in an instant. Scar emerged from the building in disarray, his expression one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that Gu Xiaoman would repel him once again. It seemed she was not yet at her wit's end. Just as he contemplated this, his phone rang. Lin Yi opened it to find a call from Gu Xiaoman. A sly smile spread across his face. He surmised she was nearing her breaking point. Chapter 88. Luring the tiger from its den, Lin Yi answered the phone, his voice smooth and teasing. "Congratulations. You've driven Scar away once more, Lin Yi." "Spare me your sarcastic remarks," Gu Xiaoman retorted angrily. "Tell me, have you come to your senses this time?" Lin Yi, unfazed, cut straight to the point. Gu Xiaoman bit her lip in contemplation before finally saying, "Lin Yi, I suspect you've seen what is happening. These people are mad. If they conquer building number 9, you will be their next target. Aren't you even a little afraid? I believe we should collaborate to combat the D family army." Seeing that she still sought to negotiate terms with him, Lin Yi lost his patience. "That of course, I have my own trump cards. If that's all you wish to discuss, then we have nothing further to talk about. Call me when you've come to your senses. Wait. Just as Linny was about to hang up, Gu Xiaoman's urgent voice came through. What else is there? She had not sounded this frantic before. Indicating her genuine distress, it seemed she could no longer withstand Scar's next offensive. I accept your terms, but on the condition that you must agree to one of mine. I cannot simply abandon my brothers who have stood by me all this time. If you can equip them with the ability to resist the D family army, I will seek you out. Linny fell silent for a long moment, recognizing the validity of her reasoning. Yet he questioned why he should aid those who had previously sought his life. Remembering their past grievances, Linny sneered, Have you forgotten our previous enmity? Do you truly believe I would help them? I am aware that you would say that, but previously, Sun Chang's subordinates have all perished. The brothers I have now are from Building 9. They bear no personal grievances against you. Is that not sufficient? Linny fell silent once more. If that were the case, he could indeed lend a hand. Yet he could not guarantee that Gu Xiaoman would fulfill her promise. Furthermore, he always felt that Gu Xiaoman's agreement came a tad too swiftly, leaving him with an unsettling sense of discord. I understand your concerns. I shall undoubtedly honor my commitment. Once they possess the capability to withstand the D family's onslaught, I will promptly seek you out and leave you to decide the course of action. Upon hearing this, Linny replied, Very well, but should you dare to deceive me, you are well aware of the consequences. Rest assured, I will keep my word, came Gu Xiaoman's excited voice over the phone. Now, tell me how you wish for me to assist you. I require 20 of those crossbows you previously utilized, along with 500 arrows. Linny furrowed his brow slightly. Upon hearing this, he finally grasped the underlying issue. Gu Xiaoman's eagerness to comply seemed to be motivated by a desire for his weaponry. If he were to acquiesce and hand over the arms, how could he trust that she would uphold her end of the bargain afterward? With a scoff, Linny mused that had it not been for his memories from a past life, which revealed her cunning nature, he might have been deceived. Alas, it appeared that this woman would never submit to him unless she was utterly cornered. With this in mind, he resolved to observe the tricks Gu Xiaoman intended to employ. Very well, I shall place the items you requested downstairs at 2 o'clock this afternoon. You may send someone to retrieve them. Splendid, thank you, Linny. After this, Linny ended the call and began to make his preparations. He ascended to the rooftop. The distance between Building 9 and Building 10 was merely about 5 meters. After ensuring everything was secure, he tied one end of the rope to the rooftop of his building. Subsequently, he attempted to traverse the rope to the adjacent building. With his extraordinary abilities and physical prowess, which surpassed that of an ordinary person by twofold, this task was easily within his capabilities. With 3 hours remaining until the appointed time, Linny had a simple lunch and conducted further preparations. Dressed in his stab-proof attire and armed, he noticed that it was nearly 2 o'clock. Satisfied with the timing, he exited the safe house. He first placed a pile of firewood downstairs, covering it with a black cloth. From a distance, it would appear as though something lay beneath, while obscuring its true contents. Completing this task, Linny made his way to the rooftop, where the clock struck 2.1 by 1. Individuals from Building 9 stealthily emerged. Upon careful count, Linny noted a total of 15 people. Since Gu Xiaoman had requested 20 crossbows, it indicated that at least 5 more individuals remained in Building 9. Linny swiftly traversed the rope to the rooftop of Building 9 and directly entered the hallway. The corridor was eerily silent. He cautiously descended, uncertain of Gu Xiaoman's whereabouts, and gently knocked on a door. When it swung open, Linny swiftly slipped inside, quickly discovering that Gu Xiaoman resided in room 502. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he noticed a guard stationed outside room 502. To avoid drawing attention, Linny struck decisively. He covered the guard's mouth and delivered a swift blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Pressing his ear against the door, he could hear their conversation within. Boss, with this batch of weapons, we won't fear them anymore. Their imitation firearms, no matter how formidable, ultimately possess limited power. We shall catch them off guard. Indeed, that Linny is truly foolish. Our boss merely employed a slight ruse to deceive him. Humph. I never anticipated it would go so smoothly. Though he is indeed powerful, he lacks intelligence. This reveals that Linny is hardly a threat. Once we stabilize our position, we shall eliminate him. Heh, I've longed to deal with him. I heard he keeps a few beauties hidden away in his lair. We must indulge once we seize him. Listening to their exchange, Linny scoffed. His suspicions had proven correct. Jiu Xiaoman was indeed deceiving him, but fortunately, he had caught on. Had she not been so clever, he might never have had the opportunity to employ such a strategy. Now that their ranks were thin, he could seize this chance to take Gu Xiaoman away. With a sly grin, Lin Yi kicked the door open. Bang! Who is it? The occupants turned angrily towards the door. But their expressions shifted to shock as they recognized the intruder. Lin Yi, Chapter 89. The abduction. The subordinates sprang into action, grabbing their weapons to attack Lin Yi. He scoffed, retrieving a baseball bat. Dealing with him was a trivial matter. With a swift swing, he struck one of the assailants on the shoulder, causing him to howl in pain and collapse. Two others charged from either side. Attempting to flank Lin Yi, unperturbed, he sidestepped one attack and seized the arm of the other, throwing them into a tight embrace with each other. Moments later, both were left dazed on the ground. In mere seconds, Lin Yi had dispatched the remaining occupants. He turned to Gu Xiaoman, who gazed back at him in fright. How did you know I was deceiving you? She hastily drew a dagger, brandishing it at him with both hands. Lin Yi approached her steadily. As he lunged forward, Gu Xiaoman's expression shifted, and she turned to flee. However, she was no match for Lin Yi. Within moments, he had captured her. Desperately, Gu Xiaoman swung her arm, the dagger glimmering as it aimed for his abdomen. Lin Yi stepped back, feeling the blade graze past him without inflicting harm. Then, with a swift motion, he struck her hand, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. In an instant, Gu Xiaoman was filled with panic. She attempted to push Lin Yi away, but he remained unmoved. The next moment, he seized her hands and bound them tightly with rope. Die! She spat defiantly. Yet, at that moment, a familiar voice emerged from behind. Lin Yi recognized the voice and furrowed his brow, swiftly dodging as the newcomer missed their target. It was then that he realized it was Sun Chong, stumbling a few steps before turning to face him. From his appearance, it was clear he was gravely ill. Ah, so you are still alive, Lin Yi remarked with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Sun Chong's expression soured. Lin Yi, had it not been for you, I would not have ended up like this. Even if I must perish, I will drag you down with me. With that, he charged at Lin Yi once more. However, given his condition, he would likely meet his demise without even Lin Yi needing to intervene. Lin Yi merely sidestepped, causing Sun Chong to miss again. His breathing grew labored, and it seemed as if he had lost the strength to continue. Lin Yi, if you have any guts, don't run, he gasped weakly. With your current state, you should conserve your energy. Perhaps you might live a few more days, Lin Yi retorted with a chuckle. You're infuriating. Sun Chong's face darkened. He lunged at Lin Yi again, but this time, Lin Yi did not evade. He delivered a kick that sent Sun Chong sprawling to the ground, gasping for breath while coughing violently. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Lin Yi lost interest in engaging further. Rather than kill him, it would be more satisfying to let him witness the countdown of his own life. He retrieved another length of rope from his belongings and bound Gu Xiaoman completely, ensuring she could not escape. Once finished, he hoisted her over his shoulder and made his way outside. Let me go. Put me down, Gu Xiaoman protested, struggling against him. However, with her hands bound, her resistance was futile. Lin Yi arrived at the rooftop, however, carrying her made traversing the rope more challenging. He set Gu Xiaoman down and released her hands, stating, if you wish to live, do not resist. With that, Lin Yi lifted her into his arms, instructing her to wrap her arms around his neck and approached the rope. Jiu Xiaoman initially attempted to fight back, but upon seeing Lin Yi's hands gripping the rope, her body suspended in the air. She clung tightly to him, too frightened to move. Her eyes squeezed shut in terror. Noting her fearful expression, Lin Yi chuckled at, so, you have a fear of heights. Be careful not to fall. I do not wish to die. Gu Xiaoman exclaimed, eyes tightly shut in panic. Lin Yi laughed coldly and expertly climbed across. Upon reaching the rooftop of Building 10, Gu Xiaoman finally opened her eyes, exhaling deeply as if she had just escaped a calamity. Lin Yi once again bound her hands, and Gu Xiaoman ceased her struggles, appearing to accept her fate. Let us proceed, Lin Yi commanded, pulling on the rope as Gu Xiaoman followed behind. Soon, they reached the 10th floor. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman's subordinates finally arrived at the designated location in Building 10. Upon spotting the area covered by a black cloth, their excitement surged. Haha, we found it. It's right here. They hurriedly approached, but when they lifted the black cloth, Instead of discovering bows and crossbows, they found a pair of broken wooden logs, leaving them all in a state of shock. What is happening? Have we gone to the wrong place? Impossible. The boss said it was here. Damn, could it be that we've been played? The group exchanged glances, their faces immediately darkening. Yes, let us leave quickly. Inside the room, several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, and the main door had been kicked in. Their leader had completely vanished. At that moment, they spotted Sun Chong, who was struggling on the ground. They rushed over to inquire about the situation. Where is the boss? Sun Chong recounted what had just transpired. The expressions of the group instantly soured. You Lin Yi, brothers, let us go find him and rescue the boss. With that, they set out towards the exit. However, just as they reached the doorway, Scarface and his men returned. Upon seeing Scarface, their hearts sank and panic ensued. Time swiftly passed to 6 in the evening. Scarface had completely taken control of Building 9, yet he still had not located Gu Xiaoman. After a round of brutal interrogation, he learned that she had been captured by Lin Yi. Consequently, he began to mercilessly torment those who had previously resisted him. By 9 o'clock that evening, these individuals had been tortured to death. After disposing of them, Scarface unceremoniously tossed their bodies into a pit they had previously dug, covering them with snow. He glanced towards the direction of Building 10, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. In Building 10, Wang Zihan lay on her bed, her body's hunger preventing her from falling asleep. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Lin Yi. Tossing and turning, she slowly rose and walked outside. She gently pushed open her door and soon arrived at Lin Yi's doorstep. Chapter 90. Emotion. After hesitating for a moment, she knocked on the door. Lin Yi, who was about to sleep, heard the noise. He checked the surveillance and was surprised to see Wang Zihan. He then got up and opened the door. What is the matter? Wang Zihan felt a bit shy upon seeing Lin Yi. She lowered her head, her hands unconsciously clenching together. Quickly, she said, I'm hungry. I want to trade food with you. Lin Yi reopened the door and after a moment of silence said, Come in. Wang Zihan's face lit up with joy as she hurried inside. She looked around the room, her face radiating a smile, her heart filled with longing. How wonderful it would be to live here, yet she knew Lin Yi would never allow her to stay. Nevertheless, being able to obtain food from him was already a significant blessing. As she admired her surroundings, she removed her excess clothing, as it was simply too warm inside. After closing the door, Lin Yi approached Wang Zihan. She gazed at him, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart whenever she saw him. Once again, she silently lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Although Lin Yi was indeed a bit domineering, he was infinitely better than those she had encountered before. Those individuals only sought to possess her body without offering any food, while Lin Yi genuinely provided her sustenance and was trustworthy. Moreover, it is natural for a girl to have a fondness for her first love. If possible, she would willingly maintain such a relationship with Lin Yi. Wang Zihan's cheeks flushed as she felt embarrassed by her thoughts. However, when she calmed down, she realized that her heart was still preoccupied with Lin Yi. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Stop standing there like a fool. Didn't he want food? Lin Yi remarked before heading towards the bedroom. 2 hours later, Wang Zihan nestled in Lin Yi's embrace. She was utterly exhausted after the 2-hour ordeal. With her stomach growling from hunger and after enduring high-intensity exertion, she felt a bit dizzy. Could I possibly have a little more to eat? I'm so hungry, Wang Zihan said, a bit dazed. She hadn't eaten in so long, and this morning she had only been given 3 packets of instant noodles. Now, she felt as though she might faint from hunger. With that in mind, Lin Yi rose and went to the living room. Considering her earlier performance, he decided to reward her. Subsequently, Lin Yi retrieved a plate of steaming oil-braised shrimp from his space and brought it into the room. Upon seeing the dish in Lin Yi's hands, Wang Zihan's eyes widened in astonishment. She fixated on the plate of shrimp, her mouth watering as she repeatedly swallowed. However, she did not dare to be greedy, knowing how precious such food was. But when Lin Yi placed the entire plate of oil-braised shrimp before her, Wang Zihan was momentarily stunned. She gazed at Lin Yi in disbelief and cautiously asked, Is this for me? Don't you want it? Lin Yi chuckled. Hearing this, Wang Zihan quickly shook her head and eagerly accepted the plate with both hands, fearful that Lin Yi might take it away. Haha, considering how well you performed today, I'm giving you this plate as a reward. Wang Zihan was instantly moved to tears at the same time. Her heart felt warm. It turned out that making Lin Yi happy could lead to more rewards. She hurriedly grabbed a shrimp and popped it into her mouth, not even bothering to discard the shell, devouring it whole. These remnants, which she once deemed fit for the trash, now tasted delicious. Soon, the entire plate of oil-braised shrimp was devoured. Wiping her hands and mouth, Wang Zihan rubbed her slightly protruding belly. After enduring the snow disaster for so long, she had finally eaten to her heart's content, and it had been a delightful meal. In that moment, she experienced a level of satisfaction she had never known before. All right, you've eaten and drunk enough. You may leave now. With that, Lin Yi placed 3 packets of instant noodles on the table. Upon hearing this, Wang Zihan felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, she put on her clothes, picked up the noodles from the table, and departed. Lying in bed, Lin Yi's figure lingered in her mind. Today she had witnessed a different side of him. She felt that Lin Yi was genuinely kind, providing her with oil-braised shrimp, and he had never forced her. Everything was willingly given, and in her heart, Lin Yi had already become her man. Lost in thought, Wang Zihan couldn't help but smile to herself. She secretly resolved to treat Lin Yi better in the future and hoped to live in that warm, comfortable house with hot water. Before long, she gradually drifted into a dream. At 8 in the morning, Scarface appeared outside Chindi's door. He gently knocked. Soon, Lu Rumming opened the door. Scarface didn't even glance at her or say a word. He simply walked straight in. Chindi was still lazily lying in bed. Upon seeing Scarface's arrival, he propped himself up on his hand and looked at him. What's the news? Building 9 has been successfully taken. Today, we plan to assault Building 10. Upon hearing this, Chindi's eyes brightened. Good. Let us quickly take down Building 10 and eliminate that Lin Yi, then I can move in with my little darling. He continued. I've heard that Lin Yi possesses high-powered bows and crossbows. Our weapons are insufficient. Could I possibly borrow your gun? Hearing this, Chindi immediately became alert, looking at Scarface with suspicion. That's out of the question. I will never part with this gun. Even if he has bows and crossbows, he has only one person. Can't we handle him with our numbers? A murderous glint flickered in Scarface's eyes but disappeared almost instantly. Understood. With that, he turned and left. Once Scarface had exited, Lu Rumming quickly closed the door. Each time she encountered Scarface, fear welled up within her. She hurried to Chindi's side, snuggling into his embrace, and said, That was terrifying. He is so frightening. Chindi laughed, holding Lu Rumming close. Don't worry about him. I have a gun, and he can't harm you. Yes, yes, Lu Rumming nodded vigorously, continuing to ask, Who exactly is this Scarface? Chapter 91. Residents knock again. He is just a rapist, apparently a member of some gang. Dio, you remember the police officer I mentioned before? Lu Rumming nodded. Chindi continued. We used to live in the same building. I heard that the officer was there to capture Scarface, but due to the heavy snow, he couldn't leave. One time, that officer came to borrow food from me, and I saw them together. Scarface secretly slipped me a note, begging me to save him, claiming that this snowstorm wouldn't cease, and if I rescued him, he would follow me. Initially, I didn't believe him, but as the days passed and the snow showed no signs of stopping, I realized he was right. So, I killed that officer with a single blow and took his gun. With the gun and Scarface's assistance, I formed the D family army. However, upon learning the backstory, Lu Rumming's disdain for Chindi deepened. He is just a pathetic loser. Without that gun, Scarface wouldn't even consider serving him. It seems this fat idiot is so reliable after all. Lu Rumming felt a pang of regret. If only she had courted Scarface from the start, things might have turned out better. In Building 10, news of the fall of Building 9 had spread throughout. Everyone became anxious, gathering to discuss countermeasures. What should we do now? They're going to target our building next. Yes, perhaps we should plead with Lin Yi again. Only he can save us now. Previously, he had driven away Sun Chong and his men. He is indeed our only hope. With so many resources at Lin Yi's disposal, he is surely afraid, and when the time comes, we can share some supplies with him. Yes, yes, what are we waiting for? Let us seek out Lin Yi. With that, a throng of people marched once again to Lin Yi's doorstep. Upon knocking, Lin Yi opened the surveillance and saw the crowd outside. He was well aware of their intentions. But he had no concern for their fates. He had not forgotten their previous words. Lin Yi approached the door and opened the peephole. The moment they saw Lin Yi, smiles broke out among the crowd. Lin Yi, we have come to apologize for our previous actions. Yes, yes, after reflecting for a few days, we realize we were in the wrong, and we should not have spoken to you that way. Lin E, please find it in your heart to forgive us. Linny chuckled softly. Well then, speak plainly. What is it that you want? As he said this, the crowd grew tense. Linny, those people across the street just took down building No. 9 yesterday. We are the only ones left in this building, and they will undoubtedly take action. Indeed. Shouldn't we discuss how to deal with them? Lin E, I understand we have wronged you in the past. But now, with a formidable enemy before us, we must set aside personal grievances and unite against this common threat. Listening to their words, Lin E let out a cold laugh. Have you all finished? I reiterate, I will not partake in any of your actions. You may confront whoever you wish, just do not involve me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. Did they not know their own worth? Without Lin E, who would dare to confront the D family army? Lin E, I know you are still angry with us, but this is not the time for such feelings. Yes, we truly understand our mistakes. Even if you do not care for us, you should at least consider your own safety. Think about it. Will they let you off lightly? Exactly. You have so many supplies at home. If you do not accept our help, you cannot defend it alone. At this, Linny smirked disdainfully. Their motives had finally been laid bare. After all this talk, it was merely about their own resources. You need not worry about my affairs. Is there anything else? If not, I shall close the door. Lin Yi's attitude caused the crowd's expressions to darken further. Lin Yi, we are doing this for your own good. We are discussing cooperation. If we resist the D family army together, you will share some supplies with us. Isn't that a win-win situation? Why do you refuse? Right. Do not let your previous victory over Sun Chong inflate your pride. The D family army is far more numerous and formidable. Lin Yi, I advise you to think carefully and not make decisions you will regret. Lin Yi interrupted with a cold laugh. Have you finished? If you truly fear the D family army, you should be strategizing how to confront them. Not wasting your breath here, I will confront the D family army, but I will not collaborate with you. What happens to you is of no concern to me. With that, Lin Yi closed the peephole. He would not trust these people. They might agree to cooperate one moment and betray him the next. He had seen too much of this in his past life. Thus, he would rather stand alone than ally with those he did not trust. Moreover, these people were utterly useless. They would likely cower before the first sign of battle. Upon seeing Lin Yi shut the peephole, the crowd erupted in curses. Lin Yi, you little brat, just wait for the D family army to finish you off. Damn it, you are truly ungrateful. We are doing this for your own good. And you dare treat us like this, Lin Yi, just wait for your demise. As their insults continued unabated, Lin Yi opened his phone. He activated the surveillance at the staircase of the 10th floor and turned on the speakerphone at maximum volume. Then he declared, the D family army has arrived. Instantly, the faces of the crowd turned pale with fear. Run! The D family army is here. My God! Help! Run! The crowd scattered like birds and beasts. Observing their panic, Lin Yi could not help but chuckle. Such cowardice, and they dared to claim they would resist the D family army? It was utterly laughable. As the crowd dispersed, silence fell once again. Lin Yi comfortably reclined on the sofa and resumed watching television. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly heard a commotion in the hallway. Accompanied by the sound of pounding on the door, Lin Yi frowned and quickly accessed the surveillance. The footage revealed a group of individuals wielding imitation weapons, ruthlessly kicking the door in no time. The door warped under the assault, and they violently dragged the occupants out, throwing them to the ground. Soon, there came a series of knocks at his own door. Lin Yi quickly checked the area in front of his door, where several fully armed individuals stood watch. Seeing this, Lin Yi's expression turned cold. The D family army had arrived. Chapter 92. A clash once more. Scarface followed closely behind. Scarface, this is Lin Yi's home. One of his men pointed out. Break down the door. Scarface ordered with a grim expression. That won't do, Scarface. We've all tried, and this door is unyielding, a subordinate hastily replied. Hearing this, Scarface's face darkened. Could Lin Yi's home truly be an impregnable fortress? Doubting his luck, he seized an axe from a nearby lackey and struck the door with all his might. The moment the axe made contact, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the building. Scarface quickly checked the door, only to find it miraculously intact. His axe, on the other hand, had become dulled. Scarface's temper flared slightly. He discarded the axe and grabbed a heavy hammer, striking the wall with force. Another dull thud echoed, but the wall merely shed a bit of plaster, sustaining no real damage. Not even a scratch. Upon witnessing this, Scarface's expression darkened further. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. You lot stay guard here. The rest of you follow me to the rooftop. Soon, Scarface and a group of men ascended to the rooftop. You all climb down to Lin Yi's place using the rope? I refuse to believe his windows are equally resilient. The lackeys hurriedly got to work, but as they secured the rope and peered down, they were drenched in cold sweat. Scarface, what is that below? One lackey exclaimed in panic. Scarface furrowed his brow but approached nonetheless. Upon seeing a rope tied to something swaying gently in the air, his expression shifted. Is that a corpse? Has someone already attempted to breach Lin Yi's window? Just as he pondered this, a trembling lackey asked, Scarface, should we still descend? What kind of question is that? How else will we know if it's possible? Scarface retorted sharply. The lackeys exchanged glances, their expressions shifting nervously before they grasped the rope and began to descend slowly. Before long, they reached Lin Yi's floor and pulled out their tools, striking at Lin Yi's window with fervor. Yet after a while, their hands grew sore from the impact, and the glass remained unscathed. Reluctantly, they had to signal for those above to hoist them back up. Soon, they were drawn back up, and the lackeys hurriedly reported their findings. Scarface's face was now a deep shade of anger. Lin Yi's home truly was a fortress, and they were at an impasse. Humph! Since we cannot get in, we shall wait here. I refuse to believe he will not emerge. With that, Scarface led his men swiftly back down from the rooftop, leaving a few lackeys to guard Lin Yi's home while the others spread out across the floors, taking control of all the residents in the building. Lin Yi had been observing every movement outside. Seeing that only a few remained at the door, he chuckled softly. Is this all they have? They underestimate me far too much. Beside him, Song Zhao Di could no longer contain herself. She quickly urged, Brother Lin, let us break out. All right, Lin Yi nodded. They swiftly donned stab-resistant vests and armed themselves. Approaching the door quietly, they found only 3 individuals standing outside. Their positions were somewhat scattered, and one was perfectly positioned to be taken out by the door's mechanism. While Lin Yi and Song Zhao Di could each handle one of the remaining 2, Song Zhao Di followed closely behind Lin Yi, her excitement palpable as she readied her crossbow, aiming at the door, prepared to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Yi triggered the mechanism, shooting several steel needles at the nearest foe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 needles embedded themselves in his body. The man fell to the ground, howling in agony. The other 2, hearing the commotion and seeing their companion writhing in pain, rushed forward to investigate. At that moment, Lin Yi swung the door open with a swift motion, while Song Zhao Di fired an arrow. Whoosh, thud. The arrow pierced one man's heart, leaving him no chance to scream before he fell lifelessly. Witnessing her precise shot, Lin Yi could not help but express his admiration. After several days of intense practice, Song Zhaodi's accuracy had completely surpassed his. The last of the underlings was visibly shaken, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Lin Yi, and the next moment, he sprang to his feet. Intent on fleeing downstairs, Lin Yi, however, was quick to pursue him, swinging a baseball bat that struck Rin squarely on the back of the head. With a dull thud, the man's skull caved in, and his body went rigid before it tumbled down the stairs. Immediately after, Lin Yi delivered a second blow to the first person who had fallen. Within moments, all 3 lay lifeless. The commotion had not gone unnoticed. Those above and below rushed to investigate. Upon seeing Lin Yi emerge, they were instantly on high alert, raising their weapons to aim at him and open fire. Lin Yi swiftly dodged, as several steel pellets ricocheted off the walls. At that moment, Song Zhaodi squeezed the trigger once more, and an arrow flew forth, striking one man directly in the heart. The man displayed a pained expression, and before he could cry out, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Another individual hastily aimed his weapon at Lin Yi again, but this time, Lin Yi was not about to grant him that opportunity. As the steel pellet hurtled towards him, he activated his spatial ability, instantly absorbing the projectile into another dimension. The assailant's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had encountered a monster. In the next instant, he instinctively turned to flee, yet Song Zhaodi had already knocked another arrow and pulled the trigger. As he turned, the arrow pierced through his armpit and into his body. After dispatching these assailants, Lin Yi collected the realistic firearms scattered on the ground. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. He realized that their reinforcements had arrived. Soon, Scarface and his men reached the scene. As he surveyed the multiple corpses on the ground, his fury erupted. Damn it! What a bunch of useless fools! He scrutinized the arrows embedded in the bodies, his expression shifting dramatically. Each arrow had struck the vital heart area, ensuring instant death. Lin Yi possessed such formidable strength. Contemplating this, his brow furrowed in concern. Those who had encountered Lin Yi earlier were all dead, leaving him oblivious to the entire sequence of events or the number of attackers. However, the evidence suggested 3 distinct types of wounds on the bodies. One from arrows, another from blunt force, and the third from steel needles. This indicated that at least 2 individuals had initiated the assault, one wielding a blunt instrument and the other employing ranged weaponry. If that were the case, then they were indeed facing a formidable challenge. Scarface's eyes narrowed, a sinister smile slowly creeping across his face. Chapter 93, Strategy Retreat. With that, Scarface made his way downstairs, followed closely by the other underlings. They soon arrived on the ground floor, where Scarface addressed his men. Notify all residents of this building to send a representative to the rooftop. Anyone willing to join me in dealing with Lin Yi will be exempt from this month's protection fees. Whoever helps me capture Lin Yi will be promoted to captain. Those living in this building must know how to deal with him. Yes. The underlings quickly dispersed, rushing to various floors. At Wang Zihan's home, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Wang Dongliang trembled as he approached and opened it, anxiously inquiring, "Brothers, is there something else you need?" One of the men outside spoke arrogantly. Scarface said that each household must send a representative to the rooftop. Upon hearing the mention of the rooftop, Wang Dongliang's heart skipped a beat. He quickly grabbed the departing individual, pressing for more information. "Brother, what do we need to go to the rooftop for?" The underling, visibly impatient, replied. Scarface promised that anyone willing to confront Lin Yi will have this month's protection fee waived, and those who assist in killing him can become captains. You can all offer your suggestions. With that, the 2 men moved on to knock on the next door. Wang Dongliang's mind began to race. They had previously attempted to curry favor with Lin Yi but had met with failure. Now, the D family army was extending an olive branch, and the terms were exceedingly tempting. If he could become the captain, they would no longer have to worry about food. As this thought crossed his mind, he became increasingly excited, calling for his wife and daughter to discuss the opportunity. "Dad, what has you so excited?" Wang Zihan, sensing an ominous premonition, asked. "Haha, a tremendous opportunity," Wang Dongliang replied. "Zihan, your father knows you have endured many grievances. Now, there is a chance for you to exact revenge." At this, Wang Zihan's heart sank. She instantly deduced that it must pertain to Lin Yi. She forced a smile, saying, "I have no grievances, and besides, Lin Yi always provides food for our family. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived this long." Wang Dongliang's expression shifted as he adjusted his glasses, continuing, "Zihan, you're still young and may not understand what affection is. Although you've had that experience with him, it does not imply that you share feelings. He only threatened you when you were at your most vulnerable. In other words, his actions constitute a crime. Do you understand? Dad, what are you planning?" Wang Zihan looked at him in alarm. Wang Dongliang grinned sinisterly, whispering, "You need to lure Lin Yi out, and then we can let the D family army take care of him. This way, you can exact your revenge, and your father can become the captain. Once I achieve that, our family will no longer have to worry about food." Hearing this, Wang Zihan's heart plummeted. She had thought she merely had a crush on Lin Yi, but now, upon realizing that her father intended to harm him, her heart was filled with dread. A profound fear of loss. It dawned on her that she had indeed fallen deeply in love with Lin Yi. Resolute, she stood up and gazed at Wang Dongliang, declaring, "Dad, I will never betray Lin Yi. You can abandon this idea." Wang Dongliang was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening gradually. The D family army had notified the entire building, and nearly every household had sent a representative to the rooftop. They braved the biting wind, huddled together in a corner. Is what the D family army said true? Will they really waive our protection fees for a month? They wouldn't go door to door if it weren't true. That Lin Yi is so ungrateful. He deserves to be resisted by everyone in the building. Humph. He must be regretting his decisions now. If he had listened to us sooner, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Shoo, don't say anything. They're coming. The crowd fell silent. Scarface soon arrived on the rooftop with his underlings. A jagged scar extended from his left eye to his right mouth, rendering his face particularly menacing. The gathered individuals all kept their heads down, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Satisfied, Scarface relished the sight of others cowering before him. I brought you here to ask if anyone knows how to deal with Lin A. Feel free to speak up, such as identifying his weaknesses or the whereabouts of his family. That moment. One voice timidly spoke up, Scar, is it true that you'll waive our protection fees for a month? Scarface smirked wickedly. Of course it's true. As long as you help me deal with Lin E, I will keep my promise. All right, I'll join you in taking on Lin E. I'll also join in. He treated us so poorly before, and I've long found him unbearable. Yes, he wouldn't even give us a bit of food back then. It's all his own fault. Scarface was taken aback by the fervor of the crowd. He hadn't anticipated that Lin E was so universally despised. Lin E, it seems even fate has turned against you. Scarface grinned deviously, continuing, excellent. Do any of you have leads to offer? Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. Scarface's expression darkened as he observed the scene. They had all hurled insults at Lin E, each more scathing than the last. Yet when it came time to offer suggestions, they were all mute. What a worthless bunch! Just as he was about to dismiss them, a figure in the crowd spoke up with a chuckle. Scar, perhaps I have an idea to lure Lin E out. Scarface turned to him. A wicked smile forming on his lips. Wonderful, what is your name? I'm Wang Dongliang. Go on. What plan do you have to enable me to kill Lin E? He glanced over his shoulder, and Scarface furrowed his brow. Saying, the others may leave now. The crowd, eager to hear more, had no choice but to depart the rooftop. Once they had all left, Wang Dongliang smiled and said, Scar, Lin E is quite the lecher. He previously coerced my daughter into compromising situations. And now they have developed feelings for each other. I plan to exploit this to ensnare him. Upon hearing this, Scarface's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He regarded Wang Dongliang with a smile, saying, well done. If you succeed in this matter, you shall become the captain of Building 10. Wang Dongliang beamed with joy at this prospect, but then his expression darkened. Recalling his daughter's stance, he quickly added, Scar, however, my daughter has been enchanted by that Lin E scoundrel. So she may not cooperate with us. Scarface grinned malevolently. That is a minor detail you need not concern yourself with. Chapter 94. Bridging the gap at this moment, Scar remarked, you go fetch her. I shall handle her. Understood, boss, Wang Dongliang replied, ingratiatingly. Having spoken, he hastily descended. Scar's lips curled slightly, seemingly quite pleased with Wang Dongliang's deference. Hiding within the confines of her room, Wang Zihan trembled at the sound, fully aware of Wang Dongliang's intentions. Dad, I would never harm Lin E. Abandon such thoughts. My daughter, what nonsensical words are you uttering? What does Lin E mean to you? If he truly cared for you, would he allow our family to suffer like this? You are merely enchanted by him. Listen to me. Once we lure him out, riches and glory will be ours. I refuse to listen. I refuse. Wang Zihan protested, blocking her ears and burying herself under the covers. Seeing that shouting proved futile, Wang Dongliang's anger surged, and he bellowed, Wang Zihan, come out at once. You will go, whether you like it or not. Hearing the commotion, Zihan's mother rushed over. Yet, regardless of their calls, it was to no avail. This ungrateful child. Watch how I deal with her. With that, Wang Dongliang kicked the door open and stormed inside, yanking the covers away and forcefully pulling Wang Zihan up. Come with me, Dad. I won't go. Let me go. Wang Zihan struggled fiercely. At that moment, her mother approached, pulling her outward while saying, Daughter, please listen to your father. Thus, Wang Zihan was forcibly dragged outside. Soon, they arrived at the rooftop. From a distance, Wang Dongliang shouted, Boss, I've brought the girl. Scar's eyes lit up as he beheld Wang Zihan, a wicked smile slowly forming on his lips as he licked his parched mouth. Well done. I shall take it from here. Scar advanced towards Wang Zihan. Upon sighting him, her expression turned to one of sheer terror. Wang Dongliang hastily urged, What are you hesitating for? Address the boss. Although she was visibly anxious, Wang Zihan remained silent. Observing this, Wang Dongliang's countenance darkened, and he raised his hand to strike her. At that moment, Scar intervened, saying, No need for that. Wang Dongliang reluctantly lowered his hand, glaring at Wang Zihan as he boomed, "Hurry up and thank the boss." Wang Zihan trembled slightly. It was the first time he had ever shouted at her in such a manner. With a sorrowful gaze, she looked at Wang Dongliang and firmly declared, "I will not assist you in harming Lin Yi." "You?" Wang Dongliang's pupils constricted, instantly tensing up. He quickly addressed Scar, "Boss, my daughter has been bewitched by Lin Yi. Please do not be angry." "Ha ha ha, it's all right. I rather enjoy this feisty attitude." Scar chuckled, his amusement evident. Wang Dongliang, relieved by his response, watched as Scar approached Wang Zihan, lifting his hand towards her face. Wang Zihan furrowed her brow and quickly turned her head away. Scar's expression shifted, his hand lingering in the air for a moment before he lowered it. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "You must heed your father's words. Shortly, we will take you to Lin Yi's house. You must lure him out, and in doing so, I can guarantee the safety of your family." With that, Scar rose and flashed her a wicked grin. Upon hearing him, Wang Zihan felt a surge of anxiety, uncertainty washing over her as tears welled in her eyes. Before long, she was led away by the two men, making their way towards Lin Yi's residence. Such things are likely an inherent trait of men. Few would be indifferent to firearms. In his previous life, he had been shot once, acutely aware of the weapon's power. Yet, he remained oblivious to the identity of the individual who had modified this gun. Lin Yi pondered the elusive leader of the D family army, suspecting that these imitation guns had been altered by him. He inspected the magazine and noted the absence of steel balls. Recalling that he had just collected one from his spatial realm, he contemplated retrieving it. However, the moment he activated his spatial abilities to extract the steel ball, it shot forth as if just fired, hurtling towards Lin Yi. Startled, he instinctively dodged, his reflexes, twice that of an average person, allowing him to evade effortlessly. The steel ball struck the wall, leaving a dent before falling to the ground. Lin Yi hastily picked it up, his mind racing with questions. How could the steel ball behave in such a manner? He recalled that the ball had been moving rapidly when collected. Could it be that the force acting upon it was preserved during retrieval? This revelation brought to mind outer space. His anomalous space paralleled the environment of outer space, meaning that the forces acting on objects would not dissipate. This discovery filled him with elation, yet he needed to test his theory further. Thus, he quickly called for Song Zhaodi. "Zhaodi, fire this gun at me," Lin Yi instructed, handing her the imitation firearm. Song Zhaodi, taken aback, quickly protested, "That's out of the question. It could hurt you." "Not to worry. Just aim in my direction." Lin Yi reassured her. "Very well," she relented, albeit reluctantly. Soon, she pulled the trigger aimed at Lin Yi's left shoulder. The moment the bullet was fired, Lin Yi activated his spatial abilities, instantly drawing the bullet into his anomalous space. Song Zhaodi was momentarily stunned, searching the room for the bullet. "Brother Lin, where's the bullet?" she queried, suspecting it might have jammed. However, upon inspecting the gun, she confirmed it was indeed empty. With a smile, Lin Yi pointed to the side wall. "Look at the wall." Song Zhaodi quickly followed his gesture. Bang! The bullet struck the wall with a resounding thud, then bounced off the tiled floor, rolling to a stop at Song Zhaodi's feet. Astonished, she picked up the bullet and looked at Lin Yi. "Brother Lin, why did the bullet change direction when I shot it?" "Ah, I shall explain it to you later," he replied, certain now of his hypothesis. This discovery also transformed his previously insufficient combat abilities. As he contemplated, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Chapter 95. Coercion. Lin Yi frowned slightly, quickly checking the surveillance. His expression tightened further upon seeing members of the D family army holding Wang Zihan at the door. In an instant, he grasped their intent. They aimed to use Wang Zihan as leverage against him. "Lin Yi, take a look. If you don't want anything to happen to her, come out now." At that moment, Wang Zihan began to struggle vehemently. "Lin Yi, don't listen to them. They want to kill you." The two members of the D family army, upon hearing her, exchanged menacing glances and swiftly covered her mouth. Witnessing this, Lin Yi remained composed. He had a fair understanding of Wang Zihan, suspecting it might be a ruse they had orchestrated. Moreover, he noticed Wang Dongliang trailing behind Scar, ingratiating himself with a servile demeanor. Clearly, he thought himself hidden away, but it was apparent that this was likely a conspiracy devised by both father and daughter. Realizing this, Lin Yi felt no inclination to shy away from their game. He examined other surveillance feeds, noting the floor was teeming with individuals. With a cold smirk, he approached the door and opened the peephole. Addressing those outside, he stated, "Do not harm her." Upon seeing Lin Yi, Wang Zihan struggled even more fiercely, while the two men held her tightly, their grip becoming increasingly rough. Wang Zihan winced in pain, her mouth muffled, only able to emit muffled sounds. However, tears streamed down her face. Lin Yi furrowed his brow again. Her demeanor appeared genuine, not an act. Could it be that she truly worried for his safety? If so, this conspiracy was indeed Wang Dongliang's desperate attempt to curry favor with Scar. He recalled the first time he met Wang Dongliang, who had eagerly introduced Wang Zihan to him, an overt gesture. Given Wang Dongliang's character, such a betrayal was entirely plausible. With this thought, Lin Yi's expression hardened. To sacrifice his own daughter for his ambitions was utterly despicable. Yet now, he needed to ensure Wang Zihan's safety and devise a plan to rescue her, which posed a considerable challenge. That moment, Scar stepped forward, flashing a sinister smile. "Lin Yi, if you wish to prevent her from coming to harm, we can discuss matters now." With no viable options, Lin Yi decided to hear their proposal. "What do you have in mind?" "Quite simple. Hand over half of your supplies, and I shall release her, allowing you to reunite." "What do you say?" After contemplating, Lin Yi realized they were unaware of the extent of his resources. It was prudent to rescue Wang Zihan first. "Fine. I agree to your terms, but it must be a handover of both the person and the goods simultaneously." Scar, sensing Lin Yi's swift compliance, was now certain of the depth of their bond. Given his readiness to agree so readily, he believed he could leverage more from the situation. Upon realizing this, he spoke coldly, "That is out of the question. It is merely one of the conditions." "Oh, then what other conditions do you have?" At this, Lin Yi's expression instantly turned frosty. "Heh, I also demand your house." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi comprehended that the individual was not genuinely interested in negotiating with him, but rather testing his resolve. Should he acquiesce, the man's objective would be achieved. If he refused, the torment of Wang Zihan would persist until he capitulated. Contemplating this, Lin Yi replied in a low voice, "It seems your appetite is quite insatiable. I am rather selfish by nature. I shall never place myself in a perilous situation. As for my house, you can abandon that thought. I will not relinquish it." "Oh, so you are indifferent to her fate." As he spoke, Scar pressed a knife against Wang Zihan's throat. Lin Yi's fury surged within him. He detested threats against him. Just as he prepared to confront Scar, Wang Dongliang rushed in, panic-stricken. "Boss, this is my daughter. Please do not harm her." Scar shot him a glare, barking, "Get lost." Wang Dongliang trembled, glancing between Scar and Wang Zihan, ultimately retreating to the side. Witnessing this, Lin Yi was filled with disdain. A man who could not even stand up for his daughter in danger was hardly a man at all. Wang Zihan, too, felt a wave of disappointment. She never expected that she was less significant to him than his role as captain. In that moment, her heart grew cold. She looked at Lin Yi, a glimmer of determination and reluctance flashing in her eyes. "You can go to hell." At that instant, she suddenly broke free, drawing a fruit knife from her pocket and lunging at Scar. Scar raised an eyebrow, swiftly seizing Wang Zihan's hand. With a forceful grip, the fruit knife clattered to the ground. "You filthy bitch, you dare to try to kill me." Scar shoved Wang Zihan to the ground. "Damn it, today I will have my way with you in front of everyone." As he approached Wang Zihan, unfastening his belt, she recoiled in terror, pleading, "Don't come any closer, please." Wang Zihan's fear intensified as she backed away. But the space was limited, and soon she found herself cornered against the wall. The onlookers erupted into jeers, amplifying her terror. "Boss, please don't do this to my daughter. There are so many people here. How about I arrange a room for you?" Wang Dongliang hurriedly interjected. Scar's expression darkened, and he swiftly kicked him down. Coincidentally, Wang Dongliang's head struck the staircase, rendering him rigid. "Ah, Dad." Wang Zihan cried out, tears streaming down her face. Despite Wang Dongliang's past transgressions against her, he was still her father, and there was an emotional bond between them. Old Wang. Wang Zihan's mother began to weep, helplessly watching her husband's lifeless body from the ground. Yet, she quickly rose, her face twisted in rage, charging at Scar. "I'll fight you." "Humph! Old hag, die!" Scar drew a long knife and struck. Wang Zihan's mother was instantly wounded, blood gushing forth. Wang Zihan's body trembled again as she witnessed her parents perish before her eyes. Such devastation plunged her into profound anguish. Just then, Scar reached out for her once more, seizing Wang Zihan and pinning her against the wall. As Scar prepared to act, Lin Yi could no longer contain his fury and burst through the door. Scar, hearing the commotion, wore a sinister smile. This was precisely his intent, to lure Lin Yi out. "Brothers, kill him," Scar bellowed. Simultaneously, those lurking in the shadows emerged, brandishing replica guns and unleashing a barrage of fire upon Lin Yi. Chapter 96. In truth, I am a magician. In an instant, a hail of bullets rained down on Lin Yi. Scar erupted into maniacal laughter. However, as time passed, his expression began to freeze in disbelief. The bullets rained down upon Lin Yi, yet not a single one struck him. Moreover, these steel balls seemed to vanish inexplicably. How is this possible? He ordered his men to cease fire. To avoid raising suspicion, Lin Yi deliberately left the misfired steel balls scattered about. "Kid, what have you done?" Scar's face darkened. Lin Yi chuckled. With your shooting skills, it is no wonder you cannot hit me while I stand still. Don't you dare make excuses. How did you do it? There is no way so many bullets could miss you. Scar's face contorted into a snarl. "To tell you the truth, I am a magician," Lin Yi declared with a grin. "What?" Scar was momentarily taken aback. His underlings exchanged bewildered glances. "You dare to mock me? A magician uses props, and these are all real weapons. Even if he were a magician, it would be impossible for him to accomplish this." Realizing this, Scar's face twisted with rage once more. "If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate." With that, a flurry of steel balls was unleashed. Each of his men received at least 10 shots. The hallway echoed with their wails. Scar's gaze darted to his fallen subordinates, and a sense of panic washed over him. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Meanwhile, Lin Yi focused his attention on Scar. The few subordinates in front of Scar hastily retreated in fright. To avoid harming Wang Zihan, Lin Yi refrained from firing the steel balls. "So, do you now believe I am a magician?" Scar immediately pulled Wang Zihan protectively in front of him. "Lin Yi, if you dare, come at me. I guarantee she will die before me." At this, Lin Yi felt a surge of anxiety. With Wang Zihan in Scar's grasp, a moment of inattention could lead to a tragic mistake. "I can let you leave, but if you dare to harm even a single hair on her head, I will ensure you pay dearly." "Humph, Lin Yi, consider yourself fortunate today. Next time, luck will not be on your side." "We are leaving." With that, Scar dragged Wang Zihan to the stairwell, pushing her away once they reached the bottom before fleeing. His underlings, too, sought to escape. Lin Yi would not allow them to get away. He quickly retrieved a baseball bat from his space and pursued them, striking fiercely. Soon, those subordinates lay in pools of blood. Lin Yi yearned to continue the pursuit, but Scar had already vaulted out the window and onto the ground below. Wang Zihan, now in a state of shock, had rendered him unable to pursue further. Lin Yi approached Wang Zihan and gently lifted her up. She collapsed into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. "Woo-woo, Lin Yi, I no longer have parents. You are all I have now." Lin Yi softly patted her back, offering silent comfort. Before long, her sobs subsided, and he felt her body grow heavy. Upon inspection, it appeared she had fainted from hunger, compounded by overwhelming sorrow and fright. Lin Yi quickly carried her into the safe room. Inside, several individuals rushed out in alarm. Upon seeing the unconscious Wang Zihan, Shang Xia and Li Shuiyao grew tense. Only Song Zhaodi picked up a weapon. Preparing to venture out, Lin Yi hurriedly called her to stop. She complied. Lin Yi then carried Wang Zihan into the bedroom, while Li Shuiyao and Shang Xia fetched water and food. Lin Yi took a cup of water and gently dripped a few drops at the corner of her mouth. Gradually, Wang Zihan opened her eyes. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shang Xia quickly placed food before Wang Zihan, urging, "Hurry and eat something." Upon seeing the food, Wang Zihan's eyes brightened, and she eagerly sat up. Quickly finishing the meal, her eyes remained red-rimmed, and she spoke little, clinging to Lin Yi's arm, her gaze fixated ahead. Lin Yi understood that the day's events had dealt her a heavy blow. He instructed the three to leave, remaining behind to care for her. Given her current state, it seemed only he could provide her solace. Thus, they sat together on the bed. Before long, Wang Zihan leaned against Lin Yi's shoulder and fell asleep. He laid her down gently, covering her with a thin blanket, before making his way to the living room. In the living room, The three were tense. "How is she?" they asked in unison. "She should be fine after some rest." Hearing this, they finally relaxed. At that moment, all three turned their gazes toward Lin A. They had witnessed through the peephole how he had emerged unscathed amidst a hail of bullets, as for his claim of being a magician. They were skeptical, moreover, since they had fresh food daily and the room was small. With Lin E not venturing out, their curiosity began to mount. The three exchanged glances, and Li Shuiyao stepped forward, tentatively asking, "Brother Lin, we saw them shoot at you through the peephole." Lin E understood her inquiry. After all, in just over 10 days, supernatural beings would emerge. It would be wise to prepare them for that reality. Moreover, these three were among his most trusted individuals. With that in mind, Linny replied, "Actually, I was just about to discuss this matter with you." Upon hearing this, the three became excited, eagerly awaiting what Linny had to say next. Linny gestured for them to sit on the sofa before continuing, "What I am about to say may overturn your worldview, so brace yourselves." All three individuals were momentarily taken aback, since Linny had made such a statement. It was evident that what followed would be of utmost significance. The trio nodded in unison, eager to listen attentively. Once he saw that they were prepared, Linny began, "Do you believe that there are individuals in this world who possess extraordinary abilities?" Upon hearing this, the three were filled with confusion. Observing their reaction, Lin E continued, "Well then, whether you believe it or not, what I am about to reveal is that such extraordinary abilities do exist in this world. Though I prefer to refer to them as superpowers, superpowers," they exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with disbelief. "I understand that you may not believe me, so I will demonstrate it for you." With that, Lin E effortlessly summoned a platter of steaming food from the void using his spatial abilities. Chapter 97. I can help you obtain a handgun. As Lin E conjured the food out of thin air, the three of them wore expressions of incredulity. "How did you do that?" Mingxia hastily inquired. "This is simply astounding, Brother Lin. You can't possibly be a magician, can you?" Li Shuiyao asked, her curiosity piqued. Only Song Zhaodi remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Linny went on, "I am not a magician. My ability is spatial manipulation. I possess a vast alternate dimension where I store the food we consume daily." As he spoke, Lin E waved his hand dismissively, causing the food on the coffee table to vanish instantly, along with the table itself. This left the trio even more astonished, their mouths agape. After a considerable pause, Song Zhaodi finally remarked, "So those bullets weren't unable to hit you. Rather, it was because you had stored them in that alternate dimension." "Clever observation," Linny acknowledged. "That is indeed my ability, and moreover, becoming a superpowered individual enhances one's physical capabilities beyond that of an ordinary person. And no wonder you are so formidable. During our previous battle, none could match your prowess," Song Zhaodi exclaimed, rising to her feet in excitement. "As far as I know, this is just the beginning. Soon, the number of superpowered individuals will increase, and I am sharing this with you to prepare you mentally." "Are you implying that we too might have the chance to become superpowered individuals?" Song Zhaodi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Lin E. Linny hesitated. He was unaware of the requirements to become a superpowered individual, as he had been rather clueless when he himself attained such powers in his past life. "Yes, you all have the opportunity." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Song Zhaodi leaped up in sheer exhilaration. "That's wonderful. I want to be a superpowered individual just like Brother Lin." At that moment, he recalled how he had believed his initial awakening was due to the cold weather. It took him 3 days of fever to recover, and it was during that time that he first discovered his powers. Had he known then, he would never have allowed them to venture into danger. Scarface, on the other hand, was in a fit of rage. His expression dark as he made his way to building number 1, determined to acquire that handgun at all cost. He was intent on killing Linny himself. Soon, he arrived at Chindi's room. "So, was everything successful this time?" Chindi asked languidly from his bed, enjoying a massage from Lu Ruming. Scarface, scowling, replied with a cold snort, "Humph, we failed this time. We cannot defeat Linny. I have come to borrow a gun from you." "What? Borrowing a gun again? This is ridiculous. You can't even handle a single person," Chindi complained. Hearing this, Scarface's expression darkened. However, he remained silent, turning on his heel and leaving. "Humph. I knew he only wanted a gun. He certainly has no good intentions." Chindi fumed after Scarface exited. Lu Ruming, observing the tension between the two men, began to calculate her own strategy. With Chendi's capabilities, he would undoubtedly be no match for Scarface without that gun. Now that Scarface had faced defeat and was denied a weapon, his resentment toward Chendi was likely to grow. Since Scarface was currently in command of their entire crew, his subordinates would surely support him. If they were to clash one day, it would undoubtedly be Scarface who emerged victorious. Chendi's position was precarious at best. If she could lend Scarface a hand at this moment, her own risks would be significantly reduced. With that thought in mind, Lu Ruming quickly remarked, "Only the incompetent make excuses. You shouldn't concern yourself with him, boss." Chendi chuckled upon hearing this. "Haha, my little darling knows me best." After that, Lu Ruming dressed and hurriedly made her way to Scarface's residence. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching before knocking on the door. The door soon swung open, revealing a startled Scarface. "What do you want?" he asked, his tone unfriendly. Lu Ruming smiled alluringly. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat?" After a moment of silence, Scarface replied in a low voice, "Come in." Lu Ruming entered, and Scarface closed the door behind her. He turned to her and demanded, "Speak. What did he send you for? Could it not be that I simply wished to see you?" Lu Ruming swayed her hips, resting a hand lightly on Scarface's shoulder. Scarface frowned slightly, glancing at her hand but remaining silent. The atmosphere grew awkward until Lu Ruming broke the silence. "I can't stay here too long, so I'll be brief. Are you planning to take action against him?" At her words, Scarface's brow furrowed deeply, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he seized Lu Ruming by the neck, growling, "You dare to probe me?" Lu Ruming panicked, unprepared for such an extreme reaction, with her throat firmly grasped. She could barely utter a word, flailing her hands in desperation, trying to make Scarface relent. After a long moment, Scarface seemed to realize something and gradually loosened his grip. Lu Ruming gasped for breath, collapsing onto the bed as she struggled to recover. Just moments ago, she had sensed an unprecedented hatred emanating from Scarface, and a wave of terror washed over her, as countless thoughts raced through her mind. She regretted approaching him, fully aware of the animosity he held toward Chendi. Scarface then stood up and walked toward the door, casually picking up a machete to toy with. "Now tell me, what is it you truly seek from me?" Lu Ruming trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. She had severely underestimated Scarface's ruthlessness. The look in his eyes suggested he was prepared to kill her. She understood that if she could not persuade him today, her life would surely be forfeit. With that thought, her expression turned serious. Scarface approached her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Clenching her teeth, Lu Ruming finally spoke. "I can help you obtain a handgun." Chapter 98, Death Before Dishonor. At her words, Scarface's expression shifted slightly, as if intrigued. "How can I trust you? How do I know you won't betray me once you leave? I can see that Chendi is nothing but a fool. Without you, he would never have been able to rally this group. He is cowardly and self-serving, wielding important weapons while only thinking of self-preservation. A person like him will inevitably be discarded. Only you can lead us to survival." Lu Ruming's words were sincere, devoid of exaggeration or disparagement. After spending so much time with Chendi, she had witnessed his negligence as he hid away, indulging himself in pleasure. After speaking, she anxiously watched Scarface, knowing that if she could not sway him, she would not leave this place alive. Just then, Scarface approached her with the machete in hand. Lu Ruming bit her lip, her heart racing. Suddenly, Scarface raised his hand and swung it toward her neck. Lu Ruming's heart dropped, and she instinctively shut her eyes. However, after what felt like an eternity, the blade did not descend. Slowly, she opened her eyes. When she saw Scarface grinning menacingly at her, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "Very well, I believe you. Tomorrow I will return. Make sure you have the gun ready for me." Lu Ruming nodded fervently. As if pecking at grains afterward, she exited Scarface's room. It was only at that moment that her legs began to tremble. She leaned against the wall and slowly squatted down, allowing the flood of pent-up emotions to finally escape. Everything she did was to show Lenny that even without him, she could lead a fulfilling life. She wanted him to regret leaving her. After a while, she finally stood up and made her way outside. In the safe house around 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Zihan awoke. "You're awake. Come over and eat something." Lin Yi's tone was notably gentler. After the events of the day, his perception of her had shifted significantly. She had shown concern for his safety in such dire circumstances, indicating a genuine worry for him. Lin Yi valued trust. Wang Zihan rubbed her reddened eyes but said nothing, crawling out from under the covers to lean against Lin Yi's embrace. Her eyes were still glistening with tears, and she appeared quite worn. Even with a feast laid out before her, she did not cast a glance at the food. Lin Yi comforted her for a while, coaxing her back to sleep before quietly exiting the room. Glancing at the time, it was around 10 o'clock. Lin Yi recalled Gu Xiaoman, who was tied up in the adjacent room. He decided to check on her. After examining the surveillance to confirm it was safe, he stepped outside. Arriving at room 1002, he found the temperature inside to be somewhat chilly. However, thanks to the coal Lin Yi had prepared, it was not unbearably so. Upon reaching the room where Gu Xiaoman was held, a sound caused her to shudder. The one who entered was Lin Yi, her silver teeth clenched tightly. "Lin Yi, let me go," she exclaimed. "Heh, after going to such lengths to catch you. Why would I release you?" Lin Yi replied with a smile. "I assure you, I will never yield to you. Even if you possess my body, you will never capture my heart." Gu Xiaoman's eyes were filled with resentment. "Having your body is sufficient. Everything else is inconsequential," Lin Yi smirked. "You?" Gu Xiaoman was so infuriated that her teeth clattered. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "What on earth do you want?" "What do I want?" Lin Yi chuckled and replied, "It was you who initiated our conflict. Now you come to ask me what I desire. Do you not find your question rather foolish?" "You?" Gu Xiaoman was momentarily at a loss for words. Turning her head aside, unwilling to look at Lin Yi, "Humph. Do you truly believe you still have the right to negotiate with me? I advise you to be wise, or I cannot guarantee what I might do to you." Lin Yi's voice suddenly turned cold. Gu Xiaoman had previously targeted him relentlessly, and he had yet to settle the score with her. To think she dared to show him such contempt now. Gu Xiaoman's expression hardened. She loathed being threatened. Raising her proud head, she declared to Lin Yi, "I will never submit to you. Even if you were to kill me, I refuse to become your plaything." Lin Yi recognized her pride, yet he was surprised by the extent of her defiance, which he found somewhat admirable. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall grant you your wish." Lin Yi retrieved a variety of instruments of torture from his space and laid them before Gu Xiaoman. Upon seeing these implements, she felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. "Lin Yi, if you have the guts, kill me. Heh, I have gone to great lengths to capture you. Why would I allow you to die so easily?" Lin Yi leaned closer to Gu Xiaoman's ear and continued, "I want you to understand the consequences of opposing me." Gu Xiaoman's brow furrowed, her breathtaking face etched with grievance. Observing this, Lin Yi added, "I can offer you a chance. If you submit to me from today onwards, we can put our past behind us. What do you say?" "Lin Yi, do not dream in broad daylight. Even if I die, I shall never submit to you." At her words, Lin Yi's brow creased slightly. Despite his attempts at persuasion, she showed no signs of surrender. Could it be that she genuinely possessed such a stubborn character? Yet Lin Yi quickly dismissed this thought. In his previous life, she had been fiercely loyal to He Zhendong. Moreover, He Zhendong was in his 30s, lacking both physique and looks. What could possibly inspire Gu Xiaoman's unwavering loyalty to him? Lin Yi found himself perplexed. Was it due to his ruthless nature? Yet, considering Lin Yi's own actions in this life, they could also be deemed cruel in her eyes. Just then, Gu Xiaoman, noticing Lin Yi lost in thought, seized the opportunity. Despite her hands being bound, she could still grasp a knife. Swiftly, she lunged forward, shouting, "It seems you won't behave unless I teach you a lesson." With that, Lin Yi deftly evaded the knife and threw Gu Xiaoman onto the bed. He glanced at the instruments he had previously displayed, picked up a whip, and struck it down upon Gu Xiaoman with force. Gu Xiaoman screamed in agony. Yet, her cry seemed to carry an unusual undertone. Chapter 99. Gu Xiaoman's transformation. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. At that moment, Gu Xiaoman lay on the bed, moaning softly. Lin Yi struck her again with the whip. Crack! The whip landed fiercely on Gu Xiaoman, tearing her clothing and scattering the soft fabric everywhere. This time, he distinctly heard the peculiar sound emanating from her. It was as if she was not merely enduring the lashes but was simultaneously influenced by other factors, producing an entirely different sound. Typically, a cry of anguish is raw and desperate. Although her scream was indeed desperate, it was interspersed with strange noises. As Lin Yi paused, Gu Xiaoman ceased her cries, He struck her once more, and she howled again, the odd sound returning. This time, Lin Yi observed her expression. It was one of pain, yet intertwined with an unmistakable hint of pleasure. A masochistic tendency. Lin Yi stared in astonishment at Gu Xiaoman, who writhed on the bed that moment. He finally comprehended why she had been so loyal to He Zhendong in his past life. Given He Zhendong's cruelty, if he were to discover Gu Xiaoman's affliction, he would undoubtedly exploit every means to stimulate her. Those who possess such a condition derive greater satisfaction from more brutal torment, leading to increased loyalty toward their tormentor. Hurry, whip me. Seeing Gu Xiaoman's gaze grow increasingly dazed, her murmurs soft, Lin Yi swiftly tucked away all the instruments of torture. At this juncture, Gu Xiaoman was delirious, and no further progress could be made today. Upon returning to the safe house, Lin Yi instructed Shang Xia and Song Zhaodi to check on Gu Xiaoman to prevent any unforeseen circumstances or escape attempts. After their return, Lin Yi glanced at Wang Zihan, finding her still asleep, which put his mind at ease. After a quick shower, Lin Yi climbed into bed. Not long after, Li Shuyao's petite form burrowed under the covers beside him. Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes, enveloped by a wave of comfort. The following morning, Lin Yi's phone emitted an alarm. He quickly checked and discovered it was Shang Xia and Song Zhaodi knocking at the door. After dressing and ensuring Li Shuyao was covered with her blanket, he stepped outside. As soon as he opened the door, the two spoke urgently. "Lin Gu, you must come see her. She seems to be in distress." Song Zhaodi exclaimed anxiously, "Lin Gu, please check if she is unwell. She is tossing and turning in bed, making strange noises," as she spoke. Shang Xia's face flushed slightly. Lin Yi did not disclose Gu Xiaoman's condition to them. He recalled that individuals with such symptoms either do not experience them or, when they do, become enamored with the feeling, akin to drug addiction, making it difficult for them to regain their composure. Lin Yi entered room 1002. He swiftly approached Gu Xiaoman's chamber, where she lay bound, writhing on the bed, emitting soft moans. Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, Gu Xiaoman's face lit up with joy. "Lin Yi, you're here. I promise you, I will agree to anything. Hurry, use that thing from yesterday on me." After speaking, her face flushed crimson. Lin Yi was at a loss for how to respond. Given their relationship, he had no obligation to rescue her. Simply fulfilling her desires would create a dependency akin to drug addiction, ensuring she could not part from him. However, this could also lead to her betraying him without hesitation if captured by someone else and treated similarly. Lin Yi valued her intellect, but he placed even greater importance on loyalty. If loyalty could not be assured, even a genius would not be worth keeping close. Wang Zihan was a prime example. He had merely ensured her better living conditions until she demonstrated her loyalty. In his past life, he had found it challenging to trust anyone, yet once he did trust someone, that trust was absolute. After much contemplation, Lin Yi resolved to give it a try. Therefore, he untied Gu Xiaoman's restraints. However, as soon as he did, Gu Xiaoman lunged into his embrace. Her eyes were glazed, her cheeks flushed, and warm breath escaped her lips. She leaned closer to Lin Yi's ear, whispering, "Lin Yi, hurry, I can't take it anymore." Just then, Gu Xiaoman suddenly screamed frantically, "Ah, I can't bear it any longer." She forcefully broke free from Lin Yi, dashing toward the wall. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. He quickly intervened, pulling Gu Xiaoman back. Observing her current state, it was evident that she had lost her sanity. If she continued to act this way, it could lead to unforeseen dangers. Thus, he decided to temporarily calm her down and address the issue later when she regained her senses. With that thought, Lin Yi took out the whip and lightly struck Gu Xiaoman. "Ah!" she cried out in anguish, followed by a satisfied smile. Seeing this, Lin Yi retracted the whip. Soon, Gu Xiaoman regained her composure. Her face flushed once more, clearly aware of what had transpired. Following this incident, Gu Xiaoman's gaze toward Lin Yi softened, and her tone became considerably gentler. "Lin Yi, thank you for being willing to help me. It's nothing. I simply dislike taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities," Lin Yi replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoman displayed a look of surprise. "I always thought you were a lecher. It seems I had you all wrong." Lin Yi chuckled. "Indeed, I am a lecher, but one with boundaries." At this, Gu Xiaoman's face turned slightly awkward. "You must be aware of your own condition, right? Thus, you must exercise restraint to the best of your ability. I shall attempt to seek out a physician." Perhaps there exists a method to manage your condition. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoman gazed gratefully at Lin Yi, offering a gentle nod in response. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment. Indeed, there was a medical office within the community, yet the doctor was under the control of the D family's forces. It would not be a simple task to bring her over. However, at present, no alternative avenues were available. Chapter 100. Turning the tide. Noticing Gu Xiaoman's emotions gradually stabilizing, Lin Yi once again secured her with ropes. This time, Gu Xiaoman displayed no signs of resistance. The rationale behind binding her stemmed primarily from her questionable loyalty. There was a significant possibility that she might deceive him, allowing her to lower his guard and subsequently escape. Furthermore, her previous impulsive behavior, wherein she attempted to strike her head against the wall, necessitated her restraint. Thus, Lin Yi opted to bind her. Once secured, Gu Xiaoman suddenly spoke with tension in her voice. Are you going to seek Dr. Xiao? Who is Dr. Xiao? She is the doctor at the health station in this community, residing in building number 1, and she is likely under the control of the D family now. Gu Xiaoman, being a resident of this community, possessed greater familiarity with the situation. However, Lin Yi noted a distinct nervousness in her demeanor when mentioning Dr. Xiao, suggesting a deeper connection between them. Please, elaborate. Gu Xiaoman then revealed. Dr. Xiao's name is Xiao Muting. She is my close friend, and we are both 25 years old this year. She possesses remarkable expertise in medicine, having graduated from the Kyoto Medical College. As she spoke, a look of distress crossed Gu Xiaoman's face. Observing this, Lin Yi encouraged, if there is more to share, please do so. With a sigh, Gu Xiaoman continued, Lin Yi, if you can rescue her from the D family's grasp, I assure you that I will remain utterly loyal to you. However, I implore you not to disclose my circumstances to her, as I do not wish for her to be aware of my psychological issues. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by her words. Yet he quickly grasped the implications. It was only natural for Gu Xiaoman, being close friends with Xiao Muting, to wish to keep such matters private. Nevertheless, her condition required urgent management, lest it deteriorate further. If it reached that critical point, he would be unable to keep her secret. Very well, but the prerequisite is that you must exercise self-restraint. Absolutely, rest assured, I will maintain control, Gu Xiaoman exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Indeed, you need not worry. Having pledged my allegiance to you, I shall never waver. Let us hope you can uphold that promise. With that, Lin Yi departed. Building number 1. Lu Ruming entered Chandi's room. The moment Chandi saw her, his gaze became fixated. Darling, come here. You look absolutely stunning today. Lu Ruming had spent several hours on her makeup, intending to enchant him and devise a plan to procure a firearm. She replied with a smile. Are you suggesting I didn't look good before? Of course not. My darling is beautiful every day. Lu Ruming approached Chandi, who embraced her and began to lavish attention on her neck, akin to a famished individual who had not eaten for days. Despite her intense internal resistance, Lu Ruming was compelled to endure. Before long, Chandi's substantial form loomed over Lu Ruming. 3 minutes later, Chandi lay back on the bed, while Lu Ruming discarded a tissue into the wastebasket. She then nestled into Chandi's embrace, her fingers tracing gentle circles on his chest. Brother Chin, you were incredible just now. I had no idea you could be so formidable. Of course, just look at who I am. Chandi replied, pride swelling within him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruming felt a wave of nausea, yet she managed to applaud softly. So wonderful, so wonderful. Continuing, she asked, Brother Lin, when can we move into Lin Yi's house? The place we are currently residing in is so cold, and the food lacks nutritional value. Chandi's expression darkened as he scoffed, Hmph. It's all because Scarface has been ineffective. He has yet to eliminate Lin Yi. Lu Ruming's eyes darted as she continued. This only indicates that Lin Yi is indeed formidable. Does that mean we have no means of eliminating him aside from utilizing your firearm? Chandi looked at her with a puzzled expression. Lu Ruming, sensing his scrutiny, quickly added, I'm not suggesting you hand the gun over to Scarface. Such an important item is best kept within our own ranks. Chandi's doubts were assuaged as he replied, You make a valid point. However, all these individuals are Scarface's subordinates. I have no one I can trust. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruming felt a surge of delight and quickly said, They may not trust you. But do you not trust me? Of course, I trust you. Then give me the gun, and I will eliminate Lin Yi. Chandi's brows furrowed once more. Lu Ruming gazed at him with her big, watery eyes. Seeing this, Di relented. Very well, however, for safety's sake, you must not reveal that you possess the gun. Otherwise, Scarface may very well turn against you. Lu Ruming's heart leaped with joy, and she nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Di lifted the blanket, hesitated for a moment, and retrieved the firearm. He placed it before Lu Ruming. Lu Ruming swiftly grasped the gun and concealed it within her clothing. Brother Lin, you are truly wonderful. To reassure Di, she nestled back into his embrace. Di, witnessing this, felt all his remaining doubts dissipate, and he continued to shower her with affection. Before long, the designated time for Lu Ruming's arrangement with Scarface arrived. Seizing the opportunity, she excused herself to the restroom, stepping out of Di's line of sight. At that moment, Scarface and several subordinates burst into the room. Di, startled, exclaimed, "Scarface, what are you planning?" Scarface, his expression malevolent, replied, "Of course, to take your life. Did you truly believe that saving me would ensure your compliance? I was merely waiting for the right moment." Hearing this, Di was struck with terror. "Do not come any closer. I have a gun. Beware that I may kill you." Then come at me. I am eager to see what you will use to kill me." Failing to intimidate Scarface, Di's heart sank. It was unfortunate that Scarface chose to appear just as Lu Ruming had left for the restroom. At that moment, Lu Ruming re-entered the room. Upon seeing her, Di felt a surge of excitement and shouted, "Quickly, kill him. He is plotting a rebellion." However, Lu Ruming did not heed his words. Instead, she positioned herself beside Scarface, sending a chill down Di's spine. Chapter 101. Dr. Xiaoyu, you have betrayed me. Di shouted angrily, pointing at Lu Ruming. Who told you to be both foolish and cowardly? To gain your trust. I have endured being smothered by your corpulent form for so long. It has been utterly revolting. Lu Ruming expressed her disdain. Di's pupils dilated in disbelief as he regarded Lu Ruming. He had not anticipated that she had been deceiving him all along. Humph! Why waste words on him? I shall eliminate him. With that, Scarface lunged towards Di, brandishing a knife. Di, in a panic, quickly covered himself with the blanket. Scarface's blade struck the blanket with a resounding thud, leaving behind a horrific scream and a large patch of crimson. Please, do not kill me, Scarface, spare my life. I will obey you from now on. Di pleaded desperately. Scarface, grinning wickedly, sneered, had you foreseen this day? Why did you not act differently back then? Since you have brought this upon yourself, I shall grant you your wish. With that, Scarface brought the knife down again with ferocity. This time, the blanket was stained with even more blood, evidently having struck a vital area. Di ceased his cries, and Scarface continued to slash at the blanket with relentless fury. Soon, the blanket was riddled with gashes. After delivering several dozen strikes, Scarface finally halted. Lu Ruming watched in terror, her body trembling. Grateful for her prior decision to abandon Di and ally with Scarface, she realized that had she remained, she would have met the same fate. At that moment, Scarface turned to Lu Ruming. She shuddered, hastily retrieving the firearm, holding it aloft with trembling hands. Brother Scar, here is your gun. Lu Ruming approached him, her expression tense, her speech slightly stammering. You have done well that I recall you previously discussing Lin E. Do you possess any information? Scarface scrutinized Lu Ruming as he accepted the firearm. Previously, Lu Ruming had refrained from disclosing all details regarding her relationship with Lin E in an effort to win Di's favor. Thus, she recounted everything in detail. Scarface absorbed the information, acquiring knowledge of her connection to Lin E. This certainly adds an intriguing layer to our situation, Scarface remarked, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Come with me. Lu Ruming, feeling compelled, followed him. Before long, they arrived on the 7th floor. Why have you brought me here? Lu Ruming inquired warily. Rest assured, had I intended to kill you, I would have acted long ago. Scarface led her into a room without further comment. Lu Ruming followed suit. Upon entering, she discovered a living room furnished with 10 beds, each occupied by an individual. Is this a medical office? Lu Ruming asked curiously. One could say that. Allow me to introduce you to shout. At that moment, a graceful figure clad in a white coat and wearing a mask emerged from the room. She walked with a briskness that seemed to stir the air, her flowing long hair swaying gently behind her in her hands. She carried a white tray upon which lay several blood-soaked cotton balls and gauze. The instant she appeared, even Lu Rumming, a woman herself, felt a twinge of awe. Such a figure, such an aura. One could not help but admire her. Though her face was obscured by a mask, the expressions in her brows and the contours of her face revealed that she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Dr. Xiao, her scarred colleague, rarely smiled, yet a hint of a grin appeared upon his lips. However, Dr. Xiao did not spare him a glance. She turned and re-entered another room. Seeing this, the scarred man's expression darkened as he followed her into the room, with Lu Rumming trailing behind. Inside, Dr. Xiao was tending to a patient who had suffered severe injuries the previous day, and the room was soon filled with the agonizing cries reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. After what felt like an eternity, Dr. Xiao finally finished cleaning the wound, putting down her tools and approaching the scarred man. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, she preempted him, stating, "There are far too many injured. We need a substantial supply of anesthetics, or many of these individuals will not survive the surgeries." The scarred man smirked and replied, "Dr. Xiao, you must be aware of the current situation. Where do you expect me to procure anesthetics? You should allocate the limited resources to those who still hold a chance of recovery." Dr. Xiao shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "To me, they are all the same. They are patients in need of salvation. There is no such thing as valuing one life over another." The scarred man's expression darkened further, and he pointed an accusatory finger at her, saying, "How dare you speak to me like that? Don't think that just because you are the only doctor here, I can't do anything to you." Yet, Dr. Xiao did not even cast a glance in his direction. She turned away to attend to another patient. Witnessing this, the scarred man clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Lu Rumming, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Brother Dao, did you bring me here just to see her?" The scarred man shot a sidelong glance at Dr. Xiao before responding. "Follow me." He swiftly led Lu Rumming into a room furnished with 6 beds. He paused before one of the beds, and as Lu Rumming approached, her expression shifted to one of shock. "Wang Liye." Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Liye slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Lu Rumming, he became instantly agitated. "Cousin, please save me. I don't want to die." He had been gravely injured while on a mission, and Lu Rumming had come to see him upon learning that he was a relative of hers. Lu Rumming quickly grasped the situation and pulled the scarred man aside, whispering, "You don't mean to use them against Lenny, do you?" The scarred man replied with a devilish grin, "Exactly. Lenny wouldn't he neglect his own family, would he?" Lu Rumming quickly responded, "That's futile. They've tried before, and Lenny doesn't he care about their lives." Lu Rumming hesitated, contemplating the logic of his words. Indeed, they had raised Lenny for many years. He couldn't possibly have no feelings for them. A glimmer of hope appeared in her expression. Soon, the scarred man arranged for Wang Liye to be moved along with his bed. They hurried to Building 8, where Lu Xiaowei resided. Upon seeing her gravely injured son, Lu Xiaowei burst into tears. "Oh, my poor son." At that moment, the scarred man barked angrily, "Stop crying. If you want your son to survive, you must persuade Lin Yi. He is the only one who can save your son." Lu Xiaowei trembled at his words, crying even harder, "That ungrateful wretch Lin Yi will never save us." Chapter 102. The fence-sitters. That ungrateful wretch Lin Yi will never save us. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to watch your son die, then you can do nothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowei's heart raced, and she quickly declared, "No, no. My son absolutely cannot die. I will plead with him. I must make him save my son." The scarred man smiled wickedly, "Rest assured, if you can get Lin Yi to open the door, I will ensure you are well taken care of, and I will instruct my doctors to do their utmost to save your son." In the safe house, Lin Yi was engaged in his daily physical training. To his surprise, Xiao Bai, the little white dog, imitated him, performing push-ups with amusing seriousness. Soon, Lin Yi completed 200 push-ups, having gained his abilities. Such exercises posed no challenge, and he felt no fatigue afterward. He could even manage one-handed push-ups with ease. Rising to his feet, Xiao Bai followed suit. Lin Yi affectionately patted the dog's head, and Xiao Bai joyfully stood up, wagging his tail in delight. Subsequently, Lin Yi retrieved a steak from storage. "Go on, eat." Xiao Bai happily picked up the steak, barking joyfully twice, his front paws lifting in the air as if to express gratitude. He then carried the steak to his designated bowl. Xiao Bai was quite fastidious, never eating anything that fell on the ground, which puzzled Lin Yi. Besides, even if the bowl remained unwashed, Xiao by now refused to eat. A stark contrast to his previous behavior. Just as Lin Yi pondered this, a knock echoed from the door. Checking the surveillance, he discovered that it was the same fence-sitters from before. Recognizing their intent to seek his protection after witnessing him drive away the scarred man's crew, he found their presence laughable. Arriving at the door, he opened the peephole. Upon seeing Lin Yi, their faces lit up with friendly smiles. Lin Yi, we knew you would surely drive those villains away. Indeed, it's all thanks to you. Lin Yi, without you, we'd be doomed. Yes, yes. I heard this group is quite ruthless, demanding protection fees weekly, and anyone unable to pay must offer their women as collateral. Oh, what a bunch of beasts. We ought to express our gratitude to Lin Yi. Yes, let us all thank Lin Yi together. Observing this group, Lin Yi could only chuckle. Coldly, he remarked, aren't you all aligned with the D family army now? I've heard that anyone opposing me is exempt from a week's protection fee, and that those who can capture me can become the captain of this building. Surely, you don't believe I'm unaware of your actions? Hearing Lin Yi's words, the expressions of those outside instantly froze. After a prolonged silence, one of them managed to force a smile. Lin Yi, we were coerced. They are many and armed. How could we possibly stand against them? Others hastily chimed in, yes, we were forced. We didn't want to comply. But they threatened us. Lin Yi, please forgive us. From today onward, lead us to confront them. Yes, let us fight back against them. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh and said sternly, you lot, on the brink of the grave, wish to confront them? You merely wish for my protection, don't you? As he exposed their intentions, their faces changed once more. Suddenly, several elderly women began to wail, Lin Yi, we have no choice. We are but a group of aged individuals. If we had any means, we wouldn't be here pleading with you repeatedly. Lin Yi, you can't be so heartless. We're neighbors. You must lend us a hand in this dire time. As Lin Yi saw them preparing to resort to their usual theatrics, he felt a wave of exasperation. When he was battling the D family army, not a single one of them had come to his aid. Now that he had driven them off, they were the first to emerge. Tired of their antics, he coldly stated, leave. I cannot protect you. With that, he shut the peephole. The people outside felt a pang of anxiety, desperately calling out to him, but no matter what they said, Lin Yi did not reappear. Soon, silence enveloped the area. After a while, there was another knock at the door. Lin Yi frowned, anticipating it might be those same people again when he heard a voice calling. Gu Xiaoman says she has something to discuss with you. The sound of her voice, Lin Yi's expression lightened as he rose to open the door. What does she wish to discuss with me? I am not sure. She just said for you to come over. Thus, Lin Yi closed the door and proceeded to room 1002. Upon reaching Gu Xiaoman, he found her seated on the bed, still bound. I heard the commotion outside and believe you should reconsider your actions. Lin Yi had expected her to have something substantial to say, but instead, she began with criticism. Oh, I am curious to hear how I am in the wrong. Gu Xiaoman continued, first, I approach this from your perspective. Now that we have completely severed ties with the D family army and are at a point of no return, do we still have only a handful of people? The D family army has at least 100. Given such a significant disparity in numbers, you shouldn't have driven them away. I believe we should unite all those capable of contributing. Only then can we stand against Scar. Lin Yan listened quietly to her words, refraining from rebuttal. Indeed, her suggestions were self-serving, yet she seemed to underestimate her own strength. This left Lin Yan feeling somewhat disappointed in her. Noticing her silence, he remarked, you have dealt with me on several occasions. Yet today you present me with such a proposal. Though be frank, I am quite disillusioned. Gu Xiaoman furrowed her brow at his words. What do you mean? Is what I proposed not the optimal solution in the current circumstances? Lin Yan shook his head and continued, let me ask you, when you aided Sun Cheng in opposing me, did I have any allies? Gu Xiaoman shook her head, hastily adding, but at that time, we only had 20 or 30 people. While Scar's group is different, they possess not only realistic firearms but also over 100 people. With such numbers, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could demolish our building. Seeing her persistence, Lin Yan began to doubt her intellect. Had the rumors of her prowess in the past been exaggerated? He shook his head and reiterated, let me clarify, I can easily handle Sun Cheng. which means I can effortlessly deal with scar.as for the reasons. I suggest you ponder that yourself. With that, Lin Yan departed, unwilling to reveal his cards without complete trust in her, leaving her to deduce his capabilities. Jiu Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback by his departure, her expression immediately turning to one of grievance. I offered you a well-intentioned suggestion, and this is how you respond. If that is the case, I shall not concern myself any longer with that. She lay down on the bed. However, her stubborn nature soon led her to feel indignant. She believed her proposal was indeed the best course of action, and she had even devised a strategy to manage those individuals, ensuring they would obediently comply. Yet, before she could elaborate on her plans, Lin Yan had dismissed her outright. How could one man possibly confront Scar? Suddenly, she recalled the disdainful expression Lin Yan wore while speaking. It was the kind typically reserved for those in power looking down upon their subordinates. This implied that he had little regard for Scar and his crew. But why did he think this way? Was he truly unafraid? The narrow corridor could barely accommodate a dozen of Scar's men. She surmised that Lin Yan had leveraged the advantageous terrain to drive them away, yet upon reflection, it seemed far more complex. These individuals were armed, and although she was indoors, the sound of gunfire had reached her ears. This indicated that Scar's group had initiated a barrage before Lin Yan had intervened. If Lin Yan had not been outside, how could they have been foolish enough to waste ammunition? This meant that he had withstood their fire and, in an instant, incapacitated them all. As this realization struck her, Gu Xiaoman's eyes flickered with trepidation. Was it possible that his claim of being able to easily subdue Scar was based on a hidden strength that allowed him to disregard numerical disadvantage? She found herself momentarily astonished, yet still puzzled over what hidden cards Lin Yan possessed to overlook such differences in numbers. Meanwhile, Xiaobai crawled out from its nest and began mimicking the exercises. However, after about 10 minutes of practice, it suddenly halted, swiftly approaching the door and assuming a defensive posture. Observing this, Lin Yan also ceased his workout. Xiaobai's behavior indicated that someone was approaching. He hurriedly checked the surveillance to assess the situation outside, but found it empty. He continued reviewing the footage layer by layer until he finally spotted Scar and a group entering the building, among whom were two familiar figures, Lu Xiaowei and her son Wang Liya. However, Wang Liya was being carried on a stretcher, evidently gravely injured. Upon seeing them, Lin Yan understood their intent. They sought to use Lu Xiaowei to deceive him into opening the door. With a sly smile, he promptly called Cheng Xia to bring Gu Xiaoman over, for he was uncertain of what might transpire and wished to protect them from potential harm. Soon, the two arrived at the safe house. The moment Gu Xiaoman stepped inside, she was struck with disbelief. This was the very room they had previously sought to infiltrate. She surveyed her surroundings, her eyes wide with incredulity. What manner of person was Lin Yan? How did he seem to possess foreknowledge of all this? His home was equipped with electricity, heating, and an abundance of food. Coupled with his earlier remarks, Gu Xiaoman began to doubt her understanding of him. She realized she had never truly comprehended this man. Lin Yan and Song Zhaodi donned their gear, as a confrontation was likely imminent. Seeing Lin Yan prepared for battle sent a shiver of apprehension through Gu Xiaoman, prompting her to inquire, "Are you going to confront the D family army?" "You will find out shortly," he replied, prompting Gu Xiaoman to fall silent. Moments later, a commotion erupted outside the door. Lin Yan connected the surveillance to the television, allowing everyone inside to witness the unfolding events. 4 figures stood outside. 1 woman and 3 men. Curiously, one of the men was being carried by the other 2. Jiu Xiaoman, bewildered, asked, "Who is that?" Lin Yan remained silent until Lu Xiaowei began to pound on the door. "Lin Yan, open the door. Please save your cousin. He is on the brink of death," Lu Xiaowei pleaded, her voice trembling with desperation. The others inside exchanged shocked glances, unaware that Lin Yan had family. This meant that the individuals outside were indeed related to him. At this juncture, Cheng Xia hastily asked, "Lin Gu, should we let them in?" Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need. They are not my family. I wish to see what they intend." Outside, Lu Xiaowei continued, "Lin Yan, your uncle is dying. You cannot simply stand by and watch your cousin perish as well. I implore you, please help." Lin Yan approached the door and peered through the peephole. Upon seeing him, Lu Xiaowei became even more agitated, tears streaming down her face. "Lin Yan, you must save your cousin." With a calm demeanor, Lin Yan replied, "Do not speak so recklessly. I am an only child and have never had a cousin. Furthermore, I am not a doctor. If you wish to save him, should you not seek a physician? Lin Yian, I know you are still angry with us, and we do not ask to stay in your home. I only beg you to save him. Surely, you have medicine. With all your supplies, you must have stocked up on medication. I beseech you, please help. You truly wish for him to survive? Then you may go to building 1. Is there not a doctor there? Lin Yian replied nonchalantly. Lu Xiaoyi's purpose for coming was to trick Lin Yian into opening the door, so she quickly countered, No, I cannot enter building 1. They won't let me. Lin Yian, your cousin can only be saved by you. You must help us. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoyi began to weep. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoman urged, If they are your family, you should let them in. Lin Yian frowned slightly, then turned to the other 3, asking, What do you think? I trust Lin Ji's judgment. Although I do not understand why he is reluctant to let them in, I sense you have experienced something similar to my own past, Song Zhaodi murmured softly. Cheng Xia and Li Shuiyao exchanged concerned glances, and after a moment of contemplation, they spoke in unison, We will only follow Lin Ji's lead. Seeing this, Lin Yian felt satisfied. The 3 had completely placed their trust in him. Even if they did not comprehend his reasoning, he disregarded Gu Xiaoman, who had yet to grasp the appropriate manner in which to address him. Turning his attention back to Lu Xiaoyi, he stated, You may leave, I have no medicine here. Upon witnessing Lin Yian's indifferent attitude, a look of resentment flashed across Lu Xiaoyi's face. Lin Yian, I am your aunt. Had it not been for me, would you have grown up at all? I may have sought your wealth and villa before, but I have raised you. I have already received my due punishment. What more do you desire from me? What more do I desire? Lin Yian scoffed. Continuing, You are responsible for your current predicament, born of your own greed. And do not speak of raising me. Every penny you spent was from my own earnings. Since entering university, have you given me a single cent? Every bit of money I've earned has been through my own hard work. Lu Xiaoyi's expression shifted as she realized Lin Yian's anger. Regret washed over her. She had come to persuade him to open the door. And she could not afford to say such things. I am in a fluster, she quickly said. Lin Yian, that was not my intention. I should not have spoken to you that way. Please forgive me, I implore you. Just give us some medicine to save your cousin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi, feeling disinclined to engage further, closed the peephole on the door. Lu Xiaoyi, witnessing this, became increasingly frantic and hurriedly knocked on the door. Lin Yi, my dear nephew, I was wronged. I should not have spoken in such a manner. Please, I beg you, open the door quickly. Inside the room, Gu Xiaoman furrowed her brow and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, after all, she is your family. How could you treat her this way? Lin Yi shot her a cold glance and disdainfully replied, Family? Would your family covet your wealth, disregarding your very existence? They seek my life. Had it not been for my sheer luck, I would not have survived to this day. Even so, you should not treat them in such a manner. Your indifference towards their fate is akin to murder. She retorted, Ha, since you insist on saying so, let me show you something. With that, Lin Yi brought up the surveillance footage. On the screen, Scarface was seen lying in ambush with his men in the stairwell. Upon witnessing this, Gu Xiaoman's expression shifted slightly. See? I regard him as family, yet he wishes to take my life. Gu Xiaoman was rendered speechless, bowing her head in realization of Lin Yi's predicament. If she were in his shoes, she might have reacted similarly. Lin Yi, I am sorry, I did not understand the situation, she murmured softly. The others, with their eyes now glimmering with understanding, realized that Lin Yi's actions were justified amidst their previous confusion. It was evident that all along, it was the outsiders who were bullying Lin Yi. Only Song Zhaodi maintained her unwavering trust in him, her demeanor unchanged. Scarface, hiding in the stairwell, was not surprised that Lu Xiaoyi failed to lure Lin Yi out. Soon, he emerged with his subordinates. Upon seeing Scarface, Lu Xiaoyi grew anxious, quickly exclaiming, I will have Lin Yi open the door immediately. Just wait for me. With that, she pounded on Lin Yi's door, her voice growing frantic. Lin Yi, I implore you, please open the door. At that moment, Scarface intoned darkly, No need for that. If your methods fail, let us resort to mine. Lu Xiaoyi looked at him in confusion, only for Scarface to suddenly draw a dagger and thrust it towards Wang Lie, who lay on a stretcher. With a sickening thud, the knife plunged into Wang Lie's chest, extinguishing his life in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoyi's pupils dilated. her features contorting in horror. "No, please, don't," she lunged in front of Wang Lia. Trembling hands gripping Scarface's arm, her eyes pleading, "Ha ha." Scarface grinned wickedly, then yanked the knife free. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto Lu Xiaoyi's face, twisting her expression further into a mask of terror. "Why did you kill him? Why did you take my son from me?" she shrieked in a frenzy. Scarface, with a sinister smile, kicked Lu Xiaoyi to the ground. "Calm down. I will soon send you to join your son with that." He sheathed the dagger and turned to seize a whip from one of his underlings. The surrounding henchmen quickly distanced themselves, wary of the whip's sting. Scarface, after demonstrating the whip's capabilities, lashed out at Lu Xiaoyi. "Ah!" The whip struck her fiercely. Lu Xiaoyi cried out in agony, prompting raucous laughter from the onlookers, while Scarface reveled in the chaos. Soon, the second lash fell, delivered with such force that it tore Lu Xiaoyi's clothing, blood oozing from the wound. After enduring 2 lashes, she collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. At this moment, Scarface ceased his assault and shouted towards the safe house, "Lin Yi, if you don't want her to die here, you better come out quickly." The others inside clenched their fists in anger, yet Lin Yi remained calm, silently observing the surveillance footage. Scarface, irritated by Lin Yi's silence, swung the whip again towards Lu Xiaoyi, and another agonizing scream echoed through the stairwell. "Lin Yi, how could you be so heartless, watching your aunt being humiliated without intervening?" Scarface taunted. Although Lin Yi was indifferent to Lu Xiaoyi's fate, Scarface's actions ignited a fury within him. He detested being threatened, even with an insignificant pawn. Consequently, Lin Yi approached the door and opened the peephole. Scarface's face twisted into a wicked grin upon seeing Lin Yi. "Finally unable to contain yourself? Open the door, and I will spare her life." Lying on the ground, Lu Xiaoyi quickly pleaded, "Lin Yi, please save me. I am at the brink of death." Yet Lin Yi ignored her cries, his gaze fixed intently on Scarface. Even Scarface, known for his ruthlessness, felt a shiver under Lin Yi's penetrating stare. "Kid, no matter what tricks you pulled last time, I am not afraid of you this time." Lin Yi slowly replied, "Very well. You have successfully enraged me, I assure you. Within the next 24 hours, you will come to regret this decision." His calm voice sent chills down Scarface's spine, leaving him with an unsettling feeling in his throat. But he was the leader of the D family gang. How could he be afraid of Lin Yi? This thought twisted his mind further. "Kid, if you have the guts, come out. Anyone can talk big from behind a door." At that moment, sensing Lin Yi's shift in demeanor, the others rushed forward. "Lin brother, please do not fall for his tricks," Shang Xia urged, grasping Lin Yi's sleeve. "Yes, Lin brother, we must plan carefully. Going out now would be a disadvantage," Li Shuiyao said, her face etched with worry. Jiyu Xiaoman stepped closer to Lin Yi, expressing her concern. "Lin Yi, I know you are furious, but this is not the time for reckless decisions. I trust Lin brother's strength, and he will not act impulsively," Song Zhaodi added, approaching with her bow. "Just say the word, and I will accompany you to take down these scoundrels." Among them, only Song Zhaodi remained composed and confident. This was not to say the others lacked faith. Aside from Gu Xiaoman, the rest were well aware of Lin Yi's prowess. Their words stemmed from concern for their own safety. Lin Yi reassured them. "Do not worry. I know what I am doing." Seeing Lin Yi regain his composure, the others felt a sense of relief. "Ha ha. You want to kill me? Then come on out." Outside, Scarface's laughter echoed wildly, eager for Lin Yi to reveal himself. Just as Lin Yi prepared to step outside, Gu Xiaoman suddenly grasped his arm. "I do not understand your confidence, but his goal is to provoke you into coming out. Please think carefully." Scarface, having noticed Gu Xiaoman through the peephole, licked his lips and darkly stated, "So you are here. Once I finish off Lin Yi, you will be mine." "Ha ha ha." Lin Yi forcefully pushed Gu Xiaoman aside and gradually opened the door. Scarface's maniacal grin broadened as he saw Lin Yi finally emerge. He quickly retreated to the stairwell. However, the moment he stepped out, a dozen individuals surged from both above and below, raising imitation firearms and pulling their triggers in unison. Lin Yi disdainfully regarded them, unimpressed by their antics. Without hesitation, he activated his spatial abilities, absorbing the pellets into his space. Once their ammunition was depleted, Lin Yi released the pellets once more. Yet, to his surprise, the assailants raised their hands to shield their faces. The next instant, the pellets struck them, producing a metallic clattering sound. Lin frowned slightly at this unexpected turn. Instantly, the attackers discarded their imitation guns and charged at Lin with knives drawn. In a flash, Lin conjured a baseball bat from thin air and swung it at the nearest assailant's head. The bat connected with a resounding thud, rendering the attacker unconscious, convulsing on the ground. Meanwhile, two others had closed in, their knives descending toward Lin Yi's neck. With a wicked smile, Lin Yi crouched down with extraordinary speed. Evading their strikes, he swiftly retrieved two daggers from his spatial realm and thrust them downward with force, piercing through the feet of both assailants. Their agonized screams filled the air as Lin Yi swiftly rose, delivering a powerful punch to their faces. The two individuals fell backwards in unison, while those below surged upward in response. Lin Yi dashed up the staircase, brandishing a baseball bat as he swung it menacingly towards the crowd below. One unfortunate soul was caught completely off guard, unable to react before the bat materialized before his eyes. With a dull thud, he toppled backwards, motionless at that moment. Song Xiaodi had already readied her arrows, and without a hint of hesitation, she aimed and released. The arrow struck yet another target with unerring accuracy. Witnessing this, Scarface seethed with rage. In the brief span of mere seconds, he had lost 6 men. It dawned on him that these individuals were now beyond his control. The staircase was simply too constricted for his numerical advantage to be of any use. He had initially believed that outfitting everyone with wooden boards ensured their safety, yet Lin Yi proved to be a formidable adversary. Moreover, his accomplice was no slouch either, landing each blow with deadly precision. Realizing this, he bolted downstairs. The remaining few were swiftly dealt with through Lin Yi and Song Xiaodi's seamless collaboration. As Lin Yi contemplated pursuing Scarface, he discovered that the latter had already made his escape. A disdainful smile crept across Lin Yi's face as he gave chase, determined not to let Scarface slip away so easily. Chapter 106. Hide and seek beneath the snow. Lin Yi quickly pursued outside. At that moment, Scarface was waiting outside with a dozen or so of his remaining lackeys. Seeing Lin Yi actually follow him out, Scarface erupted into laughter. "Ha, Lin Yi, I never imagined you'd be foolish enough to come out. I admit you have some skills, but out here, you may not be so fortunate." Lin Yi appeared utterly unfazed, steadily approaching the crowd. In response, Scarface's face flushed with fury as he commanded his remaining men. "Kill him!" The lackeys exchanged glances before charging at Lin Yi. Simultaneously, Song Xiaodi emerged alongside 3 middle-aged men. Lin Yi furrowed his brow upon recognizing them. They had previously sought food from him. He was taken aback by their unexpected arrival to assist. Armed with weapons, they followed closely behind Song Xiaodi. She lifted her crossbow and shot an arrow into the advancing mob. Thud. The arrow found its mark once more. However, after releasing the shot, several individuals charged toward her. Lin Yi felt a sinking sensation at the sight of her joining the fray, but his worries dissipated the next moment. Song Xiaodi moved with remarkable swiftness, her lithe form gliding through the snow without the caution exhibited by others. As she ran, she knocked arrows and fired at those pursuing her. The 3 men held wooden boards aloft, sprinting alongside her to shield her from incoming projectiles. With this reassurance, Lin Yi focused on the adversaries before him. 10 men stood before him, advancing in a line, each brandishing weapons. Their wooden armor rendered them impervious to projectiles. Lin Yi glanced down at the snow beneath his feet, a devilish smile spreading across his face. He remained rooted in place, prompting a smirk of disdain from Scarface in the distance. Whoever kills Lin Yi will become the captain. With this promise from their leader, the lackeys became increasingly frenzied. The prospect of becoming captain promised a more comfortable life and the freedom to choose women, a notion that truly excited them. Soon, they reached Lin Yi's side, raising their blades from various angles to strike him down. They believed Lin Yi had merely exploited the narrow confines of the staircase to neutralize their numerical advantage, which had led to their repeated failures. However, now that they were in the open, devoid of obstacles, they were convinced that he was merely a lamb waiting for slaughter. Meanwhile, Song Xiaodi, who had been watching Lin Yi from afar, felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, she was also being pursued by several individuals and could not break free to offer assistance. Just as those charging toward Lin Yi seemed poised to land their blows, he suddenly dropped swiftly into the snow below. They missed their strikes, astonished at the sight of the newly formed pit. Scarface, witnessing Lin Yi escape right beneath his nose, turned crimson with rage and bellowed, "You fools, Hurry and chase him." Hearing this, one of the smaller lackeys stumbled into the pit. Upon landing, his weight caused him to become stuck in the snow. As he struggled to free his legs, Lin Yi materialized before him, instilling instant terror. In the next moment, Lin Yi swiftly slit his throat. Blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding snow crimson. The onlookers above were paralyzed with shock at the gruesome scene unfolding in the pit below. The confined space offered no chance of survival if they followed. Yet, with their leader's orders echoing in their ears, they dared not hesitate. They brandished their weapons and one by one leaped into the pit. However, upon arrival, Lin Yi was nowhere to be found. Instead, they discovered a cavernous tunnel, one that could accommodate a single person standing. "He must have escaped through here. Let us pursue," they shouted as they raced deeper into the tunnel. Lin Yi, leveraging his spatial abilities, had absorbed the surrounding snow. Swiftly carving out a series of interconnected passages beneath the surface, he led the way, urging them to follow closely. However, they were soon hot on his heels once more. Lin Yi continued to excavate new tunnels, setting clever traps behind him. In no time, the first among them stumbled into a pit, falling 3 meters into a narrow cavity where turning around was impossible. He became hopelessly ensnared. The others halted, desperate to rescue him, but the height made it an impossible feat. "Help! Someone save me!" the trapped man cried out frantically. The others above were in a frenzy. "What do we do? How do we save him?" After a moment of deliberation, a lanky man proposed, "I have a plan. Hold on to me and lower me down. He can grab my legs, and then you can pull me back up." The others, feeling a glimmer of hope, agreed. They grasped the lanky man and lowered him into the pit. Soon, the trapped man grasped his legs. The moment the command was given, the others pulled with all their might. Watching from a distance, Lin Yi smirked coldly. He swiftly carved a side tunnel, positioning himself strategically. As the lackeys turned to retrieve their comrade, they were taken by surprise as Lin Yi emerged, causing them to fumble for their weapons. In their moment of distraction, they lost their grip, sending both the lanky man and the trapped individual tumbling into the pit. Lin Yi then manipulated the snow from his spatial pocket, filling the pit until it was completely buried. The two men were entombed beneath the snow. By the time they regained their senses, Lin Yi had already vanished. They attempted to rescue their comrades, but the pit had long since been filled. "Damn it! We fell into a trap. What now? Do we still attempt a rescue?" one asked, his expression grim. "What are we waiting for? Dig him out," they urged, scrambling to excavate the snow with their hands. However, as time passed and they finally unearthed their companions, it was too late. The man had succumbed to suffocation. The sight filled them with rage, and they could only curse their misfortune. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having prepared a grand surprise during their frantic digging, eagerly awaited their arrival.